The rain continued to fall. Chen Qing reached out to catch some rainwater, washing away the brain matter and pus that had caked over his eyes. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he pushed the corpses off him and crawled out from the pile of bodies. His head spun, his legs felt weak, but Chen Qing gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand. Where am I? Chen Qing only remembered the moment when the drug trafficker's truck crashed into them. But now, the gray rain mist blanketed the earth. Around him stretched an endless sea of corpses and blood. Beneath his feet lay countless severed limbs and split heads, their brains spilling onto the ground in sickening white pools. Human and horse carcasses were intertwined, their flesh mangled and piled layer upon layer, indistinguishable from one another. Blood mixed with rainwater, forming streams that flowed around heaps of entrails. Broken weapons hung with intestines, and even the rain couldn't wash away the unbearable stench that filled the air. Not far away, a horse whose forelegs had been severed lay in a pool of blood, its sorrowful gaze fixed on Chen Qing. Chen Qing couldn't believe what he was seeing. Could this be hell? Sergeant Shun, save me. A faint voice came from behind him. Chen Qing turned around. Amidst a jumble of corpses, a thin hand poked out, twitching slightly. Chen Qing rushed to move the bodies. Where did he find the strength? He dragged aside the corpse of a warhorse, and then heaved 3 more bodies off. Panting heavily, he could barely straighten his back. The one calling for help was a youth, perhaps 16 or 17 years old, looking like a lamb about to be slaughtered, lying helplessly in the blood-soaked mud. When Chen Qing saw the boy's condition, his heart sank into an abyss. A long spear had pierced the boy's abdomen, pinning him to the ground. The boy was barely breathing, his voice growing weaker. "Sergeant, save me." He called me Sergeant? Chen Qing suddenly realized this wasn't hell. This was a battlefield. Chen Qing grabbed the boy's hand and shouted, "Tell me first, what year is it? Where am I?" The boy's dimming eyes suddenly brightened, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. In his final moments, he managed to gasp out 4 words. Jianyan year 4. What? Chen Qing was stunned. Jianyan year 4 wasn't that just after the fall of the Northern Song dynasty? Hold on. Stay with me. Chen Qing gently lifted the boy out of the pile of corpses, but the boy's head, lolled limply, had already stopped breathing. Mud and blood mingled together, making every step treacherous. Using a broken spear as a crutch, Chen Qing staggered through the field of bodies. Suddenly, a horse's whinny sounded behind him. Turning his head, through the misty rain, he saw a cavalryman appear about 10 paces away. The rider was clad in iron armor, his helmet resembling 2 upside-down banana peels with 2 horns protruding. A long saber hung at his waist, and he carried a spear in one hand, an axe strapped to his back. His cold, piercing gaze cut through the rain like a leopard spotting its prey, ruthless and fierce. From the neck of the horse and the sides of his saddle dangled over a dozen human heads. The massive steed exhaled white vapor, its heavy iron hooves pounding the ground. Chen Qing suddenly understood this must be a Jurchen cavalryman. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. The Jurchen warrior let out a sharp cry and spurred his horse forward, charging after him. In moments, the cavalryman caught up. A cruel smile spread across his face as he raised his spear high, thrusting it toward Chen Qing's back with lethal force. Chen Qing wasn't new to killing. Having faced countless ruthless drug lords, he possessed the calmness of a mountain and the keen instincts of a leopard. With a quick sidestep and a backward roll, he dodged the cavalryman's thunderous strike. The Jurchen warrior's spear missed its mark, plunging too deeply into the iron-scaled armor of a Song general's corpse. When he tried to pull it free, the spearhead became lodged in the armor. Opportunity struck in an instant. If not seized, it would vanish just as quickly. Chen Qing seized it. Grabbing the broken spear, he thrust it fiercely forward. The rain blurred the Jurchen warrior's peripheral vision. He failed to notice, failed to realize, that his prey was counterattacking. Thud! The sharp spear pierced through the Jurchen warrior's iron armor, sinking deep into his lower back. The warrior let out a blood-curdling scream, wheeled his horse around, and fled, disappearing into the gray rain mist moments later. Chen Qing collapsed onto the muddy ground, utterly spent. Every muscle in his body screamed in pain, causing his entire frame to spasm uncontrollably. After resting for half an hour, his strength returned slightly. Chen Qing stood up, flipped the body of the decapitated general over, and stripped the iron-scaled armor from it. Removing his own thick leather armor, he wiped the rain from his face and carefully donned the iron-scaled armor. Though both types of armor offered similar protection in close combat, neither guarding the neck nor the head of iron scales gave him a bit more security. From the general's chest, Chen Qing retrieved a package of dried cakes, stuffing them into his tunic. He also noticed a bronze token hanging from the man's waist and yanked it off. Who? A distant elk horn sounded. Chen Qing spotted shadows of cavalry moving in the distance. Heart racing, he took off running southward. As dawn approached, the rain grew heavier. Finally, Chen Qing stumbled out of the battlefield. There, unexpectedly, he encountered 4 other survivors from the Song army who, like him, had miraculously lived through the massacre. The 4 men eyed Chen Qing uneasily. The iron-scaled armor he wore led them to misunderstand his rank. But misunderstanding didn't matter. What mattered was that they needed a leader. You can call me Lieutenant Chen, Chen Qing said calmly. Unfamiliar with the military structure of the Song dynasty, he recalled Water Margin, where there was a character named Liu Yu Ho, apparently a low-ranking officer. Lieutenant Chen, which way should we go? The 4 soldiers, drenched like drowned rats, looked at him expectantly. I'm a bit confused. Where exactly are we? In Fuping County. A flash of insight struck Chen Qing the Battle of Fuping. In Jianyan Year 4, the Jin army invaded Sichuan and Shaanxi. 200,000 Song troops engaged in a decisive battle against tens of thousands of Jin soldiers, led by Wanyan Lusher in Fuping County, Guangzhou. The Song forces suffered a crushing defeat, leaving tens of thousands dead on the battlefield. They were among the lucky few survivors. Suddenly, Chen Qing realized they should head south, not north. The main Song forces had retreated towards Sichuan, but it was too late. From nearby came the low, ominous sound of elk horns. They had been spotted by Jurchen scouts. Quick move. Chen Qing led the 4 Song soldiers toward a nearby forest to the north. 3 Jurchen scouts galloped toward them from the side, their faces twisted with ferocity, axes gleaming in their hands. The gap between them closed rapidly. They were still 100 paces from the woods, but the cavalry was only 20 paces away. Don't run anymore, Chen Qing shouted, stopping in his tracks. We're all going to die anyway. Let's fight them. With a roar, he brandished his spear and charged toward the approaching Jurchen cavalry. The 4 Song soldiers were shaken by Chen Qing's resolve. The eldest among them suddenly raised his spear and shouted, "Let's fight them." Together, the 4 soldiers followed Chen Qing into the fray. The Jurchen scouts were elite reconnaissance units, each rider muscular and skilled in martial arts, especially adept at mounted archery. Unfortunately for them, the rain had soaked their bowstrings, rendering their bows useless. The lead Jurchen warrior sneered arrogantly as the ragtag group of Song soldiers charged toward him. He sheathed his axe, drew his spear, and spurred his horse forward, aiming a thrust at the nearest foe. But just as the spear reached its target, Chen Qing vanished. The spear struck empty air. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through the Jurchen warrior's ribs. He screamed and toppled from his horse. Before he hit the ground, Chen Qing thrust his spear upward, piercing the warrior's temple. The Jurchen soldier died instantly. Chen Qing swung his spear and turned to face another Jurchen rider. The 4 Song soldiers, emboldened by Chen Qing's success, surrounded the remaining Jurchen warrior. Within moments, they brought down his horse, throwing him to the ground. The 4 soldiers pounced, hacking him to pieces. The last Jurchen cavalryman, seeing the tide turn against him, wheeled his horse around and fled, blowing his horn for reinforcements. Woo! Woo! Chen Qing raised his arm and hurled his spear. It arced through the air, piercing the fleeing soldier's body from behind. The tip emerged from his chest, and the sheer momentum slammed him off his horse, pinning him lifelessly to the ground. The spectacular blow sent the 4 soldiers cheering wildly. Suddenly, a responding horn sounded from the south. The captured horses, startled, broke free from Lu Wu's grip and bolted toward the source of the sound. "Lieutenant, they're coming." Zhao Xiaoyi pointed fearfully into the distance. Through the rain mist, over 100 Jurchen cavalrymen charged from the south, their approach terrifying. "Run!" Chen Qing discarded his spear and led his 4 men in a mad dash toward the forest. Chapter 2. Retaliation. In an instant, 100 Jurchen cavalry scouts charged forward. The centurion, Yin Shulai, gazed upon the slain soldiers and was instantly consumed with fury. One of the sergeants vaguely recognized the silhouette of the leading Song soldier, seemingly the very one who had inflicted wounds upon him the day prior. Igniting a flame of vengeance within his heart. "Moke, let me take my men to behead them. Spare no one. Kill them all. Follow me," commanded the Jurchen sergeant, ordering his subordinates to arm themselves with throwing spears. He spurred his war horse, leading 9 cavalrymen in a wild pursuit of the fleeing Song soldiers. Chen Qing led his companions into the woods, hatred propelling the Jurchen sergeant, who disregarded his injuries and persisted in the chase. A spear whizzed past Chen Qing's head, embedding itself in a nearby tree. "Ah!" cried the youngest among them, Li Huan, as he was pierced through the back by a spear, pinned to the ground. The Jurchen cavalry surged forth with the speed of the wind, and with a swift swing of their battle axe, Li Huan's head was severed, becoming a trophy for the Jurchen. "Keep up with me." Chen Qing gritted his teeth and sprinted, zigzagging through the forest while discarding his iron scale armor. Li Huan's leather armor offered no protection against the enemy's strike, and his iron scale armor, too, hindered his agility and sapped his strength. The other 3 soldiers followed suit, shedding their armor to quicken their pace. Spears flew through the air. Ah! The lanky Husan was struck in the thigh by a spear. With a sickening crack, his bones shattered, and he fell heavily to the ground. Chen Qing halted, shouting, "Husan, hurry! My leg is broken. You all run. I will hold them off." 10 Jurchen cavalrymen closed in. The remaining 2 Song soldiers, Lu Wu and Zhao Xiaoi, returned to pull Chen Qing away. "We must leave, or we will all perish here." As he ran, Chen Qing glanced back, witnessing Husan thrust a spear into a warhorse, only to be simultaneously pierced by several long spears, falling lifelessly to the ground. Chen Qing's eyes reddened, and an overwhelming sense of grief for his kin and kindred made tears stream down his face. The rain poured, making the path treacherous and the woods increasingly dense, hindering the warhorses. The distance between the 2 parties remained tightly contested, about 20 to 30 paces apart. Soon, Chen Qing and his 2 companions reached the foot of the mountain and began to ascend alongside a small creek. Turning back, he noticed that their pursuers had also dismounted, resembling a pack of wolves unwilling to relinquish their prey, relentlessly following behind. Gritting his teeth, Chen Qing cursed under his breath, spotting a large, rounded boulder in the creek, weighing around 200 to 300 pounds. "Let us crush these bastards." "Lu Wu, Xiaoi, come help me." Together, the 3 exerted their strength to push the massive stone out of the creek. 1, 2, 3, push. The boulder tumbled down the muddy trail with a thunderous roar. The leading Jurchen sergeant looked up just in time to see the enormous stone hurtling toward him, its momentum formidable. Terrified, he tumbled into the creek to evade it. However, the Jurchen soldiers behind him were caught unawares. 3 soldiers were struck by the boulder, 2 killed instantly, while another suffered grave injuries. The Jurchen captain, filled with fury, drew his sword and shouted loudly, prompting the remaining 6 Jurchen soldiers to follow suit, brandishing their blades and climbing recklessly upwards. Chen Qing silently lamented. For these Jurchens were not deterred. Instead, their morale surged, heralding greater troubles ahead. After searching the area, it became evident that the stream held no substantial pebbles left. "Let us move." 2 soldiers followed Chen Qing as they continued their ascent. After climbing for about half a mile, the stream vanished, revealing a chasm ahead, approximately 2 zhang wide, with a fallen tree serving as a makeshift bridge. At last, an opportunity presented itself. The trio crossed the chasm on the log and, with a concerted effort, dislodged it, sending the robust trunk plummeting into the depths of the ravine. Just as they turned to flee, Chen Qing suddenly noticed a decayed log nearby. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Lu Wu and Zhao Xiaoi deemed Chen Qing insane. Should this rotting wood fail, they would find themselves ensnared once more. Yet, Chen Qing was confident it would break, perhaps if it hadn't rained for a day and night. The wood fibers might sustain some weight, but after such relentless rain, the rotting wood was thoroughly soaked. How could it possibly bear the weight of 200 to 300 jin? As a commander, Chen Qing's will was law, and the 2 soldiers had no choice but to comply. Before long, 7 Jurchen soldiers pursued them. The captain stepped onto the decayed log, unexpectedly crossing the chasm, the wood merely bending beneath his weight. Chen Qing's heart sank. Had he truly erred? Soon after, 3 Jurchen soldiers surged onto the rotting timber, committing the fallacy of cognitive bias. Seeing many pass, they assumed the wood was secure. Midway across, the log finally snapped, sending the 3 soldiers plummeting into the chasm, their cries echoing as they met their demise upon the jagged stones below. The remaining 3 Jurchen soldiers, paralyzed with terror, halted their advance. The Jurchen captain gazed back in astonishment, only to be blindsided as a figure descended from above, tackling him to the ground. Chen Qing pinned him down, delivering a fierce blow to his injured side. The captain, writhing in agony, screamed in despair as Chen Qing rained down a flurry of punches, leaving the captain unconscious from the pain. The 3 remaining Jurchen soldiers seethed with rage, yet were rendered powerless. They had ascended lightly equipped, without spears, and could only watch helplessly as their leader was bound and taken by 3 soldiers of the Song army. After traversing the mountain, they arrived at the foot to the north, resting by a small stream. The Jurchen captain lay on the ground, his mouth gagged with tattered cloth, his eyes covered, and his hands and feet bound. Lu Wu and Zhao Xiaoyi were perplexed as to why the commander did not simply slay this Jurchen cavalryman, viewing him as a burden. Their confusion stemmed from their lack of understanding. Just a day prior, Chen Qing had been a narcotics officer, newly arrived in this era, and thus retained the mindset of his former life. A captive held far greater value than a corpse. Chen Qing sat by the stream, nibbling on a dry biscuit while fiddling with a copper plate. One side of the plate bore the inscription Huanqing Army, while the reverse proclaimed the rank of commander. The fallen Song general had indeed been a commander, affiliated with the Huanqing Army. Chen Qing let out a bitter laugh, pondering the identity of the sergeant he was impersonating. What was his name? Where did he reside? Who else inhabited his household? He was utterly ignorant. Moreover, he lacked any knowledge of the persona he was masquerading as, even to the extent of not knowing his name or his appearance. Everything felt shrouded in confusion, including the current situation. In the 4th year of the Jianyan era, the Battle of Huangshandang had just concluded, and the Jiangnan region should be relatively secure. In the ensuing years, however, the entire Guangzhou and Hanzhong areas would be embroiled in ceaseless conflicts, descending into turmoil. Chen Qing was not daunted by the chaos. As a special narcotics officer, he had lived amidst extreme peril for years, consistently solving major cases and apprehending countless nefarious drug traffickers. Within a mere 3 years, he had risen to the rank of team leader. The more complex the circumstances and the more tumultuous the times, the better he thrived. As if he were born for the tumult, seeking hope and a way forward amidst the disorder. Shaking his head, he attempted to cast aside the distracting thoughts swirling in his mind. For now, he refrained from contemplating his next steps and focused on surviving the brutal turmoil. At that moment, a troop of cavalry emerged around a bend ahead, numbering around 20. The sudden appearance of these horsemen startled Chen Qing, prompting him to spring to his feet. It was the Song army. Lu Wu and Zhao Xiaoyi recognized them and waved their arms in greeting. This was a reconnaissance unit of the Song army, led by a commander named Li Jiang, who had been dispatched to gather intelligence on enemy movements. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon Chen Qing and his companions, even capturing a Jurchen sentry. Li Jiang was overjoyed. With this Jurchen sentry in their custody, they could avoid risking their lives on the battlefield. He immediately led his men back to their base. The hiding place of the Song army was approximately 50 miles from the Fuping battlefield, situated in the undulating hills of the Qiao mountain range. The group galloped along a small river, and Li Jiang pointed towards a long ridge in the distance. Once we cross that hill, we will reach the valley where our troops are concealed. Wait, Chen Qing shouted, causing everyone to rein in their horses. Commander Chen, what has transpired? Li Jiang asked, puzzled. Chen Qing pointed towards a distant grove, his gaze sharp. Above the treetops, flocks of birds took flight. Something was amiss within the woods. Startled, Li Jiang quickly commanded, Yang Wu, take a few brothers to investigate. Generally, this may alert the enemy and allow them to escape. It would be better for me to intercept them to the west, Chen Qing suggested. Li Jiang nodded in agreement, dispatching 10 of his men to accompany Chen Qing in the westward interception, while he led another 10 soldiers forward. Preparing for battle. Approximately 30 paces from the grove, 3 cavalrymen suddenly burst forth from the western edge of the woods, revealing themselves as Jurchen sentries. Precisely as Chen Qing had anticipated. Fueled by rage, Chen Qing shouted and lunged forward, thrusting his spear directly at the lead cavalryman's horse's head. The steed let out a tragic whinny before collapsing, throwing its rider more than 10 feet away. Bind him, Chen Qing commanded loudly, charging towards another cavalryman. This was also a scout cavalryman, a sergeant with a shaved head, adorned with 2 small braids on either side, bearing a fierce countenance. The Jurchen sergeant let out a menacing laugh and thrust his spear forward. Chen Qing deftly parried the long spear, closing the distance between their horses, and delivered a powerful kick to the opponent's waist. The Jurchen sergeant, exceptionally agile, rolled beneath the belly of his steed, swiftly drawing a short spear, and thrust it upward from beneath the horse, targeting Chen Qing's abdomen with astonishing speed. Most soldiers of the Song army would likely have succumbed to such a surprise attack. Yet Chen Qing, forged through rigorous training, exhibited reflexes far beyond the ordinary. He abruptly leaned back, evading the thrust. Seizing the moment, Chen Qing denied the Jurchen cavalryman any further opportunity, channeling his strength through his arms and driving his spear into the horse's belly. With a resounding thud, the steed's abdomen was pierced. The sharp tip of the spear emerging from the other side, bloodied and cruelly penetrating the rider's skull. The Jurchen cavalryman, along with his horse, tumbled to the ground. A third scout cavalryman also met a similar fate, being unseated and captured by other soldiers of the Song army. Chapter 3. Exclusion thanks to Qin Hui. Or else the trouble would have been immense. Li Jiang was genuinely concerned. Had the enemy scouts already discovered their whereabouts, given their proximity to the main force? I merely offered a slight assistance. Even without my intervention, I trust General Li would have identified them in due course. Li Jiang let out a bitter smile and confessed. To be frank, our reconnaissance unit has been utterly decimated. I was dispatched by the commander to establish a temporary scouting unit. Previously, I served as an infantry commander and have never engaged with scouts before. The 50 men under my command were selected from the cavalry and all lack experience. We failed to notice the startled birds. Which army do you belong to? Chen Qing suddenly recalled that there were a total of 8 armies from the Song dynasty participating in the Battle of Fuping. Did Qin Hui know this? Li Jiang swept back his hair, and Chen Qing caught sight of the 8 characters inscribed on his forehead, loyal heart to serve the nation. Vow to slay the gene thieves. Chen Qing's gaze froze. This was indeed the renowned 8 characters army of history. Even Yu Fei hailed from this very unit. Li Jiang's heart stirred with admiration for talent. This Qin Hui was both wise and courageous, possessing the very experience their scouting unit desperately needed. After a moment's contemplation, Li Jiang remarked, Qin Hui must be from the Huanqing army, correct? Chen Qing nodded, though he was uncertain about his true affiliation. Since he bore the copper medal of this Yu, he could only accept it. I offer you a piece of advice. Once we arrive at the military camp, it would be wise not to mention your association with the Huanqing army. Why is that? The recent defeat was caused by the Huanqing army, and everyone harbors a deep-seated resentment towards you. Chen Qing was taken aback, sensing an ominous foreboding in his heart. Wang Yan's army lay concealed in a valley 50 miles away. Following the disastrous defeat at Fuping, his 8 characters' army suffered similarly, with the original 13,000 troops reduced to merely 6,000, losing more than half their strength. Chen Qing waited outside a small marching tent for a brief moment when the tent flap was lifted, revealing a high-ranking general. Clad in black armor and adorned with a phoenix-winged helmet, he bore a battle sword at his waist. Approximately 37 or 38 years of age, he possessed a long face, a valiant demeanor, and piercing eyes. Who among you is Qin Hui? Chen Qing, unsure of how to respond, caught a glimpse of several commanders kneeling on one knee, clasping their fists together. Mimicking their gesture, he too knelt on one knee and declared, I am but your humble servant, Chen Qing. I am Commander Wang Yan. I have heard that you not only dispatched 9 Jurchen cavalry scouts but also discovered Jurchen spies in our vicinity and captured them. It was not solely my achievement. Had it not been for General Li dispatching me to intercept them in time, they would have escaped. Wang Yan nodded in approval and inquired further, where are you from? How many years have you served in the army? Reporting to the commander, I hail from Taiyuan and have served for 3 years. Hold on. Wang Yan interjected with an unrelated question. Can you read? Chen Qing, perplexed, clasped his fist and replied, as a Yuho, I certainly possess the ability to read and write. Wang Yan regarded him thoughtfully and said, opportunities are bestowed upon the courageous. If you identify with the 8 characters army, then remain with us. Chen Qing felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Had Wang Yan probed further, his concealment would have been exposed. The rain has finally ceased, and the sky looms with a somber gray. Wang Yan gazes upward, his eyes filled with trepidation. Although they have apprehended a Jurchen scout, 2 others have already evaded capture, and their adversaries have likely discerned their movements. Commander, we must depart tonight, whispered Deputy Commander Fu Xin from the side. Wang Yan hesitated, acutely aware that this was their final opportunity, yet they were still unprepared. Does the commander still wish for a public selection? Fu Xin, well acquainted with his superior's thoughts, inquired. Wang Yan nodded and candidly replied, to a point Fu Mozhang directly would incite dissent. We shall adhere to the customary public selection. Their reconnaissance unit had been entirely obliterated and required reformation. Li Jiang served as the commander of the reconnaissance unit, yet they needed a head scout. Deputy Commander Fu Xian recommended his nephew, Fu Mozhang. However, Wang Yan was fully aware of Fu Mozhang's limitations, illiterate and impulsive. He was more suited for the front line than the role of head scout. Li Jiang vehemently opposed the appointment of Fu Mozhang as well. Seeing that his commander was reluctant to relent, Fu Xian reluctantly remarked, a public selection would indeed be preferable, but I fear time may not be on our side. There were only 4 candidates in total, and a few contests would suffice. Taken aback, Fu Xian questioned, aren't there only 3 contenders? Wang Yan smiled and replied. Just moments ago, Li Jiang recommended the Huaiqing army's Yuho, Chen Qing, to assume the role of head scout. What? Fu Xian's expression shifted dramatically. Li Jiang had actually proposed a Yuho from the Huaiqing army to compete for the head scout position? Had he lost his senses? Fu Xian retorted coldly. The 8 characters army's protocol prioritizes direct lineage. Does the commander truly believe it appropriate to allow a defeated general from the Huaiqing army to vie for this position? Wang Yan understood well that Chen Qing had not only led 4 weary and wounded soldiers to evade the relentless pursuit of Jurchen cavalry, but had also orchestrated a counterattack resulting in 9 fatalities. His performance on the return journey had been equally commendable, showcasing him as a commander of both intellect and valor. From Chen Qing's composed demeanor, Wang Yan recognized the qualities befitting a distinguished leader. Wang Yan cast a glance at Fu Xian and calmly stated, "In these extraordinary times, unconventional promotions may indeed be warranted." Though Fu Xian wished to contest further, Wang Yan waved him off, declaring, "We have no time to waste. Summon all commanders for a discussion." Chen Qing's evening meal consisted once again of dry biscuits, accompanied by a bowl of warm soup. Currently, he remained a Yuho, a title denoting military officer status equivalent to a sergeant, yet devoid of command over troops, akin to a specialist below a platoon leader. Nevertheless, this seemingly humble position was fade, for his true identity was that of a mere corporal. Yet, having emerged from the depths of despair and survived the relentless pursuit of Jurchen cavalry, he felt immensely grateful for the grace bestowed upon him. Lu Wu and Zhao Xiaoi continued to serve under him. Lu Wu, a seasoned veteran from Lin'an County in Fengxiang Prefecture, had survived the trials of war for over a decade. Zhao Xiaoi, merely 17 and having enlisted for only half a year, was Lu Wu's nephew, sharp-witted and as lean as a monkey. He closely followed Lu Wu and had likewise managed to survive. Chen Qing imitated Lu Wu, breaking the biscuit into pieces and soaking it in the warm soup, sprinkling a bit of salt atop, while others sat together in their respective units. The 3 of them remained isolated at the edge of the cliff, ignored by all. Lu Wu, noticing the absence of others, lowered his voice and said to Chen Qing, "Shall we has heard some news? Shall we inform Yuho?" "What news?" Chen Qing inquired, looking at Zhao Xiaoi with curiosity. "I lost my money pouch and went a search near the small tent. The soldiers wouldn't let me approach. But I overheard a heated argument inside. The voices were quite loud." "What were they arguing about?" Li Jiang, who brought us back, asserted that he was qualified to participate in the selection, boasting of his bravery and strategy, claiming he had eliminated 9 Jurchen scouts. Immediately, someone nearby shouted back, dismissing him as unqualified, while another person cursed, calling the men of the Huaiqing army dogs, accusing them of causing trouble. Chen Qing pondered to himself, "Are they debating about me?" And then it seemed the commander said, "Let us adhere to the rules." The few individuals inside the tent stormed out in anger, and I hurried back in fright. "When did this happen?" "Just now." "Yuho, they are coming." Zhao Xiaoyi's face turned pale with fear. Chen Qing turned around to see 5 or 6 commanders in mountain-patterned armor striding toward them, led by a formidable man, towering at least 6 feet 3 inches, resembling a black bear with a bulging face and fierce eyes. As the commanders approached, the leading giant crossed his arms and tilted his chin, declaring, "So, you are the one who boasts of having slain 9 Jin soldiers, the Huaiqing dog?" Chen Qing ignored him, pressing the floating pancake down to the bottom of his bowl with 2 wooden sticks. "I'm talking to you." The burly man glared, his menace evident. Lu Wu quickly rose, bowing and smiling. "General, our victory over the Jin was merely by chance. It lost. I didn't ask you." The burly man shoved Lu Wu, causing him to stumble, then coldly addressed Chen Qing, "I will ask you one last time. Stand up and answer me. If you dare to play dumb again, I'll kick your—" Chen Qing continued to disregard him, tearing the last piece of pancake and placing it in the soup. Enraged and humiliated, the burly man stepped forward and kicked Chen Qing's bowl, sending soup and pancake splattering everywhere. Chen Qing sprang to his feet, fist clenched, glaring at the burly man. The giant waved his enormous fist in front of Chen Qing's face, seething, "The Huaiqing dog does not deserve to eat our food. You deserve my fist instead." With that, he swung a powerful punch toward Chen Qing's face. Chen Qing sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the vicious blow, and nimbly retreated a few steps, escaping the giant's striking range. "I don't know you, nor do I desire your rations. It was your commander who ordered me to stay. If you do not welcome me, I shall bid farewell to General Wang." The burly man turned to his companions with a smirk. "Did you hear that? The Huaiqing dog thinks he can report me." A shorter commander urged, "Mosey, why bother with him? Just beat him and throw him out." Another senior officer advised, "Old Fu, just weigh your words carefully. Do not go too far, lest others accuse our 8 characters army of being narrow-minded and intolerant of outsiders." "What do I care?" replied the burly man. "Huan Qing's dogs caused us to suffer defeat, and now we must cater to their feelings?" Despite his bravado, he was still wary of potential reprimands from the commander. He raised his thumb to point at his own face and declared, "I am Fu Mashing, the cavalry captain of the 3rd Battalion of the 1st Army. A legitimate descendant of the 8 characters army. I intend to compete for the position of scout captain. I have heard that you, Huan Qing's dog, also wish to compete. This displeases me. Either demonstrate your abilities to impress me or scurry away as far as you can." The incessant taunts of Huan Qing's dog ignited a fire of anger within Chen Qing. However, understanding the context, he chose not to escalate the situation. He restrained his fury and shook his head, saying, "I have no interest in your captaincy, nor do I wish to fight you. Please leave." Fu Mashing, following his uncle's instructions to probe Chen Qing's background, was not about to abandon his inquiry simply because the other party spoke a few conciliatory words. "You are quite the actor," he thought. "I have already issued a challenge, and witnesses have been summoned. Huan Qing's dog, do you think you can toy with me? I will say it once more." Yet Fu Mashing did not grant him the opportunity to respond. He advanced and delivered a fierce kick aimed at Chen Qing's groin. Chapter 4. Competition. Chen Qing, witnessing the ruthless kick from his opponent, could no longer contain his anger. With a powerful push from his left foot, he leaped into the air, executing a stunning karate whirlwind kick that landed with precision on Fu Mashing's face. Fu Mashing let out a howl of agony, stumbling back several paces before crashing to the ground in a sprawling heap. Chen Qing had not exerted his full strength, otherwise, the opponent would have lost half his teeth. Yet, with that one kick, Chen Qing discerned the opponent's weaknesses: clumsiness, a shaky foundation, and lack of martial expertise, merely an imposing figure with brute strength. "Curse you! I will kill you!" Fu Mashing roared like a beast, drawing his sword and preparing to charge. "What are you doing, Fu Mashing?" Li Jiang approached swiftly, his expression dark. Several officers, sensing the impending chaos, quickly restrained Fu Mashing and forcibly dragged him away. "Wait and see, I will deal with you later." Fu Mashing shouted in a futile struggle from afar. Li Jiang coldly watched as Fu Mashing retreated. Then he produced a roll of soft pancakes and handed it to Chen Qing with a smile. "These are soft pancakes I procured from the cook. Enjoy." "Thank you." Generally, Chen Qing accepted the pancakes graciously, sharing half with Lu Wu and Zhao Xiaoyi as they settled on a stone to eat. Li Jiang sat beside him, a faint smile on his face. "Do you know why this Fu fellow is causing you trouble? He mentioned something about competing for the position of scout leader. But what does that have to do with me? I recommended you to the commander." Chen Qing was taken aback. "Do you think I'm suitable?" Li Jiang smiled slightly, countering, "Do you believe Fu Mashing is suitable?" Chen Qing shook his head. "He is reckless, unfit to be a scout. Not only reckless but arrogant. If he were to become my deputy, I would surely meet my demise. Chen Yuho, my recommendation is for my own benefit, but this also presents an opportunity for you." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qing inquired, "How does the competition work?" "There are 4 competitors in total. Fu Mashing holds the highest position and will act as the challenger, while the other 3 will face him in single combat. The last one standing will become the scout leader. This is a form of a wheel battle, then. If Fu Mashing wins the first 2 matches, would it be unfair for him to face a third? Do you think he will be at a disadvantage?" Li Jiang scoffed. "If he truly wins the first 2, he will have a chance to fight again if he loses the third." With a sense of anticipation in the air, Li Jiang asked, "What do you think?" After a brief silence, Chen Qing nodded decisively. "I will participate." Chen Qing realized that to establish his place within the 8 characters army, he must seize this opportunity. The open space before the main tent was filled with thousands of soldiers, all eagerly watching the siege competition. In these dreary, monotonous days, there were few events that could excite the troops. At that moment, Fu Mashing was engaged in a fierce battle with a fellow officer, wielding a large golden-backed saber. His strikes fierce and unrelenting. The other officer, armed with a similar weapon, was clearly being overwhelmed by Fu Mashing's overwhelming force. Chen Qing nodded quietly, acknowledging that Fu Mashing possessed considerable strength, perhaps his greatest asset. Li Jiang remarked from the side that iron-backed saber he wields weighs 40 pounds, without robust arm strength. One cannot hope to wield it effectively. Thus, Fu Mashing is hailed as the foremost warrior of the 8 characters army. While he excels as a fierce general, he would falter as a scout, for he cannot even read, making it impossible for him to convey intelligence. Indeed, this was rather unsuitable. Li Jiang then inquired with a smile, "What are your greatest skills, Commander Chen?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qing replied with a smile, "I am relatively proficient in swordsmanship, crossbow shooting, and chess." In the past, Chen Qing was renowned as the king of the three unparalleled skills, referring to fencing, marksmanship, and chess, though he had since altered his terminology to swordsmanship and crossbow shooting. "Aha! I too enjoy chess. Let us engage in a game when time permits." Chen Qing smiled slightly, responding, "If the general wishes, I am ever at your service." He cast a glance towards the distant main viewing platform, which consisted merely of several large stones, where Wang Yin and several esteemed generals were observing the contest. A lean-faced general occasionally glanced in his direction. "Could it be Fu Xian?" Chen Qing queried. "Generally, do you have any suitable weapons available?" "Certainly, we have weapons aplenty. What type do you seek?" "Spears or halberds will suffice. As it happens, I have an extra iron spear to bestow upon you." Li Jiang instructed a subordinate, who promptly fetched a long spear. "I was originally a subordinate of Commander Yu. Later, when General Yu had a disagreement with the great general, he led his troops to surrender to the Tokyo garrison under Zhongzhi. Before his departure, he gifted me this iron spear, which is somewhat heavy for me. So I shall pass it on to you." To Chen Qing's surprise, it was Yu Fei's iron spear, piquing his interest. He quickly accepted the spear and examined it closely. It was crafted from cast iron, with a length of approximately 18 inches and a weight of around 40 pounds, making it rather suitable for him. Rising to his feet, he swung the spear and immediately discerned the difference between it and a lance. A lance has a rigid head that cannot quiver, whereas the spear's tip can vibrate, making it far more suitable for someone skilled in swordplay like Chen Qing. As the arena erupted with the sound of drums and the cheers of the crowd, Fu Mashing had achieved victory in 2 consecutive matches, and now the final contest loomed. Fixing a menacing gaze upon Chen Qing, Fu Mashing bellowed, "Rebel Hu Qing, come forth." The surrounding crowd erupted in boos, soldiers whistling loudly with their hands cupped around their mouths. Chen Qing mounted his horse and gently waved the spear. On the main platform, Fu Xian whispered to Wang Yin with a smile, "General, it appears that the spear he wields is the famed cast iron spear left behind by Yu Fei." Wang Yin responded with a faint smile. The fact that he can handle Yu Fei's 8-foot cast iron spear indicates his strength is no trifling matter. Your nephew should be cautious. Should he truly prove inferior, I shall readily concede. Despite this, Fu Xian sent a trusted aide to inform Fu Mashing to be vigilant regarding Chen Qing's cast iron spear and not to underestimate him. As the competition commenced, the supervising official raised 2 flags, declaring, "Gentlemen, heed my words. In this contest of martial prowess, no harm is to befall your opponent. The one who subdues the other shall emerge victorious. Otherwise, military law shall not be lenient." With a wave of his flags, the duel began. The surrounding drums roared, and soldiers shouted fervently, "Sever his head. Split him in 2. As chaos reigned supreme, with a swift sweep of his iron spear, Chen Qing stood tall, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon his opponent. He tightened his legs around his steed, urging the warhorse into a gallop. Fu Mashing, spurred by the same fervor, charged forward. In an instant, they were face to face. Fu Mashing bellowed, aiming a ruthless strike at Chen Qing's shoulder, showing no mercy. He was prepared to face the consequences of military law to avenge a prior humiliation. Anticipating this, Chen Qing remained unruffled, just as Fu Mashing's blade neared his neck. He abruptly ducked, a gust of wind swirling as the sword cleaved through the air above him. In the fleeting moment as their horses crossed, Chen Qing relinquished his spear and leapt from his mount, toppling Fu Mashing to the ground. He had long perceived the weakness in Fu Mashing's stance, recognizing his instability. Before Fu Mashing could regain his composure, a sharp dagger pressed against his throat, and Chen Qing warned coldly, "Move again, and I shall sever your throat." Feeling the chilling blade, Fu Mashing was gripped by a sharp pain, rendering him motionless. The referee glanced at Commander Wang Yin, who remained unperturbed. Fu Xian protested urgently, "Commander, this is clearly not a fair duel. Can it truly be counted?" Wang Yin merely chuckled. "They are competing for the position of scout leader. Such tactics are entirely permissible for a scout. Would you not agree, General Fu?" Fu Xian found himself momentarily speechless, suddenly realizing he had been misled by Chen Qing's iron spear. "Commander, Mashing has already fought 3 rounds. By the rules, he should be afforded another chance, should he not?" Wang Yin nodded slightly, indeed. Seeing the commander acquiesce, the referee waved his flag and proclaimed, "Third round, victory to Chen, the Marquis." Silence enveloped the surroundings. The whistles and cheers faded, and all the soldiers looked on in bewilderment at the unexpected turn of events. Li Jiang felt a wave of relief, confident he had not misjudged Chen Qing. By evading his own shortcomings and exploiting the opponent's cumbersome weaknesses, he had decisively triumphed. This was the mark of an exceptional scout. Chen Qing stood, swiftly brandishing his dagger once more. Fu Moshang, infuriated and humiliated, attempted to seize him, but the sharp blade was at hand, poised to pierce should he advance further. Fu Moshang's hand froze in place, eliciting laughter from the surrounding soldiers. Even Wang Yin could not stifle a chuckle, bemused by the evident lack of wit. According to the contest rules, having previously won 2 matches, Fu Moshang was entitled to challenge Chen Qing once more. He proposed an additional duel using the foot bow, believing his unsteady footing would be less of a hindrance in this format. However, Chen Qing had no experience with the bow, having only practiced with the crossbow, and thus suggested they employ the foot crossbow instead. Despite Fu Xian's vehement objections, Wang Yin readily assented. He approached the arena with a military crossbow, pointing to a small tree perched upon the cliff. Addressing the 2 contenders, "That tree is approximately 80 paces away. You shall compete to strike it. Hitting the trunk is superior, while knocking down branches is an even greater feat. I shall go first." Fu Moshang, feeling defiant, stepped forward, selecting a 2-stone bow. He knocked an arrow and drew back the string. The foot bow represented the foundation of martial training. In the Northern Song dynasty, countless archery clubs flourished along the borders, where farmers would gather during the off-season to practice their marksmanship. Needless to say, the formidable 8 characters army boasts soldiers adept in archery, each possessing a voice in the ranks. As Fu Moshang knocked an arrow, a chorus of applause erupted. What remarkable strength! Upon releasing the string, the arrow traced a graceful parabolic arc, striking a small tree but failing to embed itself, merely grazing the trunk before falling to the ground. A collective sigh of disappointment resonated around, yet it was an impressive feat to hit a tree the diameter of a teacup from 80 paces away. The tree's rounded trunk offered only a slender surface to strike, making such precision a formidable challenge. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Chen Qing. Wang Yin handed his military crossbow to Chen Qing, grinning, "But this is a crossbow, it also functions like a bow, thus I cannot deem your attempt as improper. Give it a try." Chen Qing accepted the crossbow and examined it briefly, his heart settling as he noted its structure bore little difference from the crossbows of later times. While modern crossbows are crafted from aluminum alloy, this Song Dynasty version was made from jujube wood. And it was the first time he had encountered a crossbow with such a wide back. It likely required significant strength to draw, and the weapon itself was quite heavy, weighing at least 20 pounds. Supporting the crossbow with his left hand, he pulled the string with his right, straining his arms as he shouted, and the bowstring creaked as it was drawn. Fu Moshang's expression shifted, and gasps filled the air. My goodness! He managed to draw the legendary divine arm crossbow with sheer arm strength, unbeknownst to Chen Qing. The crossbow he wielded was the illustrious divine arm crossbow of the Song Dynasty, a feat beyond the capability of ordinary soldiers. Professional crossbowmen typically relied on their legs to assist in drawing the bow, and even Fu Moshang needed to leverage his waist strength to accomplish the same. Yet, in his ignorance, Chen Qing boldly drew the bowstring with his arms alone. Wang Yin, moved by this display, had intended to test Chen Qing's strength by presenting the divine arm crossbow, but the outcome astonished him. As Chen Qing loaded the crossbow, he chuckled sheepishly, acknowledging the effort it required as he addressed the commander. Wang Yin, maintaining his composure, urged, "Shoot an arrow for me to see." With the crossbow raised, Chen Qing took aim at the small tree perched on the cliffside. His gaze was calm, his hand steady as a mountain. Wang Yin nodded inwardly, recognizing that such steadiness could only be achieved through years of rigorous practice. The soldiers collectively inhaled sharply. To support 20 pounds with one arm while maintaining such steadiness was an unparalleled feat among the 8 characters army. Archery may appear simple, yet achieving mastery is equally challenging. Chen Qing released the mechanism, and with a swift whoosh, an arrow shot forth like lightning, striking the tree branch dead on. With a resounding crack, the branch broke and plummeted from the cliff. Cheers and applause erupted throughout the camp. No one cared about his origins from the Huanqing army anymore. He had captivated the onlookers with his prowess. Fu Moshang, visibly disheartened, shot a cold glance at Chen Qing before turning away in silence. Wang Yin presented Chen Qing with a bronze medal, gazing at him intently as he proclaimed, "From this moment on, you shall be the second commander of the scout battalion of the 8 characters army." Chapter 5. The narrow path. Chen Qing had no time to acclimatize with his superiors or subordinates. He was to depart immediately upon his appointment. Li Jiang entrusted him with a command token, instructing him to lead the troops in a westward retreat from Daisen Pass tonight. Scouts were to precede them to ascertain whether enemy forces lay in ambush. You are to dispatch the 2nd Scouting Unit to probe the northern route of Jingzhou. Should you discover anything, send a messenger back at once. Understood. Before nightfall had fully descended, Chen Qing, at the helm of 22 scout cavalrymen, departed the valley, galloping southwestward. It was late autumn, the sky overcast, with relentless rain over the past 2 days rendering the air damp and heavy. The desolate landscape was shrouded in a veil of gray mist. The war raged on, as bands of Jurchen cavalry pillaged and slaughtered across the plains of Guangzhou, hunting down the remnants of the retreating Song soldiers. Chen Qing felt as though he were in a dream, merely 2 days prior. He had led a small anti-drug task force deep into the borderlands, and now he found himself commanding a Song detachment into the heart of the battlefield. The span of 9 centuries seemed intertwined by an invisible thread of fate. As dawn broke the following day, Chen Qing led his unit back, circumventing the Wei Shui from the south, and ascended a small earthen mound. In the distance lay a winding river, flanked by vast fields of wheat. The golden grain had ripened. And despite the ongoing conflict, desperate farmers rushed to harvest their crops, undeterred by the perils surrounding them. The incessant rain had wreaked havoc on the wheat. Delay would result in total spoilage. These farmers resembled canaries in a coal mine, signaling the absence of lethal threats nearby. Yet Chen Qing and his men could not stray too far from the main force. The absence of enemy forces now did not guarantee safety in the moments to come. Spotting a grove in the distance, Chen Qing commanded, "Let us take refuge within the woods." He spurred his cavalry toward the western thicket. Just as they drew several hundred paces near, he suddenly shouted, "Halt!" The men reined in their horses. "What is it, Commander?" "There are hoofprints on the ground." The soldiers then noticed the scattered, fresh tracks, arriving from the northwest, circling around, and leading directly into the woods. "Ah, there is enemy activity." Tension gripped the group as Chen Qing bellowed, "Stay calm, prepare for archery." The men swiftly readied their bows and arrows, dispersing into formation. A horn sounded, and a contingent of Jurchen cavalry, around 20 strong, burst forth from the thicket, each bare-chested, with unkempt hair and faces painted black. They too had wished to don armor but had arrived too late, fearing the alarm of the Song scouts would allow the soldiers to escape. Just as the Song scouts sought to capture them for interrogation, the Jurchen riders aimed to seize their adversaries and inquire about the main force's whereabouts. Concealed within the grove, the 20 Jurchen cavalry awaited the Song army to fall into their trap, only to be discovered by the Song cavalry. Chen Qing silently thanked his fortune for nearly succumbing to the folly of overconfidence, mistakenly believing that the farmers working in the fields indicated the absence of danger. Unaware that the enemy had taken refuge in the woods at dawn, while the farmers remained oblivious to their presence. "Release the arrows." Chen Qing let out a fierce shout, raising his military crossbow to release a bolt. Over 20 arrows soared through the air, aiming towards the Jurchen cavalry. However, the riders abruptly vanished from their mounts, taking refuge beneath their horses. Only 2 steeds were struck down by the volley, leaving the Jurchen cavalry unscathed. As the last of the arrows flew past, the Jurchen riders re-emerged atop their horses, knocking arrows to retaliate against the Song troops with remarkable proficiency. The power of their bows was formidable, and 2 Song scouts were struck by the rain of arrows, crying out in agony as they fell from their horses. Remaining stationary rendered them mere targets, vulnerable to the overwhelming force of the enemy cavalry. Thus, engaging in combat became imperative. Retreat was out of the question, for the enemy's horsemanship surpassed theirs, and their speed was unmatched. They would be relentlessly pursued and shot down, leaving none alive. Without hesitation, Chen Qing commanded, "Follow me and charge." With a sweep of his spear, he led 20 of his men into the fray. The 2 cavalry units collided with a thunderous crash, sending mud flying, horses whinnying, and soldiers screaming, while the distant farmers fled in terror. The 2 sides clashed fiercely. The Jurchen scouts were all brave and skilled warriors, proficient in combat and horsemanship. Yet they fought independently without coordination. In contrast, although the Song scouts were hastily assembled and their equestrian skills were not exceptional, they were selected elites from the army, well-trained and disciplined, emphasizing formation and teamwork. Their sturdy armor and superior equipment gave them an advantage over the enemy. For a time, the 2 scouting forces fought to a standstill, with cries of pain echoing as casualties mounted on both sides. To strike the man, first strike the horse. To capture the thief, first capture the king. With a swift motion of his iron spear, Chen Qing charged toward the opposing centurion. Lacking formal training in spear techniques, he relied on principles from swordsmanship, focusing on exploiting weaknesses for a decisive blow. As their horses met, the opponent's mace swung viciously toward Chen Qing, creating a gust of wind. He deftly sidestepped, thrusting his spear at the enemy's abdomen with lightning speed. Before the opponent could retract the mace to defend, Chen Qing's spear suddenly redirected, piercing the enemy's warhorse instead. This unexpected maneuver left the steed unable to evade, and with a sickening sound, it was impaled through the skull. The horse collapsed, pinning one of the centurion's legs beneath it. Before the centurion could rise, Chen Qing drove his spear through the man's back, eliciting a horrific scream as he perished on the spot. The death of their leader severely impacted the morale of the Jurchen cavalry, a common trait among nomadic soldiers. They lacked the deep-seated hatred stemming from national defeat, for their presence in the Central Plains was driven solely by the desire to plunder wealth and women. Their morale relied on the thrill of looting, fierce but lacking resilience. Once their spirit waned, they felt the endeavor was not worth the risk and hesitated to continue fighting. The Jurchen cavalry was no exception. With their leader fallen and sensing the tide turning against them, thoughts of retreat began to surface. In stark contrast, the morale of the Song Scouts soared, emboldened by their victories and displaying seamless coordination, often forming a 3-to-1 advantage against their foes. In mere moments, several more Jurchen riders were unseated. "Retreat!" shouted a Jurchen sergeant, prompting the troops to turn their mounts and flee. Chen Qing had long set his sights on him, raising his crossbow to aim at the enemy's warhorse. With a swift release, the arrow struck true, hitting the steed's hind leg, causing it to collapse and throw the Jurchen commander several paces away. The remaining 8 Jurchen cavalrymen had already fled, and Chen Qing chose not to pursue them. They had captured 3 prisoners, sufficient to glean vital intelligence about the enemy. "Take them away and interrogate them separately," commanded Chen Qing. The scouts of the Song army seized the prisoners by their hair and dragged them away. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Chen Qing sat upon a large rock. They had slain 3,000 foes but suffered the loss of 2,000 of their own. In this battle, they had eliminated 9 Jurchen cavalrymen and captured 3. Yet they had also lost 6 brothers, which could only be deemed a Pyrrhic victory. Had it not been for the demise of the enemy centurion, and had the Jurchen cavalry not underestimated them by foregoing armor, it was certain that defeat would have been theirs today. Having experienced the ferocity of the Jurchen cavalry, Chen Qing felt a rising anxiety. If the 8-character army were to confront the main force of the enemy cavalry, it would surely lead to their annihilation. The results of the interrogation astonished Chen Qing. Wan Zhongbi was leading a main force of 10,000 cavalry just 30 miles to the east, and they had indeed detected the presence of the 8-character army the previous day, lying in wait for their appearance. Time was of the essence. Chen Qing hastily buried the bodies of his comrades, executed the 3 prisoners, and immediately led his men northward at a rapid pace. Moments later, Chen Qing encountered the main force of the 8-character army, which was marching in formation towards the southwest. Upon hearing Chen Qing's report, Li Jiang was equally taken aback and promptly brought him before Wang Yan. "I report to you, esteemed commander, that Chen Dutu has received intelligence. Wan Zhongbi leads 10,000 cavalry just 30 miles to the east." Wang Yan's expression grew grave. This intelligence was remarkably timely. The situation was dire. Should the enemy cavalry advance, their army would face utter destruction. He realized that it was likely they could not escape this calamity. While on the road, Chen Qing devised a strategy. He clasped his hands in salute and said, "Esteemed commander, we are merely 30 miles from the Weishui River, where there is a floating bridge. If we dispatch a contingent of troops to obstruct the enemy, it may buy time for the main force to retreat, perhaps affording us a slender chance of survival." The deputy commander, Fu Xian, brightened at this suggestion and whispered eagerly, "Commander, this is indeed a splendid plan." Wang Yan sighed inwardly. This meant sending a small number of brothers to their deaths to save the majority. Though reluctant, he accepted this singular feasible option. Prepare the death lottery. Chapter 6. The Death Warriors. Fu Xian approached Chen Qing with a cold smile and remarked, "Surely you did not anticipate ensnaring yourself?" Chen Qing withdrew his drawn lot, only to discover it was a life lot, leaving Fu Xian astonished. "Then why do you choose to remain?" he inquired. Chen Qing broke the lot in half and regarded Fu Xian with calm resolve, saying, "In the face of life and death, not all are inclined to seek personal gain or avoid peril. It is the duty of a scout to cover the main force's retreat. And should I fall in service to my country, it would be an honor for me." Chen Qing. With that, he turned away, no longer casting a glance at Fu Xian, and spurred his horse onward. Fu Xian stood there, staring at the severed pieces of the life lot on the ground. And after a lengthy sigh, he urged his horse southward. The soldiers drew lots as they ran. Those who drew the death lots remained behind. There were no farewells, no words of encouragement. In that fleeting moment of drawing lots, their fates were sealed. 5,000 troops fled, leaving a solitary 1,000 soldiers abandoned in the wilderness. Chen Qing suddenly noticed that Li Jiang had also chosen to stay. "Commander, you two have remained?" he asked. Li Jiang smiled faintly. "I drew a death lot. Naturally, I must stay. Besides, a commander must lead these 1,000 brothers. Damn that Fu Mashing. He clearly drew a death lot, but refuses to stay." Lu Wu interjected. Zhao Xiaoi had drawn a death lot as well, but instead of drawing, he chose to remain. They had risen from the pile of corpses and had long since become indifferent to life and death. Li Jiang shook his head in critical moments. Each person makes their own choice. We need only be true to our conscience. "Chen, let us gather the brothers." The 1,000 soldiers quickly assembled. "Do we not know what fate awaits us? Death is not to be feared. When the nation is in peril, all are destined to perish. Yet, there exists a distinction in death. Shall one perish like an ant, trampled underfoot, or shall one die with the valor of a true man?" Li Jiang's voice grew increasingly fervent. "We are soldiers. To die on the battlefield is a fortune. Brothers, our descendants will remember us. Today, let us show the Jurchen their might." Li Jiang raised his spear and shouted, "Slay the Jurchen." The 1,000 soldiers echoed in unison, "Slay the Jurchen." At that moment, Chen Qing's blood surged with fervor. He yearned to plunge into the fray and confront the enemy head-on. Li Jiang raised Chen Qing's hand high and declared, "Brothers, this is Commander Chen. From this moment forth, you shall be my deputy. Should I fall, you will assume command. Let us march forth." Li Jiang and Chen Qing led the army eastward, and scarcely had they traveled 10 miles when the earth began to tremble. In the distance, a dark line appeared, accompanied by a swirling haze of reddish-yellow dust. The 10,000 cavalry led by Wan and Zongbi had finally arrived. Form the spear formation. The 1,000 Song soldiers swiftly arranged themselves into a 30 by 30 spear square, the optimal tactic for infantry facing cavalry, harnessing collective strength to confront the enemy's horsemen. Li Jiang and Chen Qing positioned themselves at the heart of the formation, gazing at the approaching Jurchen cavalry, a palpable aura of hostility enveloping the air. Li Jiang smiled serenely. "Commander Chen, you must have drawn a life lot, have you not?" Chen Qing nodded and calmly stated, "This is my strategy. Naturally, I must remain." Li Jiang produced his drawing, which also revealed a life token. Chen Qing was taken aback, questioning, "Why, General? You are my subordinate. If you stay, how can I flee alone?" The two exchanged hearty laughter. Suddenly, Chen Qing sensed something. Upon turning around, he realized that not only Lu Wu and Zhao Xiaoi were present, but also all of his dozen scouts had remained, silently following him. Chen Qing's nostrils flared, tears unexpectedly welling up. 1,000 cavalrymen surged forth like a dark tide, having spotted the opposing Song army. They swiftly slowed their advance, ultimately halting a mile away. The Jurchen cavalry, adorned with leather caps and clad in iron armor, wielded bows and spears, forming an impenetrable wall, their banners fluttering ominously, exuding an aura of impending doom. The 1,000 Song soldiers before them appeared as insignificant as ants facing a colossal beetle. The commander, Wanyan Zongbi, scoffed, "Do you think a mantis can stop a chariot? Commander, these Song soldiers must be sent by Wang Yin to buy time. I am well aware of such trivial tactics, but how long do they believe they can delay us?" Wanyan Zongbi raised his battle blade and bellowed, "Charge! Crush these insects." The 1,000 Jurchen cavalry surged forth once more, resembling an unstoppable black tide, sweeping towards the 1,000 Song infantry. The initial assault came in the form of a deluge of arrows, darkening the sky as they rained down upon them. In this moment of life and death, Li Jiang raised his spear and shouted, "Brothers, fight for the nation, die without regret. Fight for the nation, die without regret." The 1,000 Song soldiers echoed in unison, raising their shields to fend off the swarm of arrows, forming a phalanx with their spears angled at 45 degrees towards the sky. Crouching low, their sharp spear tips bracing against the formidable charge of the cavalry. The war horses came thundering in like a tempest, crashing into the ranks of the Song soldiers. Ack! Dozens from the front lines of the Song soldiers screamed as they were hurled away, their bodies torn in the air, blood mist rising. Yet, many war horses were also pierced by the spears, their riders screaming as they fell to the ground, trampled into the earth by the oncoming cavalry. The Song soldiers were continuously swept aside by the galloping steeds, yet the pile of corpses at the front grew ever higher. After nearly 200 Song soldiers had fallen, the overwhelming wave of Jurchen cavalry finally came to a halt. Li Jiang shouted, "Charge towards the commander's banner." 800 Song soldiers rose, treading upon the sea of bodies as they charged towards the enemy's command flag. No. Chen Qing cried out, advanced towards the northeast. Li Jiang was taken aback. Chen Qing, keenly observant, realized that there were at least 3,000 armored cavalry surrounding the command flag. Advancing there was tantamount to seeking death. Conversely, the enemy cavalry to the northeast were clad in leather armor, likely not Jurchen warriors. There lay a glimmer of hope for a breakout in the northeast. Li Jiang wryly mused, could there still be a chance for survival? Nevertheless, he altered the command, directing the charge towards the northeast. The 800 Song soldiers shifted their course, following their commander as they advanced towards the northeast, while Wanyan Zongbi coldly ordered, surround them, annihilate them. The mournful sound of the deep-toned horn echoed across the land, as layers of cavalry surrounded the battlefield. In an instant, 800 soldiers of the Song army were completely engulfed by 10,000 mounted warriors. The Song soldiers, encircled and engaged in fierce combat, dwindled in number. They fought valiantly, undaunted and unyielding. Many met their demise alongside their foes, inflicting equal casualties upon the enemy. In his heart, Wanyan Zongbi sighed. If the Song army exhibited such relentless courage, how could the Song dynasty ever fall? Yet, despite his reflections, Wanyan Zongbi readied his powerful bow, knocking a wolf-tooth arrow, and aimed at the commander of the Song forces. With a swift motion, a cold arrow was loosed. Li Jiang, embroiled in battle with dozens of enemies, was caught off guard and struck in the forehead by Wanyan Zongbi's arrow. He let out a wretched scream as he fell from his horse, instantly pierced by numerous spears. General, Chen Qing shouted hoarsely, his eyes wide with horror as he witnessed the enemy sever Li Jiang's head. In that moment, Chen Qing's eyes blazed with fury. He turned to find only 200 of his men remaining. Charge with me. Chen Qing, suppressing his grief, bellowed, cutting down several foes to carve a bloody path, leading the Song soldiers in a desperate breakout towards the northeast. To the northeast lay not the Jurchen cavalry, but rather the surrendering Khitan riders, numbering around 2,000. Led by the centurion Wanyan Palyuawa, as Chen Qing's forces crashed into the Khitan ranks, he immediately sensed a reduction in pressure. It was a peculiar feeling. Although the Khitan were as fierce as the Jurchen, they lacked the will to fight to the death. Faced with the Song soldiers prepared to perish together, they retreated swiftly, mostly shooting arrows from a distance. Though the Song soldiers suffered some losses, it was not to the extent of total annihilation as before. Having slain the enemy commander, Wanyan Zongbi paid little heed to the remaining 200 remnants of the Song army, delegating the task of their complete destruction to the Khitan troops. However, observing from afar, Wanyan Zongbi's anger surged at the Khitan soldiers' unwillingness to fight fiercely. Inform Palyuawa that if the Song forces manage to escape, he will present their heads to me. Wanyan Palyuawa, filled with trepidation, led several hundred cavalrymen into the fray, brandishing his bronze hammer. He charged ahead and encountered Chen Qing. With a thunderous roar, Wanyan Palyuawa swung his dual hammers down. Chen Qing, having long since disregarded his own life, did not evade. He thrust his spear fiercely into his opponent's chest, determined to meet his end alongside the Khitan leader. Wanyan Palyuawa sensed the resolve of his adversary and hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to evade Chen Qing's desperate assault. In that fleeting moment, his hammers faltered in the air, and Chen Qing's iron spear unhesitatingly pierced his heart. Thud! The spear pierced through, and Wanyan Palyuawa let out a cry, collapsing lifelessly. The death of the centurion threw the Khitan cavalry into disarray. Seizing the final opportunity, Chen Qing roared, slaying several foes, and the morale of the Song soldiers surged. Following him, they carved a bloody path, and Chen Qing led over 100 of his men through the enemy's encirclement, racing towards the north. At this moment, Wanyan Zongbi no longer wished to delay. Any further procrastination might allow Wang Yinjin to escape. The entire army assembled to pursue the main enemy forces along the Wei River. The sound of the horn echoed through the air as the Jurchen cavalry regrouped. However, this did not imply that Wanyan Zongbi would show mercy to the remnants of the enemy forces, particularly to the commander responsible for the death of Wanyan Palyuawa. He intended to dismember him utterly. Where's Wanyan Alu? The centurion Wanyan Alu stepped forward, clasping his fists. I am here. You shall lead 300 scouting cavalry to hunt down the remnants of the enemy. Ensure that none escape, and bring me the head of their chief commander. Understood. Wanyan Alu then led his 300 scouts northward in pursuit. Meanwhile, Wanyan Zongbi commanded over 9,000 cavalry as they galloped fiercely towards the Wei River. Alas, Wanyan Zongbi's forces arrived only moments too late. The 5,000 main troops of the Batsi army had just crossed the Wei River. While the Song soldiers severed the iron chains and drenched the floating bridge in oil, igniting it into a raging inferno. Chapter 7. The Abyss, Part 1. Chen Qing led over 130 soldiers into the forest. The moment they entered the woods, each one felt as if they had crawled back from the depths of the underworld. Chen Qing's steed collapsed, frothing at the mouth, on the brink of death. Sergeant Yang Hua rushed forward and suggested, "Captain, if we cross the forest, we'll reach the Erlang army camp on the opposite hillside." Noticing the soldiers' spirits waning, Chen Qing shouted urgently, "The enemy is pursuing. No one rest. Continue to retreat north." The soldiers summoned their remaining strength, rising to flee. "Captain, Lu Wu can't go on," Zhao Xiaoi cried out in despair from behind. Lu Wu had been grievously wounded by a spear, his intestines exposed. Blood nearly drained from his body. He had persevered until now, but upon entering the woods, his resolve faltered, and he could no longer hold on. Chen Qing knelt beside him, tending to his wounds while offering words of comfort. "You'll be fine. It's just a minor injury. Don't dwell on it." Lu Wu's chest heaved violently, teetering on the brink of death. He grasped Chen Qing's hand tightly, pleading, "Captain, I implore you just one request. Please tell my son that his father did not bring shame, that I died for my country." "You must tell him," Lu Wu gasped, his head slumping as he ceased to breathe. Chen Qing held back his tears, gently closing Lu Wu's eyes and nodding, "I will ensure it." "Captain, they are coming," a soldier shouted in terror, pointing towards the edge of the woods. The thunder of hooves echoed as a contingent of several hundred Jurchen cavalry appeared 100 paces away. With a determined effort, Chen Qing heaved Lu Wu's lifeless body into a nearby muddy ditch, where the thick sludge swallowed it whole. "We must go." Chen Qing led the remaining soldiers deeper into the forest. Before long, 300 Jurchen cavalry charged into the woods like a tempest, expertly maneuvering their steeds as they raced through the trees. The Jurchen riders drew their bows mid-gallop, unleashing a volley of arrows that struck down the lagging Song soldiers. Cries of agony echoing as they fell. Many Song soldiers, heavily wounded and unable to run swiftly, ultimately succumbed to the Jurchen arrows. As the number of slain and injured soldiers mounted, Chen Qing's heart tightened. If this continued, none would survive. "Captain, look!" Zhao Xiaoi suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the trees. Chen Qing followed his gaze and spotted 2 enormous beehives hanging from a large tree, resembling 2 giant lanterns suspended from a branch. A glimmer of hope sparked in Chen Qing's eyes. "This could be an excellent strategy. Let me handle it," Zhao Xiaoi declared eagerly. "I've dealt with them since childhood." "Be careful," Chen Qing cautioned. Zhao Xiaoi, agile as a monkey, climbed up the tree, tearing his military uniform to cover his face and neck. He waved at Chen Qing, who turned and ran. Moments later, the 300 Jurchen cavalry arrived. Zhao Xiaoi swung his sword fiercely, and the 2 massive beehives, along with the branch, plummeted. Zhao Xiaoi quickly embraced a sturdy limb, using it to shield his slight frame. Thud. Thud. 2 enormous beehives crashed down heavily amidst the cavalry, beside which stood one Enelu. A swarm of furious hornets surged into the air, assaulting the surrounding horsemen. The warhorses neighed in terror, rearing their front hooves high, while the cavalrymen shielded their faces and scattered in panic. The pursuing Jurchen cavalry quickly fell into disarray, with those at the rear pulling their mounts to a halt, bewildered as they gazed at the wild beasts swirling through the trees. Seizing this opportunity, the Song soldiers burst forth from the woods, rushing towards the river and leaping into the water. Ahead loomed 2 towering mountains, with the river coursing between them. The river spanned approximately 10 zhang and, at this season of dwindling waters, barely reached knee-deep in the center, yet the current remained swift, with numerous injured soldiers. The exertion of battle and flight had left them utterly fatigued, making their passage through the river arduous. In contrast, the enemy's iron cavalry would find it effortless to cross. And with their formidable archery, it was likely that they would be shot down at the foot of the mountains before they could ascend. If only they could devise something akin to the beehive to impede the enemy's advance, they might yet escape this peril. Chen Qing's mind raced as he sought a simple yet effective means of obstruction. Historically, one of the most effective methods against cavalry was the use of iron caltrops. But what else? Tripwires, pit traps. Pit traps, Chen Qing thought, as if struck by lightning. This solution was perfectly suited to their predicament, being both straightforward and efficient. The injured would go first, and the unscathed brothers would follow me in setting up, with a contingent of several dozen soldiers. Chen Qing swiftly dug numerous deep pits along the cavalry's path with daggers, the soft earth yielding easily. They then broke arrows, embedding the tips upwards into the pits, and covered the openings with heaps of leaves. "Captain, will this be effective?" Chen Qing shook his head, uncertain, but every moment gained was precious. He glanced back towards the woods, anxiety gnawing at him as he wondered if Zhao Xiaoyi would manage to escape. The thunderous sound of hoofbeats echoed from the trees. The Jurchen cavalry was closing in. "Go!" Chen Qing exclaimed, leaping into the river with his soldiers, swiftly making their way to the opposite shore. In mere moments, the Jurchen iron cavalry burst forth from the woods, unscathed but delayed. Wanyan Alu, his face swollen with rage, glared at the fleeing Song soldiers in the river and shouted, "Pursue the enemy, annihilate them." Hundreds of ironclad riders accelerated towards the river. Suddenly, several cavalrymen at the front toppled over, and those behind were unable to evade, causing dozens of warhorses to stumble. The rear cavalry reined in their mounts, hesitating to advance. "What happened?" Wanyan Alu demanded sharply. "Captain, there are pit traps on the ground." Several warhorses had broken their legs, with arrow tips embedded deep in their hooves, rendering them useless, and several riders were grievously injured. Seeing the Song soldiers already ashore, fleeing towards the mountains, Wanyan Alu, frantic, bellowed, "Forget the pit traps, pursue at once." The Jurchen cavalry, steeling themselves, charged towards the river. Yet another unfortunate rider stepped into a pit trap, causing his horse to rear and crash, sending him tumbling into the river. Unforeseen and unavoidable. Another cavalryman fell victim to the pitfall, the sharp arrowhead piercing the horse's hoof, causing the steed to crash heavily to the ground, pinning its rider beneath. Yet, the remaining cavalry charged into the river, steeds galloping through the rushing water, splashes erupting around them. The Jurchen cavalry, bow drawn and arrows nocked, aimed at the Song soldiers retreating into the forest, while Chen Qing wielded his spear to deflect the incoming projectiles, moving cautiously backward. Ultimately, the Jurchen cavalry faltered, allowing Chen Qing and a handful of soldiers to plunge into the depths of the woods, their figures vanishing into the shadows. The Jurchen cavalry reined in their mounts before the forest, unable to pursue on horseback. They dismounted to track their quarry. Wanyan Alu, lifting his hand to shield his eyes, gazed up the slope and discerned a wooden encampment nestled halfway up the mountain. With a garrison present, the entire army could momentarily regroup. They could not escape. Chen Qing, however, could no longer lead his men in a desperate flight. The majority were wounded, and if they pressed on, even if they evaded the Jurchen forces, many would succumb to their injuries. They desperately needed to rest and tend to their wounds. Arlangsai was a small military outpost established by the commander Chu Duan during the defensive deployment in Guangzhou. Numerous such posts were scattered throughout the region, housing soldiers and stockpiling supplies. The commander of the Northwest Army, Zhang Jun, was focused on orchestrating the Fuping campaign, opposing Chu Duan's strategy of fortification, leading to the abandonment of nearly all the garrisons. Perched halfway up the mountain, the outpost was modest in size, appearing crescent-shaped from above, encompassing an area of approximately 500 to 600 square meters, sufficient to accommodate 200 men. The troops had excavated over 20 cave dwellings in the mountain's face, serving as both barracks and storage for supplies, while a perimeter of stockades had been erected at the front. Additionally, a mountain spring cascaded down from above, a crucial element, as a water source was essential for establishing a military encampment. Upon entering the outpost, the exhausted soldiers collapsed, their injuries and extreme fatigue rendering them immobile. Those uninjured soaked cloth strips in the spring water to cleanse and bandage the wounded. The soldiers opened the cave dwellings, finding them dry and well ventilated, shielded from rain and warmth, and they carried the gravely wounded inside. Starving and suffering from severe injuries, they lacked both medicinal supplies and food. Without healing remedies, the injured would not survive the night. Without sustenance, neither would the others. More alarmingly, they were devoid of weaponry, having discarded their armor and spears in the woods. Left with only personal daggers and a scant supply of arrows, the sole weapon in their possession was the iron spear carried by their commander, Chen Qing. Should the Jurchens mount an attack, they would be forced to flee in disarray, fracturing their ranks, leading to the dissolution of their formation, and thus, their inevitable demise. This was a harsh reality none wished to confront. All eyes were fixed upon the cave storehouse, their only glimmer of hope. Chen Qing commanded his men to tear down the seals and strike at the heavy lock with hammers. Sergeant Yang Hua chuckled, assuring him, "General, fear not. There must be armor and supplies within." Chen Qing, though skeptical, ordered, "Break the lock." At last, the formidable lock yielded to their blows, the door swung open, and a flood of light poured in, illuminating the interior of the cave, prompting an immediate cheer from the soldiers. Chen Qing let out a long sigh of relief, wearily leaning against the doorframe, feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards the station troops. Chapter 8, Desperation, Part 2. Within the cave warehouse lay a vast array of supplies, provisions, salt, medicinal herbs, spears, battle blades, leather armor, bows, and arrows. Everything they required was present. Perhaps the retreating Song army had vacated the premises in haste, leaving behind a majority of their stored goods. Chen Qing, perplexed, inquired of Yang Hua, "How can you be certain there would be military supplies?" Yang Hua elucidated, "In my previous station at the Xingping army stronghold in Fazhou, we received orders upon our departure to ensure that all supplies were not to be destroyed, but rather secured for the righteous army. Similarly, when our 8-character army withdrew from Shandong, we left behind a substantial cache of military provisions for the local militia." Understanding dawned on Chen Qing. He stepped forward and picked up a grand longbow, which, to be precise, was a castle bow, resembling the English longbow of later eras, standing nearly a man's height and utilizing 3-foot-long arrows. However, this longbow could only contend with ordinary infantry clad in leather armor and would not pierce the lacquered iron armor of the Jurchen cavalry. To combat the Jurchen scouts, a crossbow with superior armor-piercing capability was necessary. Setting the longbow aside, another item caught his attention. Neatly arranged against the innermost wall stood 10 wooden carts, which Chen Qing identified as such due to the 4 wooden wheels beneath them. "What are those?" Chen Qing queried, pointing at the 10 wooden carts. "Ah!" Several soldiers exclaimed joyfully, "Those are bed crossbows." The bed crossbow, known since the Han Dynasty, was the very device from which Zhuge Liang's repeating crossbow was derived, capable of launching 10 bolts at once. During the Song Dynasty, military technology reached its zenith, and the bed crossbows crafted were even more exquisite, capable of firing 5 iron arrows that could penetrate enemy armor from 500 paces away, yet were simple enough for 5 soldiers to operate a single unit. The discovery of preserved bed crossbows and abundant weaponry within the military encampment rekindled hope among the despairing Song soldiers. "Brothers," Chen Qing declared, "we have fought our way through a myriad of foes. The most arduous moments have passed. Though our pursuers outnumber us 3 to 1, the Jurchens excel in cavalry archery, not in siege warfare. We stand at an advantageous height, fortified by defenses. Equipped with bed crossbows and ample provisions, this is the path to survival granted to us by the heavens. Brothers, let us not fail our destiny. We shall achieve ultimate victory." Chen Qing raised his spear high and shouted fervently, "Heaven commands us. We shall prevail. Victory! Victory!" echoed the voices of 98 soldiers, their spirits soaring. Chen Qing divided the 98 soldiers into 5 squads, appointing experienced sergeants to lead them. The soldiers swiftly mobilized, hauling bundles of spears and arrows, while dozens of military crossbows and 10 bed crossbows were also retrieved. "Captain, they are coming," a sentinel called out from atop the observation platform. Chen Qing strode confidently to the camp gate, peering down the mountainside, where he beheld a dense formation of Jurchen soldiers advancing along the mountain path. Approximately 100 paces from the encampment, armed with shields and spears, moving forward in ranks of 6 or 7. However, from Chen Qing's vantage point, he could not discern their exact numbers. "How many adversaries are there? How are they deployed?" The sentinel above replied, "Approximately 50 individuals ahead, armed with shields and spears. The main force lies behind, separated by several dozen paces." Chen Qing pondered momentarily. The enemy was also composed of scouts, whose defining characteristic is their caution, rarely taking risks. Chen Qing resolved to take a gamble, aiming to catch the enemy off guard. He resolutely commanded, "Open the camp gate." Wanyan Alu led 300 Jurchen soldiers cautiously toward the military encampment. As a skilled cavalry captain, he was exceedingly shrewd. He would not recklessly charge with his forces, but instead sent 50 men ahead to probe the enemy, while he followed with over 200 elite troops. The captain observed the open gates of the camp, questioning whether the enemy had fled. It seemed improbable, with so many wounded. They wouldn't abandon their injured in the woods or on the riverbank, nor would they leave them on the mountain. They must be within the encampment, perhaps even arming themselves. With this thought, Wanyan Alu commanded, "Inform the frontline comrades to raise their shields higher." He harbored no fear of the enemy's arrows, for their iron armor could withstand ordinary projectiles. Only a military crossbow could pose a threat, yet with shields in place, even that would prove ineffective against them. Ultimately, the enemy would be forced to engage in close combat with spears, which was precisely what he anticipated. If 300 of his finest scouts could not overcome a mere 100 wounded Song soldiers, he would rather end his own life. The 50 Jurchen soldiers drew ever closer to the camp gate. 50 paces, 30 paces, 20 paces. Suddenly, 5 crossbows appeared at the entrance. And Chen Qing shouted, "Fire!" The 5 crossbows released their bolts simultaneously. 25 iron arrows, known as cold crow arrows, were unleashed. These arrows, akin to small iron spears adorned with feathers, spanned 3 feet in length, capable of piercing through anything within 300 paces. The shields of the Jurchen soldiers shattered, and the cold crow arrows pierced through, subsequently striking another soldier's shield and body behind him. The 5 crossbows were loaded, followed by another 5, unleashing another 25 cold crow iron arrows. A cacophony of screams erupted as Jurchen soldiers fell in mass, blood filled the air, and within moments, over 20 were slain by the iron arrows. It's the crossbow. The Jurchen soldiers, stricken with terror, turned to flee. At that moment, soldiers from both sides of the stone platforms revealed themselves, brandishing crossbows and firing. Within mere paces, the powerful bolts penetrated the enemy's iron armor, and numerous soldiers collapsed, never to rise again. Wan Alu could scarcely fathom that the enemy possessed such formidable crossbows. Reacting swiftly, he ordered, "Into the woods." The mountainsides were lined with trees, and the Jurchen soldiers rushed into the forest, seeking refuge behind the trees as they fell back rapidly. "Follow me and charge forth." Chen Qing led 30 of his men, spears in hand, into the fray. 8 wounded yet living Jurchen soldiers, howling, raised their spears to meet them, but they were no match for the Song soldiers. In an instant, all 8 Jurchen soldiers were slain. In their inaugural battle, a resounding victory was achieved, with 37 corpses of Jurchen soldiers left discarded before the camp gates. While the Song army emerged unscathed, 100 soldiers jubilantly rejoiced, their spirits soaring as for the first time, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope for the future. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed Chen Qing's gaze as he discerned the most significant vulnerability of the encampment, the pine forest flanking the mountain paths. What if the enemy concealed themselves within those woods? When the military fortifications were constructed, the risks posed by the surrounding woods were duly considered, leading to the complete deforestation within a radius of 10 zhang. A mere 10 zhang equates to approximately 30 paces. Beyond this boundary lies the forest where the Jurchens could easily conceal themselves behind the grand trees, thereby neutralizing the effectiveness of their crossbows. If they were to employ more ruthless tactics, setting the mountains ablaze would envelop the area in thick smoke and scorching heat, compelling them to abandon the fortifications. Alternatively, they could maneuver around the flanks and descend the mountains to sever their own water supply or to rain arrows down from a superior vantage point, coordinating their assault from below. These strategies for attacking the military fortifications are within my contemplation. Can it be presumed that the enemy is oblivious to them? Chen Qing once again realized that their only chance of survival lay in eliminating the opposing commander, thereby rendering their adversaries leaderless and compelled to retreat. As night descended, the sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, enveloping the encampment in darkness, which favored an ambush while hindering defense. At that moment, a slender figure leaped down from the northwestern corner of the military camp, promptly detected by the sentry. "Who goes there?" "It is I, Zhao Xiaoyi." Chen Qing was overjoyed upon hearing that Zhao Xiaoyi was alive and hurriedly approached. "Xiaoyi, did they not discover that it was you who released the wild bees?" Zhao Xiaoyi scratched his head and chuckled. "They discovered me, yet they were powerless to apprehend me. In their haste to pursue, they had no choice but to let me go. How did you manage to enter?" Zhao Xiaoyi turned and pointed towards the northwestern corner, where there was an opening. Beneath it lay a large boulder. I climbed up along the boulder and beheld the Jurchen cavalry, who remained oblivious to my presence. Where were they? They were concealed within the woods. Zhao Xiaoyi's discovery made Chen Qing acutely aware of the other's intentions. The Jurchens must be planning a nocturnal ambush on the military encampment. How many Cold Crow iron arrows remain? 68. Though the Cold Crow iron arrows possess formidable power, they are scarce in number. A single crossbow can be equipped with 10 Cold Crow iron arrows, allowing for 2 volleys. They have also retrieved 18 additional iron arrows, enabling them to fire another half volley. Chen Qing sighed inwardly and instructed the convoy leader, Zheng Ping, to reserve the Cold Crow iron arrows for the most critical moments. "I shall obey your command," he replied. Chapter 9. Desperation, Part 2. Chen Qing was not mistaken. Wan Alu was concealed within the woods, less than 50 paces away from them. Wan Alu had discerned the vulnerabilities of the military encampment, surrounded by dense forests. They could evade the enemy's crossbows as long as they refrained from traversing the mountain paths or crawled along them. Hidden behind a large tree, Wan Alu scrutinized the terrain surrounding the military camp. The fortification's barricade stood at a steep height of approximately 5 feet, equivalent to about 4.5 meters by contemporary standards, with an incline of approximately 80 degrees, rendering it nearly impassable for the Jurchen soldiers who would ultimately have to enter through the camp gate. However, They could easily use ropes to topple the barricades and suppress the enemy with arrows, concealing their soldiers during the frontal assault. Wan and Alu gestured for 3 centurions to approach. We do not have the luxury of time to exhaust ourselves against the Song army. Tonight, we must annihilate them. You 3 will heed my strategy. Yin Shulai will lead 100 men in a frontal assault. The specifics of our attack will be revealed shortly. Inya and Boerte will each command 50 soldiers to support from the flanks. Our primary objective is to destroy the enemy's barricades. As time progressed towards the 3rd watch of the night, shadows emerged from the woods on either side of the mountain path. Dozens of men on both sides, armed with shields and spears, began to ascend the muddy ground. 100 enemy soldiers appeared on the mountain path, crawling and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The Song sentries immediately sensed the enemy's movements, and the soldiers swiftly took their positions. Chen Qing observed the enemy's actions. But the night was shrouded in darkness without the illumination of stars or moon, leaving him with only indistinct silhouettes. While he understood the need for a frontal attack, he was perplexed by the assault on the flanks. The steep incline, rendered treacherous by days of rain, was slick with mud, making it nearly impossible to ascend. What were the Jurchens plotting? Yet, the unfolding situation left no room for Chen Qing's contemplation as the enemy's figures grew clearer and began to close in. Fire! With Chen Qing's command, the Song soldiers crouched before the barricade, launching their crossbows. After a volley, only a few cries of anguish echoed as merely 4 or 5 adversaries fell to the rain of arrows, their shields and armor providing effective protection against the projectiles. Captain, they are using ropes. Ropes were hurled from below, accurately ensnaring the barricade. Suddenly, Chen Qing understood. The enemy aimed to bring down the fortification. The barricade served as a barrier for the soldiers, and without it, the enemy's arrows would effectively suppress them. The first team, sever the ropes. The remaining soldiers, fire. Chen Qing bellowed, swinging his blade toward a rope. With a resounding crack, one rope was severed. The Jurchen soldiers below rose and tugged fiercely on the ropes, causing the barricade to sway violently. 10 Song soldiers hastily swung their swords at the ropes on the barricade. Simultaneously, the other Song soldiers seized the opportunity presented by the enemy's inability to wield their shields, unleashing a barrage of arrows upon them. The fortifications of the military encampment were not a single entity, but rather comprised 20 segments, each approximately 2 zhang in length. Chen Qing, having timely recognized the enemy's intentions, commanded effectively, resulting in the majority of the ropes being severed. 3 segments of the camp's palisade, each 6 zhang wide, were toppled. Particularly the 2 breaches on the eastern side that joined together, creating an opening of 4 zhang. The enemy could exploit this gap to unleash arrows and blockade the camp's gate. In the struggle for these 3 segments, the Jurchen soldiers incurred nearly 20 casualties, including the centurion Bert, who was struck by 2 arrows and gravely wounded. Fire! Roared Wan and Alu, and 100 Jurchen soldiers simultaneously concentrated their fire towards the eastern breach. Arrows rained down like a tempest, and several Song soldiers, unable to evade, were struck down, crying out in agony. Charge! Wan and Alu seized the opportunity, shouting fiercely. The soldiers advancing towards the camp gate rose, shields in hand, stepping forward, but the crossbow carts could not be maneuvered, and arrows from the breach effectively sealed the entrance. In this dire situation, Chen Qing shouted to the escort commander, Yang Hua, send 10 shield bearers to block the breach. Understood. Yang Hua divided his forces, and 10 soldiers rushed forward, raising their shields to cover the gap. Yet this was merely a temporary measure. Yang Hua led another 10 soldiers to drag the bodies of Jurchen soldiers, slain by the crossbow during the day, from the northwest corner. Their armor had already been stripped away. They piled the corpses at the breach, stacking them high. This tactic, known as human targets or meat piles, was devised by the Liao army, effectively utilizing the bodies of fallen foes to shield against arrows. Another volley of arrows descended, all embedding themselves in the corpses, effectively blocking the gap, preventing further projectiles from entering the camp. Centurion, those bodies, they appear to be our own. Centurion Inya discerned the grim truth behind the human shield. Wan and Alu slammed his fist into the ground in frustration, his teeth grinding in anger. He had initially intended to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night, only to have his plans foiled by the Song army, resulting in heavy losses. Moreover, the breach he had painstakingly opened was now obstructed in a most humiliating manner, rendering his strategy utterly futile. Fuming with rage and embarrassment, Wan and Alu commanded, concentrate our forces and storm the enemy camp. The attacking force, originally numbering 100, swelled to 150, led by centurions Yin Shulai and Inya. Just as the soldiers succeeded in blocking the breach with their shields, 10 crossbows were brought up, aimed at the Jurchen soldiers advancing along the mountain path. Now only 10 paces away. Fire! Chen Qing shouted. The crossbows unleashed 25 iron arrows, and the leading Jurchen soldiers fell. Cries of anguish filling the air as many were pierced through. A second volley followed, and amidst the chaos, arrows flew from both sides, inflicting heavy casualties on the Jurchen soldiers along the mountain path. The crossbows required reloading, creating a brief lull. Centurion Yin Shilai bellowed, "Follow me." He charged forward with his spear, and the 100 Jurchen soldiers surged behind him towards the camp gate. In this critical moment, Chen Qing cried out, brandishing his spear as he advanced to meet the oncoming threat. Chen Qing donned the black lacquered armor of fallen Jurchen soldiers, a suit crafted by the finest Han artisans in Yuzhou for the imperial guards of the Liao dynasty. This armor was notably more robust than the typical yellow fur armor worn by Jurchen cavalry, effectively shielding its wearer from the penetrating arrows of their foes. Following him were 30 soldiers of the Song army, similarly clad in the black lacquered armor of Jurchen scouts. Despite the identical appearance of their armor, their helmets differed. The Song soldiers wore tightly bound iron helmets topped with straw hats. With a thunderous roar, Chen Qing wielded his iron spear, swift as lightning, and aimed it directly at the opposing commander. Facing him stood the centurion Yin Shilai, who found himself taken aback by the unexpected speed of Chen Qing's strike. Attempting to parry with his spear, he soon realized it was a feint. Dismayed, he hastily retreated, but it was too late. A sudden pain pierced his chest. Thud! The iron spear had pierced Yin Shilai's heart, and with a chilling scream, he fell lifeless to the ground. His demise dealt a severe blow to the morale of the Jurchen soldiers, who began to falter under the relentless assault of the 30 Song warriors. Enraged, Wan Yinalu bellowed commands for his troops to charge forth. In a desperate gamble, he committed the last 50 Jurchen soldiers to the fray, bringing the total to 200. With Wan Yinalu himself directing their advance, the resonant call of the Jurchen horn echoed through the mountains, as their soldiers surged forward like a tumultuous tide. Flanking soldiers raised their shields to fend off the Song army's crossbow bolts, while a multitude of long spears clashed in the melee before the encampment. "Clear the front!" shouted Zheng Ping from the rear. The Song soldiers parted, creating a narrow gap through which several crossbows surged forth. 18 iron arrows were released, striking down numerous Jurchen soldiers and filling the air with cries of anguish. Chen Qing turned and commanded, "Continue firing the crossbows." "Captain, we are out of cold crow arrows," a soldier replied. A sense of dread filled Chen Qing. His greatest fear had come to pass. At this critical juncture, the Song army's crossbows fell silent. Wan Yinalu, seizing the moment, shouted in triumph, "The Song army has no more crossbows. Charge forward and annihilate them." The Jurchen soldiers surged forward like a relentless wave, matching the Song forces in fervor as retreat was no longer an option. Chen Qing raised his spear and proclaimed, "Brothers, we, the sons of Song, would rather die in battle than retreat. Never retreat." The soldiers united in a fierce roar, charging valiantly at the Jurchen ranks. Even severely injured soldiers emerged from the cave to join the fray, and a brutal slaughter erupted at the gates of the encampment, with waves of soldiers falling only to be replaced by fresh combatants. In the heat of battle, Chen Qing was struck in the leg by a spear, blood gushing forth as he was dragged down. After a hasty bandaging, he rose to survey the battlefield. The Song forces had suffered nearly half their number, now reduced to just over 50, while the Jurchen still boasted more than 100. If this continued, their annihilation was inevitable. "Yang Hua, at your service." Chen Qing entrusted his spear to him. "Lead the soldiers in defense. I will buy us time by flanking and eliminating their commander." "Understood," Yang Hua responded, seizing the spear and charging forth. Chen Qing picked up the only divine crossbow in the warehouse and said to Zhao Xiaoyi, "Lead the way for me. Let us take a detour." Chapter 10. The human heart. Zhao Xiaoyi led Chen Qing as they made their way out from the northwest corner. Beneath them lay a smooth, colossal rock. Chen Qing secured a long rope above and slowly descended, grasping the rope. "Captain, follow me." Zhao Xiaoyi led the way as they traversed a grove of pine trees, following a meandering stream southward, only to subsequently veer northward. After covering a distance of approximately 100 paces, they unexpectedly found themselves behind the enemy camp. Chen Qing spotted the enemy general, who was concealed behind a large tree. Observing the fierce battle between the two armies, he continuously directed the Jurchen soldiers in combat, with several torches illuminating his face, casting flickering shadows in the firelight. Chen Qing drew his bowstring taut, releasing a crossbow bolt, and aimed at the profile of Wan Yinalu, situated 60 paces away. The outcome rested upon this singular moment as Chen Qing tightened his grip on the suspended dagger and the lethal bolt whizzed forth. In a sudden twist of fate, Wan Yinalu never anticipated that the opposing general had stealthily maneuvered behind him. Abruptly, he heard the ominous sound of a crossbow mechanism as he turned around. A sharp thud echoed in the air. The wolf-toothed arrow struck squarely at his brow. The powerful crossbow bolt pierced the skull of Wan Yinalu, blood splattering forth as the arrowhead emerged from the back of his head. Wan Yinalu's eyes widened in shock as he fell backward, meeting his demise. The captain of 1,000 has fallen. The captain of 1,000 has perished. The Jurchen soldiers cried out, their morale swiftly diminishing. The centurion, sensing the dire situation, commanded, "Retreat." The fierce battle came to a sudden halt at its most sanguinary moment. Over 130 Jurchen soldiers formed a formidable phalanx, gripping their spears in one hand and raising their shields in the other, as they began to slowly retreat before the Song army, withdrawing into the depths of the forest. "Fall back." Yang Hua waved his hand, leading 50 soldiers back to the military encampment, where they secured the gates. At that moment, Chen Qing returned to the camp and, with a smile, remarked to the soldiers, "I have slain the enemy's commander. They are unlikely to continue the fight." Within the military encampment, a wave of exhilarated cheers erupted. As dawn gradually broke, the acrid scent of blood still lingered in the air. The mountain path before the gates of the encampment was strewn with the lifeless bodies of 2 armies, the earth stained crimson with their blood, while the atmosphere was thick with the pungent stench of carnage. The soldiers, utterly exhausted, lay on the ground to rest. "Commander, only this banner remains." The commander Yang Hua presented a tattered yellow flag to Chen Qing. With a dagger in hand, Chen Qing pricked his finger, allowing his blood to inscribe the words "loyal heart to serve the nation," thou to slay the Jin thieves upon the flag. This became the banner of the 8 characters army. Chen Qing personally planted the flag atop the lookout tower, where the mountain breeze stirred, causing the battered flag to flutter valiantly in the wind. 53 soldiers of the Song army gradually rose, supporting one another, their bodies propped up by their long spears. They gazed up at the flag, tears glistening in their eyes. Despite their numerous wounds and the near annihilation of their ranks, as long as the flag remained, they felt no sense of defeat. This was their spirit. Their unwavering resolve to fight for their country. As long as life persisted, they would never concede. The Jurchen soldiers in the forest also beheld the flag billowing in the wind, and it became clear to them that they could not overcome this army. Even if their adversaries fought to the last man, victory was not within their grasp. Over 300 Jurchen soldiers suffered over 160 casualties. The centurion, Inya, was unwilling to endure further losses. These soldiers were invaluable scouts and horsemen, and they should not perish in such a cowardly manner. Responsibility could be attributed to Wan Yinalu, and thus, Centurion Inya resolutely commanded the entire army to descend and retreat. More than 100 Jurchen soldiers solemnly descended the mountain, carrying the wounded and the bodies of their commander. Behind them, a tattered banner of the 8 characters army defiantly fluttered in the wind. In the Battle of Fuping, 200,000 Song troops faced a devastating defeat. Zhang Jun, the governor of Sichuan and Shaanxi, ordered the execution of the defeated General Zhao Gou and commanded the remaining forces to retreat to Xingzhou. Pressured by the circumstances, they soon fell back to Langzhou. Zhang Jun then instructed Commander Wu Yu to concentrate the troops at the perilous locations of Heshanjiwen and the Dasa Pass. At this juncture, Wang Yin, the commander of the 8 characters army, successfully crossed the Wei River with 5,000 troops and retreated to Heshanjiwen, where he joined forces with Wu Yu. Zhang Jun immediately appointed Wang Yin as the deputy commander to collaborate with Wu Yi in securing the critical pass into Shu. Standing at the Dasa Pass, Wang Yin gazed anxiously toward the north. Commander Wu Jie approached slowly and asked him, "Have we received any news from Zitsai's men?" Wang Yin shook his head and sighed. 1,000 soldiers attempted to intercept Wan Yin Zongbi's 10,000 iron cavalry. They likely perished in battle. Yet, their sacrifice was not in vain, was it? They held the enemy for just a quarter of an hour, and it was this crucial moment that allowed our main forces to successfully cross the Wei River. Even if they perished, they did so honorably. What moves me most is that many among them drew the short straw yet chose to stay behind, willingly facing death. Wu Jie sighed softly, acknowledging it is precisely because of such valiant patriots that the Song dynasty endures, granting us the opportunity to stand here and continue our resistance. The commander spoke wisely, yet I still harbor a flicker of hope. Do you believe they can break through? I have a hunch that a miracle may occur. Wang Yin recalled Chen Qing, this young commander who had appeared unexpectedly, imparting an entirely different sensation to him. If a miracle were to happen, It would surely be due to this individual. Chen Qing, leading over 50 subordinates, retreated towards the northwest after leaving the military encampment. All were injured and unable to march swiftly. They could only travel by day and rest by night. It took them 5 full days to reach Chunhua County. Chunhua County was a military stronghold on the Jinyuan Road, where General Zhang Zhongyan led over 1,000 defeated soldiers in temporary encampment. At this time, the commander of the Huanqing army, Zhao Xia, had been executed by the chief commander Zhang Jun, along with several other key leaders. Upon hearing this news, the retreating generals of the Huanqing army were filled with dread and sought their own escape routes. General Murong Tao chose to flee to the Western Xia, while General Zhang Zhongyan, who had made it to Chunhua County, decided to surrender to the Jin kingdom. Zhang Zhongyan, around 40 years of age, bore a dark complexion, with thick brows resembling brushes framing his triangular eyes. His dense, curled beard gave him a rugged appearance, yet his triangular eyes revealed a glint of cunning. In his chamber, upon learning that a remnant force of the 8 characters' army was approaching, Zhang Zhongyan smirked coldly to himself. He had been troubled by the lack of a letter of allegiance to Wanyan Zongbi, and now, a contingent of the 8 characters' army was delivering themselves to him. Zhang Zhongyan had previously received intelligence that Wanyan Zongbi was offering a substantial reward for the capture of a military leader named Chen Qing, a remnant of the 8 characters' army. The one who captures him alive would be rewarded with vast riches and a promotion of 3 ranks. Those who present his head would receive the same monetary reward, but a 2-rank promotion instead. It was said that this individual had only a few dozen men remaining, which aligned perfectly with the characteristics of the current 8 characters' army. Listen to my commands. Zhang Zhongyan summoned several of his subordinates. Once they enter the city, immediately shut the gates and eliminate them within the inner city, without fail. The generals remained silent, and Zhang Zhongyan spoke sternly. The Song army that has surrendered to the Jin kingdom numbers at least 500,000 or 600,000. When will it be our turn to rise? This is our sole opportunity for wealth and glory. If you do not wish to follow me, speak up now. Vice General Li Hua raised his hand and said, I can follow the commander in surrendering, but I cannot bring myself to slay my fellow soldiers of the Song. Enraged, Zhang Zhongyan placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, while the other generals hastily intervened. Acknowledging that he could not kill Li Hua, Zhang Zhongyan let out a heavy snort and said, If you do not wish to partake, step aside. Should you dare to disrupt my plans, I will personally see to your demise. Li Hua grunted in response and turned to leave. Zhang Zhongyan's gaze darkened as he watched Li Hua's retreating figure, instructing his loyal guards to keep a close watch on his every move. Meanwhile, Chen Qing and his men arrived at the gates of Chunhua County, only to find them firmly shut. On the city wall stood several Song soldiers, clad in hats and armed with long spears, while the banner of the Great Song fluttered proudly above. At that moment, a soldier rushed from within the city as the gates opened slightly, approaching with a cupped fist. Our general says you may enter the city, but you are not permitted to plunder the citizens, and you must provide for yourselves. Chen Qing had not anticipated a warm welcome. Eager to settle his troops and tend to their wounds, he nodded in agreement. Our 8 characters' army maintains strict discipline. We will not disturb the populace, nor will we trouble you. The soldier waved his hand, and the gates creaked open. Chen Qing called out to his men, Let us enter. The group assisted one another as they made their way into the city. On the city wall, Zhang Zhongyan watched the Song soldiers with a cunning gaze. He was quite shrewd, understanding that asking too many questions or showing excessive concern would arouse suspicion. Thus, he decided to act somewhat harshly, ensuring that the enemy would lower their guard. As the last soldier entered the city, Zhang Zhongyan swiftly gestured, and his men began to turn the winch to shut the gates. Inside the gates lay an inner courtyard, resembling a vast open space devoid of any structures or pathways leading upward, surrounded entirely by walls. Only by passing through another gate ahead could they truly enter the county. Just as Chen Qing's group stepped into the inner courtyard, the gates thunderously slammed shut behind them, and hidden soldiers emerged from the walls, with thousands of archers drawing their bows, cold arrows aimed directly at them. The soldiers were taken aback, and Yang Hua urgently exclaimed, Captain, we are surrounded. Chen Qing commanded in a deep voice, Everyone, remain calm and use your shields for defense. The soldiers quickly formed a protective circle, their shields locked together. Chen Qing slowly surveyed the city wall and called out loudly, Brothers of the guarding army, have I misjudged the situation? Is that not the banner of the Song army, the dragon standard, that you bear behind you? You are clad in the armor of the Song soldiers, adorned with the conical hats of the same. Yet your bows are aimed at the very brothers with whom you once fought side by side. We have battled valiantly against the Jurchens, evading death by their blades, only to perish beneath the arrows of our own kin. Is this truly your notion of resisting the Jurchens and safeguarding the nation? Chapter 11. Betrayal. The soldiers of the Song dynasty perched upon the city walls hesitated. Their bowstrings slackened, yet arrows remained poised. They had received orders regarding a band of Jurchen spies lurking below. At that moment, the commander Zhang Zhongyan appeared atop the battlements, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, "If I am not mistaken, you are Chen Qing of the 8 characters army." "I am indeed Chen Qing. Who might you be?" Zhang Zhongyan felt a surge of joy. He had indeed cornered the wanted Chen Qing. With a cunning glint in his eye, he feigned innocence, stating, "I am Zhang Zhongyan, commander of the Huanqing army. I suspect you are agents of the Jin, attempting to infiltrate the city for an ambush." "Utter nonsense. We are the honorable 8 characters army. When did we ever surrender to the Jin?" Chen Qing retorted fiercely. "If you are not spies, then lay down your weapons and submit to our thorough inspection." Capturing Chen Qing would elevate Zhang Zhongyan's rank by 2 levels. Yet delivering him to Wan'an Zombie would grant him a 3-level promotion. Thus, he was determined to take Chen Qing alive. Although Zhang Zhongyan's scheme was clever, he overlooked a crucial detail. He was unaware of Chen Qing's true nature, which aroused Chen Qing's suspicions. Suddenly, he recalled the hefty bounty he had seen at a small village the previous day. Wan'an Zombie must have discovered the order within the leather pouch of his warhorse. Realization dawned upon him. With a mocking laugh, Chen Qing said, "So, Commander Zhang, you seek to capture me alive for a promotion, do you?" Enraged and humiliated, Zhang Zhongyan shouted, "You scoundrel! I offer you one last chance. If you refuse my hospitality, I shall take your head." Chen Qing dramatically tore open his garment, revealing his scarred chest, and bellowed, "Brothers, we, 1,000 sons of the Song, fought valiantly to cover the retreat of our main forces, clashing fiercely with 10,000 Jurchen cavalry. We have slain countless foes and broke through their ranks, yet only 50 of us remain. If you wish to betray your ancestors and seek glory through treachery, then take my life." The 50 soldiers, inspired by his words, discarded their weapons, tore open their shirts to reveal their battle scars, and shouted defiantly, "Come, slay us. We sons of the Song shall not flinch." Zhao Xiaoi raised the battle flag, the tattered banner of the 8 characters army soaring in the air, emblazoned with the blood-written words "Loyalty to the nation, vow to slay the Jin thieves." The surrounding Song soldiers were moved. They finally understood the truth and relinquished their bows and arrows. In a fit of rage, Zhang Zhongyan shouted, "Wang Ping, Lu Xiaowu. Zhang Kun, do you dare defy my orders? Fire at will." The commanders fell silent. Without their command, the soldiers would not draw their bows. With no other choice, Zhang Zhongyan turned to his 20 or so personal guards and commanded, "Fetch the crossbows at once." As his guards rushed to the small stone house where the crossbows were stored, a throng of soldiers surged up the pathway, led by Deputy Commander Li Hua, who had arrived with over 100 men, swiftly encircling Zhang Zhongyan's personal guard. Zhang Zhongyan was taken aback. Had he not confined Li Hua under guard? Stammering, he pointed at Li Hua. How did you escape?" Li Hua replied with a cold smile, "Zhang Zhongyan, do you truly believe that all soldiers would sell their country for personal gain as you have?" Zhang Zhongyan found himself in a state of disarray. Shouting to the surrounding soldiers, "Whoever kills Chen Qing shall be promoted 3 ranks and rewarded with 3,000 guan." No sooner had he spoken than a general behind him bellowed, "I shall claim this reward." In a swift motion, a glint of cold steel flickered as the general drew his blade and severed Zhang Zhongyan's neck from behind. At that very moment, a formidable army of 2,000 was marching resolutely towards Chunhua County. This contingent bore an unusual appearance. They were neither Jurchens nor Khitans, but their faces were distinctly Han, clad in the black lacquered armor of the Song army. However, their helmets were reminiscent of the copper ones worn by the former Liao army, and their banner was a striking black field adorned with a white dragon. This banner revealed the true identity of the troops. They were the newly established Qi army, historically known as the pseudo-Qi forces of Lu Yu. The Jurchen cavalry besieging the pass numbered only a little over 30,000, insufficient to mount a successful assault. Emperor Wan'an Xing of the Jin dynasty ordered Lu Yu to dispatch reinforcements. Lu Yu, reluctant to defy the edict, promptly sent his brother Lu Yi with an army of 50,000 into Shaanxi, yet they arrived too late. The Battle of Fuping had already concluded, much to Wan'an Lu's dissatisfaction. This contingent of 2,000 pseudo-Qi soldiers had been sent by Wan'an Lu to Chunhua County to receive the surrender of Zhang Zhongyan. Their commander, Wang Shiji, wielded an iron spear and was adept in both archery and horsemanship. approaching within 5 li of Chenhua County. Shiji ordered the troops to rest and dispatched a herald to negotiate terms in the county. The struggle within Chenhua County had reached its conclusion, with Zhang Zhongyan and his 37 followers having been executed. Deputy Commander Li Hua then assumed control of Zhang Zhongyan's forces, appointing Chen Qing and the commanding officer Yao Ling as his aides. Chen Qing, initially reluctant to accept Li Hua as appointment, found himself unable to refuse after several attempts and reluctantly acquiesced. On the city walls, Chen Qing contemplated their next move. Li Hua suggested taking the Jinyuan road to seek refuge with Commander Lu Qi and Ping Liang, yet Chen Qing was disinclined to follow this path. He resolved, once his men's injuries had been treated, to lead them to Daisen Pass to rendezvous with the main forces of the Bazajan. General Chen! General Chen! A soldier called out twice before Chen Qing realized the soldier was addressing him. What is it? Commander Li requests your presence. It is urgent. Chen Qing followed the soldier swiftly to the southern city wall, where Li Hua approached him, speaking in hushed tones. An army has arrived from the south. The U.S. forces. Wan Lu has sent them to receive the surrender. The envoys are already at the foot of the city. Peering over the wall, Chen Qing observed 3 soldiers below, the foremost being a junior officer craning his neck to gaze upwards. Does Commander Li intend to annihilate this army? Li Hua nodded. If it were Jurchen cavalry coming to surrender, I might lack the courage, but they are merely the pseudo-chief forces, and with only 2,000 men. I believe we can devise a plan. A slight smile graced Chen Qing's lips. Then let us employ cunning. But Zhang Zhongyan is already dead. Yet they do not recognize Zhang Zhongyan. Li Hua smacked his forehead in realization of his oversight. I have a plan. Allow me to make the arrangements. They had a captain whose thick, curled beard bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Zhongyan's, and with a slight adjustment to his eyebrows, he would closely resemble him. The city gates gradually opened, and Zhang Zhongyan, accompanied by numerous generals, emerged with a respectful bow, smiling as he inquired, I am Commander Zhang Zhongyan. May I ask for your esteemed name, General? I am Lu Xinjian, the general under the Qi army, sent by my commander to discuss the terms of surrender. And who might your commander be? Commander Wang Shiji, dispatched by Grand Marshal Wan Yin to facilitate the surrender. General Lu, please enter the city for a detailed discussion. By all means. The gathering of officers escorted General Lu into the county town like stars surrounding the moon. Once inside, after sharing a few cups of wine and receiving several dozen taels of silver, General Lu's demeanor improved significantly. Within half an hour, he was ready to depart the city. He advised Zhang Zhongyan, there are a few points to heed. First, we must change our banners. We can temporarily display white flags, but must not continue to fly the Song flag. Second, the soldiers should bind their left arms with white cloth. Third, prepare accommodations and provisions, slaughter more pigs and sheep, gather ample wine, and bring in over 100 women. We have traveled a great distance from Beijing and truly need to rest. Rest assured, I will see to these arrangements. As they exited the city gates, General Lu recalled another matter. When the army arrives, instruct the men to lay down their weapons and gather outside the city for reorganization. Understood. I will ensure that everything proceeds smoothly. With that, General Lu departed with his men, while Li Hua convened several high-ranking generals to discuss their next steps. Yao Ling, the military commander, proposed, I have a plan. We should select 1,000 strong men from within the city to masquerade as surrendering soldiers and gather outside. We have surplus armor, and our men can ambush from the ramparts when the enemy enters the city. The moat is quite large. It would be a perfect trap. The generals applauded the clever strategy. Noticing Chen Qing's silence, Li Hua inquired, what are your thoughts, General Chen? While the plan is ingenious, it harbors vulnerabilities. Yao Ling raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased. What vulnerabilities do you foresee? 1,000 laborers must be utterly compliant, devoid of any slip-ups, lest they be discovered by the enemy. 10 men might suffice. 100 could manage, but 1,000. Do you believe that feasible, General Yao? They are not soldiers, but laborers. Some may fear slaughter. Others might seek to escape, and chaos could easily reveal their ruse. The assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing the unreliability of untrained laborers posing as soldiers. An experienced general would see through the disguise without difficulty. Feeling the lack of support for his idea, Yao Ling felt vexed and coldly remarked, I would like to hear General Chen's esteemed opinion. Calmly, Chen Qing replied, the more intricate a plan, the more prone it is to failure. Simplicity is the key. Yao Ling scoffed, that sounds easy enough. How do you propose we entice them into the city? Li Xiu smiled faintly, by exploiting the weaknesses of human nature. Chapter 12. Divergence. Half an hour later, Wang Shiji led 2,000 soldiers to the foot of the city. From a distance, they beheld thick smoke billowing from within the walls, flames reaching skyward, and faintly heard the cries of women. The soldiers exchanged worried glances, and a sense of foreboding enveloped Wang Shiji. What could have transpired? Noticing that the opposing forces had not assembled as promised outside the city, Wang's expression darkened. And he interrogated Lu Yuho. Did you inform them to gather outside the city? Lu Yuho stammered. I did tell them, sir. Then where are they? I shall inquire at once. With that, Lu Yuho dashed toward the city gate, which stood wide open, revealing two elderly military leaders seated outside. After a brief inquiry, he hurried back, breathless. General, Zhang Zhongyan has unleashed his troops to plunder the county town, seeking to amass wealth before surrendering. Wang Shiji was furious. What nonsense! If he fills his coffers, what shall we eat? He had envisioned seizing the county town and indulging in a thorough looting, with wealth and women as their most coveted prizes, only to find that Zhang Zhongyan had acted first. In a fit of urgency, he commanded, march into the city. The soldiers, consumed by anxiety, sprinted toward the county-s gates. The 2,000 troops surged into the outer city, and the inner city gate was also ajar, revealing the chaos of the streets. Thick smoke filled the air, and large crates were strewn about, while numerous young women in vibrant dresses cried out and dashed in every direction. The pseudo-Qi soldiers, with their eyes ablaze, rushed eagerly into the city. Just as they neared the inner gate, it slammed shut with a thunderous crash. Enraged, the soldiers charged forward, kicking and pounding on the gate, shouting, "Open up!" Quickly, Wang Shiji entered the outer city, but his view was obscured by the banners, preventing him from seeing the unfolding events. He urgently inquired, "What is happening ahead?" A soldier returned breathless with news, "The inner gate has unexpectedly closed." Wang Shiji was taken aback, then suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He shouted, "This is bad. Retreat at once." Before his command could be relayed, numerous barrels of flammable oil were hurled from above, crashing to the ground and shattering. The soldiers below, struck by fear, scattered as the black oil flowed ominously, soon followed by torches being thrown down, igniting a fierce blaze that spread rapidly. Panic ensued among the soldiers within the gate, who desperately surged back toward the outer city. Those on the drawbridge fled in a frenzy, and in a mere instant, not a single soldier remained inside the city gates. With the obstacle removed, the outer gate creaked shut, and hidden archers atop the city walls unleashed a rain of arrows upon the inner city, where the pseudo-Qi soldiers fell in anguish, pierced by arrows. At the forefront, General Wang Shiji himself bore the brunt of the onslaught, struck by dozens of arrows, and fell from his horse, crying out in agony, his body riddled like a porcupine. Meanwhile, Chen Qing led 30 cavalrymen to encircle the south gate, flanked by 200 soldiers tasked with logistical support, comprised of the elderly and infirm. The pseudo-Qi soldiers, caught off guard, turned to flee upon seeing the cavalry charge forth like a tempest. Yet their legs could not outpace the steeds, and in an instant, they were overtaken, falling victim to the cavalry's spears, with dozens slain in mere moments. Chen Qing brandished his gun and shouted, "Those who surrender shall be spared. Those who surrender shall be spared." The remaining elderly and weak soldiers fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, while a dozen others refused to capitulate and were swiftly pursued and slain by cavalry. Chen Qing spurred his horse in pursuit of a frantic officer, whom he recognized as Lu Yuho, the envoy who had previously approached him. With a swift motion, Chen Qing thrust his iron spear towards the man's back. Hearing the urgent sound of hooves behind him, Lu Yuho panicked and stumbled, crashing heavily to the ground. Turning his head, he saw the sharp tip of the spear aimed at him, sending a jolt of terror through him, and he cried out, "I have crucial intelligence." The spear tip halted at his neck as Chen Qing coldly inquired, "What intelligence?" "It pertains to Jingzhou City, which is vulnerable." With fewer than 1,000 Jurchen soldiers and 3,000 Han troops, Lu Yuho replied, "You previously claimed there were tens of thousands of QID troops set to support Guangzhou. Why are there only 3,000 now?" Wan and Lu Shi vehemently opposed the entry of the QID army into Guangzhou, fearing they would reap the benefits, thus preventing their arrival in Jingzhou. Tens of thousands of QID soldiers remain in Tongzhou, with only 5,000 dispatched to Jingzhou to maintain order. Without us, only 3,000 remain. This intelligence alone cannot save your life. In a state of sheer terror, Lu Yuho suddenly shouted, "Moreover, Wan and Lu Shi is gravely ill and is within Jingzhou City." Chen Qing fixed his gaze upon him for a long moment before retracting his spear and binding him. Lu Yuho breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. Within Wang City, corpses lay piled high, blood flowing like a river, each body pierced by numerous arrows. Several Song soldiers rummaged through the dead, mercilessly delivering final blows to many pseudo-QID soldiers still clinging to life. "We found it," one soldier exclaimed, raising Wang Shiji's head triumphantly, prompting cheers from the surrounding troops. Li Hua stood coldly atop the city walls, surveying the fallen pseudo-Qidi soldiers below, hearing the sounds of looting within the city. Soldiers rushed in, each eager to seize their share. These men had plundered countless towns and violated numerous women. Their deaths were of little consequence. Chen Qing approached swiftly, and Li Hua nodded in approval. Chen Qing, having discerned human nature, had lured the enemy into the city with an exceedingly simple stratagem, one that even the most astute strategist might not have conceived. What of the enemy outside the city? Did any escape? We captured 170 prisoners of war and executed 29. Not a single one managed to flee, Li Hua replied, smiling with satisfaction. These prisoners are perfect for General Liu as proof of our merit. Chen Qing hesitated momentarily, recalling crucial intelligence regarding Jingzhou City. He relayed the information provided by Liu Yuho. Li Hua squinted, asking, "Do you find this intelligence credible?" After thorough questioning, it appears that tens of thousands of pseudo-QID forces remain in Tongzhou, with only 5,000 vanguard troops entering Jingzhou. Today's 2,000 are part of that number, making the information likely reliable. General, this presents a rare opportunity. Li Hua pondered in silence for a moment before suggesting, "Let us deliberate together." Chunhua County was neither a fortified stronghold nor a strategic location. Its abandonment was inevitable. However, when it came to the next course of action, the group found themselves divided in opinion. The general remarked that the city of Jingzhou was notably vacant, presenting a rare opportunity. He argued that without entering the tiger's den, one cannot capture its cubs. Should we achieve an unparalleled feat? It would restore the reputation of the Huanqing army and erase our frustrations. Chen Qing earnestly persuaded Li Hua, yet Li Hua displayed reluctance. He wished to withdraw his troops westward via the Jingyuan road, while Chen Qing urged a surprise attack on Jingzhou City, leaving him in a quandary. Yoli scoffed, declaring that General Chen was overly optimistic. The so-called emptiness of Jingzhou merely indicated the absence of the previous tens of thousands of troops. The presence of merely over 1,000 Jurchen soldiers was not something they could contend with, especially considering the additional thousands of pseudo-Qi troops. The 1,000 Jurchen soldiers were there to protect Wan'an Lu Shi, not as a garrison, while the true defending force comprised only 3,000 Han soldiers. With our 1,500 elite troops, we could certainly defeat them in one strike. As for the Jurchen army, they do not engage as plains cavalry would. In urban street combat, what do we have to fear? Winning against a larger force is merely a stroke of luck, yet General Chen seems to regard it as commonplace. I truly admire his audacious ignorance. Chen Qing glared at Yao Ling. We are concealed, while the enemy is aware. We know ourselves and our adversaries with strategies in hand, while they remain oblivious. Is that mere fortune? At this moment, Li Hua let out a long sigh. General Chen's bravery is commendable. However, the brother's survival from the great battle is already an immense stroke of luck. They have parents, wives, and children at home. General Chen, the situation in Guangzhou has deteriorated. We need not resist the inevitable. The general, we are not opposing fate. Jingzhou is a crucial logistical hub for the enemy. If Jingzhou falls, the Jurchen army in the front must retreat, granting our main forces precious time. Li Hua remained unmoved. His decision was resolute. Only Yao Ling gazed mockingly at this self-important commander, thinking he could alter the entire course of the war. Chen Qing looked at Li Hua in silence. The once resolute expression on his face had softened, and his sharp gaze had dimmed. Fear had undermined this commander of the Song army. Chen Qing ceased his persuasion. Each had their aspirations, and he did not wish to pressure him further. How many troops can you spare me, generally? After a moment's contemplation, Li Hua replied, I can provide you with a maximum of 500 soldiers, General Chen. I am truly sorry. This is all I can offer. Chen Qing nodded silently. 500 soldiers exceeded his expectations. 500 soldiers assembled outside the city. Chen Qing clasped his fist towards the city walls, declaring, regardless of the outcome, I, Chen Qing, will forever remember General Li's life-saving grace. Li Hua nodded in acknowledgement. Take care, General. Chen Qing turned his horse around and, accompanied by over 500 soldiers, resolutely headed south. His 50 or so former subordinates, with the exception of a few heavily wounded soldiers remaining in Chunhua County to recuperate, followed him without hesitation as he continued southward. On the city walls, Li Hua watched Chen Qing depart without looking back and shook his head. Yoling scoffed. Such a person, unaware of his limitations, seeks to strike a stone with an egg and is courting his own demise. The general need not lament for him. Li Hua sighed. This man possesses both courage and strategy, with unwavering determination. If he survives, he will not remain inconsequential in the future. General Yao, we indeed fall short in comparison. Yao Ling curled his lips slightly. Not necessarily. Li Hua glanced at him and suddenly recalled his family background, thus choosing to remain silent. He commanded the troops to assemble and prepare for the northern retreat. Chapter 13. Divine Assistance. Chunhua County lies not far from Jingzhou City, merely a day's journey on foot. Although Chen Qing possesses ample courage, it does not imply that he is reckless or devoid of wisdom. He is acutely aware that a mere 1,500 men may not suffice to seize Jingzhou City, and given that he currently commands only 500 soldiers, a direct assault would likely lead to their annihilation. He must seek an opportune moment to strike. If conditions do not allow, he must decisively abandon this endeavor. Jingzhou City, known as Chang'an during the Tang Dynasty, has long since lost the splendor of its Han and Tang heritage after enduring the devastation of the late Tang and the turmoil of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. Countless magnificent palaces have vanished amidst the ravages of war. The Guanzhong Plain, having enjoyed a century of recuperation and commercial prosperity during the Northern Song, has regained its wealth and vibrancy. Yet, the repeated incursions of the Jin army have wrought havoc, resulting in the slaughter of nearly 1 million souls, leaving the land strewn with the starving and the dead, and the countryside populated by ravenous wild dogs. As night fell, the 500 soldiers rested in a grove approximately 10 miles from Jingzhou City. The harrowing sights along the way rendered them silent. No one spoke, each lost in the quiet consumption of their dry rations. "Listen to me," Chen Qing called out from atop a large stone, drawing the attention of all 500 soldiers. "Our ultimate aim in this venture to Jingzhou City is to eliminate Wanyan Lushi. This is an opportunity, albeit fraught with peril. There is a strong possibility that we may not return, myself included. Therefore, I offer you a choice. If any of you have parents, wives, or children at home, or any ties that weigh upon your hearts, you may leave now without any compulsion from me." A profound silence enveloped the soldiers. After a moment, one soldier inquired, "General, do we have a chance to slay Wanyan Lushi?" "There is a 30% chance," Chen Qing replied, "but we must confront his 1,000-strong guard. This will be a fight to the death, and it is highly probable that we may face complete annihilation. Yet, there remains a possibility of killing Wanyan Lushi. Thus, I allow you to choose. Those willing to accompany me shall face life and death together." Chen Qing gazed into the distance from the edge of the grove. The outline of Jingzhou City faintly discernible in the night, resembling a serpentine dragon of muted gray sprawled across the plain. His deputy, Yang Yuanqing, approached him and solemnly declared, "All brothers are willing to follow the general. Even if it leads to death on the battlefield, they will not hesitate." The outcome surprised Chen Qing. He had anticipated that at least 30% of the soldiers would depart. "Why?" he asked in confusion. "Because the general's target is Wanyan Lushi," the soldier explained. "He is the commander of the Jin army that has invaded Shaanxi multiple times, responsible for the slaughter of countless cities and the tragic deaths of millions of innocent lives. Almost every soldier here has lost family at his hands. The brothers are willing to follow the general due to their deep-seated hatred for the destruction of their homeland and the desire to confront Wanyan Lushi and his guard in a decisive battle. Slaying Wanyan Lushi is my paramount objective, yet it is not my sole aim." Chen Qing pondered momentarily before clarifying to Yang Yuanqing, "I have stratified this mission into 3 tiers. The lowest objective is to incinerate the enemy's supplies, thereby hindering the logistics of the advancing Jin forces. The medium-term objective is to annihilate the pseudo-Qi army and incinerate their provisions, creating the illusion that the capital has been besieged, thereby compelling the advancing Jin troops to retreat. The ultimate goal, of course, is to eliminate Wanyan Lushi, a feat that, while daunting, is not beyond the realm of possibility. I believe that even if we achieve the minimal objective, the victory will still be resplendent. I cannot provide my soldiers with a detailed explanation, but I trust you will comprehend my intent." Yang Yuanqing nodded in agreement, recognizing the general's wisdom in advocating a pragmatic, step-by-step approach. At that moment, 2 cavalrymen galloped forth from a distance, returning from reconnaissance. Dismounting, the scouts approached Chen Qing and reported, "General, the situation is as we feared. The eastern gate has yet to be reconstructed and is merely barricaded with sandbags." Lu Yuho had relayed a critical piece of intelligence. The eastern gate was destroyed during the Jin army's assault on Jingzhou City, and it had not been repaired when they exited yesterday. This information was undeniably pivotal, addressing their significant concern regarding entry into the city. Another scout interjected, "General, there is yet another vital piece of intelligence. On our return, we encountered a throng of starving refugees, numbering in the tens of thousands." Chen Qing's eyes brightened. This news seemed to unveil a window of opportunity, a divine boon. These thousands of starving individuals had fled from Tongzhou, where 50,000 pseudo-Qi troops had invaded, seizing the region without provisions for their supply lines and plundering the local populace's food. They did not merely rob the grain, but also committed acts of murder and violation, forcing countless citizens to flee Tongzhou in search of refuge in Jingzhou. After enduring days of treacherous travel, these refugees, including the elderly, women, and children, finally arrived at Jingzhou, only to find the area equally ravaged, with bodies strewn across the land, plunging them into despair. The wilderness was filled with biting winds and drizzling rain. As the multitude of starving people congregated, many of whom were frail and vulnerable, they had exhausted the roots and bark they had foraged along the way, their clothing tattered. Suffering from hunger and cold, their cries resonating through the air. Among them, over 7,000 able-bodied men gathered, and a commander from the Song army stood amidst the crowd. Raising his arms and shouting passionately, "We all have parents, wives, and children. Without food, without clothing, we are besieged by hunger and cold. Can we stand idly by as they starve and freeze? We cannot. We must not allow our loved ones to perish before our eyes." Thousands of hungry refugees echoed his fervent cries, their pent-up frustrations erupting after days of suppression. This commander was none other than Chen Qing, who called upon all able-bodied men to assemble, personally rallying them to join the fight. "Listen to me," Chen Qing proclaimed, raising both hands high, his spirit ignited. Within Jingzhou city lie hundreds of thousands of sheng of grain and over 1 million bolts of cloth, guarded by a mere 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers. This is a chance bestowed upon us by fate. I am Chen Qing of the Batzi army, and I am willing to lead you to seize the grain and cloth. Each of us is a valiant son of the Song, and even if we must perish in battle, we shall never allow our parents, wives, and children to starve. We demand food. We demand clothing. We shall fight to survive." 7,000 young men, filled with fervor, raised their arms and shouted, driven to desperation. The famished populace disregarded life and death. 40,000 starving individuals surged forth, following Chen Qing's 500 troops towards the eastern city. The 7,000 young men led the charge, wielding wooden clubs, while others brandished spears and iron forks, forming a formidable tide. Inside the city, 3,000 guards gathered at the eastern gate, and General Yang Han hastily dispatched a messenger to report to Wan Enlusher, who resided in the former palace of King Zhao Tingmei of Wei, situated at the site of the Tang dynasty's Taiji Palace. The palace spanned hundreds of acres, protected by 1,000 Jurchen soldiers. The military presence in Jingzhou city was temporarily weakened. Originally, 6,000 Jurchen troops had been stationed there. But due to the rebellion of the Song army, which had previously surrendered in Shanglua County, Wanyan Lusher had sent General Wanyan Yuchuo with 5,000 troops to quell the insurrection. Recognizing the necessity of maintaining order, he had also summoned 5,000 QID troops from Tongzhou for additional support. Wanyan Lusher never anticipated that dispatching 2,000 QID soldiers to Chunhua County to accept the surrender of the Song army would lead to disaster. Clad in armor, Wanyan Lusher stood at the steps and spoke sternly. "Inform Yang Han to act decisively, without hesitation, to show no mercy to men, women, or children. Anyone daring to enter the city to seize grain will meet their demise." Despite his severe illness, Wanyan Lusher radiated an aura of ferocity, his voice resonating like thunder, with piercing eyes that instilled fear. "We must prioritize the defense of the granaries. Should any grain be stolen, you will all be flayed alive." The soldier, terrified, responded affirmatively and hurried away. The guard whispered to Inu, "Marshal, these Han troops lack discipline and are feeble in combat. I fear they cannot withstand the hungry masses. It would be better for me to lead the troops to reinforce the granaries." Wanyan Lusher gestured dismissively. "Do not rush. Let us observe the situation first. They are soldiers after all. If they cannot fend off tens of thousands of starving people, they should each take their own lives." Though he spoke with confidence, a flicker of concern lingered in his heart, prompting him to send 2 soldiers to assess the situation. As night fell, the area outside the eastern gate was packed with a dark mass of starving individuals who ignited thousands of torches. In the darkness, their eyes glimmered with fury, as they brandished a multitude of hoes, iron forks, and wooden clubs. Although the city gate lay in ruins, the drawbridge was raised high, preventing the hungry crowd from surging forward. On the city wall stood 1,000 soldiers of the false QD army, armed with bows, crossbows, and spears, prepared for battle. 3,000 QID soldiers were deployed in 3 divisions, 1,000 on the city wall, another 1,000 in the streets within the gate, and the final 1,000 guarding the granary. The granary, situated in the former eastern market of Chang'an, was merely a mile from the eastern gate, surrounded by high walls, spanning 1,000 acres. Resembling a city within a city. Inside the granary, 1,000 soldiers remained vigilant, and the commanding officer suddenly realized that not only were the famished threatening the granary, but the citizens of the city were also beginning to stir restlessly. What astonished him even more was that his soldiers were also casting furtive glances towards the treasury. Charge! A voice rang out amidst the throng of thousands of starving men outside the eastern gate, igniting the young and robust among them into action. In the shroud of darkness, the crowd surged forward, countless individuals recklessly sprinting ahead, plunging into the moat and swimming towards the city gates. Shoot! Arrows rained down from the battlements, targeting the fleeing refugees. And cries of anguish echoed as many fell, pierced by arrows. Yet, the arrows could not deter the famished. They continued their desperate dash, resolved to either die in battle or succumb to starvation. At that moment, chaos erupted atop the walls, as Chen Qing led 500 soldiers charging forth. The gathering of 3,000 defenders at the eastern gate left other gates unguarded, allowing Chen Qing's forces to enter the city through the southern gate from a mile away. Advancing along the ramparts. At the forefront, Chen Qing wielded a massive iron spear, deftly maneuvering as if a tiger among sheep, leaving a trail of blood and lifeless bodies in his wake. The 500 soldiers of the Song army, filled with fervor, relentlessly pursued the disheartened soldiers of the pretender Qi, who scattered in terror, crying out for their mothers. Chapter 14. The duel. Do not panic. Hold your ground. Let Commander Yang Han fervently wielded his sword from the city ramparts, directing his soldiers to resist the onslaught. Watch out, General. A loyal soldier shouted. Yang Han turned, only to be confronted by a menacing Song general on his left, brandishing an iron spear that lunged toward his temple with unparalleled speed. Startled, Yang Han raised his sword to parry, but with a resounding clash, his weapon was knocked aside while the spear remained unperturbed. With a sickening thrust, the sharp tip pierced his skull. A horrific scream escaped Yang Han's lips as he fell lifelessly. Chen Qing, with a fierce determination, flung the body into the moat. The death of the commander shattered the defensive formation of the pseudo-Qi army atop the walls, and the soldiers discarded their armor, fleeing northward in a frantic panic. Lower the drawbridge. Chen Qing bellowed. A dozen soldiers rushed to operate the winch, and the iron chains clattered down as the drawbridge creaked open. As the bridge descended, the gateway to salvation for the starving masses swung wide, and thousands of famished citizens erupted in ecstatic shouts, rushing toward the city. The sandbags that had once barred their entry were overturned, and the hungry surged forth like a bursting dam, roaring toward the 1,000 soldiers stationed ahead. The pseudo-Qi soldiers stood paralyzed, overwhelmed by the tidal wave of enraged citizens. The soldiers discarded their weapons and turned to flee. Those who managed to run swiftly might escape with their lives, while those who lagged were met with a relentless barrage of pitchforks and clubs. Many soldiers, knocked down in the chaos, were trampled to death under the stampede of the ravenous crowd. Inside the city, a stir arose as countless residents emerged from their homes, clutching sacks of rice and woven baskets, converging on the granary from all directions. In Jingzhou City, grain prices had soared to astronomical heights, and many citizens had been subsisting on wild vegetable porridge. Suddenly presented with an opportunity, the equally desperate residents could no longer contain their hunger. The granary's entrance blazed with the light of thousands of torches, illuminating the streets and squares filled with a dense throng of starving people. Refugees from the state of Zhongzhou mingling with the city's hundreds of thousands of citizens, all craning their necks toward the gates. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of able-bodied men, armed with a hefty battering ram, shouted as they charged at the gates. A deep, resonant thud echoed as the gates trembled violently, dust and wooden splinters cascading down. Again, the men retreated a few steps, then lunged forward once more. With a thunderous crash, the gates were breached, and the throng of starving citizens surged into the granary, overwhelming the 1,000 soldiers within, who could no longer restrain themselves, hastily shedding their uniforms and racing toward the treasury instead of the grain. On the streets, 1,000 Jurchen cavalry galloped in formation, led by one in Lu Shi, who, despite his ailing condition, sought to suppress the starving populace. He had not anticipated the Qi army's frailty. 3,000 troops had been utterly routed by the unarmed masses. Rage and disbelief coursed through one in Lu Shi, for if the grain were seized by the starving, the supply lines for the various armies would be irrevocably compromised. None of them allowed themselves a moment's peace. One in Lu Shi brandished a golden-backed broadsword, his eyes ablaze with fury, as he beheld the distant sight of Qin already fallen. Countless famished souls emerged from the city, burdened with sacks of grain. Charge forth and leave none alive. Wanyan Lusher issued his ruthless command. The cavalry surged forth suddenly, like a tempest rising from the plains, sweeping towards Chongqing, which lay several hundred paces away. Yet, they had barely covered 30 steps when a barrage of arrows erupted from the alleys and rooftops on either side, powerful crossbow bolts striking down the foremost Jurchen horsemen, resulting in nearly 200 casualties in an instant. Wanyan Lusher was taken aback, realizing that the Song army had joined the fray. No wonder the starving populace could storm the city. Unaware of the strength of the Song forces, he bellowed, "Halt the advance. Retreat immediately." At that moment, a crossbow bolt was towards Wanyan Lusher's throat with unparalleled speed. Startled, he swung his sword to block, and with a resounding clash, the bolt was deflected. However, a loyal soldier behind him was caught unawares and struck in the chest by an arrow, the powerful bolt piercing through his armor and heart. He let out a cry of agony before tumbling from his horse. Wanyan Lusher felt a jolt in his right arm, astonished by the might of that arrow. The remaining 800 cavalry raised their shields and withdrew, as the hundreds of Song soldiers on the rooftops lowered their crossbows and quivers, swiftly donning shields and spears before leaping down to charge from the alleys. The leading commander, mounted and wielding a massive iron spear, coldly declared, "Marshal Wanyan, I have awaited you for quite some time." Wanyan Lusher stared at him in disbelief, raising his sword to demand, "Who are you?" "I am Chen Qing, the scout captain of the 8 characters army." Wanyan Lusher chuckled, "Ah, I know you well. Wuxia has placed a bounty of 10,000 strings of cash on your head. I thought you were a divine being, but it turns out you are merely a small captain." "Indeed, a mere captain of the great Song has come to challenge you." Chen Qing brandished his spear, boldly proclaiming, "Wanyan Lusher, do you dare to face me in single combat? Your commander Wu Jie is already my defeated foe. Do you truly believe you are worthy of a duel with me?" Chen Qing laughed heartily. "I have heard you are a sickly cat, and thus I have come to take your head while you are weak. If you are afraid to fight, it matters not. Let your subordinates come forth." Wanyan Lusher, renowned as the Tiger of Wanyan Mountain, loathed being called a sick cat. His fury ignited. He swung his sword and declared, "Very well. I shall grant you your wish and send you to the netherworld." His guards were alarmed. "Marshal, they number only in the hundreds. A single charge could annihilate them. Your health is frail. You must not gamble with the Song forces." "Nonsense," Wanyan Lusher retorted, his eyes blazing. "I have traversed this world for 30 years, taking countless lives. When have I ever tasted defeat? Do not tarnish my reputation." With that, Wanyan Lusher urged his steed forward, charging at Chen Qing with his sword raised. Chen Qing bellowed and surged ahead with his spear. As the two steeds clashed, Wanyan Lusher let out a roar and swung his blade, the strike fierce and unyielding, executed with sheer power and no trickery. "Well met," Chen Qing shouted, bracing his spear to block. A tremendous clash echoed as sparks flew, both warriors shaken, their arms numb from the impact. As the two adversaries intertwined, Chen Qing executed a swift thrust with his spear, the tip darting like lightning toward the back of Wanyan Lusher. However, Wanyan Lusher did not evade. With a single arm, he swung, a flash of cold light glinting as his golden blade descended toward Chen Qing's left shoulder. This seemingly mutual destruction was destined to result in one death and one injury. Yet Chen Qing held the advantage. With a flicker of thought, Chen Qing withdrew his spear and parried, resulting in a resounding clash that nearly sent both weapons flying. The war horses then parted. Wanyan Lusher chuckled, "Impressive reflexes, young one, but alas, you are mistaken." In that critical moment, Chen Qing realized his opponent must be clad in inner armor, rendering his strike unlikely to pierce through, while his own arm would be lost. But Wanyan Lusher revealed he wore no such armor, indicating a miscalculation on Chen Qing's part. With a fierce shout, both riders spurred their horses forward once more. Each possessed immense strength and speed, creating a dazzling spectacle for onlookers. After 10 fierce exchanges, Wanyan Lusher, burdened by his illness, began to falter. Yet, Chen Qing's own weakness emerged. His steed was ordinary, slower, and unable to endure the clash of their formidable forces. Wanyan Lusher, rich in experience, had already devised a strategy to eliminate his foe. As their horses drew near again, Wanyan Lusher bellowed, delivering a horizontal slash that sent a chilling gust of wind. In an instant, Chen Qing vanished from his mount, and Wanyan Lusher's lips curled into a cold smirk. With a decisive crack, his blade struck the head of Chen Qing's horse. But at the moment the horse's head was cleaved, a short spear shot forth from beneath the horse's belly like a bolt of lightning, thrusting toward Wanyan Lusher. His body leaned forward, and the blade became lodged in the horse's skull, leaving him no time to evade or parry. Even if he abandoned his weapon and fell from his mount, he could only avoid a fatal blow. Wanyan Lusher hesitated briefly, and with a sickening sound, the spear pierced his throat, its tip emerging from the back of his neck. Chen Qing rolled to the ground, kneeling on one knee, his right hand firmly gripping the long spear as he coldly regarded Wanyan Lusher collapsing from his horse. This maneuver was a gift from your own hand. In this round, both combatants fell like startled hares, drawing blood simultaneously, and the soldiers on both sides were oblivious until Wanyan Lusher tumbled down. Only then did they realize Chen Qing had triumphed over Wanyan Lusher. "General, the guard, Yin Muya," cried out in sorrow. Chen Qing mounted Wanyan Lusher's steed and severed the head of his foe with a swift strike, lifting it aloft with his spear. The 500 Song soldiers erupted in ecstatic cheers, their voices soaring to the heavens. "Avenge our general, annihilate them," Yin Muya roared, spurring his horse into a frenzied charge. Wielding his wolf-toothed club as he hurtled toward Chen Qing, the 800 Jurchen cavalry, consumed by vengeance, surged toward the Song soldiers. Thus commenced the life-and-death struggle faced by the 500 Song troops. Chapter 15. The final battle. Chen Qing calmly gazed at the approaching Jurchen cavalry. They could retreat through the narrow alleys on either side, but the cavalry had to navigate around the city gates, which posed a significant challenge. Behind them, merely 100 paces away, a square was filled with elderly individuals and children, each child's face radiant with smiles, joyfully awaiting their parents' return, alongside the frail, silver-haired elders. Let them be the bearers of hope for life. 500 soldiers, armed with long spears and shields, knelt quietly on the ground, awaiting the impending wave of cavalry. Suddenly, hundreds of arrows rained down upon them like a tempest. The Song soldiers raised their shields to fend off the barrage. Yet, the Jurchen cavalry remained undeterred by the onslaught of arrows, accelerating with ferocity, their eyes glinting with a predatory intensity. Only 50 paces remained. Chen Qing let out a cold laugh as he spurred his horse forward. With a deft flick of his spear, he sent the headless corpse of Wanyan Lusher soaring 3 yards into the air. With a dull thud, the body fell heavily to the ground. As they witnessed the corpse rise and then plummet, the Jurchen cavalry erupted in cries, desperately reining in their steeds, fearing that they might trample their lord's remains. Yin Muya seized the opportunity, lunging forward to grasp Wanyan Lusher's body, preventing it from being trampled by the horses. However, the once ferocious tempest of battle abruptly diminished, and the rain of arrows ceased. Seizing the moment, Chen Qing bellowed for the Jurchens to experience the might of the Song warriors. "Kill! Kill!" The 500 soldiers rose in unison, discarding their shields and charging forward with their spears. Chen Qing led the charge, his spears sweeping through the air, causing 3 Jurchen cavalrymen to scream as they fell from their mounts. Nearby, a voice thundered, "Return our lord's head." A guard wielding a mace charged directly at Chen Qing, his fury palpable, wishing to shatter Chen Qing's skull with a single blow. Chen Qing sneered, shaking his spear, which pressed down upon the guard's mace like an immovable force. The spear's tip darting toward the guard's throat with lightning speed. Yin Muya attempted to block the spear, but it bore down upon him with the weight of 1,000 pounds, rendering him immobile. Realizing the dire predicament, Yin Muya's eyes widened in terror. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced through his mouth, instantaneously penetrating his skull. Chen Qing flipped his lifeless body aside and, with a flourish of his spear, charged into the heart of the enemy ranks, leaving chaos in his wake as the Jurchen cavalry fell in disarray, corpses littering the ground. Chen Qing's audacity to confront 1,000 Jurchen cavalrymen stemmed from the unfavorable terrain for cavalry operations. The main street near the east gate was merely 10 zhang, approximately 30 meters, wide, for a cavalryman to fully unleash their capabilities. At least 3 zhang of width was essential. With the necessity of galloping and charging, maneuvering in a street of such narrowness was implausible. This essentially became a type of urban warfare, where infantry held the advantage, at least matching the enemy's strength. In the cramped confines, where spears could not be fully extended, soldiers resorted to slashing with knives, stabbing with daggers, and even biting, as blood and flesh flew, and bodies piled up in the narrow streets. Yet, the Jurchen cavalry possessed their own advantage, mounted archery. As the rear cavalry struggled to advance, they began to draw their bows from their elevated positions, raining arrows down with deadly accuracy. The Song soldiers, devoid of shields, fell one after another as arrows struck true, with 50 or 60 men felled in a single volley. Suffering devastating losses, Chen Qing felt an overwhelming sense of urgency within him. Suddenly, he noticed several Jurchen cavalrymen fall from their horses, struck by arrows from behind. His eyes widened as he realized that a dozen Song soldiers on the rooftops were skillfully utilizing the eaves as cover, calmly shooting crossbow bolts to slay the enemy. While the Jurchen cavalrymen found themselves unable to retaliate, Chen Qing smacked his forehead and shouted, "Yang Hua, Zheng Ping. Each of you lead 100 men to the rooftops to eliminate the enemy." "Understood." Yang Hua and Zheng Ping immediately rallied 100 soldiers each and swiftly ascended the rooftops, taking aim at the Jurchen cavalry. The Song soldiers, positioned above, held a distinct advantage. In the darkness, the Jurchen cavalry continued to tumble from their mounts, or their steeds were struck down, forcing them to raise their shields in defense, rendering their mounted archery ineffective. The battle fell into a stalemate once more. Just then, countless shadowy figures surged from the alleyways, armed with spears, hoes, and wooden clubs, raining down upon the Jurchen cavalry. These were the refugees and citizens of the city flocking to assist in the fight, their numbers swelling into the thousands as they charged from all directions. "Retreat!" a centurion bellowed, sensing the dire situation. Over 100 cavalrymen turned their horses and fled westward, where the citizens had not yet consolidated, crashing through their ranks in a frantic escape. The remaining Jurchen cavalrymen found no opportunity to escape and were gradually overwhelmed by the enraged populace, meeting their demise beneath the citizens' hoes and clubs. As dawn broke, groups of Song cavalrymen shouted throughout the city, "The Jurchens are coming back to attack. Everyone, please evacuate Jingzhou City and head towards Hanzhou." Chen Qing, accompanied by several subordinates, arrived at the granary city square, where many starving families were hastily packing food and belongings, children clutching sacks of grain and beaming with joy. The granaries had been thoroughly stripped by the refugees and the over 100,000 citizens, with some elders still scavenging the ground for scattered coins. "Dear elders, you must hurry," Chen Qing urged them. "General, is it truly impossible to hold on to Shaanxi Road?" one elder asked, reluctant to accept the grim reality. Chen Qing nodded solemnly. Indeed, the situation for Shaanxi Road was dire. Although he had launched a surprise attack and captured Jingzhou City, the loss of elite forces in the battle at Fuping meant that the Jin would soon reinforce their troops in Guangzhou. Given the current strength and morale of the Song army, they could no longer stand against the Jurchen cavalry. "Very well. We shall heed the general's advice and hasten southward to Guangzhou." Under Chen Qing's urging, groups of refugees began to stream out of Jingzhou City, making their way along the Ziwudo towards Hanzhou. Not only the starving from Tongzhou, but also many citizens of Jingzhou City followed, abandoning their homes to move southward. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. They had pillaged the Jin army's logistical supplies, and once the main force of the Jin returned, they would inevitably retaliate with extreme ferocity. Even the reluctant citizens began to leave the city for the countryside, and the entire Jingzhou City was mobilized. The fierce battle from the previous night, although resulting in the complete annihilation of 1,000 Jurchen cavalrymen thanks to the advantageous terrain and the assistance of the populace, had also cost Chen Qing's forces dearly. With nearly 200 soldiers lost, over half of whom fell to the arrows of the Jurchen cavalry. It was through this battle that Chen Qing profoundly realized the formidable prowess of mounted archery. It is no wonder that since the Han and Tang dynasties, mastery of bow and horse has been deemed an essential foundation for any general. Without the skill of mounted archery, one is akin to a bird with a broken wing. He resolved to seek opportunities to practice this art himself. At midday, Chen Qing and his men prepared to withdraw. Deputy General Yang Yuanqing urged him forward, exclaiming, "General, the brothers are all ready." They had captured over 600 war horses and, in the latter part of the night, had cleared the estate of Wan in Lushur, rewarding each soldier with a substantial fortune, much to the delight of all. Chen Qing initially intended to rendezvous with the main forces at Daisen Pass, but given the rampant banditry along the Ziwudo Road, he was concerned for the safety of the common folk heading south. Thus, he resolved to lead his troops ahead to eliminate the bandits. "Let us depart," Chen Qing commanded, leading 300 cavalrymen swiftly toward the Ziwudo. Following the capture of Jingzhou City, the main forces of the Jin army advanced westward, conquering Yuzhou and Fengxiang Prefecture. After seizing Fengxiang, the Jin army split into two paths, one led by Wan and Zhongfu, commanding 10,000 Jurchen cavalry and several thousand defected soldiers, continued the assault on Pingliang Prefecture and Jingzhou, where over 10,000 troops under Lu Qi were stationed. Meanwhile, Wan and Lu commanded another 10,000 soldiers in combat at Weizhou against the remnants of Lu Ziyu's forces. The second route was led by Wan and Zhongbi, who commanded 20,000 Jurchen troops and 30,000 Han defectors, advancing south from Fengxiang toward Daisen Pass, where they faced off against the 13,000 troops of Wu Jie and Wang Yin near the Sangyuan area. At this juncture, the commander Zhang Jun had already led the remnants of the Song army south to Hanzhong. The Jin forces had yet to completely occupy the Shaanxi and Shihe routes. And with Wu Jie and Wang Yin still stationed at Sangyuan and Daisen Pass, a counterattack from within the pass remained a possibility. Inside the main tent, Wan Zongbi paced back and forth, deeply unsettled. He had sent 2 eagle letters to Jingzhou, one yesterday morning and another early today, inquiring about the provisions. He expected a response by the afternoon, yet as dusk approached, there was still no word from Jingzhou, which filled him with apprehension. Logically, the forces at Jingzhou should be substantial, with 6,000 Jurchen soldiers and an additional 50,000 Qi troops from the Chaozhou region for support. It should have been foolproof. But why had there been no communication from Jingzhou? Could it be that the eagle letters had been intercepted by Song spies? Unlikely, for even if one had been intercepted, it would be improbable for both to be captured. At that moment, a rapid thundering of hooves echoed from outside, drawing closer until it halted near his tent. Subsequently, a voice, laden with urgency, cried out, "I must see the 4th prince. It is an emergency." Wan Zongbi hurried out of the tent to find a soldier nearly collapsing to the ground, supported by 2 patrolling cavalrymen. "What has happened?" Wan Zongbi demanded sternly. The soldier knelt before him, weeping profusely. Jingzhou was ambushed. The commander has fallen. Wan Zongbi's eyes widened in shock. How could the Song forces have mounted an assault on Jingzhou? What did the commander's death signify? Was it Wan Lu sure? He stepped forward, grasping the soldier's collar tightly, and barked, "Speak clearly. If you do not, I shall have you executed." A contingent of Song troops launched a surprise attack on Jingzhou, bringing along tens of thousands of refugees. The garrison was unable to withstand the onslaught, and the refugees seized the granaries. Marshal Wan Yin led the imperial guards to suppress the uprising, only to encounter the Song forces en route. A duel ensued between the Song general and the marshal, who tragically fell in battle. Wan Zongbi, his eyes blazing with fury, clenched his teeth and inquired, "How many foes do we face?" "Approximately 500, came the reply. Wan Zongbi was on the brink of madness. He drew his dagger and severed the messenger's ear, threatening, "Should you utter another word of folly, I shall extract your heart." The messenger, writhing in agony, shouted, "I speak the truth. They number but 500, while within our city, we have only 1,000 Jurchen soldiers. 5,000 were dispatched by the marshal to quell the rebellion in Shang Prefecture, and the Qi forces amount to merely 3,000. They are no match for the Song troops, having been routed by just 500 of them." Finally, Wan Zongbi grasped the reality of the situation. Clenching his fists, he queried, "What of the 50,000 Qi troops in Tong Prefecture?" The marshal had deemed them mere harvesters and forbade their entry into Jingzhou. They remain in Tong Prefecture. A wave of dizziness washed over Wan Zongbi, and a soldier hastily brought him a chair. He sat down slowly, and after a moment's contemplation, sighed and asked, "Who leads the Song forces?" The messenger, barely able to sustain himself, collapsed to the ground, gasping, "Your Highness, the commander of the Song army is none other than Chen Qing, the renowned general for whom you previously placed a bounty of 10,000 on his head. It was he who challenged Marshal Wan In, and alas, the marshal met his tragic end at his hands." "Ah." Wan Zongbi gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape, unable to close it for what seemed an eternity. Chapter 16. The rise of the magpie. That evening, under the cloak of darkness, the Jin troops swiftly retreated, completing their withdrawal within the span of just 1 hour. Concurrently, the scouts of the Song army on the periphery received crucial intelligence, which rapidly made its way to the military encampment at Shangyuan. Wang Yin hastened to the main tent, where a soldier announced loudly, "General Wang has arrived. Please enter." Came the voice of the commander, Wu Jie, from within the tent. "Jin troops have retreated, I hear?" Wang Yin inquired as he stepped inside. Wu Jie, standing before the map, smiled slightly and replied, "That question should rightly be posed to you." Wang Yin, momentarily confused, asked, "What do you mean?" The scouts had reported that a unit of the 8-character army had launched a surprise attack on Jingzhou city, beheading Wan Loji. The Jin army had lost all its logistical supplies and thus had no choice but to retreat. "Wan Loji is dead?" Wang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. However, he quickly furrowed his brow and said, "What did you say?" "The 8-character army did this." "That is impossible. My forces are stationed at Daisen Pass. There is no way the 8-character army could be there." That is what the intelligence states, though I am not privy to the specifics, Wu Jie added after a pause. It seems a general by the surname of Chen led a few hundred soldiers. Can you think of who that might be? Chen. Wang Yin suddenly smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "It must be Chen Qing." I can hardly contain my excitement. It must be him. Our scouts from the 8-character army, alongside Li Jiang, confronted the main cavalry force of Wanyan Zongbi with 1,000 soldiers. I knew he would still be alive. 1,000 soldiers confronting the main cavalry of Wanyan Zongbi and still surviving? That seems implausible. Wu Jie expressed his skepticism. While others may not have been able to achieve such a feat, he is quite legendary. Wang Yin then recounted in detail how Chen Qing had escaped from the battlefield while being pursued by cavalry, concluding with, "The only perplexity lies in the matter of those 500 soldiers. 1,000 troops should not have dwindled to so few. Perhaps he managed to gather another unit. But for him to have beheaded Wan'an Loji is simply astonishing." The news of Wan'an Loji's demise genuinely thrilled Wu Jie. If this information were to reach the court, it would undoubtedly create a stir throughout the realm. Wu Jie could not help but exclaim, "A mere scout leader has accomplished such a monumental feat, Zicai. I truly envy you. The 8-character army possesses such a legendary general." Wang Yin quickly adopted a modest demeanor, stating, "The specifics remain unclear. It may not even pertain to him. We shall wait until the situation clarifies before making any assertions." Nevertheless, Wu Jie was intrigued, stroking his beard silently, contemplating how he must recruit this exceptional talent for his own command, considering that Chen Qing was originally a general of the Huanqing army, unrelated to the 8-character army. Wang Yin, however, grew wary, as he knew Wu Jie well. The man's sudden contemplative expression likely indicated he was devising a scheme to seize Chen Qing for himself. No, this must not be allowed to come to fruition. As night fell, a shroud of gray chill enveloped the Meridian Valley, where hundreds of thousands of refugees, fleeing southward, were crammed into the narrow expanse of the 10-mile gorge. Though the winds in this section of the valley were relatively mild, the cold was still biting. Women wrapped their children in tattered bedding, holding them tightly to their chests, while the elderly clutched pieces of cloth, reluctant to part with them. The sound of coughing echoed through the air. Young men spontaneously formed night watch teams, armed with weapons acquired from the Jingzhou granary, vigilantly scanning the darkened paths of the valley, where lurking dangers awaited, not only in the form of ferocious beasts but also ruthless bandits. Chen Qing, accompanied by a squadron of soldiers, patrolled the gorge on horseback. Earlier in the day, a robbery had occurred, resulting in an injured woman and the theft of 120 taels of silver. The thieves, having tasted success, would undoubtedly return under the cover of night. Chen Qing examined a bow he had seized from Wanyan Lushi. It was a 2-stone cavalry bow, typically unmanageable for ordinary commanders, yet it fit him perfectly, indicating that his strength was comparable to that of Wanyan Lushi. In contrast to the bow, the crossbow was cumbersome, particularly impractical during swift pursuits, whereas mounted archery was fundamental for a general's prowess. To thrive in the Song dynasty, mastering this skill was imperative. "General," Chief Yanghua urged his horse to catch up, clasping his fist respectfully. "A contingent of Song troops has arrived from the south. Their commander wishes to meet you." "I understand. Continue your patrol, keep your shields ready, and be wary of arrows from the bandits." "Yes, sir." Chen Qing stowed the bow in his pack and turned his horse southward. Ahead, the refugee procession was less than 10 miles from the Meridian Pass. This Song army had likely come from there, in the distance. Lights flickered as over 100 soldiers brandished torches. At the forefront rode a commanding general, clad in patterned armor and wearing a phoenix-winged helmet. Appearing to be around 30 years of age, tall and imposing, Chen Qing tightened his grip on his spear, acutely aware of the potential for danger. Weapons and armor were easily accessible within the pass, and many refugees wore military leather armor to keep warm, making it effortless for bandits to masquerade as Song soldiers. "Which Song army do you hail from?" Chen Qing called out, closing the distance to 50 paces. "I am Zhu Baijin, a subordinate of the pacification envoy." The refugees speak highly of General Chen as the protector of the main commander. "May I inquire to which army you belong and your official title?" The pacification envoy was none other than the Song army's supreme commander, Zhang Jun, who served as the provincial pacification officer in the current region of Hanzhou. Zhu Baijin was presumably one of Zhang Jun's personal guards. Chen Qing replied coolly, "I am Chen Qing, the scout captain under the command of General Wang Duzhong of the 8-character army." Upon learning that his counterpart was merely a scout captain, Zhu Baijin was momentarily taken aback and inquired further, "Do you have a superior?" My superior is Commander Li Jiang. We are tasked with covering the rear. General Li has fallen in battle, and I lead the remnants southward, concerned about the banditry in Meridian Valley, hence my voluntary protection of these refugees. I see. Zhu Baijin pondered for a moment before cautiously asking, General, have you visited Jingzhou City? He was astonished to see that the refugees possessed food and cloth, evidently acquired from the granaries of Jingzhou City. I made a brief foray, eliminating several thousand enemy troops, and I also claimed the head of Wanyan Lushi. What? Zhu Baijin was taken aback. What did you say? Decapitate Wanyan Lushi? He is merely a sickly man, hardly a worthy opponent. Chen Qing spoke with a casual demeanor. Yet Zhu Baijin felt as if struck by thunder, and he hurriedly replied, The pacification envoy is at Zawugwan. May I request the general to accompany me there? Chen Qing, accompanied by several subordinates, followed Zhu Baijin to Zawugwan. Curiously, he inquired, what brings the pacification envoy to Zawugwan? With a wry smile, Zhu Baijin explained. The envoy is inspecting the defenses in Yangxian and has learned that tens of thousands of refugees have arrived in Zawugwan. He fears this may be one in Lushi's scheme. Hence his urgent visit. Zawugwan was not far. They arrived in a quarter of an hour to find a grand and sturdy fortress guarding the exit of Zawugwan. Soldiers armed with bows and spears filled the walls, with flames illuminating the fortress, casting brilliant light as bright as day. Please wait a moment, General. I shall report inside. Zhu Baijin said, asking Chen Qing to remain outside as he entered the fortress to deliver his report. At that moment, Chen Qing recognized a significant issue. If he did not accompany the refugees southward and clarify the situation, those tens of thousands would never enter Zawugwan, ultimately forced to return from whence they came. If Wanyan Lushi dispatched 1,000 troops to mingle among the refugees, it would spell disaster for Hanzhong, and how could the Song forces possibly remain vigilant? Before long, Zhu Baijin emerged and clasped his fists in greeting. Please follow me, General. Chen Qing followed him into the fortress and soon arrived before a large tent. I report to the pacification envoy. The person has arrived. Please let him in. A gentle and clear voice emanated from within, likely belonging to a middle-aged man. Zhu Baijin pointed to the sword at Chen Qing's waist, apologetically smiling. The general cannot bring a sword into the command tent. Chen Qing removed his long sword and handed it to him, then lifted the curtain to enter the tent, where he immediately spotted the commander, Zhang Jun, who was indeed not a general but a civilian official. Chen Qing approached and knelt on one knee, solemnly reporting, I am Chen Qing of the 8 Characters Army. Paying my respects to the great commander. Zhang Jun appeared to be in his 40s, of medium stature, with a fair complexion and a long beard. His bright eyes and slender features suggested he was a shrewd and capable individual, a graduate of the imperial examination. He had originally served as the vice minister of rights in the court. He had contributed to suppressing the Lu and Miao rebellions and was subsequently promoted to oversee the Privy Council, becoming one of the leaders of the pro-war faction in the court, following Li Gang and Zhongzhe. After Wanyan Zombi's retreat from Huangshandang, Zhang Jun realized that the Jin Kingdom's next strategic objective would undoubtedly be Sichuan and Shaanxi, necessitating a bolstered defense in those regions to prevent Jin troops from entering Sichuan. His thoughts were supported by Emperor Zhao Gou, who appointed him as the pacification envoy with full authority over military and political affairs in Sichuan and Shaanxi. This reflects a characteristic of the Song dynasty. Regardless of the military's actions, the commander was invariably a civilian official dispatched by the court. Fortunately for the troops in Sichuan and Shaanxi, Zhang Jun was a pro-war figure, both astute and perceptive. However, Zhang Jun was ultimately a civilian and lacked an understanding of the local circumstances in Sichuan and Shaanxi. His scholarly ideals inclined him towards large-scale military engagements, and his eagerness for a decisive battle ultimately led to the disastrous defeat at Fuping, a loss that obliterated the finest of the Song's Western troops. Following this calamity, he immediately penned a letter of apology to the emperor, and although he had yet to receive a response, he still needed to compose a detailed battle report, which filled him with considerable distress. Just moments ago, Zhang Jun received news that the Jin army's commanding general, Wanyan Lushi, had been slain in the Battle of Fuping. This revelation was almost beyond his belief, yet it also ignited a flicker of hope within him. Zhang Jun glanced at Chen Qing, a robust young general, and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the sword held by Zhu Baijin, prompting an exclamation of surprise from him. Chapter 17. Promotion. Zhang Jun strode forward to retrieve the sword, meticulously examining it from hilt to blade before gently drawing it out, unable to suppress a long sigh. Is this truly the sword of a general? Chen Qing nodded, revealing that it originally belonged to Wanyan Lushi, who had been slain by his own hand with this very blade. Do you know what kind of sword this is? I only know it is a renowned sword. Such a statement is trivial. How could Wan In Loeshi's sword be an ordinary one? A pained expression crossed Zhang Jun's face as he recognized it as the famed sword Zhanlu, which also served as the imperial sword of the former emperor. So, this indeed belonged to Emperor Huizong Zhaoji, Chen Qing realized, understanding that the sword was no longer his. Where's Wan In Loeshi's head? In that moment, Zhang Jun finally believed. Chen Qing placed a wooden box on the table and opened the lid, revealing the severed head of Wan In Loeshi, preserved in quicklime, still bearing a lifelike visage. At that moment, an official entered, bowing in greeting. Did the envoy summon me? Military officer Wu, come and examine this head. Is it Wan In Loeshi? The official, named Wu Chu, was formerly the chief historian of Fuzhou and held in high regard by Zhang Jun, now serving as his record officer. Having encountered Wan In Loeshi multiple times in Fuzhou, he was quite familiar with him. Wu Chu approached with a serious demeanor, scrutinizing the face and inspecting behind the ears before nodding affirmatively to Zhang Jun. There is no doubt. It is indeed Wan In Loeshi. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Wan In Loeshi bore a distinctive large plum blossom birthmark behind his ear, an unmistakable feature, thus I can assert that it is he. Zhang Jun was overjoyed. Smiling at Chen Qing, congratulations, Commander Chen, on achieving an extraordinary feat. I shall immediately dispatch this head along with the sword to Lin'an. Might there be any other tokens from General Chen? There is also Wan In Loeshi's golden medal, official seal, and his large broadsword. I will have them sent at once. As for Wan In Loeshi's bow and arrows, I find them quite suitable for my use. The bow and arrows, as well as the steeds, can remain with you for personal use. The crucial items are the medal and the official seal, and I require the broadsword as well, to send to Lin'an. Meeting with Commander Zhang Jun was undoubtedly a source of mutual joy. Zhang Jun could embellish his formal report with significant accomplishments, making it less unappealing. Indeed, Chen Qing's merits were pivotal for Zhang Jun's career. Zhang Jun also graciously agreed to permit refugees into Sichuan, while Chen Qing himself received commendations, with Zhang Jun officially appointing him as the chief military commander and bestowing a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. This effectively elevated him 3 ranks, bypassing both the preparatory commander and vice commander positions, advancing directly to chief commander, making him the only general personally promoted by Zhang Jun following the Battle of Fuping. Of course, this was merely a military appointment. It still required the Ministry of War's acknowledgement to confer the corresponding official rank, which was paramount, much like a military title. The following morning, Chen Qing departed from Zawugwan, leading 300 soldiers toward Daisen Pass. 3 days later, Chen Qing and his troops arrived at Daisen Pass. Wu Jie and Wang Yin personally welcomed this legendary young general. Wang Yin then accompanied Chen Qing to review the deployment of the Song army. Why did the commander choose to station the troops 20 miles north at Heshanjiwen instead of at the formidable Daisen Pass? Heshanjiwen is a prominent point jutting north from the Zhongnan Mountains, resembling a crocodile extending its jaws into the valley. Although the terrain here is indeed perilous, it pales in comparison to the formidable defenses of Daisen Pass. Wang Yin smiled slightly and remarked, "This decision truly showcases the brilliance of Commander Wu. Tell me, what are the distinctions between garrisoning at Heshanjiwen and at Daisen Pass?" Chen Qing gazed thoughtfully at the distant Guanzhong plain and replied after a moment of contemplation. Stationing at Daisen Pass is a defensive posture, while garrisoning at Heshanjiwen allows for both offense and defense. You have keen insight. Wang Yin commended, nodding in approval. He too turned his gaze toward the Guanzhong plain, exclaiming, Heshanjiwen is akin to a venomous thorn embedded in the back of the Jurchens. Although there are vital routes from Guanzhong to Hanzhong such as Luoyang Road, Zawudo, and Baoxia Road, if the Jurchen forces do not remove this thorn-threatening Guanzhong, can they truly march into Hanzhong? At that moment, Chen Qing understood why the Jurchens could sweep through the Song dynasty yet struggled to seize Sichuan. The root of the issue lay in Commander Wu's strategic placement of this piece at Heshanjiwen. How does the commander intend to arrange my position? Chen Qing inquired. Wang Yin pondered for a moment and said, with Li Jiang deceased, I have decided to appoint you as the commander of the 8th Division's Reconnaissance Battalion. This aligns perfectly with the recent promotion bestowed upon you by the general, granting you rightful authority over the battalion. Commander Wu will also allocate an additional 200 elite troops to you, bringing your total to 500, sufficient for you to stand on your own. Does Commander Wu intend to place me on the periphery? Chen Qing grasped their strategic intent. Wang Yin regarded Chen Qing intently and remarked, Your actions in Jingzhou City have provided us with considerable insight. Commander Wu and I both concur that if a force disrupts the enemy's logistics and supply lines from the periphery, it will directly influence the Jurchen's assault on Heshanjiwen. You are the most suitable candidate for this critical task. Chen Qing was left speechless. He understood the adage that one should grasp opportunities when they arise. And in this case, both hands were required to seize it. The next morning, Chen Qing led 500 cavalry north from Daisen Pass. Wang Yan stood atop the pass, witnessing Chen Qing's departure, while Wu Jie approached with a smile, saying, I have heard that Wan'an Zongbi and Wan'an Zongfu have jointly placed a bounty of 100,000 strings of cash on his head, whereas the combined price for ours is still less than half of that. At not yet 24 years old, he is indeed formidable. Wang Yan also expressed a sense of awe, stating, in times of national peril, young talents like him emerge. It is a blessing for our great Song dynasty. Wu Jie's expression then grew grave as he said, I have just received news that the Jurchens are reinforcing their ranks in Guangzhou with an additional 50,000 troops from Hedong and the Central Plains. The Jurchens now number 80,000, alongside 50,000 from the Chiduan army and several tens of thousands of surrendered troops in Guangzhou, bringing the total enemy forces close to 200,000. They likely intend to secure a path into Sichuan. Wang Yan's expression shifted as he urgently asked, Is the general aware of this? It was the general who dispatched the information to me. And what of the court? The imperial court must be aware that the Jin kingdom's strategy is shifting westward. However, the eastern army of Zhang Han remains stationed in Jianyan, leaving the court unable to attend to matters in the west. Thus, we must rely on ourselves here in Sichuan and Shaanxi. Nevertheless, Lu Ziyu commands 8,000 troops on the Xia road, and Lu Qi has 10,000 soldiers in the Qinfeng road, which could help to restrain a portion of the Jin forces. Wang Yan furrowed his brow. You have forgotten about the Xia army. They will certainly take advantage of the chaos. Lu Qi's troops are tasked with countering Xia, while Lu Ziyu's men are to defend the Xia road, making it unlikely they can assist us. Wu Jie laughed heartily. What does it matter if the Jin forces number 200,000? The Shang Yuan cannot accommodate such a multitude. As long as we are well prepared, we shall meet the enemy with force and be unyielding against the torrents of water. What is there to fear? Along the official road from Pujing Pass to Jingzhou, carts laden with grain and fodder flowed in continuous succession, filling the thoroughfare as far as the eye could see. This was the result of the Jin forces' conscription of 200,000 laborers to transport 300,000 shur of grain and 200,000 dan of fodder to Guangzhou. Given the emptiness of Guangzhou, Wan'an Zongbi ordered the transportation of tens of thousands of households from northern Shaanxi to settle in Guangzhou, commanding them to cultivate the land and provide sustenance for the Jin army. The Jin's massive troop reinforcements to Guangzhou, aimed at securing a route to Sichuan, were indeed part of their strategic ambitions, yet the immediate priority was to seize complete control over the Shaanxi Road, Qinfeng Road, and Xia Road. Although the Jin forces triumphed in the Battle of Fuping, Wu Jie's army still occupied Shangyuan, posing a threat to Guangzhou, while Lu Qi's troops remained in Jingzhou and Lu Ziyu's forces in Weizhou, continuing to resist the Jin invaders. Merely relying on 30,000 Jin soldiers and several thousand defectors in Guangzhou would not suffice to achieve the Jin Empire's strategic objectives in the northwest. Thus, Emperor Wan'anxing issued orders to augment the forces in Guangzhou by an additional 50,000 elite soldiers and dispatched envoys to Xia, urging them to cooperate by sending troops as well. That morning, a contingent of several thousand Jurchen cavalry burst forth from Pujing Pass, galloping westward with the speed of the wind. At the forefront rode a commanding general, around 30 years of age, tall and robust, with a fierce countenance, wielding a large golden-backed saber. This man was Wanyan Huanu, the eldest son of Wanyan Lu Shi, a renowned general of the Jin kingdom, now stationed in Taiyuan. Upon hearing of his father's demise at the hands of a Song general, he was overcome with sorrow. Having secured the emperor's consent, he hurried from Taiyuan to Jingzhou, intent on avenging his father's death. As Wanyan Huanu and his troops traversed a small town, he suddenly halted his steed before a high wall at the town's entrance, where a reward notice was affixed. The bounty was an astonishing 100,000 guan, likely the highest ever offered by the Jin kingdom. Song General Chen Qing, a reward of 100,000 guan for his head. Chen Qing. Wanyan Huanu silently repeated this name. I seek no reward. I wish to personally sever his head on the battlefield. Gritting his teeth, Wanyan Huanu lashed his horse and charged into the town with fervor. Chapter 18. Ambush 20 miles north of Xingha Plain lies Chunsong Mountain, beyond which flows the Wei River, with the northern bank directly facing Gui County. In the afternoon, Chen Qing led his forces across the Wei River, arriving at Gui County. He hesitated to approach the county town, for although Wan'an Zongbi had withdrawn the main force back to Jingzhou, Several tens of thousands of Jurchen and Han troops remained stationed at Fengxiang Prefecture under the command of Wan'an Meili. The northern bank of the Wei River is renowned for its fertile lands, and Guo County is no exception, surrounded by vast fields of wheat, all of which had been harvested, leaving only barren land. The gray sky hung heavily above. The earth appeared desolate and bleak, devoid of human presence or villages, save for flocks of crows circling overhead, emitting mournful cries. Chen Qing's troops rested in a grove to the east of Guo County, standing atop a large rock. He gazed at the county town 2 miles away. Its gates were firmly shut, and soldiers could be seen patrolling the ramparts, which instinctively told Chen Qing that they were Jurchen soldiers. Although the Jin forces had retreated from Xinghe Plain, it did not imply that they would relinquish Fengxiang Prefecture. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed as 2 of Chen Qing's subordinates, dispatched to gather intelligence, returned, accompanied by 3 cavalrymen from the Song army. These 3 were scouts stationed by Wu Jia on the periphery, tasked with a different mission than Chen Qing's. The lead scout, surnamed Jiang, saluted Chen Qing and said, "Commander Wu has sent over 100 scouts. We 3 are responsible for the intelligence regarding Guo County. I am Jiang Qing at your service. Please enlighten us about the situation in Guo County." In response, the scout reported, "General, the Jin army has implemented a scorched earth policy, forcing all civilians within 20 miles of the county town to relocate inside. There are approximately 1,000 Jin soldiers within the town, comprising 500 Jurchen and 500 Han troops. The same applies to Fuping, Qishan, and Baoji County, while the main force is stationed in Fengxiang County. Where can we procure grain?" Chen Qing inquired. "The only options are Lin'an County or Purin County to the north of Fengxiang Prefecture, which have only a small number of Han troops stationed and, as far as I know, have not enforced the scorched earth policy. Moreover, it is rumored that there are also volunteer troops active nearby," the scout replied, realizing that Guo County was unsuitable for securing a stable food supply. Chen Qing concluded that it would be unwise to linger, as the Jurchen army could easily crush them at any moment. He turned to Zhao Xiaoi beside him and inquired, "I recall you are from Lin'an County. Do you suggest we head there, or to Purin County?" With a smile, Zhao Xiaoi responded, "Certainly, we should go to Lin'an County. Although the north is mountainous, the south is a vast plain, with the Du River flowing through much of the county, historically known for its grain production. In contrast, Purin County lacks rivers and has limited plains, rendering it impoverished. The crux lies in securing provisions." Chen Qing ultimately resolved to proceed to Lin'an County. Jiang Qing cautioned Chen Qing, "General, be wary of Jin patrols. If they discover us, it could spell trouble. I recommend traveling under the cover of night." "Thank you for the warning." As dusk fell, 500 cavalry continued their northward journey. At the third watch of the night, beneath the Yongshui Bridge, several Jin sentinels, deep in slumber, were abruptly roused by the sound of galloping hoofs. They quickly scrambled to their feet and peered into the distance, spotting a contingent of Song cavalry, approximately 500 strong, racing towards Yongshui Bridge from the south. The chief of the scouts kept a vigilant eye on the cavalry, noticing as they crossed the bridge and galloped swiftly northward, numbering approximately 400 to 500. The scout leader promptly commanded, "Fire 5 gunpowder arrows towards Qishan County." The 5 arrows soared into the night sky, illuminating it with their brilliant flames. "General, look!" Yang Hua shouted, pointing towards the rear. The cavalry halted their steeds, witnessing the 5 gunpowder arrows ascending behind them, clearly visible against the night sky. With Qishan County just 10 miles away, they had been detected, and the enemy scouts were alerting the county of their presence. All soldiers turned to their commander, Chen Qing, pondering whether to circumvent Qishan County or confront the challenge head-on. "We are not mere scouts." Chen Qing calmly addressed the assembly. "Our mission is to harass the enemy. If capturing Qishan County can disrupt their deployment, then that is precisely what we must do." His deputy, Yang Yuanqing, pondered for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps their scouts are merely warning the defenders of Qishan County to be cautious of our night assault. It is likely that the garrison will not emerge from the city." Chen Qing smiled slightly and replied, "Regardless of the possibilities, as long as we are prepared and aware of both ourselves and the enemy, even if a battle is inevitable, we shall not falter." He then instructed Du Tu Yang Hua, "Take a dozen brothers to Qishan County and observe the enemy's situation. Should they emerge from the city, notify us immediately." Yang Hua led a dozen soldiers hastily towards the county seat, while Chen Qing directed his troops towards a copse of trees a few hundred paces away. Qishan County was similarly defended by 1,000 Jin soldiers, comprising 500 Jurchen warriors and 500 Han troops. The commander, Wanyan Kelly, a fierce general, held the title of 1,000-man leader, or Qianfu. Are you certain there are only 500 cavalry? Wan Kelly bellowed. With only 5 gunpowder arrows. They should not exceed 500. The outer scouts determined the enemy's numbers by the quantity of gunpowder arrows fired, with a maximum of 9 arrows indicating an enemy force exceeding 1,000. Wan Kelly immediately ordered the entire army to assemble and prepare to confront the Song forces. The Han army's commander, Shi Yang, was taken aback and exclaimed, "General, it is still the middle of the night." Wan Kelly glared, "Nonsense. Where can hundreds of Song troops be crossing at this hour? What are they plotting? If the 4th prince inquires, I shall know nothing. Do you wish for me to lose my head?" Shi Yang, feeling helpless, rushed to muster the troops. In truth, they were merely the Fengxiang auxiliary army, not the main imperial guard. Their task was to defend the city, build bridges, and handle logistical matters. They had not participated in the Battle of Fuping. When the Jin soldiers descended upon them, they capitulated, being incorporated into the Jin Han army, to engage the elite Song forces. They felt both guilt and a lack of combat experience, especially at night, having never trained for such conditions. Nonetheless, the 500 Han soldiers had no choice but to follow the Jurchen cavalry, racing southward along the main road. After running for several miles, they had yet to catch a glimpse of the Song troops. Shi Yang felt a slight relief and quietly remarked to Wan Kelly, "Could it be that the Song army also noticed the gunpowder arrows and chose to bypass Qishan County? In terms of timing, there is indeed a strong possibility." Wan Kelly still harbored some hesitation. If he could capture a solitary soldier from the Song army and ascertain the enemy's whereabouts, he would be able to report back to his superiors. At that moment, a soldier suddenly pointed towards the city of Qishan, shouting, "Flames! There are flames!" A towering pillar of flames blazed atop the Qishan city walls, signaling the beacon of Qishan County. "This is dire," Wan Kelly exclaimed, for within the county town, there were but 100 guards. He fell victim to a cunning stratagem designed to lure the tiger from its mountain lair. 1,000 soldiers swiftly turned about, racing furiously towards the county town. When they were still a mile away, a shout emanated from a grove 30 paces distant. "Fire!" A torrential barrage of arrows was unleashed, predominantly targeting the cavalry, who were caught utterly off guard, resulting in chaos as men and horses alike fell in disarray. Hundreds of cavalrymen emerged from the fray, akin to a dagger piercing through the ranks of the Jurchen cavalry. Deputy General Yang Yuanqing led 100 horsemen towards the rear of the Han army, which consisted solely of infantry. Their disorganized formation revealed a distinct lack of morale and training. However, pitting 100 cavalry against 500 Han soldiers still posed significant peril. Yet, Chen Qing found himself with no alternative. He had to stake everything on this gamble. Should the Song cavalry falter, a swift retreat would be imperative. Wan Kelly has already regained his composure amidst the chaos. In a moment of urgency, he repeatedly shouted, "The Song army is not numerous, my brave lads. Rally yourselves and annihilate the enemy troops." However, as Wan Kelly shouted for the second time, Chen Qing swiftly charged forward, his gun drawn. The principle of targeting the horse before the rider and capturing the leader before the followers had always been Chen Qing's paramount strategy in battle. Wan Kelly's loud cry betrayed his position, and in an instant, the long spear lunged towards him. Wan Kelly was taken aback and raised his spear to defend himself. But it was merely a feint. He miscalculated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he instinctively leaned back, yet it was too late. The enemy general's spear was far too swift, and he felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his chest as the sharp tip pierced through his armor, brutally embedding itself in his torso. Chen Qing sensed the moment the opponent's heart shattered. With a swift pull of his spear, blood gushed forth from the wound. Without a backward glance, Chen Qing plunged into the densest ranks of the enemy. 2 soldiers from the Song army severed Wan Kelly's head and raised it on their spear, shouting as they ran, "The enemy commander has fallen! The enemy commander has fallen!" This not only served to undermine the morale of the enemy troops, but also invigorated the spirits of Wan's own soldiers. The 500 Song soldiers, filled with high spirits, displayed remarkable bravery, driving the Jurchen cavalry into a retreat. Shi Yang, upon hearing this, caught sight of a severed head impaled on a spear, realizing that the tide of battle had turned against them. Regardless of the outcome, the Jurchens would seek vengeance upon him, and it would be wiser to flee. Disregarding his own soldiers, he turned his steed westward and galloped away, with a few loyal guards hastily following in his escape. Shi Yang's flight caused the Han soldiers to feel as if their spines had been shattered, with hundreds collapsing in an instant. The soldiers discarded their helmets and armor, fleeing for their lives as if they had been granted only 2 feet by their parents. Forget them. Slay the Jurchens. Yang Yuanqing led over 80 Song cavalrymen in a swift turnaround, charging back into battle. The Jin cavalry, already struggling to resist, found themselves besieged and ultimately could not hold their ground. Under the leadership of a centurion, they retreated westward. Slay the invaders. Chen Qing bellowed. Leave none alive. Armed with a spear, he was the first to pursue the fleeing Jin cavalry, his steed galloping swiftly as he unceremoniously toppled the fleeing foes, dispatching over 20 of them in rapid succession. General, be cautious, Yang Yuanqing shouted, just as a wolf-tooth arrow whizzed through the darkness, hurtling towards them. Chen Qing instinctively turned his head, the arrow grazing his ear and sending a chill of sweat down his spine. Had he hesitated but a moment longer, it would have struck true. Yang Yuanqing hurried closer, casting his gaze upon the retreating Jin cavalry. Though the Jin forces flee, we must not pursue recklessly. Their archery is formidable, and they may employ cunning tactics that could turn the tide against us. We must remain vigilant. Chen Qing felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had overlooked the wisdom in the adage that one should not pursue a desperate foe. Chapter 19. The military encampment. As the battlefield was gradually cleared and dawn approached, they had incurred the loss of over 80 soldiers. While the Jurchen cavalry suffered more than 200 fatalities, alongside over 100 from the Jin and Han armies. A victory ratio of 1-4 could indeed be deemed a resounding triumph. Yet, Chen Qing found it difficult to rejoice. Such battles would be frequent, and losing 70 or 80 men at a time was unsustainable for his 500 troops. His deputy, Li Qingyuan, empathized with his sentiments and offered words of comfort. The Jurchen cavalry is indeed formidable. In one-on-one cavalry engagements, the Song army stands no chance of victory. Had it not been for the night battle, had we not launched a surprise attack, catching them off guard, and had you not slain their commander, leading to the Jin troops' disarray, we would have faced certain defeat. The losses would not merely have been 70 or 80. If any segment of the Song army had achieved even a fraction of our success, the Song dynasty would not be on the brink of collapse. Chen Qing nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. I understand, yet I believe I can do better. Nevertheless, let us proceed step by step. Hundreds of Jin soldiers lay stripped of their armor, their bodies piled high, while a stack of firewood was erected beneath them for incineration. In a moment, fierce flames erupted, sending thick smoke billowing into the sky, visible from dozens of miles away. At that juncture, Yang Hua arrived, leading several officials. General, the soldiers within the city have fled. I could only capture these few officials. The county magistrate, Wang Miao, bowed and pleaded, General, we were left with no choice. The Jin troops advanced too swiftly, and the city's defenders surrendered. If we did not compromise, what would become of the citizens? Chen Qing replied coldly, your actions will be scrutinized by the court. That is not my concern. I am merely following the orders of Commander Liu to pass through Dasa Pass, and I happened upon Qishan County. Prepare 50 large carts for me. Beyond that, you need not concern yourselves. We are willing to serve the general. The officials hastily returned to arrange the carts. Chen Qing filled them with the Jin soldiers' armor and provisions, and the army departed from Qishan County, heading south. After traveling over 20 miles, they took a detour northward via a smaller path, aiming for Lin'an County. Throughout their journey, there was no sign of Jin scouts, suggesting the intelligence was inaccurate, which had led to the Jin troops' defeat, likely causing them to flee in fear. By afternoon, the commander of Fengxiang Prefecture, Wanyan Meili, arrived at Qishan County with over 3,000 men. The county magistrate, Wang Miao, was brought before Wanyan Meili, who, holding a whip and reclining on a stool, coldly inquired, where is that Song army? Reporting to the commander, they have departed south with provisions and weapons. Who are they? It seems they are Liu Qi's forces, tasked with proceeding to Dasa Pass, merely passing through Qishan County. Nonsense. Wanyan Meili retorted sharply, Liu Qi's army is stationed in Jingzhou. How could they possibly be here? Terrified, Wang Miao stammered, that is what they claimed. I cannot ascertain the truth. Such utter folly. What business do they have traversing Qishan County on their way to Dasa Pass? That would be taking an unnecessary detour. A nearby officer, attempting to sound knowledgeable, interjected. The defenses across the Wei River are stringent. Although the route through Qishan County is longer, it presents fewer obstacles. Had they not been discovered? And if Wanyan Kelly had not intercepted them, their passage would have been unimpeded. Wanyan Meili cast a fierce glare at him, causing the loquacious general to lower his head in fear and remain silent. Wanyan Meili was acutely aware that while it was indeed possible to traverse the mountains from Jingzhou to Fengxiang Prefecture, the opposing force consisted of cavalry, rendering such a possibility implausible. The situation was fraught with uncertainties and required meticulous scrutiny. After a moment of contemplation, Wanyan Meili inquired further. What of the remains of the fallen soldiers? The county magistrate, Wang Miao, replied tremulously. They were reduced to charred remains by the Song army. I took the liberty of having the townsfolk dig deep graves for burial. The bones and heads are intact. The Jurchens traditionally favored cremation, and Wanyan Meili was primarily concerned about the possibility of the heads being severed. Upon hearing that the heads were indeed present, he felt a sense of relief and turned to his deputy, commanding, immediately dispatch 1,000 troops to Lin'an County and Purin County to investigate. Lin'an County and Purin County had only a scant number of Han troops stationed to maintain order. Although there were some irregular forces, they posed little threat. Wanyan Meili harbored profound distrust towards these Han officials. Regardless of how obsequious they appeared, he remained ever vigilant. Particularly troubling was the formidable Song cavalry, which had managed to defeat 1,000 Jin soldiers with merely 500, including 500 Jurchen cavalry. The death of the centurion Wanyan Kelly at their hands left Wanyan Meili astounded. He suspected that this very cavalry might have been the same that launched a surprise attack on Jingzhou, assassinating the commander-in-chief, Wanyan Lusher. If this cavalry were to slip through his fingers due to his negligence, he feared for his life at the hands of the fourth prince's inquiries. After a moment's reflection, Wanyan Meili issued another order. Convey my command to double the number of scouts throughout Fengxiang Prefecture and offer a reward of 3,000 guan for information regarding this Song cavalry. Lin'an County is renowned in Guangzhou as a land of exceptional geomanic fortune, bordered on the east by the Taishan and to the west by the Phoenix Mountain. These two mountain ranges cradle Lin'an County like the outstretched wings of a phoenix, adorned with verdant hills and flowing waters, presenting an exquisite landscape. To the south lies an expansive expanse of wheat fields, indicative of a thriving agricultural sector. The illustrious Rinshou Palace, a hallmark of the Sui dynasty, was nestled between Tangshan and Phoenix Mountain, where Emperor I of Sui, Yang Jian, met his demise. However, centuries have passed, and the once magnificent Rinshou Palace was long ago destroyed by floods during the Tang dynasty, leaving no trace behind. In its stead, a military garrison named Qilin Zhai was constructed at the original site of the palace, boasting a garrison of over 1,000 soldiers at its peak. The rationale for establishing a military garrison on the mountain was due to the multitude of secret paths leading directly to Jingyuan Road, located 100 miles away. Yet, these narrow paths were treacherous, unsuitable for transporting grain-laden carts or cavalry, which rendered them unappealing to the Jin soldiers. Consequently, no Jurchen soldiers were stationed in Lin'an County. Only 200 surrendered Han troops were present to uphold order in the county town. Chen Qing did not proceed directly to the county town. Instead, he circumvented it to arrive at Qilin Zhai on Mount Tiantai. The army traversed a long valley, the ground of which was level and solid, a remnant of the Sui dynasty, now barren of any vegetation. Towering trees flanked both sides, with dense vines sprawling across the landscape. After several miles, they reached the valley's end, where the soldiers dismounted, leading their steeds and herding ox carts, and ascended along a gentle slope. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Qilin military garrison, perched halfway up the mountain. The climate here is cool, with summer temperatures hovering around 20 degrees, making it a favored retreat from the heat. However, as we now enter early winter, the Guangzhou region experiences an unusually damp and cold autumn this year, and Qilin village is similarly permeated by the chill. Yang Hua has brought an elderly guardian of the village, who kneels and bows deeply, introducing himself as Yang San. Respectfully addressing the general. No need for such formalities, please rise and speak, the general replies. The soldiers assist the elder to his feet, and he sighs, saying, Ever since the righteous army departed, I have been anxious that the Jin soldiers would come to burn our village. For 5 or 6 days, I feared this, only to be surprised that the Song army arrived first. Thank goodness. How many were in the righteous army? Why did they leave? There were over 100 men, led by Yang Guo, who was actually a distant nephew of mine. Upon hearing that General Liu was recruiting scattered troops, he took his brothers over the mountains to Jingzhou. Was it not due to being pursued by the Jin soldiers? Yang San shakes his head, saying, The Jin soldiers have remained in the county town, and in truth, they are merely the remnants of the former Song army, numbering a little over 200. 2 months ago, both sides clashed, each suffering a dozen casualties, and since then, there has been an uneasy peace. What did the righteous army rely on for sustenance? The villagers supported them to some extent, and they hunted in the mountains, where game is plentiful: deer, goats, roe deer, and wild boar. Importantly, they had not been established for long, merely a few months, so food was not a significant issue. They simply sought a better future in Jingzhou. I kindly request you to first show me the military encampment. Mount Tiantai is situated on the mid-slopes of the Phoenix Mountain Range, creating a vast flat area, hence its name. This expanse covers several hundred acres. Where the Rinzhou Palace of the Sui dynasty once stood, now lost to the annals of history, its grounds transformed into a highland pasture where a dozen farming families reside, living off sheep herding. The military encampment occupies only a small portion of this hillside plain, approximately 40 acres, featuring over 50 buildings and a training ground. At its peak, the encampment even boasted a marketplace, complete with taverns, brothels, inns, and general stores, but now it stands deserted. The soldiers are busy tidying the barracks while Yang Hua leads several dozen men into the wilderness to hunt and survey the terrain. Standing at the edge of a cliff, Chen Qing gazes into the distance, where the county town lies 20 miles away, and further south stretches an endless expanse of wheat fields. Yang San points toward the distant county town and says, "General, today is the 2nd day of November, which marks the onset of winter. In a month's time, the whole Guangzhou region will be blanketed in heavy snow, and we will face significant snowfall here, blocking all roads with ice and snow. If you require anything, it would be prudent to send someone to the county town to procure supplies quickly." When does the river typically freeze? Usually around mid-November. But it may occur a few days earlier here. I estimate that in a couple of days, there will be a thin layer of ice on the river, and it will be completely frozen by mid-November. Yang Yuanqing chuckles, "Commander, how about I take a few brothers to the county town tomorrow to buy some oil, salt, and lamp oil, and fodder, as our supply is limited and will not last long." "Commander, purchasing fodder may easily expose us. I am aware of the risks, but we cannot allow ourselves to be paralyzed by fear. A storm is inevitable, and we must be adequately prepared." "I understand." Chen Qing smiled and said, "Then I shall go. I would also like to take the opportunity to explore the county town." Although he had led his troops into Jingzhou City, it was during the dead of night, and he departed as dawn broke. He had yet to wander through the cities of the Song dynasty, which filled him with great anticipation. Chapter 20. Purchasing grain. That evening, Chen Qing commanded the slaughter of several dozen cattle to reward his soldiers. Although the laws of the northern Song dynasty required official approval for such actions, the chaos of war rendered such regulations negligible. The following morning, Chen Qing, accompanied by a few soldiers, descended the mountain towards the county town, guided by the local resident, Zhao Xiaoi. "Xiaoi, where is your home?" he inquired. "It is located in the town of Tsuema to the west, approximately 20 miles from here," Zhao replied. Recalling Lu Wu's dying request, Chen Qing curiously asked, "Why did Lu Wu insist that I inform his son that he died in service to the country?" With a sigh, Zhao Xiaoi recounted, "Lu Wu is my maternal uncle. He was a ruffian from a young age, and even after marrying, he remained unchanged, idling away his days. Eventually, my grandfather arranged for him to join the militia. Yet he continued to squander his time on food and gambling. After over a decade of service, he never contributed a single coin to our family. His son holds him in contempt, even refusing to recognize him as a father. Once, he berated Lu Wu, saying he could neither serve the nation nor support his family, merely a worthless wastrel. This insult deeply affected Lu Wu, prompting him to join the Qing army, determined to fight against the Xia, but he never even caught sight of the enemy. His sole wish was for his son to know that he could serve his country and slay foes, that he was not a useless man. Chen Qing nodded. "In a few days, we shall visit Lu Wu's family." Lin'an County, a mid-sized county with a population of about 10,000, was fortunate to be distanced from the battlefield, thus remaining largely unscathed by the ravages of the Jin soldiers, preserving much of its Song dynasty character. While the Jin troops clashed with the Song army at Heshanjiwen, the southern counties were affected, leading many civilians to flee to Lin'an County. Consequently, the county town became inundated with tens of thousands of refugees, resulting in a cacophony of noise and a scene of utter disarray. At the city gates, several soldiers stood watch, scrutinizing every passerby. Zhao Xiaoi, quick-witted, approached and discreetly slipped a handful of coins into each soldier's hand. The leading soldier weighed the coins, waved them through, granting passage. Upon entering the county town, a wave of warm, foul air assailed them. The cries of children, the shouts of women, the impatient roars of men, and the calls of small vendors mingled in a chaotic symphony. Inside, the city gate resembled a bustling marketplace. crowded with farmers from nearby villages selling their produce. The ground was muddy. Trampled vegetable leaves and excrement from chickens and ducks littered the streets, creating an unbearable stench. Zhao Xiaoyi elbowed Chen Qing and gestured towards a notice affixed to the city wall. Chen Qing noticed a wanted poster. Wanted. 500 Song cavalry. Those who know their whereabouts must report to the authorities immediately. A reward of 3,000 coins will be given for accurate information. Those daring to conceal or fail to report will face the extermination of their entire family. With a scoff, Chen Qing urged the group to leave quickly. After walking 100 paces from the gate, he finally took a deep breath of fresh air, relieved to escape the polluted atmosphere of the city. Master, where shall we go next? Zhao Xiaoyi inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qing instructed 2 soldiers, you 2 go procure 4 mules for transporting oil and salt. And while you're at it, purchase both oil and lamp oil. We understand. The 2 soldiers replied hastily before departing. Chen Qing then turned to Zhao Xiaoyi. I wish to buy fodder. Where can we find it? They possess 600 war horses, and the amount of fodder they consume daily is astounding. The hay brought from Chengsong will suffice for the horses for a mere 10 days. What shall we do thereafter? The issue of fodder for the war horses is of paramount concern to Chen Qing. Zhao Xiaoyi scratched his head and remarked, I recall there is a shop nearby that specializes in fodder. I wonder if it is still in operation? Let me there. The Wazi refers to a bustling commercial hub in the Song dynasty, offering a myriad of establishments for dining, entertainment, and trade, with brothels and inns interspersed throughout. Present in nearly every county. The Wazi in Lin'an County is centrally located within the town, sprawling over nearly 200 acres, housing approximately 150 to 160 shops. Its exterior bears a resemblance to a modern small-town wholesale market. In front of the grand entrance lies a square paved with stone slabs, surrounded by several large taverns and respectable residences indicative of the county's commercial core. However, the square is cluttered with tents erected by refugees, while beggars and small vendors jostle around, creating a congested thoroughfare. To the left of the entrance stands a row of grain shops, about 7 or 8 in number, with the last one displaying a large sign in black lettering on a white background, Chao's Livestock Gray. This establishment specializes in fodder for livestock. Chen Qing and Zhao Xiaoyi entered the shop, which was quite spacious yet dimly lit. Along the walls were 2 rows of baskets where a few men, appearing to be refugees, gathered money to purchase black beans. Their demeanor met with impatience and disdain from the shopkeeper. The thin, gaunt proprietor peered at Chen Qing and gruffly stated, We do not accept Huizi, nor do we take Shanxi or Sichuan coins. Chen Qing was taken aback, not understanding the implication. Zhao Xiaoyi interjected, We possess Xuana coins and silver. What do you take us for? The shopkeeper's eyes brightened, and he quickly donned a smile, saying, Dear guest, please forgive us. The influx of refugees has been overwhelming, and we cannot bear the disturbance. Please, step into the back room. Zhao Xiaoyi quietly explained to Chen Qing, Huizi is the paper money issued by the court, now rendered worthless. Shanxi and Sichuan coins are iron currency, where 5 coins barely equate to 1 Xuana copper coin, which larger establishments refuse to accept. Now enlightened, Chen Qing understood the situation. The back room served as a parlor for esteemed guests, furnished with tables and chairs, the ample table laden with small trays. The shopkeeper poured them 2 cups of hot tea, cheerfully stating, My surname is Wang, and I am the proprietor of this humble establishment. Please let us know your needs and the quantities required. We shall do our utmost to accommodate you. Chen Qing glanced at the trays filled with livestock fodder, coarse and fine grains, dried alfalfa, black beans, and barley, alongside some unfamiliar items. He picked up a handful of pea-like beans and inquired, What are these? Those are wild vegetable beans, abundant along the riverbanks, quite inexpensive. Available for just a few copper coins per dough. We initially had several hundred sure, but they have all been purchased by the refugees. And the black beans? Black beans are priced at 30 coins per dough, the same for barley, but they too have mostly been bought up by the refugees. They sweep through like locusts, leaving nothing in their wake. Then let us procure fodder. Chen Qing, disheartened by the proprietor's attitude toward the refugees, chose to forego further discussion and directly address the matter at hand. We require both fine and coarse fodder. The dried alfalfa is guaranteed to be the purple variety from Heshi. The price is negotiable. Please indicate how much you wish to purchase. I intend to procure 5,000 loads of fine fodder, and you shall be responsible for the delivery. Master Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum. At present, there is simply no stock available. My modest shop holds a mere 3,000 loads of fine and coarse fodder combined. and I cannot possibly sell it all to you. At most, I can part with 500 loads. Chen Qing placed 6 ingots of 50 taels of silver upon the table, amounting to 300 taels. I will purchase all 3,000 loads. Will you sell them to me? Master Wang's gaze fixated on the silver, and he blinked his small eyes in astonishment. Goodness, this is 5 times the price. Sell. Such sincerity from a customer. How could I refuse? May I inquire where you wish the delivery to be made? It cannot be too far. Not far. Merely a journey of 20 li, Chen Qing replied nonchalantly. That night, Master Wang paced anxiously before the steps of the county office, burdened with thoughts. To his astonishment, he had sold all 3,000 loads of fodder that day at an exorbitant price, earning himself at least several dozen taels of silver. Yet, he had unwittingly stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. 3,000 guan of money. He could never amass such a fortune in his lifetime. As a seasoned merchant of fodder for 20 years, he knew well who would purchase fodder in Fengxiang Prefecture and how much they might need. However, having sold 3,000 loads today, the buyer's interest in black beans suggested they were intended for feeding horses. The buyer must possess at least 300 to 400 steeds. Who could have so many horses, save for the Jin soldiers? But would the Jin soldiers require fodder? After much contemplation, only one possibility remained: the 500 Song cavalrymen, who were wanted for a bounty of 3,000 guan, were likely hiding in Lin'an County, most probably within Qilan village. The desire for wealth ultimately overrode Wang's conscience as a Song patriot, compelling him to enter the county office. County Magistrate Li Buliang squinted and inquired, "Are you certain that the other party is the wanted Song cavalry?" "I cannot guarantee it, but when one purchases fodder for several hundred horses, who else could it be? Perhaps it is the righteous army led by Yangguo? They too have been stockpiling fodder, which is quite normal. Your Honor, Yangguo's faction possesses no horses. Their stockpiling of fodder serves no purpose. With such wealth, they would be better off purchasing grain. It cannot possibly be them." Li Buliang inwardly cursed but reluctantly replied, "I shall dispatch someone to Qilan village in a few days to investigate. If it truly is them, I will report accordingly to my superiors. And what of my reward?" Li Buliang shot him a cold glance. "Rest assured, if it is indeed true, you shall not be deprived of your due compensation." Chapter 21. The suppression. Li Buliang found himself in a state of considerable distress. As the county magistrate, he was certainly averse to the prospect of the Jurchens invading Lin'an County. Such an occurrence would not only spell disaster for the common folk, but also pose a grave threat to the officials. 2 years prior, when Wanyan Luoshi conducted his campaign in Shanxi, they had already surrendered to the Jin dynasty. Following this, the Song army retaliated, and the officials of Fengxiang and Jingzhou prefectures revolted in favor of Song. Soon after, the Song forces suffered a setback in Fuping, allowing the Jin troops to once again sweep through Guangzhou, committing widespread slaughter. The governor of Fengxiang fled in terror, abandoning his seal. Leaving local officials in a state of disarray, it was best to avoid any unnecessary complications. However, the proprietor of a fodder shop proved to be meddlesome. Reporting the presence of Song cavalry hidden within Lin'an County, was he not inviting trouble? His aide, Jianyan, suggested a course of action. If the magistrate truly wished to avoid complications, it would be quite simple: demand evidence from the shopkeeper or require him to provide an assurance that, should the cavalry not be as he claimed, he would bear full responsibility. Li Buliang, caught in a quandary, expressed his concerns. "While that may sound reasonable, I fear that if it turns out to be the very cavalry in question, I would be left to face dire consequences when the Jin demand accountability." At that moment, a constable rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Honor, a contingent of Jin troops has entered the city." Li Buliang felt as though his head had exploded. This was indeed a grave predicament. The following day, at the break of dawn, a troop of 200 soldiers departed from the county town, hastening towards Lin'an, with 1,000 Jin soldiers trailing far behind. This contingent was comprised of both Jurchens and Han Chinese, led by General Xiao Yintua, a Khitan noble who had surrendered to the Jurchens long ago and had earned merit during the conquest of the Liao dynasty, subsequently being appointed to the position of Ming'an. His mission was to patrol the borders of Lin'an County for a couple of days before returning, but upon arriving at the county town, he was met with news of the Song cavalry. Though the specifics were unclear, Xiao Yintua's instincts informed him that it was indeed the cavalry. Aside from them, no one else would purchase 3,000 loads of fodder, nor would they be raising cattle and mules. He immediately dispatched a messenger back to Fengxiang County to report to Wanyan Meili. Leading the troops was County Lieutenant Min Wu, who commanded the 200 soldiers of Lin'an County, tasked with maintaining local order. Min Wu cursed the meddlesome Wang shopkeeper under his breath, but felt powerless. They were compelled by the Jin soldiers, who would kill if they did not comply. Thus, he led his 200 soldiers northward in grand procession. As the Jin troops approached the canyon, they were swiftly detected by the sentinels at the canyon's mouth, who launched 3 powder arrows that soared into the sky and exploded with a crisp sound. Xiao Yintua squinted. These were no weapons of the righteous army, compelling him to issue the command, "Signal the vanguard to hasten up the mountain." At this juncture, over 400 Song soldiers within the military encampment rapidly assembled, dividing into 8 small squads to secure the winding mountain path. Chen Qing stood at the cliff's edge, observing the situation in the valley. He spotted a troop of over 200 rushing up the mountain, clad in the leather armor of the Song army's baggage troops. Yet behind them loomed 1,000 soldiers bearing the 5-colored banner of the Iron Pagoda, signaling the forces of Wan'an Zongbi. Chen Qing was acutely aware that this confrontation was inevitable. Hence, he had procured supplies and provisions the very day after his arrival at the mountain stronghold. Unperturbed even if the Jin forces were to discover them, the soldiers transported bundles of crossbow bolts and arrows, along with over 200 guard bows, readying themselves for battle. Chen Qing pointed to a pile of wood, instructing them to saw it all into shorter lengths, anticipating its later use. They had felled dozens of large trees the previous day to prepare firewood for winter, and now had the perfect opportunity to fashion rolling logs from the unprocessed timber. Dozens of soldiers swiftly set to work with saws, quickly producing numerous 3-foot-long logs. Deputy General Li Yuanqing suggested, pointing to a bend below, that a defensive position be established there to impede the enemy's advance and slow their ascent. "What will you use for defense?" he inquired. "With bags of earth." Chen Qing surveyed the terrain carefully and readily acquiesced. Yang Yuanqing immediately led a contingent of soldiers carrying earth bags down to construct a wall at the final bend, personally leading 50 men equipped with crossbows and spears to establish the first line of defense. 200 soldiers from Lin'an County were the first to ascend the mountain. They ranked the lowest. They were followed by 500 Han soldiers, while an additional 500 Jurchen soldiers rested at the foot of the hill. Although Mount Tiana was not particularly high, standing at a mere 200 to 300 meters, its winding path required traversing numerous turns to reach the summit. The 200 soldiers, armed with long spears, cautiously made their ascent, scarcely daring to breathe. The 500 Han soldiers behind them wielded shields. Yet their armor was merely leather, insufficient to withstand the force of the crossbow bolts. As the 200 soldiers rounded a bend, they found themselves within 50 paces of the earthen wall, now well within the reach of the Song army's firepower. Chen Qing observed the 200 soldiers, nearly crawling through the mud, and without a hint of mercy, commanded, "Let the arrows fly." 240 tall soldiers drew back their guard bows. Their arrowheads angled skyward, and simultaneously released their volley. The 3-foot-long arrows traced countless arcs through the air, descending upon the heads of the 200 Han soldiers like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, on the official road north of Fengxiang County, 3,000 Jurchen cavalry and 3,000 Khitan cavalry raced towards Lin'an County, led by Wanyan Huonu, the son of Wanyan Lu Shi. Renowned for his valor among the Jurchen tribes, he was stationed in Taiyuan, but had taken command of this force to avenge his father's death, having arrived at Fengxiang County just the day before. Wanyan Huonu learned that Wanyan Meili had confirmed the identity of the Song general who had ambushed the 500 Song soldiers in Qishan. It was none other than Chen Qing, the one responsible for slaying Wanyan Lu Shi. 3 pieces of evidence corroborated this identification. First, a Han soldier had overheard the enemy commander being addressed as General Chen. Second, the Song general wielded a special 8-foot iron spear identical to the one used to kill Wanyan Lu Shi, a weapon not commonly found. Most crucially, the Jurchen centurion Wanyan Wuhai recognized the steed ridden by the Song general as the very white dragon horse that belonged to Wanyan Lu Shi. With the identity of the Song general confirmed as Chen Qing, Wanyan Huonu hastened his march. Simultaneously, Wanyan Meili received a message from Xiao Yintua, relaying news from Lin'an County regarding the discovery of a Song cavalry unit, highly suspected to be the one that had attacked Qishan County. Wanyan Huonu, with scarcely a moment's respite, promptly led 6,000 cavalry towards Lin'an County. This news even reached the ears of Wanyan Zongbi, the commander of the Jurchen forces, who hastily set out with 500 loyal soldiers towards Fengxiang under the cover of night. In merely half a day, 700 Han troops were compelled to assault 4 times by the Jurchen soldiers wielding sharp axes, resulting in over 500 casualties. The mountain path was strewn with the lifeless bodies of Han soldiers, slain by arrows or crushed underfoot. The combat efficacy of the Han troops proved woefully inadequate. Despite 4 attempts, they failed to breach even the first line of defense. This was, in fact, to be expected, for during their time as Song soldiers, they had exhibited no martial prowess, surrendering at the mere sight of the Jurchen forces. Now, as subjects of the Jin, they endured discrimination in both equipment and treatment. Regarded as mere military slaves by the Jurchens, how could they possibly fight valiantly for the Jin? The Song troops suffered fewer than 10 casualties, nearly all from stray arrows, one of whom fell to his death from a cliff after being struck. "Shall we continue the assault, Mingyan?" inquired a Jurchen centurion of the commander, Xiao Yintua. Shaking his head, Xiao discerned that the terrain was exceedingly disadvantageous for an offensive. With only 500 Jurchen soldiers at his command, a direct assault could result not only in failure but also in heavy losses. "I have reported to the captain. We shall await his instructions," he declared. Turning to County Lieutenant Minwu, "Seek out the local villagers for me. I need to ascertain whether there are alternative routes to ascend the mountain." Half an hour later, Chen Qing received word from the sentinels at the valley's mouth that the Jurchens had retreated towards the county town. He immediately ordered his soldiers to descend and clear the battlefield of corpses, while collecting arrows and weapons. All soldiers understood that the Jin would not accept defeat lightly. They would undoubtedly return, perhaps with a large-scale offensive. Thus, every soldier devoted themselves to preparations for war. Chen Qing sought out the elder, Yang San. "Elder Yang, might you assist me in finding a guide familiar with the mountain paths? I shall reward you handsomely." "General Chen, you are too kind. Money is of little consequence. Why not let my son serve as your guide? He is a hunter and knows the terrain like the back of his hand." Overjoyed, Chen expressed his gratitude profusely. Yang San then pointed towards the northeast corner. "There lies a small path leading to the foot of the mountain, known only to a few. I fear that the Jin might have found a local to guide them, thereby discovering this route. You must remain vigilant." Chen Qing took this intelligence very seriously and promptly instructed Yang Hua to accompany Yang San down the small path to assess its implications for their defense. As dusk fell, Deputy Commander Yang Yuanqing returned with 300 soldiers who had been felling timber. They dragged in hundreds of logs with ropes, and the soldiers ignited torches to saw wood through the night. It would soon prove that rolling logs were an invaluable asset for slope defense. Today, at least half of the enemy soldiers had perished beneath the onslaught of rolling timber. They needed to prepare over 1,000 logs. The night had grown deep, the air turning bitterly cold, nearing freezing. Yet the soldiers tirelessly continued their preparations, having sawed through much of the wood and filled over 1,000 mud bags. Each soldier, exhausted to the brink of collapse, persevered with unwavering resolve. Chen Qing surveyed the defensive preparations on the hillside path to the northeast. This narrow route indeed posed a potential threat for a surprise assault on the Song army from behind. To seal this vulnerability, the soldiers conceived an ingenious strategy. The hillside at this juncture had been leveled, marking the most precarious point of the entire trail, with a steep incline reaching 7 feet. After flattening the area above the slope, they meticulously stacked bags of earth and sand, thus extending the steep incline to an impressive height of 15 feet, effectively obstructing any ascent by the Jin troops. Gazing at the earthen wall, Chen Qing furrowed his brow and inquired, "What if the enemy pierces the bags with their spears?" The captain, Yang Hua, chuckled and replied, "General, there is no need for concern. The mixture of mud and water will freeze by dawn. Even if their spears penetrate the bags, the frozen mud will not collapse unless they bring ladders. However, our comrades above will surely topple those ladders." Frozen? Chen Qing's eyes brightened at the thought. The ice would render the ascent treacherously slippery, a brilliant tactic. At that moment, a soldier called out from above, "General, old Yang has arrived with his son and brings critical news. I shall go at once." Chen Qing swiftly returned to the military encampment. Chapter 22, Blood Battle, Part 1. The old man Yang's son is named Yang Daji, a robust and generous fellow in his 30s, of average height, yet extraordinarily strong. His body exuding a latent power akin to that of a leopard. Yang Daji is renowned as the most celebrated hunter within a radius of several dozen miles, having accompanied his father into the mountains to hunt since the age of 14. After 2 decades of experience, he possesses an intimate knowledge of the various intricacies of the mountainous terrain. This afternoon, the county magistrate visited our village while I was away. He sought out 2 other hunters to guide the Jin soldiers, yet they refused. Consequently, the magistrate took their families hostage. The intelligence brought by Yang Daji is of paramount importance, indicating that the Jurchen cavalry has not retreated and that reinforcements are likely en route to Lin'an County. Chen Qing inquired, if we wish to retreat to Jinyuan Road, is it feasible at this juncture? Yang Daji nodded, replying, currently it is feasible. However, in half a month, the snow will begin to fall. If it is light, we might manage, but if there is a heavy snowfall, the roads will undoubtedly be blocked. What about the war horses? Yang Daji's expression turned solemn. That is entirely implausible. All 3 routes require traversing rocky terrain, and there are multiple obstacles the war horses cannot pass. Chen Qing pondered for a moment before asking, is there a possibility, perhaps in a valley or an open area, where we could conceal the war horses amidst the mountains and return to the military camp after the snowfall? Yang Daji offered a wry smile. There are indeed 2 places suitable for concealment, but I must inform the general that these locations are not difficult to locate. Nearly all hunters are aware of them. If the Song army's horses were to vanish, the Jurchens would undoubtedly discern the general's whereabouts. I understand. Chen Qing rose, instructing Yang Daji to rest, and immediately ordered all soldiers to cease work and take a breather. As dawn broke, Wang Yanhuan led 6,000 troops to Lin'an County. The cavalry, a formidable sight, descended upon the city gates, where Xiao Yintao awaited them, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect from his mount. Your humble servant pays respects to the commander. What is the status of the Song army? Wang Yanhuan inquired coldly. Reporting to the commander, they are stationed at Qilin military camp. Based on various intelligence analyses, it is indeed them. My subordinates are monitoring the valley, and they have yet to depart. What is their combat capability? Yesterday, I tested an attack on Qilin camp, suffering losses of over 500 Han troops. The enemy is well-trained and poses a formidable challenge. Xiao Yuantua's attitude pleased Wang Yanhuan, who replied coolly, the emperor has decreed that whoever captures this individual alive or presents his head shall be granted nobility. Xiao General, this is your opportunity. Xiao Yuantua felt a chill run through him, realizing he must commit fully today. I shall exert my utmost effort. Excellent. Wang Yanhuan's piercing gaze shifted to Li Buliang. You are the county magistrate? Li Buliang, already aware of Wang Yanhuan's fearsome reputation for ruthlessness, trembled. Your humble servant is county magistrate Li Buliang. By noon, prepare 10,000 sheep and 2,000 measures of grain for the army. Delay, and your entire family shall face execution. Li Buliang felt a warm rush in his trousers, nearly losing control in his fright. Wang Yanhuan paid him no heed, ordering Xiao Yuantua, lead the way to Qilin camp. At your command. Xiao Yantua led 500 cavalrymen at the forefront, followed by an imposing force of 6,000 soldiers, charging towards Qilin village. Li Buliang felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing, and his aide, Du Xian, swiftly supported him, urging, Your Excellency, please take care. With tears of despair, Li Buliang lamented, where am I to find 10,000 sheep in a single morning? The county granary holds but 1,000 stones of grain. I might as well be executed. Your Excellency, many households surely possess sheep. We must search door to door. If we cannot gather that many, we can substitute with pigs or cattle or even chickens and ducks. As for grain, we can collect from several granaries. It should be manageable, suggested Du Xian. Li Buliang contemplated this and accepted the notion, then suddenly seethed. Let the Qiao family exhaust their wealth to procure sheep. And that scoundrel Wang. Let's accuse him of being a spy for the Song army and have him captured and executed as an example. Within the military quarters, several commanders assembled. Chen Qing addressed the assembly. The main force of the Jin army has arrived, numbering around 6,000 to 7,000. We must now reach a decision. Shall we confront the Jin troops or withdraw to preserve our strength? I wish to hear everyone's thoughts. Yang Hua raised his hand, stating, I discussed this with the brothers last night, and they are united in their resolve. They would rather die fighting than flee in the face of battle. What say you? Captain Xian? Chen Qing inquired. Captain Xian Liao smiled, replying, the Jin army truly holds us in esteem, sending 6,000 to 7,000 troops. To not engage them would be a disservice. And you, Captain Jingping? Chen Qing turned to him. Zheng Ping replied with a slight smile, this is a lucrative venture. I know that we shall not suffer losses. The other 2 captains echoed their willingness to engage the enemy, resolutely refusing to retreat. The consensus was anticipated by Chen Qing. Once the assembly dispersed, Deputy General Yang Yuanqing cautioned Chen Qing, though the brothers are eager for a final battle, this is merely their desire. As the commander, you must maintain your composure. After Yang Yuanqing departed, Chen Qing gazed into the distance, his mind clearer than ever. He needed to forge his sword of renown from the countless corpses of the Jurchens. The horn of Qilin village sounded, and over 400 Song soldiers swiftly gathered. Standing atop a large stone, Chen Qing surveyed the youthful faces before him. He turned to point towards the mountains. Addressing the soldiers with fervor, "You all know that crossing the mountains allows us to retreat to Jingyuan Road, and a vast enemy force approaches. Shall we retreat? Yes, but not now. Retreating amidst combat is true withdrawal. Fleeing without a fight is not retreat, but cowardice." Chen Qing inhaled deeply and continued. "Our Song army has fled too often, retreating in Hebei, with over 100,000 troops fleeing at the sound of drums along the Yellow River, even as the Jin army advanced into the south. But today, can we choose not to flee? This land belongs to us. We defend the ancestral territory left to us by our forebears with our very lives and blood. I wish to demonstrate to the Jurchens that the army of the Song dynasty is not afraid of them, even if we number only 500. Even if we face an enemy that outnumbers us by dozens. We shall continue to fight, to resist, and to safeguard our dignity with our blood. After a fierce battle, we may retreat, but we will never flee." Chen Qing raised his arm high and shouted, "Brothers, today we do not retreat. Let us slay the Jurchen invaders." The blood of every soldier boiled with fervor as they joined in a resounding cry, "Slay the Jurchen invaders." Their voices soared to the heavens. 6,500 Jin soldiers marched resolutely into the valley, establishing their main camp at the foot of the mountain. Lin'an gazed up at the winding path leading uphill, recalling the arduous siege he had once participated in against the Liao capital. That battle remained etched in his memory. And upon seeing the serpentine mountain road, he immediately realized that another brutal conflict lay ahead. Normally, a mere few hundred Song soldiers would not warrant the expenditure of his forces, yet now it was a matter of avenging his father. He would spare no effort to capture the enemy, even if it meant sacrificing his entire 6,000 troops. "Xiao Qinhu, lead 2,000 men in the assault. If you can reach the summit, I shall commend you and ensure your promotion." Xiao Yuantao quickly bowed and replied, "I shall obey." He was thrust into the fray without the luxury of dissent. Fully aware of Wanyan Huanu's cruelty and the unspoken implications behind his order, what if they failed to seize the summit? Wanyan Huanu, filled with delight, commanded fiercely, "Beat the drums for me." The thunderous sound of war drums echoed across the battlefield. Dressed in heavy armor and wielding a shield and spear, Xiao Yuantao prepared to lead the charge, followed by 2,000 Khitan soldiers. It was only natural, once the Han soldiers were exhausted, it would fall to the Khitan. The Khitan soldiers were slightly better equipped than their Han counterparts. Although they too wore leather armor, each carried a shield and spear. Forming a long line as they advanced uphill, shields raised, inching their way toward the summit. From above, one could see a wave of shields, with soldiers hidden beneath them, resembling a scaled pangolin. The Song forces concentrated their defense on the final slope leading up the mountain, with most soldiers stationed here. This location afforded the best opportunity for large logs to be rolled down the slope to crush the enemy. 5 defensive lines had been constructed along the slope, with the first line at the bottom near a bend, followed by successive lines of earth-filled bags spaced 20 steps apart, deliberately leaving gaps for the retreating soldiers. Chen Qing observed the 2,000 enemies crawling upward like insects. It was intriguing. The front 2 ranks raised their shields to block arrows and crossbows from the front, while those behind held shields aloft over their heads. Yang Yuanqing whispered, "General, if the height is sufficient, our arrows can penetrate the Jurchen shields." Chen Qing concurred with this assessment. While he lacked direct experience, he understood that an arrow weighing 2 pounds would strike with greater force from a higher elevation, and wooden shields would indeed struggle to withstand such impact. Prepare the city archers. The city's archers number 250, each equipped with 10 mighty arrows, a formidable arsenal procured from the warehouse of Qishan County. Alas, it lacks the cherished crossbow that Chen Qing so ardently desires. The 250 soldiers draw their bows, bracing themselves for what is to come. 2,000 soldiers ascend the 3rd slope, with 5 more slopes yet to conquer, and a mere 60 meters to the summit, equivalent to 20 stories. This height is sufficient to pierce through the enemy's shields. "Release the arrows," commanded Chen Qing, initiating the volley. These 250 soldiers, seasoned masters of the longbow, possess an astute sense of distance. As one, they unleash their arrows, which arc gracefully through the air, soaring directly towards the heads of the Jin soldiers. The sound of arrows slicing through the air, whoosh, 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 is like a torrential downpour. shattering shields or penetrating through to the armor beneath. Cries of agony resonate as numerous soldiers are struck down. Wanyan Huanu's gaze sharpens, recalling the harrowing scene from the assault on the capital when thousands of Jin soldiers fell, their shields and bodies pierced by the arrows of the Liao army, collapsing like cut grass. Yet, what does it matter? The capital was still captured. The drums of war continue to beat, urging them onward. The sound of the war drums intensifies. Boom, 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 boom. A rallying call for battle. Xiao Yintawa clenches his teeth and bellows, "Charge with me." Since the shields cannot withstand the arrows of the Song army, the Khitan soldiers abandon their caution, shouting as they rush upwards, their pace quickening dramatically. Chapter 23, Bloodshed, Part 2. The second and third waves of arrows descended in succession, a torrent of deadly projectiles piercing shields and armor, penetrating skulls. Fallen soldiers writhed in agony amidst the throng, their cries unheard as many bled profusely, struggling to crawl down the slope, ultimately towards death. The mountain path devolved into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, soldiers dodged and shoved, countless comrades succumbing to arrows, collapsing lifelessly upon the ground. Over 1,000 Khitan soldiers charged rapidly down the slope, advancing swiftly as they traversed 2 inclines in quick succession. However, upon reaching the third incline from the bottom, the ground suddenly became treacherously slick. Water had been poured on the earth by the Song army, freezing overnight to render the surface perilously smooth. While it posed a minor inconvenience for those in cloth shoes, it proved a fatal challenge for those in leather boots. Soldiers began to slip and fall, their shields rendered ineffectual. From the heights, the Song army unleashed a barrage of crossbow bolts, accompanied by enormous rolling logs that cascaded down, crushing the Jin soldiers with bone-breaking force. The air was filled with the anguished cries of the wounded and the terrified screams of those tumbling over the cliff's edge. A profound sense of dread gripped the hearts of every Jin soldier. Their ranks disintegrated, and the will to attack shattered instantaneously as they scrambled to flee down the mountain. Xiao Yintua called out repeatedly, but despite his noble lineage, the Khitan soldiers paid him no heed. Desperate, he had no choice but to follow the retreating soldiers. The first assault ended in failure, with 2,000 Khitan soldiers suffering over 600 casualties. Although this outcome was anticipated by Wanyan Huanu, he found it difficult to accept. Losing more than 600 men without even touching the Song army was a bitter pill to swallow. With a fierce glare fixed upon Xiao Yintua, he declared, "I shall grant you one more chance. Should you fail again, I will enforce military law upon you." Xiao Yintua, resolute, retorted, "The commander must provide me with resources. Without them, even 10 chances will not ensure victory." Wanyan Huanu scrutinized him for a moment before coldly inquiring, "What resources do you require?" "First, I need my 500 Jurchen soldiers. I require them to bolster our ranks. Second, the mountain path is too slippery, and I need a substantial amount of dry straw spread along the way. Third, the armor of the Khitan soldiers is too flimsy to withstand arrows. I require the iron armor of the Jurchen soldiers. The first 2 conditions can be met. However, the third cannot. I cannot allow soldiers to remove their armor. At most, I can provide each Khitan soldier with a sheepskin." Wanyan Huanu understood well. Arrows shot from such great heights could effortlessly pierce a bull, their power far exceeding that of the projectiles from the city walls. Even sheepskin would offer little protection, and only the black iron armor of the cavalry would suffice. Years prior, they had depleted the city of its arrows with the aid of tens of thousands of surrendered troops from the Liao dynasty. And he intended to replicate this strategy. He wagered that the Song army's supply of arrows was limited, assuming one bow was accompanied by 10 arrows. They would have at most over 2,000 arrows. He planned to exhaust them with 3,000 Khitan soldiers. He promptly ordered 2,000 cavalry to requisition wheat straw from the surrounding villages, and within half an hour, they had forcibly gathered over 10,000 bundles of straw. After a brief respite, Xiao Yintua gleaned valuable insights from his initial failure and promptly devised a new offensive strategy. In the second assault, he commanded 500 Jurchen soldiers to form a rear guard, while 2,400 Khitan soldiers advanced at the forefront. Additionally, he ordered over 100 soldiers to lay down wheat straw in front of them. These soldiers cautiously maneuvered along the mountainside, carefully placing straw on the icy ground in segments. The Khitan soldiers maintained their formation, shields raised, yet Xiao Yintua made 2 pivotal decisions. First, he instructed his troops to walk as close to the mountainside as possible, thereby significantly reducing the lethality of enemy arrows and rolling logs. Secondly, he stationed 20 sentinels, Upon the enemy's arrows being loosed, the sentinels would shout a warning, prompting the soldiers to swiftly retreat to the mountainside or drop to the ground. Arrows incoming. The sentinels shouted in unison. The soldiers, startled, surged towards the mountainside, clustering tightly together. The arrows whizzed down, embedding deeply into the earth. Most avoided striking their shields, with only a handful of soldiers unable to evade them, resulting in pierced shields and armor, as dozens fell, crying out in agony. Although casualties were markedly reduced compared to the first wave, the relentless rain of arrows from the Song army gradually inflicted heavier losses on the Khitan soldiers. Xiao Yan, unable to bear the mounting toll, saw his ranks dwindle to less than 2,000. At that moment, the Song army's arrows began to diminish rapidly, and Xiao Yan realized they were nearing depletion. Charge! He bellowed, leading his soldiers upward. The straw-laying soldiers had reached the penultimate slope, which posed a true test. Even with the mountainside as cover, the Song soldiers loomed directly above them. With their arrows exhausted, Chen Qing coldly commanded, "Use crossbows, prepare the rolling logs." From their mudbag fortifications above, 50 Song soldiers simultaneously unleashed their crossbow bolts, striking down several of the straw-laying soldiers, who fell to the ground, shrieking in pain. The moment of decisive battle had arrived. Xiao Yan raised his blade and shouted, 80 paces left, brothers, charge forth. Kill. Fierce Khitan warriors, armed with shields and long spears, surged up the slope, while crossbow bolts rained down upon them. Following closely were the rolling logs, crashing down and obliterating the heads of enemy soldiers, cascading into the tightly packed ranks. The Khitan soldiers raised their shields in defense, yet could not withstand the overwhelming force of the logs, which toppled them in droves. At this juncture, the straw laid down for the path became unnecessary. The bodies of fallen soldiers served as stepping stones. The Khitan soldiers, driven by bloodlust, trampled over the corpses as they charged upward. Many wounded and unable to rise were trampled to death. 80 paces, 60 paces, 40 paces. The Khitan soldiers pressed their frenzied assault, suffering grievous losses yet drawing ever closer to the first mudbag wall. Chen Qing, wielding a divine arm crossbow, aimed at the enemy commander amidst the ranks, while Xiao Yan cunningly donned armor identical to that of his soldiers, intermittently ducking towards the mountainside for cover. However, the battle knife in Xiao Yan's hand betrayed him, for among all the soldiers, he alone wielded a weapon, commanding his comrades to charge forward. Chen Qing's crossbow finally zeroed in on the enemy's commander, and with resolute determination, he decisively pulled the trigger, producing a sharp click. The sound of the crossbow reverberated, and a bolt shot forth like a flash of lightning, aimed directly at the opponent's skull with astonishing speed. It was as if death itself had tapped Xiao Yan on the shoulder from behind. He turned around, and with a soft thud, it struck. The arrow struck precisely at his forehead, the powerful crossbow bolt piercing through his skull, the tip emerging from the back of his head, accompanied by a splatter of brain matter. Xiao Yan fell to the ground, lifeless in an instant. With the demise of their commander, chaos erupted among the soldiers, who resembled deflated balloons, their morale and confidence dissipating rapidly. Countless warriors turned to flee, and the soldiers in both the front and rear were similarly affected, hastening their retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the Song army unleashed a barrage of arrows, while massive logs rained down, resulting in a cacophony of cries from the Khitan soldiers, who suffered grievous losses. However, the retreating Khitan soldiers found no escape. They merely veered aside, taking refuge against the mountainside where 500 fierce Jurchen soldiers, brandishing sharp axes, charged forward, mercilessly slaying the foremost Khitan troops and compelling them to press on with their assault. Infuriated by the brutality of the Jurchen warriors, a Khitan commander bellowed, "We are not mere scapegoats, my brothers. Charge forth." The Khitan soldiers charged at the Jurchen warriors with their long spears, striving to carve a bloody path through the enemy ranks. Yet the Jurchen soldiers, unyielding and formidable, retaliated with lethal thrusts and powerful axe strikes, swiftly claiming the lives of over 100 adversaries, including the Khitan commander whose head was severed in an instant. The remaining 1,000 or so Khitan soldiers, now gripped by fear, found themselves compelled to turn back, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades as they surged forward once more. Massive logs flew through the air, and arrows rained down like a tempest, transforming the mountain path into a grotesque tableau of blood and carnage, littered with lifeless bodies, with no avenue for retreat. The Khitan soldiers fought valiantly, shouting fiercely as they brandished their shields and spears, charging relentlessly, only to fall one after another. They inched closer to the final bend of the slope, which was obstructed by a wall of mudbags. Over 100 Song soldiers, armed with shields and spears, stood ready in a formidable formation. In an instant, countless spears clashed as the two armies finally engaged in direct combat. Wan'anhui coldly surveyed the summit, everything unfolding as he had anticipated. He had paved a bloody path to the mountaintop with the lives of nearly 3,000 Khitan warriors, and he could now glimpse the hope of seizing the summit. With a sweeping motion of his sword, Wan'anhui commanded, to battle. The mournful sound of the Jurchen soldier's horn resonated as Wan'anhui led 3,000 Jurchen warriors towards the mountain. Meanwhile, a contingent of 300 elite troops from the Jin dynasty, under the guidance of a hunter, ascended the mountain via a narrow path from the northeast corner. The terrain was exceedingly treacherous, forbidding a mass charge. Soldiers could only advance one by one. Particularly at the mid-slope, a sheer cliff loomed with an imposing presence, reminiscent of a lone hero holding back a tide of enemies. Due to the perilous landscape, the Song army had stationed a mere 20 men here, armed with 5 powerful crossbows. Beneath the towering earthworks lay the remains of over 30 Jin soldiers, a testament to a fierce battle that had erupted. All Jin troops attempting to scale the heights had been slain by the Song forces, yet the 20 defenders had also suffered grievously, with 7 fallen, primarily struck down by arrows and short spears. The soldiers of the Jin dynasty were driven down, but soon began to regroup for another offensive. A soldier from the Song army took aim at a Jin warrior slowly ascending, releasing the tension of his powerful crossbow with a decisive click. The bolt soared toward the Jurchen warrior, who was laboriously climbing while wielding a shield. With a resounding crack, the arrow pierced through the shield, and with a sickening thud, it struck the warrior's throat. He emitted a muffled gasp before tumbling down the slope. The soldiers behind him, paralyzed by fear, hesitated to advance, one by one. They fell victim to the archer's lethal precision. In a mere half-day, nearly 40 had been slain, in addition to 35 who perished in the previous skirmishes, bringing the total losses among the Jurchen soldiers to over 70. At that moment, a cavalryman galloped forth, brandishing a command decree. The commander orders: abandon the ascent via the narrow path, and all troops are to regroup at the front. The more than 200 Jurchen soldiers atop the hill breathed a collective sigh of relief, descending to retreat toward the main winding path. The fierce battle at the front had already reached its final throes, rendering any further attempts to ascend from behind unnecessary. Chapter 24, The Blood Battle, Part 2. A mournful and resonant horn echoed atop the mountain as 2,000 Jurchen soldiers released a volley of arrows simultaneously. The dense hail of arrows descended like a tempest upon the summit. One by one, Song soldiers fell, struck down by the relentless barrage. Their heads bowed under the weight of despair. The 3,000 Khitan warriors were nearly decimated, their ranks overtaken by the ferocious Jurchen fighters, who displayed valiant courage and an audacious disregard for death. The Song forces found themselves in a dire predicament. The more than 2,000 massive logs positioned atop the mountain had been exhausted, and the remaining reserve of several hundred arrows had also been spent. Only the military crossbows and long spears remained in the Song arsenal. 300 soldiers were committed to a fierce battle on the final slope, erecting a 4-foot-high wall of earthen bags to shield themselves from the Jurchen arrows. Yet, 1,000 Jurchen soldiers engaged them in the most brutal close-quarters combat. Though they suffered over 400 casualties, they succeeded in seizing 3 defensive positions, leaving the Song army clinging to their last 2 strongholds. At this juncture, the Song forces also endured heavy losses, with over 200 soldiers perishing. The mountain path was littered with the mangled corpses of their comrades. Chen Qing sought to eliminate the Jurchen commander, but Wan'anhui was shielded by 30 elite guards bearing bronze shields, rendering him impervious to attack. Observing the enemy's relentless onslaught and their increasing fervor, Chen Qing realized that the remaining contingent of Song soldiers was on the verge of collapse. He decisively ordered Yang Hua to relay the command to their brethren on the northeastern path to retreat to the rear mountain. At once, Yang Hua sprinted away. Before the penultimate wall of earth ags, Captain Xian Lai led a handful of soldiers in a desperate stand, refusing to retreat. Chen Qing bellowed, "Captain Xian, I command you once more to fall back. Will you defy a direct order?" Xian Lai turned to his comrades and declared, "The general has given the order. We must retreat immediately." The soldiers raised their shields and began to withdraw, but Xian Lai showed no inclination to retreat. "Captain, we must hurry," the soldiers urged, their voices tinged with urgency. With a bitter smile, Xian Lai replied, "My parents, my wife, and my children fell by the blades of the Jurchen. I have awaited this day to avenge them. Kill, kill, kill." He roared defiantly, his spear piercing several foes, yet a throng of Jurchen soldiers surged forward. He was pierced by numerous spears, his body hoisted aloft. As his spear clattered to the ground, in his final moments, he closed his eyes and whispered, "Father, Mother, my beloved, in spring, I am coming to join you." Tears streamed down Chen Qing's face as he let out a tremendous roar, brandishing his iron spear as he charged forth. With a single thrust, he impaled a centurion attempting to scale the earthen wall, then cast the lifeless body over the precipice. His spear danced like a torrential downpour, claiming the lives of over a dozen Jurchen soldiers, momentarily halting their advance. "Retreat," he commanded the remaining 20 or so Song soldiers. Seizing this rare opportunity, they withdrew towards the last earthen wall. Deputy General Yang Yuanqing, with over 100 soldiers, prepared to defend the final barrier. The long spears poised like a forest, ready for the impending clash. Chen Qing turned and shouted, "General Yang, lead the men to the rear mountain. Move swiftly." Yang Yuanqing acknowledged the untenable situation atop the mountain and shouted, "Fall back with me." He led his soldiers rushing into the military camp, traversing through it towards the retreat at the rear mountain. At that moment, Chen Qing decided to withdraw as well. With a thunderous roar, his spear struck with the swiftness of lightning, piercing the chests of 7 or 8 men in quick succession. The sheer speed and ferocity of his assault startled the Jurchen soldiers, causing them to retreat in disarray. Chen Qing turned and sprinted, leaping atop the final barricade. Just then, a cold arrow whistled through the air. Realizing the imminent danger, he knew he could not evade it. Thud! The arrow struck his right leg. The force swiftly waned, and Chen Qing stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Enduring the pain of the arrow wound, he leapt down from the barricade and dashed towards the military camp. Wanyan Huonu, having stowed away his bow, struck the mountain wall with a fierce punch, filled with deep regret. It was only at the last moment that he recognized Chen Qing. He had not anticipated that the commander would fight personally. He had always assumed that Yang Yuanqing, who stood at the back surrounded by soldiers, was Chen Qing. It wasn't until Chen Qing commanded the retreat that Wanyan Huonu realized that the lone general covering the soldiers' withdrawal was none other than his father's nemesis. If only he had acted just a moment sooner, the chance to eliminate his father's killer had slipped away. Wanyan Huonu, consumed by regret and hatred, shouted through gritted teeth, "Capture this Song general and bestow him with 10,000 households." The Jurchen soldiers roared in response, hastening towards the mountain summit. Meanwhile, within the Song army's camp, thick smoke billowed and flames soared skyward as the soldiers ignited the prepared fodder, the fire spreading rapidly. Chen Qing cast one last glance at the distant herd of warhorses, letting out a deep sigh as he limped into the forest. This brutal battle commenced in the morning and concluded at dusk, raging for a full 4 hours. Ultimately, the Jin soldiers captured Qilin Zhai at the cost of 3,600 lives. Including the previous day's casualties, the Jin army suffered over 4,000 losses, with 3,300 Khitan soldiers perishing and nearly 500 Jurchen soldiers among the dead, the remainder being Han troops. The Song forces also suffered heavy losses, with only a little over 200 retreating into the rear mountains, fading deeper into the hills. If only Chen Qing could be slain, Wanyan Huonu would willingly sacrifice his entire army. Yet, he still allowed Chen Qing to escape. Witnessing his own devastating losses, a deep ache settled in Wanyan Huonu's heart. The ratio of casualties, 20-1 against the Song army, left him utterly humiliated. The news would surely spread. And how could he still claim to be the foremost warrior of the Jurchen? Overwhelmed by despair, he even contemplated the impulse to take his own life. "Captain, shall we pursue?" several generals inquired. Wanyan Huonu shook his head and entered the forest. Pursuing would only result in further casualties. Moreover, leaving the war horses behind indicated that the enemy was retreating towards Jingyuan Dao, rendering further chase unnecessary. At that moment, he spotted his father's white steed from afar. A pang of sorrow coursing through him as he hastened toward the herd of horses. Chen Qing sat upon a large stone by the stream, while the guide Yang Daji skillfully carved out an arrowhead with his hunting knife. He meticulously cleansed the wound and applied his specially concocted ointment, all the while laughing. "I do not boast, but my salve has evoked envy even among the county's physicians. It is crafted from rare medicinal herbs, promoting scab formation and tissue regeneration far more swiftly than ordinary remedies. Even injuries to tendons and bones are no cause for alarm." "Have I injured my tendons or bones?" Chen Qing inquired anxiously. "Not at all. It is merely a flesh wound, and the arrowhead is free of poison." Chen Qing picked up the arrow, noticing several Jurchen characters inscribed upon the shaft. He handed it to the nearby Captain Zheng Ping and jestingly asked, "It is said you possess extensive knowledge. Do you recognize these Jurchen characters? Zhang Ping, hailing from Songzhou in Hebei, had accompanied his father to Liaodong for trade since childhood and indeed had some knowledge. He took the arrow, examined it, and replied with a smile. The initial characters signify 10,000 households, while the latter denotes a personal name, Huanu collectively. This reads as Wanyan's Hanshu Huanu. Who is Wanyan's Hanshu Huanu? Chen Qing queried, somewhat perplexed. The generals erupted in laughter, one remarking, the general killed his father. And yet you remain unaware of his identity? Ah, he is the son of Wanyan's Hanshu. Chen Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhang Ping nodded. He is renowned as the foremost warrior of the Jin dynasty, a merciless killer. It seems he aimed to avenge his father, yet curiously, he did not engage in battle himself. Chen Qing remarked nonchalantly, perhaps he never anticipated that I am Chen Qing. By the time he realizes, it will be too late. Nevertheless, his archery is indeed formidable. His speed is such that I found it impossible to evade. Yang Yuanqing interjected. It is said that both he and his father wield 2 stone bows, which indeed launch arrows at twice the speed of the 8Bu bow. Chen Qing pondered this information deeply. After resting for half an hour, the soldiers prepared to depart. Yang Yuanqing asked, General, are we truly headed to Jingyuando? Chen Qing shook his head. I have no horses with me, and having set fire to the military encampment, I have created the illusion of our journey to Jingyuando. In truth, we shall remain hidden in the mountains for a few days before returning to Qilin village. Once the heavy snow seals the roads, we can spend the winter in Lin'an County. The Song army set up camp in a hollow about 15 li from Qilin village, constructing several wooden cabins from timber and branches. Each soldier brought enough provisions for 10 days, along with water bottles and medicinal supplies, patiently settling in the valley. That morning, Yang Hua led a group of over 20 brothers to hunt nearby. Chen Qing's leg injury was gradually healing, and he yearned to join the hunt. But the consensus among the others was against it, leaving him to rest in the cabin. He seized a bow and arrow, exploring the feel of it, gradually seeking to regain his touch. Chen Qing had never practiced archery, only crossbow shooting. He could wield a horse gun with precision while galloping at high speeds. A skill quite different from archery, yet they shared certain commonalities, particularly in the control of the horse with one's legs and maintaining balance upon the saddle, foundational elements for both shooting and mounted archery. Excellent bow. Yang Yuanqing entered with a smile, taking Chen Qing's bow for a detailed inspection. This must belong to Wanyan's Hanshu, correct? It should be a 2-stone bow, yet regrettably, I cannot draw it. Are there any tricks? Chen Qing inquired with a smile. Yang Yuanqing was taken aback. Is the general not adept at mounted archery? It is not that I lack skill. Rather, I have never practiced it at all. My training has been solely in the use of crossbows. Mounted archery is both challenging and simple. The primary difficulty lies in controlling the horse and achieving coordination. In fact, the general could utilize a crossbow similarly. Chen Qing shook his head, asserting that it is not the same. Mounted archery allows one to shoot while in motion, whereas with a crossbow, one must come to a halt, aim, and maintain a stable posture. This time, I was struck by an arrow so swiftly that I could not evade it. Reflecting on this painful experience, I realized that if I were to encounter one in Huanu again on the battlefield, my inability to master mounted archery would surely lead to my demise beneath his arrows. Yang Yuanqing pondered for a moment and remarked, I was once a subordinate of General Lu Ziyu, who was renowned as the finest archer of the Western Army. He conducted lessons in the barracks, imparting the techniques of mounted archery to the soldiers. I distinctly remember him reciting a few maxims, as swift as the wind, eyes like flowing lightning, draw the bow fully, release the arrow quickly. He claimed that these encapsulate the essence of mounted archery. The more profoundly one comprehends them, the higher one's skill in mounted archery becomes. How did he elaborate on this? Chen Qing asked with a smile. He said that the bow must be drawn fully and the arrow released rapidly, with no pause in between. The act of aiming and seeking a target must be accomplished prior to drawing the bow. When shooting, the target resides in the heart, not in the eyes, were his exact words, which I have never fully understood. When shooting, the target resides in the heart, not in the eyes. Chen Qing silently contemplated the meaning of this phrase. To shoot with the heart, he felt a glimmer of understanding, yet he struggled to grasp its essence. At that moment, a soldier announced loudly at the door, reporting to the commander, the guide Yang Daji has returned. Chapter 25. Return. Yang Daji ventured to Lin'an County last night to gather intelligence. With a somber expression, he lamented, the Jurchens are investigating who guided the Song army. Someone has betrayed my father. Unable to endure the humiliation, he took his own life. Chen Qing felt a pang of guilt. unaware that Yang San had also been ensnared in this tragedy. Yang Daji shook his head. It matters not. Though my father is deceased, he passed away with honor, refusing to be a lackey for the Jin. How fares your wife and children? They're unharmed. My wife took our 2 children to a relative's home to escape the calamity. Have the Jin troops withdrawn? Yang Daji nodded. They retreated the following day, leaving behind 500 soldiers in the county, comprising 100 Jurchen soldiers and 400 Han troops. However, Chen Qing narrowed his eyes. However what? Yang Daji sighed. The fallen Song soldiers had their heads severed and displayed within the county for all to see. With a resounding thud, Yang Yuanqing slammed his fist onto a wooden plank, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chen Qing felt a similar fire ignite within him. After a lengthy moment of restraint, he declared, "From this day forth, we shall count our achievements by the number of heads we collect." Suddenly, soldier shouts echoed outside. It's snowing. Chen Qing rose from his seat in the wooden cabin and stepped outside, tilting his face towards the heavens to behold the gray sky as snowflakes began to swirl down. Yang Daji gazed at the overcast sky and remarked, "Tonight, we may well see a heavy snowfall." The first substantial snow of winter had finally arrived. The 10th day of November refers to the lunar calendar, which translates to mid-December in the solar calendar. Due to Lin'an County's elevated altitude, both the onset of winter and snowfall occurs several days earlier than in the heart of Guangzhou. This was indeed a heavy snowfall. During the day, delicate snowflakes danced through the air, transforming into thick, feather-like snow by nightfall. The north wind howled as clumps of snow fell like downy tufts, blanketing the earth in a gray haze. By the time the 5th watch arrived, the snow had accumulated to the calves. 230 soldiers marched through the snow. And Yang Daji noted that this year's precipitation was unusual. Last month had seen relentless rain, and this snowfall might continue for several days. If they did not depart soon, the snow would seal their fate, trapping them within the forest. More critically, their provisions had dwindled to a mere 2 days' worth, having lingered in the forest for 9 days. It was time to set forth. The contingent trudged through the mountainous terrain, with Yang Daji, well acquainted with the landscape, skillfully guiding them around the cliffs. As dawn broke, they finally returned to the Tian'ai grasslands where Qilanzhai was situated. The pasture lay cloaked in a thick layer of pristine snow, and in the distance, the military camp appeared unrecognizable, reduced to charred remnants and crumbling walls. Chen Qing promptly dispatched Zheng Ping to accompany Zhao Xiaoi to investigate the situation in Lin'an County, while he sought a sheltered grove for the soldiers to rest. Among the remnants of the military camp, Yang Hua and a group of soldiers unearthed provisions, grain, oil, salt, jerky, and an array of weaponry that had been concealed underground. At midday, Zheng Ping returned, while Zhao Xiaoi remained in the county to continue gathering intelligence. General, the snow falls heavily, and there are no soldiers on the city walls. Even those guarding the city gate have sought refuge below, huddled against the wind around fires for warmth. It is said that at first, the Jurchen soldiers and Han troops patrolled tirelessly, amassing considerable wealth in recent days. However, with the snowfall yesterday, their shadows have vanished, retreating to their camp to gamble and feast. If the heavy snow continues tonight, it presents an opportunity to seize the county town. Are the troop numbers, as Yang Daji mentioned? Zheng Ping nodded in affirmation. Indeed, there are 100 Jurchen soldiers and 400 Han troops, led by a Jurchen centurion. Where's their camp? Yang Yuanqing inquired. It is located at the southwestern corner of the county town, where the former city god temple stands, now erected with numerous tents. Both Han and Jurchen soldiers reside together. For the original small barracks was deemed inadequate by the Jurchens, now fully occupied by refugees. Chen Qing picked up a branch and sketched the county town in the snow, encircling the southwestern corner, and asked, "I wish to know, does this southwestern corner adjoin the city wall?" "Indeed, it is bordered by the walls to the south and west." Chen Qing, hands clasped behind his back, walked to the edge of the woods, gazing at the overcast sky as the snow fell ever more heavily. Showing no signs of abating, he turned to the others and declared, "Tonight, we shall seize Lin'an County." As night fell, the snowfall intensified, rendering figures indistinct mere dozens of steps away. The thick accumulation of snow reached thigh height. At the 3rd watch, Chen Qing led over 200 of his men to the outskirts of Lin'an County. By now, the moat had completely frozen over, and the soldiers were surprised to discover a rope hanging from the battlements, nearly solidified into an ice column. A shadow descended from the battlements. Clutching the rope, it was Zhao Xiaoi. Clad in a thick sheepskin coat, he still shivered from the cold. "General, the battlements are deserted. It's utterly freezing." A soldier handed Zhao Xiaoyi a gourd of wine, and after several hearty swigs, he felt slightly warmed and continued, "There are no soldiers below. And not even a watchman can be seen within the walls. They are all fast asleep." Chen Qing squinted at the city walls, despite the blinding snow obscuring his vision. He discerned small dark shapes hanging from the battlements. Those were the severed heads of his fallen comrades, over 200 valiant soldiers who had perished for their country. Displayed by the Jurchens. Chen Qing's fists tightened slowly. "Action," he uttered through gritted teeth. Yang Yuanqing promptly led the soldiers up the rope, subsequently tossing down several long ropes, allowing the soldiers to ascend the battlements one by one. The snow atop the battlements was similarly knee-deep, visibility was exceedingly low, and the gray sky was filled with swirling snowflakes. Beyond 30 paces, nothing was discernible, and one could only infer the presence of soldiers by the absence of firelight. Such harsh weather rendered the defense of the city futile. Chen Qing swiftly guided his soldiers to the southwestern corner, where it appeared to be an expanse below. A few large lanterns illuminated the snowfall, and in the dim light at the lanterns' edges, the silhouettes of tents could be faintly discerned. This was indeed the city god temple, the very encampment of the Jin soldiers. Beneath, a great bonfire flickers, where several individuals gather to warm themselves, likely the patrolling sentinels. "Be vigilant, not a single one should escape," Chen Qing admonishes, to which Yang Hua nods, leading a dozen soldiers down into the town. Shortly after, muffled grunts emanate from either side of the bonfire, signaling the end of the patrol sentinels. The soldiers swiftly descend the town using ropes and rapidly assemble below. Chen Qing instructs the 4 captains, "As per our prior strategy, each shall oversee a designated area. Remember, aim for a swift and decisive strike to the neck. Be ruthless and expeditious, leaving no survivors." "Understood." The 4 captains dash off with their subordinates. Chen Qing, accompanied by his soldiers, approaches a large tent. Crafted from stitched sheepskin, equipped with 2 leather flaps, tightly secured to keep out the biting cold, providing warmth within. Each tent spans over 100 square meters, accommodating 10 Jurchen soldiers, while 30 Han soldiers are crammed into a single tent, revealing a stark disparity in conditions. Chen Qing leads his men into the very tent of the Jurchen soldiers. Outside, the chill is biting, but within, it is cozy. The Jurchen soldiers are deep in slumber. In an instant, blades gleam and blood splatters, with not a single muffled cry escaping. Within mere seconds, 10 Jurchen soldiers lie lifeless, their bodies severed in their dreams. Without hesitation, Chen Qing turns and proceeds to another tent, as anguished screams begin to erupt from the direction of the Han army's tent, only to fall silent moments later. Then, the heart-wrenching wails of young women pierce the air. The soldiers have discovered the abducted women within the town's temple hall. As dawn breaks, the snow begins to relent, with only a few stray flakes drifting down, a stark contrast to the previous heavy snowfall. Pedestrians appear on the streets, farmers hastily guiding their donkey carts into the town, while others rush from all directions in search of vegetables and rice. Many are astonished to find the severed heads of Song soldiers hanging above the city gate transformed into those of the Jurchen, their shaved heads in distinctive braids presenting a fierce visage. Moreover, the gatekeepers have changed, the Song soldiers have returned. Soon, a grand Song military flag flutters atop the city walls. The populace can no longer contain their joy, racing into the streets, shouting exuberantly, "The Song army has returned. The Song army has returned." An increasing throng of citizens spills from their homes into the streets, banging drums and gongs, igniting a fervor throughout the county. County Magistrate Li Buoyang, just stepping out of his home and poised to board his carriage for the county office, suddenly sees a crowd of townsfolk rushing towards him. Exclaiming loudly, "The Song army has returned. The Jurchen are all dead." Li Buoyang is struck as if by thunder. Standing frozen for a moment before letting out a shout and turning to flee back into his home, while calling out in a panic, "My dear, quickly gather our valuables and flee for your life." Chapter 26. Peacekeeping. Li Buoyang ultimately could not escape. He was dragged before Chen Qing by the soldiers of the Song army, paralyzed with fear on the ground. "General, I was left with no choice. The Jurchens are merciless. To them, the Song people are akin to pigs and dogs. I wished to protect the populace, but it was beyond my capacity." During the retreat of the Jin soldiers, they wreaked havoc, killing over 3,000 commoners and abducting hundreds of young women, leaving countless families shattered. Chen Qing gazed at him coldly and remarked, "Had you possessed even a modicum of integrity, you would have abandoned your post and fled, rather than grovel before the Jin, treacherously betraying the interests of the people to curry favor with them." In these 9 days, how many heinous acts have you committed? Are you not aware of your own misdeeds? I was coerced, General. The merchant who sold livestock and grain betrayed you, and it was I who ultimately ended his life. I have contributed too. Chen Qing stepped closer, scrutinizing his plump face. Do you know why I must execute you? Because I am acutely aware that you would eventually betray me. Li Buoyang frantically waved his hands. I would never. I assure you, I will never betray you, General. Chen Qing shook his head, his gaze turning ruthless. My principle is this. Better to mistakenly kill an innocent than to let a guilty one escape. Moreover, you were destined to die? Rising, Chen Qing gestured dismissively. Take him away and behead him. General, spare my life. Have mercy. Li Buoyang was dragged away, crying out in desperation, ultimately subdued by the soldiers of the Song army, who severed his head. His severed head was displayed at the county office, inciting numerous commoners to hurl stones at it, filled with deep-seated hatred. In recent days, Li Buoyang had led a cohort of Han soldiers door to door, searching for young women to present to the Jurchen soldiers, who then further violated them. Half of those women ultimately took their own lives by hanging or drowning. The plundering of pigs and sheep was incalculable, with the new year approaching. The provisions meant for the celebrations had been nearly entirely seized for the lavish indulgences of the Jin soldiers. Chen Qing not only executed County Magistrate Li Buoyang, but also the County Lieutenant Min Wu and Li Buoyang's aide Du Xin. He appointed Wei Qing, the former chief clerk of Baoji, as the interim county magistrate and set up a makeshift kitchen to provide congee for the refugees suffering from starvation amidst the heavy snowfall. Wei Qing hailed from the Wei family of Jingzhou, though he was a branch born of concubines. A successful scholar in the 6th year of the Xuanhe era, he served as the chief clerk of Baoji County. In the 3rd year of Jianyan, when Wan'an Lushi led his army into the Guangzhou region, capturing Jingzhou and Fengxiang successively, Wei Qing fled with his family to Lin'an County and opened a private school to make a living. This time, Wei Qing proactively stepped forward to assist Chen Qing in restoring order to the county. Having lived in Lin'an for over a year, he was well acquainted with the local situation. Within the county office, Wei Qing poured a cup of hot tea for Chen Qing. Commander, the pressing issue at hand is to resolve the food and shelter problems for the populace, especially the refugees. Those living on the streets have been buried under the heavy snow. Last night, over 70 perished from the cold, and many families have run out of provisions. What good suggestions do you have? The solution is quite simple. We must gather funds and provisions. Currently, the county granary holds 760 stones of grain and 350 guan of copper coins, yet we are far from sufficient. We must seek resources from other channels. I understand the need for food, but why must we also gather money? Chen Qing inquired, puzzled. The best solution for accommodating refugees is to assist them in renting homes. In fact, many households in the county have vacant rooms, yet are reluctant to offer them freely. Currently, rent is exceedingly low. One can secure a room for merely 51 of copper coins each month, allowing for a year and a half of occupancy with just 1 guan of money. However, even 50 yuan is beyond the means of most refugee families, forcing them to sleep on the streets. Therefore, it is imperative for the government to raise funds. Chen Qing pondered and remarked, the army possesses over 2,000 taels of silver, all seized from the Jin army. If we were to confiscate the properties of Li Buoyang and Min Wu, we could likely procure several thousand guan more, which should suffice to cover the rental expenses. Wei Qing was elated. Silver is a hard currency, with 1 tael convertible into 5 guan. Commander, silver alone would be sufficient. However, I can only provide you with half of it, as I intend to reserve the other half for recruiting soldiers. We could fully confiscate the estates of Li Buoyang and Min Wu, including their grain. Li Buoyang's granary holds over 500 shur of grain, and he possesses a small estate within the county, where I suspect he is hoarding money and supplies. Wei Qing suddenly recalled something, and, striking the table, exclaimed, You are absolutely correct, Commander. He previously conscripted 3,000 shur of grain, claiming it was for the Jin army's provisions. Yet the Jin only consumed 200 or 300 shur. Where did the rest of the grain go? I inquired with the county officials. And the grain in the county granary has remained untouched, so I am certain that most of it has been embezzled by him and Min Wu. Chen Qing coldly asserted, as long as the grain exists, even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we shall unearth it. The army commenced its operation, raiding the households of Li Buoyang and Min Wu, as well as Li Buoyang's several hundred mu estate located outside the city, led by the cavalry commander Zhang Ping with 30 riders. Simultaneously, at the county gate, young men enlisting in the Song army formed a long queue. Chen Qing rode to the gate and heard young Yuan Qi shouting from a distance, Join our army. Do not think of serving merely to receive rations and salaries. Our army is prepared to engage in fierce battles against the Jin, to defend our homeland, and we may sacrifice our lives on the battlefield. Each one of you must consider this carefully. Some of the young men in line departed, yet the majority remained. At that moment, a tall and robust young man clasped his fist and proclaimed, "I am Lu Gui, from Weinan County in Huazhou. I was originally a sergeant in the Jingyuan army. After the defeat in Fuping, I returned home only to find that my parents, wife, and children had all been slaughtered by the Jin, and my house reduced to ashes. I am determined to avenge my family and earnestly request that the general accept me." Chen Qing had previously conferred with Yang Yuanqing, and this recruitment prioritized seasoned soldiers, particularly those from the Western Army, who were generally well-trained and adept in combat. Chen Qing, personally appointed by Zhang Jun as the battalion commander, was given a quota of 1,000 men. Achieving this number would significantly increase their operational flexibility. Yang Yuanqing nodded and inquired, "Can you ride and shoot?" "I can ride and wield a bow. It is indeed true that most soldiers from the Western Army can ride." Yang Yuanqing pointed to the stone lock on the ground and instructed, "Lift it overhead 3 times." Lu Gui approached, grasped the 60-pound stone lock, and shouted, raising it high above his head 3 times in succession. A stone lock weighing 60 pounds can typically be lifted by a robust man. This primarily serves to assess if one bears any injuries. "You have been selected. Please proceed to register in the tent." Lu Gui, filled with joy, quickly clasped his fists in salute and went to register in the rear tent. At that moment, Yang Yuanqing spotted Chen Qing and requested Yang Hua to substitute for him. Approaching with a smile, "I thought the commander was at the county office." Chen Qing dismounted, handing the reins back to Zhao Xiaoyi, and remarked, "All trivial matters have been entrusted to Lord Wei. I am more concerned about the recruitment. What is the status?" "Not bad. Since this morning, we have recruited over 300 individuals, primarily scattered soldiers. Thankfully, there are many refugees. Relying solely on Lin'an County, the number of scattered soldiers is quite limited. Have the settlement funds been distributed?" Yang Yuanqing nodded, confirming that, as per the commander's instructions, each individual received 3 taels of silver to help them settle their families. 3 taels of silver is not a trifling amount. After Jinkong, to escape southward, wealthy aristocrats were selling properties and exchanging vast amounts of gold and silver, leading to a dramatic surge in prices. At one point, 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for over 10 strings of cash, although the prices have since decreased. 1 tael of silver can still be exchanged for 5 strings of Xuanhe copper coins. The paper currency issued during the Xuanhe period has become worthless, and the iron coins circulated in Shaanxi have also depreciated significantly, with 1 copper coin exchanging for 5 iron coins. To the extent that many shops refuse to accept iron coins, only recognizing copper coins. 3 taels of silver can be exchanged for 15 strings of copper coins, amounting to 15,000 cash, sufficient for an ordinary family as used for several years. This has always been Chen Qing's philosophy, to treat his subordinates generously, ensuring that they will fight valiantly when the moment calls for it. At this point, Yang Yuanqing recalled something and said to Chen Qing, "Several soldiers who enlisted this morning mentioned that there is an archery hall within the county, rumored to be run by a former military instructor who specializes in teaching archery." Zhao Xiaoyi blurted out, "Su Shingan. Do you know him?" Chen Qing turned to look at him. Scratching his head, Zhao Xiaoyi hesitated, aware that the senior general was speaking and reluctant to interrupt. He sheepishly added, "Actually, everyone in Lin'an County knows that Su Shingan is a military instructor for the 80,000 imperial troops in Tokyo. After Jinkong, he returned to his hometown to open an archery hall. By the way, Lu Wu also trained at his archery hall." Chen Qing chuckled softly. The title of military instructor for the 80,000 imperial troops in Tokyo does sound impressive. "What is his name?" "His name is Su Ning." Chen Qing froze momentarily. Is there a connection between him and the Su Ning mentioned in Water Margin? He pondered, recalling that the Su Ning from Water Margin perished during the campaign against Fang La. Could this skilled archer Su Ning be the inspiration for that character? Regardless, he thought that if he wished to practice mounted archery, it would be best to have a distinguished mentor. With a sense of intrigue, Chen Qing smiled slightly and said, "Then let us go and take a look." Chapter 27. The Marksman. The Arrow Pavilion, situated in the northern part of the city, spans approximately 3 acres and features a long, narrow archery range. Despite the Song dynasty's historical inclination towards scholarship over martial prowess, the calamities following the Jinkong incident have cast a heavy shadow of despair upon every individual, compelling families to embrace martial arts as a means of survival. The desire to protect one's own life, even if it means fleeing danger more swiftly than others, has become a paramount instinct in these chaotic times. Even the slightest ability to safeguard one's family is deemed invaluable, lest they become mere prey to the invaders or bandits. In the wake of such turmoil, various martial arts schools, weaponry academies, and archery pavilions have swiftly emerged in the cities north of the Yangtze River, among which the Su family Arrow Pavilion has come into existence amidst the bloodshed and strife. Chen Qing encountered Su Ning, the proprietor, a middle-aged man of around 50 years, whose speech was measured and whose tone exuded gentility. Were it not for his appearance, one might mistake him for a refined scholar. Yet, upon closer inspection of his visage and the gray strands of hair adorning his head, it becomes evident that his life has been etched with the scars of hardship. "I know you." Su Ning's penetrating gaze seemed to unveil all of Chen Qing's concealed secrets. "Your head is worth 100,000 strings of cash, arguably the most valuable in the land." Chen Qing scoffed. "Do you truly believe the Jurchens would honor such a bounty? You are mistaken. The Jurchens are known for their promises, and in this regard, they far surpass the Han. They will deliver, if only with a parcel of land valued at 100,000. Thus, you perceive a path to fortune?" Su Ning shook his head. "I require no such wealth. 2 bowls of rice and a pot of tea each day suffice to sustain this frail body, and I find contentment therein." Slowly, Su Ning rolled up his sleeves, revealing his left arm severed at the wrist. Chen Qing's gaze fixed upon him, realizing the gravity of the situation. "This is a consequence of the Jurchens." Su Ning sighed heavily. "During the Jingkong incident, I was tasked with guarding the Crown Prince and the Empress as they fled north. Just outside the city, the Jurchens descended upon us. I clung desperately to the cart's yoke, only to have my left hand severed by a Jurchen soldier's blade. When I awoke, I found myself discarded among the dead, the Crown Prince long vanished. Eventually, I returned to my homeland and established this martial arts school to make ends meet, living out the rest of my days." As he recounted this sorrowful tale, tears welled in the corners of Su Ning's eyes. Wiping them away, he continued, "I despised my own weakness at that moment. Why did I not seize a horse and escape with the Crown Prince? I loathe my lack of mettle, my failure to resist. How could a chief instructor of the Golden Spear Brigade be rendered a cripple by a mere Jurchen foot soldier?" At this juncture, Su Ning's chest heaved with emotion, words caught in his throat. Chen Qing silently regarded him, fully comprehending the depths of Su Ning's anguish. These past years had been spent in self-reproach, and though he was but in his 40s, his hair had turned prematurely gray. "You still have an opportunity." "An opportunity?" Su Ning turned his gaze towards Chen Qing. "What opportunity remains for a man such as I, a cripple?" Chen Qing replied with quiet resolve. "Since you are capable of running a martial arts school, you can serve as an instructor for my troops, imparting your skills to my soldiers. Together, we may expel the barbarian invaders and restore the glory of the Song dynasty. With your remaining strength, ignite the flames of resistance. You shall depart this world without regret." Su Ning's murky eyes gradually regained their luster, and a smile broke upon his face as he withdrew a short spear from the weapons rack and tossed it to Chen Qing, drawing one for himself as well. "I am aware that you have slain Wanyan Lushi. Allow me to witness your marksmanship. Feel free to unleash your full prowess. Rest assured, you shall not harm me." "Then I shall not hold back in my response." Chen Qing growled lowly, brandishing his short spear, launching an assault upon Su Ning like a tempest. Su Ning, retreating gracefully, wielded his spear with fluidity akin to flowing water, deftly countering Chen Qing's every maneuver. Su Ning remarked with a smile, "Since you are reluctant to exert your full strength, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." He traced an arc with his spear, striking with the swiftness of lightning towards the outer side of Chen Qing's right leg, precisely where he had previously been injured by an arrow. Chen Qing inwardly exclaimed at Su Ning's keen perception. He was compelled to go all out. A resounding clash echoed as Su Ning's spear was dislodged from his grasp, sent flying away. "My apologies, I seem to have exerted too much force." Su Ning smiled faintly, tossing the spear to his disciple and gesturing for him to take a seat. The two took their places, with a young maidservant bringing them hot tea. Su Ning chuckled. "I have discerned that you are, in truth, lacking in marksmanship. I am not mistaken, am I?" Chen Qing could not help but admire Su Ning's insight. Indeed, he was not proficient in spear techniques, having merely adapted swordsmanship into a spear style, resulting in a rather clumsy amalgamation. "I have never trained in spear techniques. My expertise lies solely with the sword." Su Ning gazed intently at Chen Qing and remarked, "Your swordplay, while seemingly straightforward and swift as the wind, is lethally effective. Yet, in an effort to mask its simplicity, you have adorned it with unnecessary embellishments. Consider this. Did you rely on such flourishes to slay Wanyan Lushi? Chen Qing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Su Ning's words. In his confrontation with Wan in Lushi, he had not had the opportunity to employ those extravagant moves. Life and death hinged on a single strike, complemented by strategy. He had orchestrated the demise of the warhorse before delivering a decisive thrust to his foe's throat, achieving victory through swiftness. Thus, there was no need to discard those superfluous maneuvers. Both sword and spear are instruments of death, and speed alone suffices. The essence of martial arts is simplicity, power, and speed reign supreme. Observing Chen Qing's lingering hesitation, Su Ning, understanding his thoughts, added with a smile. I have mastered over 100 spear techniques, but such knowledge serves merely to earn my daily bread. In the realm of bureaucracy, one must weigh between reality and delusion, ensuring others cannot see through my facade. However, on the battlefield, it is a matter of survival. Either you perish or I do. The Jurchens do not engage in frivolous games. The notion of invincible marksmanship is mere drivel. A single blade from a Jurchen is sufficient to end your life. Do you comprehend this? Chen Qing nodded. Fully grasping the message, his earlier concerns about being ridiculed for his lack of marksmanship dissipating entirely due to Su Ning's words. Su Ning, pleased with Chen Qing's rapid understanding, silently praised his potential for growth. At dawn tomorrow, I shall report to your military camp. As for my remuneration, 2 meals a day will suffice. I will eat what the soldiers eat. No need to provide me with extra. Thank you, sir, for your generous assistance. Additionally, I have a personal request. You need not teach me your martial arts. Chen Qing shook his head. I do not refer to spear techniques, but rather horsemanship and archery. I have never trained in mounted archery, as I am only skilled with the crossbow. Su Ning laughed heartily, as the commander, mastering the crossbow to perfection is ample. It is not mandatory to excel in mounted archery. Chen Qing let out a bitter laugh and said, I harbor an irreconcilable enmity with Wan and Huono. Sooner or later, we shall meet upon the battlefield. If I do not master the art of horseback archery, I shall surely perish beneath his arrows. Indeed, engaging in combat with the Jurchens without the skills of riding and archery is exceedingly perilous. Prepare your bow and arrows, as well as a steed. Tomorrow, I shall come to instruct you in the practice of horseback archery, which must commence with the fundamentals of foot archery. Chen Qing then recalled something and inquired with a smile, is there a connection between Su Guanju and the outlaws of Liashan? You are referring to Song Jiang and the 36 outlaws who rebelled at Liashan during the Xuanhe era, are you not? Indeed, those very individuals. Does Su Guanju have any acquaintance with them? Su Ning smiled faintly, saying, acquaintance is perhaps too strong a term, but I have indeed had dealings with them. In the 3rd year of Xuanhe, while I was in Haizhou under the command of Inspector Zhang Shai, we eradicated Song Jiang and his band right there in Haizhou. Upon returning to the military camp, Chen Qing found that they remained stationed at the city god temple, still under the 40 grand tents of the Jin army. His command tent was modest, the smallest among them, yet it served as the nerve center of the entire army. The captain Zheng Ping and county magistrate Wei Qing awaited him inside. Has the search concluded? Chen Qing surmised their presence indicated a fruitful outcome from the investigation. Reporting to the commanding officer, we have captured a significant rat. Zheng Ping could hardly contain his excitement. Not only is this good news, it is utterly astonishing. Zhang Ping placed a search inventory upon the table, elucidating, Li Huailiang's estate appeared rather normal at first, yielding 700 shur of grain, 4,600 guan in cash, 1,200 taels of silver, 300 taels of gold, and 2,000 bolts of silk and cloth, along with several boxes of gold and jade jewelry. The crux of the matter lies in the estate itself, where we unearthed 3 underground storage vaults containing 3,300 shur of grain, including the grain he embezzled days prior, along with 28,000 guan in copper coins. It is simply astonishing. 28,000 guan. Chen Qing was genuinely taken aback. He glanced at the inventory before shifting his gaze to Wei Qing, who surely must have insights into this matter. Wei Qing nodded. I have reviewed the county records from the past 2 years. From the 2nd year of Jinkong to the 3rd year of Jianyan, the taxes were collected regularly, yet none were remitted. There are no records of payment to either the Song or Jin states. Upon inquiring with the county officials, they mentioned that at the start of the year, a Jin army raided and transported away a full 20 carts of money, even setting fire to the treasury. I believe there are many discrepancies here. Please elaborate. Chen Qing urged. Typically, tax revenues consist of both money and, more importantly, silk and grain. The Jin army only took the money, and it was primarily iron coins, as the common folk of Shangxi possessed little copper currency. However, the 28,000 guan we unearthed consists entirely of copper coins. indicating that the portions of silk and grain in the taxes were privately sold by Li Boyang. He only desired copper coins, hiding the proceeds within the estate. Should the commanding officer require, I can thoroughly investigate this matter. Chen Qing nodded, recognizing the necessity for clarity, though it need not be immediate. The pressing concern at present is to secure housing for the homeless before nightfall, as I wish to prevent another tragedy where nearly 100 lives are lost to the cold. Chapter 28. The realm of wealth. Money is indeed a valuable asset, capable of guiding hearts towards goodness. The authorities produced the resplendent Qing coins, enticing numerous townsfolk to participate eagerly. Within mere hours, they had rented out hundreds of vacant houses, providing shelter for the thousands of destitute citizens who had been sleeping on the streets. With walls to shield them from the elements, not a single refugee perished from the cold that night, thanks to the army's distribution of porridge. The elderly and children, previously beset by hunger and cold, found solace in a warm meal and were spared from starvation. As night fell, the snowfall ceased entirely, and a luminous moon hung gracefully in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the exceptionally clear, dark azure expanse. Yet, the chill in the air intensified. Chen Qing stood 100 paces away, bow in hand, his gaze fixed upon a straw-man target in the distance. He knocked an arrow to the string, inhaling the frigid air deeply before drawing back the bowstring with the force of a full moon. Without a moment's hesitation, he released the arrow, which merely grazed the side of the straw target. Had he employed a crossbow, he could have effortlessly struck the target's bullseye. However, he was practicing mounted archery, where there was no time for precision. The moment one knocks an arrow, one must release it. The essence of this art lies in keen perception, an instinct that can only be honed through relentless practice. This remarkable sensation had once graced Chen Qing during his training in horseback shooting. Yet translating it into mounted archery proved exceedingly challenging. The familiar feeling could hinder rather than help him, and he needed to overcome this mental block. Thus, after loosing over a dozen arrows and feeling the fatigue in his arms, he had yet to strike the target. With a sigh, he knocked another arrow, allowed himself a brief respite, and once more drew back the bowstring. The following morning, 800 newly recruited soldiers stood in formation before the military camp. Their uniforms were a hodgepodge. Some donned the iron armor of the Song army, while others wore the lacquered black leather of the former Liao troops and the yellow leather of the Jin army. Yet, all soldiers wore the conical hats of the Song army, brandishing shields and spears, presenting a unified front. I have already conveyed my thoughts last night, declared the youthful commander Chen Qing, standing atop a large stone to address the assembly. Today, I wish to discuss training. I understand that each of you has a military background, having returned to the ranks. However, can you assure me that you can effortlessly vanquish the Jurchen cavalry? If not, then the battlefield spells certain doom. This winter, I aim to fortify your combat fundamentals and physical conditioning. My singular objective is to ensure that each of you survives on the battlefield. Turning, Chen Qing gestured for Su Ning to step forward. This is Master Su, whom I have invited to impart essential martial skills to you. He was the chief instructor of the esteemed Golden Spear Battalion of the 800,000 Imperial Guards in the capital and is a renowned martial artist from Fengshan Prefecture. I hope you all dedicate yourselves to rigorous training, acquiring the skills necessary for the battlefield. Clad in a black warrior-esque garb and unarmed, Su Ning spoke with a calm demeanor, addressing the assembled soldiers. I am aware that you are all soldiers. Given the commander's directive, you must comply, for my training methods may prove rather monotonous. From this moment forth, I require everyone to assume the horse stance for 2 months, dedicating 4 hours each day to this practice, incorporating light squats, deep squats, and weighted squats, progressively increasing the intensity. In the evenings, we shall engage in running to enhance our stamina. As for the spear techniques, they are merely embellishments without a solid foundation. Even the most intricate spear play cannot withstand the charge of the Jurchen cavalry. Su Ning turned to summon his eldest disciple, instructing him, set a good example for everyone. Should anyone become lax, report directly to Captain Yang. The captain, Yang Hua, pursed his lips, his expression grave, serving simultaneously as the military judge. The 800 new recruits raised no objections, obediently following Su Ning's disciple into their practice. Chen Qing was not surprised at all. Having trained in the horse stance for several years, he understood its benefits. Fu Mashing had faltered due to an unstable base, despite his considerable strength, and had been easily defeated by Chen. Are you ready to practice mounted archery? Su Ning inquired with a smile as he approached. At any time, Chen Qing replied, retrieving a cavalry bow from his quiver. Su Ning accepted the bow, recognizing it from the previous day, which allowed him to deduce that Chen Qing had slain one in Lu Shi. This bow was seized from Wan in Lushi, was it not? How does the master know? This is one of the 3 imperial bows collected by the Supreme Emperor, named Ding Yuan, which was taken by Wan in Zongbi. You could only have obtained it from Wan in Lushi. It appears the Emperor of Jin bestowed a set of treasures from the Song Huizong era upon Wan in Lushi, not only a sword but also a bow. It is quite possible that the white dragon foal accompanied them. Su Ning accepted the bow with one hand, nodding in admiration. Indeed, it was an exquisite bow. Having remained untouched in the palace for 20 years, the Hu people would only tarnish it. It seems the captain is its rightful owner. He returned the bow to Chen Qing, smiling. However, I wish to see the captain demonstrate crossbow shooting first. Please, master. Chen Qing led Su Ning to the archery range and retrieved the divine arm crossbow from the table. With a show of strength, he drew back the crossbow, prompting Su Ning to silently commend him. No wonder he could wield the Ding Yuan bow. He indeed possessed remarkable strength. Chen Qing aimed at a target 100 paces away. His first arrow struck the scarecrow directly in the brow. He followed with 3 more arrows, each finding its mark. Su Ning nodded with approval, stating, mounted archery demands steadiness, swiftness, and accuracy. On horseback, one must first maintain a stable body, which requires proficient horse control. As for swiftness and accuracy, the latter is the most challenging. Training must begin with the standing bow for at least 3 years, achieving 9 out of 10 hits before one can commence mounted archery. I believe the captain has steadiness and accuracy mastered. What remains is swiftness, drawing the bow quickly, releasing the arrow swiftly, and ensuring hand-eye coordination. I suspect this is where your challenge lies. Chen Qing smiled ruefully, admitting, to be honest, I typically aim after drawing back the bow, but in mounted archery, one must aim beforehand, locking eyes on the target before even drawing the bow. This allows for a rapid draw and release. My dilemma is how to cultivate that feeling of having my eyes locked onto the target beforehand. Su Ning smiled gently. Regrettably, I can only demonstrate with one hand. But I can share some insights. Please bestow your guidance, master. I once sought the counsel of Zhou Tong, the esteemed chief instructor of the archery class, renowned as the foremost archer in the realm. His 2 disciples, Yu Fei and Lu Ziyu, are celebrated equestrian archers, their arrows striking with the swiftness of lightning, their bows resonating like thunder. However, Zhou Tong imparted to me that equestrian archery encompasses 3 realms. The first realm is when the arrow resides in the eye. One draws the bow in pursuit of the enemy, locking one's gaze upon the target, resulting in a precise hit. The second realm is when the arrow dwells in the heart. As one decides to eliminate the adversary, one's peripheral vision has already secured their presence. The opponent remains ingrained in one's heart, allowing one to knock the arrow without needing to aim, shooting towards the target of one's heart with unwavering accuracy. In truth, it is one's peripheral awareness that continually senses the adversary, ensuring their escape is impossible. The third realm transcends the physical, existing between heaven and earth. This is not mere abstraction. I convey this to you. During the planning of warfare, one must comprehend how to vanquish the opponent. The essence of the third realm is indeed knowing oneself and the enemy, leading to invincibility in 100 battles, as Chen Qing humorously remarked. One could assert this. Yet it is imperative to understand the adversary's martial prowess and habits, to be aware of their personal guards, to consider the climatic conditions during great conflict, and to recognize the surrounding terrain, including the advantage of high ground. When the opponent inevitably enters the environment you have meticulously anticipated, they are destined to perish beneath your arrow. While this may sound simple, it is a feat accomplished solely by Sun Bin throughout history. Consider how he managed to defeat Pang Wan. Chen Qing chuckled softly, saying, in this light, my aspiration should indeed be to attain the second realm, correct? Su Ning nodded, affirming that if one can achieve the second realm, one may stand shoulder to shoulder with Yu Fei and Lu Ziyu. However, one must first attain the first realm. Given your foundational skills with the crossbow, I believe this should not pose a challenge. Your eyesight is commendable. It merely requires a certain adjustment. Strive to minimize the aiming time and practice diligently to acclimate to the nuances of equestrian archery. I am confident that in a month, you shall reach the first realm. Chen Qing mounted his horse with exuberance, exclaiming, thank you for your guidance, esteemed master. I now understand how to practice equestrian archery. Should I succeed within a month? I shall reward you with 50 taels of silver. Su Ning laughed in return. If the commander can achieve this, I shall present you with 2 strands of tiger sinew, the finest bowstring in the world. Chapter 29. Alarm at noon. Yang Yuanqing sought out Chen Qing, who was enjoying his lunch, a soft pancake wrapped around pickled meat, accompanied by a bowl of hot winter melon soup. However, Chen Qing had a substantial appetite, consuming 2 pounds of food to satiate his hunger. Noticing Yang's furrowed brow, he chuckled. Why the long face? Are you concerned that my meal will be insufficient and wish for an extra serving of bitter melon? Alas, I have failed in my duty. What has happened? Chen Qing set aside his soup. There was originally an eagle on the city wall, contained within a wooden cage. At the time, I did not pay it any heed. By the time I remembered, the soldiers had already released it. Are you implying that the eagle was a messenger? Yang Yuanqing nodded. I only realized later that it must have been a means of communication between Lin'an County and Fengxiang County. Consequently, the messenger eagle has flown away. With this, Yang let out a deep sigh. Are you concerned that the Jin forces might discover the fall of Lin'an County and realize we have returned? Yang nodded, genuinely troubled by the prospect. Chen Qing pondered for a moment, saying it is quite natural for them to be aware. We had wagered on the heavy snow blocking their path. The snowfall has been significant these past 2 days. The roads should be obstructed, granting us a winter rest time. However, in reality, horses can still traverse the snow plains. I inquired with County Magistrate Wei, and he stated that it would take 2 substantial snowfalls before the roads are completely sealed. Commander, we must prepare ourselves. With hands clasped behind his back, Chen Qing paced thoughtfully before finally nodding. We indeed cannot afford to be complacent. Dispatch 2 men to Qingsong Ridge for surveillance. Should the second snowfall arrive, instruct them to withdraw immediately. Qingsong Ridge lies 20 miles south of Lin'an County, along the essential route to Lin'an. There exists a Song military beacon there, now in ruins, but it could certainly be reconstructed. Yang Yuanqing acknowledged with a nod and turned to leave. Chen Qing contemplated for a moment. Realizing he could not underestimate the determination of the Jurchens to capture him, he must prepare in advance. After hastily finishing his lunch, Chen Qing found Wei Qing and handed him a blueprint. What is this? A cloak? Wei Qing asked after studying it for a while. Indeed, Chen Qing had drawn a tactical cloak intended for winter operations in snowy conditions. His primary concern now is whether it could be produced in a timely manner. I hope to have 1,000 white cloaks completed within 2 days. Is this feasible? Wei Qing pondered before responding. Simple cloaks are relatively easy to make. I will organize several women to sew them. We have plenty of fabric in the warehouse, and it will also allow them to earn some money. It would be best if they could also stitch additional winter garments and footwear. I will promptly arrange for personnel to recruit them. There should be no significant issues. I guarantee that 1,000 white cloaks will be delivered to the commander within 2 days. Yang Yuanqing's concerns were not unwarranted. The Jin forces indeed possess their own communication network, typically relying on messenger eagles and coded phrases in Jurchen script. Thus, even if that messenger eagle still existed, the situation in Lin'an County would inevitably be exposed, particularly as the Jurchen centurion who understood the coded phrases had already been slain. In Fengxiang, the commander Wan'an merely received a carrier pigeon devoid of any correspondence. The numbered tag revealed its origin from Lin'an County, which instantly incited a wave of anxiety within Wan'an Meili. He ordered the retreat of his troops led by Wan'an Huanu, while Wan'an Zombi arrived in Fengxiang to conduct inspections, leaving behind a golden order. Should the whereabouts of the Song General Chen Qing be discovered, an immediate deployment would ensue, regardless of the cost to apprehend him, as this was a directive from the Wolf Lord himself. Within the grand tent, Wan'an Meili paced back and forth, troubled by the thought that perhaps Chen Qing had returned to Lin'an County. However, Wan'an Huanu had clearly stated that they abandoned their steeds and set fire to their encampment, suggesting they had retreated to Jingyiwando. Could it be that this was merely a ruse by Chen Qing, creating a false impression for Wan'an Huanu? It was also conceivable that nothing had transpired and that the message tube attached to the pigeon had simply fallen off en route, a scenario that had occurred previously. At this juncture, the Deputy General Zhi advised, if the General harbors concerns, we could dispatch a pigeon tomorrow to inquire and ascertain the response from the garrison at Lin'an County. Wan'an Meili shook his head, pondering the possibility of a fabricated reply. What if the adversary impersonated a commander of the Jin forces to deceive them? Zhi understood the commander's apprehension. If Chen Qing truly returned and no action was taken, it would be detrimental should the fourth prince learn of their inaction. Why not send a detachment of cavalry to scout the area? If it indeed is Chen Qing, we can mobilize our main force thereafter. This suggestion was prudent. Rather than indulging in conjecture, it was wiser to investigate directly. Wan'an Meili promptly dispatched a troop of 200 cavalry towards Lin'an County. Meanwhile, within the military camp, Chen Qing galloped swiftly, expertly knocking an arrow while controlling his steed with his legs. With narrowed eyes, he drew the bowstring taut and released. the arrow flying with the swiftness of lightning, striking the left shoulder of a straw target 100 paces away. Outside the training ground, Su Ning sounded a small drum. Dong, 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 ringing thrice. The maximum score was 5 beats, and with only 3, it indicated a barely passing mark. In truth, this was commendable. Chen Qing had trained merely for 4 days and had already met Su Ning's threshold. Chen Qing rode forward with a grin, saying, Su Guanju, I believe this arrow should merit 4 beats. Su Ning shook his head. I instructed you to aim for the vital points of the target. Yet you only struck the left shoulder, thus, I must deduct 1.5 beats. Furthermore, your aiming duration was excessive, which warrants an additional half-beat deduction. I had mentioned that only a shot that is released as soon as the eye aligns with the target is considered adequate. Strictly speaking, your posture and speed on horseback require improvement, which should result in another half-beat deduction. I am merely being lenient by awarding you 3 beats. Nevertheless, compared to yesterday, I have made significant progress. At least 4 out of 5 arrows hit the mark. Su Ning remained unconvinced. That is inconsequential. I only regard the outcome, not the process. Moreover, you would do well to practice drawing with your left hand. Without the ability to shoot ambidextrously, you will not ascend to the next level. Very well. Let us continue. At that moment, young Yuanqing galloped towards them, calling out from a distance, Commander, the signal fire has been lit. Chen Qing's expression changed abruptly. The Jin forces had indeed arrived. Chen Qing swiftly ascended the city walls, his gaze fixed upon the southern horizon. In the distance, a column of smoke arose, a signal from Qingsong Ridge indicating that the opposing forces numbered fewer than 500 and were approximately 20 miles away. Their small numbers suggested a mere probing maneuver, a scenario Chen Qing had anticipated. Without hesitation, he decisively commanded, execute Plan 1. On the vast expanse of the snow-covered plains, a formation of small dark figures emerged, advancing at a sluggish pace. The thick blanket of snow hampered the horse's ability to gallop swiftly. As the figures drew nearer, it became evident they were a detachment of 200 Jurchen cavalry. The Jurchen riders maintained a steady course along the official road, with trees lining either side serving as their reference points. For cavalry, traversing the main thoroughfare was crucial. Beneath the deep snow lay sharp wheat stalks that could easily pierce a horse's front hooves if one were not vigilant. Leading them was a centurion, who frequently cast glances towards a mountain ridge in the southeast, where a plume of smoke spiraled skyward. They had been detected by the Song Army's beacon, confirming the presence of Song forces in Lin'an County. However, the centurion understood all too well that he could not return with mere smoke as evidence. The general would surely have him executed. He must ascend to the city and verify the flags and the soldiers defending the walls to complete his reconnaissance mission. Centurion, we are still over 10 miles from the county seat. Will the Song Army not emerge to engage us? Inquired a Jurchen squad leader, his voice raised. The centurion scoffed. I would welcome their challenge. Rest assured, once the smoke rises, they will undoubtedly shutter the city gates and await us atop the walls with bows and arrows. Indeed, the centurion speaks wisely. Another Jurchen leader chuckled. The surrounding expanse is a blinding white. Should they appear, we will see them immediately. There's no cause for concern. The centurion glanced upwards, noting the low-hanging clouds that cast a foreboding shadow over his heart. He bellowed, increase your speed. With the snow measuring 2 feet deep, their pace remained unhurried as the cavalry lined up along the official road. As they approached the county seat, the silhouette of the town began to materialize in the distance. Flanked by gentle earth slopes, all blanketed in the same relentless snow. However, a closer examination revealed subtle differences in the snow's texture, with some folds and undulations. Upon further scrutiny, the truth became apparent. A group of soldiers lay concealed on the slope, armed with crossbows and spears. The opposite slope harbored an equal number of 400 Song soldiers, cloaked in white capes, also lying in wait amidst the snow. Without a meticulous inspection, their presence was nearly imperceptible. The 800 Song troops aimed their crossbows at the encroaching Jurchen cavalry, targeting the riders rather than their steeds, poised to unleash their volley upon receiving the command. Yang Yuanqing observed the Jurchen cavalry on the official road, with a swift motion of his hand. The sharp sound of a drum echoed urgently, bang, bang, bang. 800 crossbow bolts surged forth like a tempest, striking the Jurchen riders unawares. The powerful armor-piercing projectiles whistled through the air, penetrating the cavalry's iron armor, resulting in a cacophony of cries as 200 riders fell to the ground. The initial volley claimed over 100 lives, throwing the Jurchen ranks into disarray. Charge forth. Yang Yuanqing let out a resounding roar as 800 soldiers of the Song army seized their spears from the snowy ground and surged towards the official road. The centurion, struck by 2 arrows, yet neither piercing a vital spot, gritted his teeth against the pain and bellowed, "Retreat." The remaining 80-odd Jurchen cavalrymen turned their horses around and fled. The centurion, swift of foot, led a handful of riders to break through the encircling Song troops, while the rest of the cavalry found themselves ensnared, besieged by a multitude of spears thrusting towards them. However, scarcely had the centurion and his small contingent fled 100 paces when they were suddenly confronted by a detachment of Song cavalry, numbering around 100. At the forefront was the commanding general, Chen Qing, donned in iron armor, his head adorned with a phoenix-winged helmet, wielding a formidable mixed iron spear. In despair, the centurion cried out and turned back towards the wilderness, but Chen Qing spurred his horse in pursuit. He drew the Dingyuan bow, knocked a penetrating arrow, and with the precision of a full moon, loosed it, striking the centurion in the left rib. The centurion let out a harrowing scream and fell from his mount. Chen Qing rode forth, witnessing the centurion's futile struggle to rise, and with a sweep of his spear, he dispatched him into the snow. The remaining cavalrymen were surrounded by the Song forces, each one toppled and slain, including the Jurchen soldiers on the official road, with none escaping. Yang Yuanqing galloped up, clasping his fists in salute as he reporting to the commander, 200 Jurchen cavalry have been completely annihilated, with no survivors. We have captured 177 war horses, along with armor, weaponry, and various valuables. Chen Qing gazed at the overcast sky and commanded, "Sever the heads of the Jurchens, burn their bodies, and bury them on the spot. Additionally, send word to the 2 brothers at Kingsongling to return to the city immediately." Chapter 30. The recommendation: the distance from Fengxiang County to Lin'an County is approximately 200 li, requiring a full day and night on horseback. Taking into account the potential impact of snowfall, a round trip of 2 days would suffice. It has been 5 days since Wanyan Meili dispatched 200 cavalrymen. Yet there has been not a whisper of news. The 200 men have seemingly vanished without a trace. Wanyan Meili has come to the grim conclusion that they have likely been annihilated, as the Song army is likely concealed within Lin'an County, possibly led by Chen Qing. He promptly sent a message via a trained eagle to Commander Wushu, seeking guidance. Wan Yu, known as Wanyan Zongbi, has succeeded Wanyan Lushi as the commander. On the castle ramparts, Wanyan Meili gazed at the overcast sky. Having not seen the sun for nearly half a month, the heavens were perpetually shrouded in thick clouds, hanging low as if a mere ladder could reach the murky gloom. "General, I have inquired with the local officials, and they all assert that this is a harbinger of a snowstorm. It is already late November, and we could be struck by a blizzard at any moment. We must remain vigilant." Wanyan Meili's gaze hardened as he stared northward, finally conceding, "Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. We cannot afford to disobey them. Yet, the 4th prince cannot issue orders recklessly." With a cold sneer, Wanyan Meili thought of his impending return to the central capital, pondering how he could report to the Warlord without presenting Chen Qing's head. The coffin of Commander Lushi has yet to be buried. At that moment, a messenger eagle swooped in from the east, circling above the county before landing on the eagle tower of the northern city wall. The eagle attendant retrieved the message and delivered it to a soldier. Soon, a soldier rushed before Wanyan Meili, kneeling on one knee and presenting the message cylinder high above his head. "Urgent news from the capital." Wanyan Meili took the cylinder and slowly unfurled the eagle's message, revealing a single bloody character: "Kill," with no room for choice. He commanded his deputy to fortify Fengxiang City while he personally led 4,000 Jurchen cavalry and 4,000 Han troops, totaling 8,000 soldiers, under the pretense of an army of 30,000, marching grandly toward Lin'an County. The following afternoon, the 8,000 soldiers arrived at Wujiang River, the boundary between Qishan County and Lin'an County. The biting cold wind made the march through deep snow arduous. Wanyan Meili looked up at the sky, which was shifting. The once stagnant clouds had become animated. Suddenly, a chill washed over him as a snowflake melted on his fingertip. "It is snowing," a soldier shouted. Finally, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Wanyan Meili immediately ordered, "Signal the army to set up camp." A profound sense of foreboding swelled within him. He needed to observe the weather before making further decisions. The accumulated clouds, having gathered for over 10 days, unleashed their fury, whipping the snow around them. The snowfall intensified, obscuring distant mountains and forests, enveloping the world in a vast expanse of white. A once-in-a-century blizzard swept across the land of Guanlong. Chen Qing stood atop the castle, gazing upwards at the swirling snow as the fierce wind howled. The blizzard obscured his vision, rendering the villages and mountains beyond the walls completely invisible. County Magistrate Wei Qing approached with a smile and remarked, "Commander, I have lived in Guangzhou for 30 years, and this is the most significant snowfall I have ever witnessed. This year's weather is indeed peculiar. We had continuous heavy rain, and now we are beset by a blizzard." Chen Qing responded with a faint smile. "This is merely the will of heaven. I estimate that the Jurchen army is already midway. This snowstorm will compel them to retreat, at least until the weather warms. They will not return, allowing us to celebrate a peaceful new year. Commander, there are still several thousand sure of grain in the warehouse. It is not practical to continue distributing porridge. We might as well distribute the grain to the people." "Very well. You may handle it as you see fit. I will allocate as many personnel as you require. Just consult Deputy General Yang." Chen Qing had little interest in the intricacies of governance. His thoughts were solely dedicated to practicing archery and horsemanship, and he felt on the verge of a breakthrough. A convoy of provisions for the Song army arrived at Daisen Pass. Commander Zhang Jun accompanied the shipment. Since he presented the severed head of Wan Lusher to the court, the emperor had specially issued a decree to commend him, which bolstered Zhang Jun's morale slightly after the crushing defeat at Fuping. He began to pay attention to the defense of Shangyuan, and after several months, he once again set foot on the land of Guangzhou. Within the grand tent, 5 generals gathered, including Commander Wu Jie, Wang Yin, Chu Duan, Wu Lin, and Sun Hua. Although they held the same rank, their positions differed, with Wu Jie as the highest-ranking general at the 4th grade of Loyal Marshal General. Zhang Jun listened calmly to Wu Jie's report. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the map for a long while before asking, "Do all the generals believe the Jin troops will encircle Shangyuan from the west?" Wu Jie replied calmly, "The greatest vulnerability of Shangyuan lies in the West Valley. Should the enemy circumvent Long Mountain and attack Daisen Pass or Shangyuan from the West Valley, we would find ourselves besieged on all sides. Wanyan Zongbi cannot be unaware of this." Wang Yin added, "The likelihood of the enemy circumventing Long Mountain by the central or eastern routes is minimal, given the long distance and challenges of logistical support. Both I and Commander Wu believe that Wanyan Wulu will indeed advance from the west while establishing a logistical supply route in that region." Though Chu Duan and Wu Jie were not on amicable terms, he could discern the significance of the matter at hand and concurred with Wu Jie's assessment that the Jin troops would certainly encircle from the west. However, he had his own thoughts regarding the appointments of certain key commanders. Zhang Jun scrutinized the map and nodded, "You are correct. This is the most suitable strategy for the Jin troops. I trust Wanyan Zongbi has also considered this. So, does General Wu intend to divide forces to garrison the West Valley?" Wu Jie picked up a wooden rod and pointed to the expansive West Valley behind Shangyuan. "Given its vastness, 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers would be insufficient for defense. We would need at least 6,000. However, our forces are limited, and it is impossible to allocate such a number. Are you suggesting that we request a division of troops from Basha to reinforce Shangyuan?" Zhang Jun replied coldly. He had 40,000 troops at his disposal, with 10,000 guarding various passes in Hanzhong, while the remaining 30,000 constituted the last line of defense for Sichuan. Zhang Jun would not increase the garrison at Shangyuan under any circumstances, a sentiment well understood by the assembled generals. "Commander, our intention is to take the initiative and repel the enemy from a distance." "What does this mean?" Wu Jie pointed towards the Arrow Hinge Pass in the northwestern region of Longo. "This is the Arrow Hinge Pass, a critical route for the Jin soldiers heading south to Fengxiang. Its strategic position is formidable, capable of being defended by a single man against thousands. Currently, this pass has been seized by the Jin forces. If we can reclaim and firmly hold this pass, the Jin's western strategy will falter, securing our rear." Zhang Jun surveyed the Arrow Hinge Pass and concurred with this plan. Indeed, it will not only obstruct the Jin soldiers' advance, but also facilitate the return of Lu Ziyu and Lu Qi's troops, who are struggling with food shortages and cannot hold out much longer. At this point, Zhang Jun inquired, "Who do you intend to dispatch for this crucial task?" Wu Jie glanced around the group, feeling somewhat exasperated, and replied to Zhang Jun, "We have considerable disagreement regarding the appointment of a commander for the Arrow Hinge Pass. I humbly recommend General Wang Shu to lead the troops there. Commander Wang Du recommends Commander Chen Qing, while General Wu Lin suggests Deputy General Yang Zheng. Both Chu and Sun also have notable generals in mind, all of whom are skilled warriors. I find myself at a loss." Zhang Jun paced thoughtfully before asking Wang Yin, "The defense of the Arrow Hinge Pass is of paramount significance. Why does the commander recommend Chen Qing? Does he possess the capability to safeguard the city?" The expressions of the crowd became tense. It was clear that Zhang Jun favored Chen Qing. And if Wang Yin could provide sufficient justification, Zhang Jun would undoubtedly acquiesce. It seemed that the efficacy of Wang Yinlu's head had made quite an impact. Wang Yin calmly responded. To report to the commander, Chen Qing, leading 500 troops at Qilin village in Lin'an County, bravely resisted Wang Yanhuan's 6,000-strong army, annihilating 3,000 of their forces and ultimately retreating unscathed. This event caused a stir throughout Guangzhou, and based on this single battle, I believe he possesses the capability to defend the Arrow Hinge Pass. What do you all think? Zhang Jun then turned to the other four. Wu Jie and his brother Wu Lin held a favorable impression of Chen Qing. With Wang Yin advocating so strongly, they did not oppose the suggestion. Zhu Duan and Wang Yin shared a good rapport, and thus he felt obliged to support it. Only Sun Wei remained unconvinced, coldly stating, Chen Qing is merely a newcomer who has just begun to make a name for himself, regardless of his abilities. He lacks the seniority to stand alone in such a crucial position. Furthermore, we have only heard rumors about the defense at Qilin village. None of us witnessed it firsthand. How do we know its veracity? Wang Yin retorted angrily, this is something the Jin soldiers themselves have acknowledged. Do you think they would fabricate tales to bolster our morale while diminishing their own? After all, it was merely hearsay. If he failed to defend the Arrow Hinge Pass, it could jeopardize the entire strategic situation, and Commander Wang could not bear that burden. Wang Yin clasped his fist towards Zhang Jun, stating, Commander, I will vouch for Chen Qing. Should he fail to defend the Arrow Hinge Pass, I will accept full responsibility. Zhang Jun stroked his beard in contemplation and remarked, I too believe the rumors to be true. To face 6,000 with only 500 men, that shows remarkable courage. He is indeed the one suited to guard the Arrow Hinge Pass. Chapter 31. The golden hairpin in the blink of an eye. More than a month had passed. It was the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, with New Year's Eve looming on the morrow. Chen Qing continued his routine practice of mounted archery in the training grounds. 20 days prior, he had surmounted the limitations of the crossbow and discovered the essence of riding and shooting. Entering the first tier of mastery, evidenced by receiving 4 beats on the drum from Su Ning. Su Ning instructed him to aim for the head, forbidding any shots to the chest, and Chen Qing achieved the remarkable feat of synchronizing his vision with the release of the arrow. For the past 20 days, he had been diligently honing his skills, striving to solidify his gains while rapidly advancing toward the second tier of mastery. For a novice, the notion of mastering mounted archery within a month or two would be utterly fantastical. Yet, Chen Qi was no ordinary beginner. His horsemanship was exceptional, his vision keen, his shooting steady, and his strength formidable, possessing all the attributes necessary to become an outstanding mounted archer. What Chen Qing needed to do now was to amalgamate these fine qualities, akin to assembling a machine, with the most crucial step being the process of fine-tuning. Through rigorous practice and relentless effort, success would ultimately follow. Chen Qing galloped swiftly, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow that flew like lightning. A soldier, positioned 100 paces away, held a wooden target while dashing through the trench. Thwack! The arrow struck the target squarely, the force nearly causing the soldier to lose his grip. The soldier gasped, astonished, another arrow to the center of the forehead, marking the second hit. Daring not to look up, he continued running with the wooden target aloft. At that moment, Chen Qing switched the bow to his right hand, pulling the string with his left, and released another arrow in rapid succession. This time, he missed the forehead, striking the left side of the wooden target instead. The soldier waved his hand, shouting, third arrow, left side. Thud, 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 thud. Su Ning, standing at the sidelines, beat the small drum 4 times. Chen Qing rode forward with a smile, saying, Master, since I have completed shooting with both hands, should that not count as 4.5 beats? Su Ning shook his head, clarifying that achieving the dual draw indeed warranted 4 beats. But to attain 4.5, a different target was necessary, as the wooden figure was too large and its movement too slow. Pausing for a moment, Su Ning added, You have been at 4 beats for 20 days now, yet you have yet to break through to 5. Do you understand where the gap lies? Chen Qing nodded silently. He still could not achieve the state of an arrow residing in his heart, as he always required an aiming action, however brief. What do you think I should do to break through, Master? Su Ning pondered for a moment before responding, I believe the issue lies with the target. This wooden figure is too large, and its speed too slow, which makes shooting overly comfortable for you. I have instructed my apprentice to prepare a new target for you to try tomorrow, which will compel you to push your limits. Not far off, 800 new recruits were still laboring to perfect their horse stance. Each soldier was bare-chested, clad only in shorts, remaining motionless in a half-squat position. Their bodies and thighs forming a perfect right angle, fists tightly clenched before their chests, with heavy stones weighing several pounds dangling from their legs. After more than a month of arduous training, each soldier's horse stance had become remarkably solid, complemented by nightly running, which significantly enhanced their stamina and balance. According to the plan, after the new year, they will commence training with the spear, solidifying their horse stance, and combining ample stamina with exquisite spear techniques, which will significantly enhance the combat capabilities of this army, potentially allowing them to contend with the Jurchen cavalry in one-on-one encounters. At this moment, young Yuanqing approached briskly, slightly embarrassed, and remarked, "Do not forget the banquet tonight, Commander." Chen Qing smiled gently and replied, "Rest assured. With such a momentous occasion, I would never forget. This evening marks young Yuanqing's wedding, and as his superior, Chen Qing naturally intends to make a gesture of goodwill. He himself possesses wealth, having received a reward of 1,000 taels of silver from Zhang Jun. Yet Chen Qing found himself in a quandary regarding the customs of wedding gifts in the Song dynasty. Should he give money directly or present a physical gift? He sought counsel from Zhao Xiaoi. Zhao Xiaoi chuckled, "Both monetary gifts and physical presents are acceptable. If you opt for a gift, and the recipient is unaware of its value, they may later struggle to reciprocate the sentiment. Therefore, for a modest household, it is more practical to offer cash, ensuring mutual happiness." He continued, "Typically, modest families give several hundred won, while those in better circumstances might offer 1 or 2 guan. For weddings in affluent families, gifts start at 10 guan, and among the aristocracy, anything below 100 guan is considered inadequate. Moreover, he advised, the amount also depends on your relationship with the recipient. For instance, we could give Deputy General Yang 3 to 500 win, as he has not formally invited us, just a token of goodwill. However, if we received an invitation, we should contribute at least 2 to 3 guan. What do you suggest I should give as a wedding gift?" Chen Qing inquired. Zhao Xiaoi pondered for a moment. "I believe it is best for the commander to offer both money and a gift. The cash represents goodwill, while the gift conveys heartfelt intention. For customary relations, the commander should adhere to the established gift amounts, but as a personal gesture, an additional gift would carry a different significance." "That makes sense." Chen Qing reflected for a moment and remarked, "Presenting weapons as wedding gifts is indeed inauspicious. It would be more appropriate to bestow jewelry or jade. The county's most renowned jewelry shop, known as Shizhu Shop, is the one where Lu Wu's son works." Recalling Lu Wu's son, Chen Qing felt a pang of nostalgia. He had met the young man a few days prior and shared the tale of his father, Lu Wu. The young apprentice displayed no overt emotion. Yet that very day he set out through the heavy snow to seek his father's remains, aided by a rough sketch and a few taels of silver provided by Zhao Xiaoi. "That's south the place." Zhao Xiaoi pointed to a modest shop next to the tiled gate, its entrance partially obstructed by an ox cart. The door was quite small, lacking a counter, adorned only with a modest sign that read Wang Ji Shizhu Shop, giving it a discreet appearance. In these tumultuous times, ostentation could attract the marauding Jin soldiers. "Is that Wang in?" Zhao Xiaoi cheerfully pushed the door open, exclaiming, "I have brought you a significant customer." At that moment, Chen Qing suddenly realized that Zhao Xiaoi may have once been a rogue or a slick-tongued broker, likely a ne'er-do-well whose family sent him to military service under the care of Uncle Lu Wu. The dimly lit hall featured a middle-aged woman by the window, introducing jewelry to 2 young maidens. Without knocking, Zhao Xiaoi boldly entered, startling the 3 women. The middle-aged woman recognized Zhao Xiaoi, her hands on her hips, her expression darkening. "So it's you, little monkey, back to steal my pearls again?" And Wang underestimated him. "After all, I am now a dignified deputy commander of the Song army, and I have wealth in my pockets. Your petty pearls hold no allure for me now." Zhao Xiaoi gestured to Chen Qing behind him. "This is our commanding officer, here to purchase some goods. Rest assured, we will not shortchange you." Upon hearing the title of commanding officer, the woman's demeanor instantly shifted to a smile. "Oh, it's General Chen. Please wait. I shall fetch some fine items." Certainly, such treasures would not be displayed in the main hall, but rather hidden away in the inner chambers. The middle-aged woman turned and left. Chen Qing approached the window and then noticed 2 young girls, likely sisters. One appeared to be around 14 or 15, while the other was quite small, perhaps only 8 or 9. The elder girl, possibly due to her developing physique, looked somewhat frail. Dressed in a slightly worn light blue long gown, her hair styled in a simple loop with a copper hairpin skewered through it. With slender eyebrows, an oval face, and delicate lips, she possessed a remarkable beauty, albeit slightly weakened in physique. which rendered her complexion pale and her gaze dim. When she noticed Chen Qing standing nearby, she felt a flutter of panic and tightly clutched the small silk pouch in her hands, lowering her long eyelashes, too timid to meet his gaze. Though slender, her demeanor exuded grace and elegance, suggesting she hailed from a distinguished family or a household of officials. This was the first young woman Chen Qing had encountered since arriving in the Song dynasty. She clearly embodied both beauty and intelligence, though her fragile constitution was a cause for concern. In contrast, the younger sister was a vivacious spirit, her large eyes and rosy apple-like cheeks brimming with energy. She wore her hair in a double-looped hairstyle and a blue fur coat, radiating a vibrant charm, hinting at a mischievous childhood. She scrutinized Chen Qing from head to toe, her shining dark eyes sparkling like gemstones. "Are you here to buy jewelry, big brother?" The elder sister gasped in shock, quickly seizing her sister's arm. "Little sister, don't speak out of turn. Sister, Aunt Wang offered us such a paltry price. If we show it to big brother, perhaps we can fetch a better deal, as we should return tomorrow." The elder sister, unable to remain composed, tugged at her sister to leave. But in her fluster, the small pouch slipped from her grasp, rolling onto the floor and revealing a golden hairpin. The younger sister picked up the pin and handed it to Chen Qing, grinning. "If you like it, we can negotiate the price." The elder sister, having failed to catch her sister, felt her legs weaken, and she sank back down. The little girl's innocent exuberance brought a smile to Chen Qing's face. He examined the hairpin closely. It was a phoenix pin crafted from pure gold, elegantly shaped, and exuding a spirit reminiscent of the Wei and Jin dynasties. Each feather was intricately detailed, especially the pair of phoenix eyes set with rubies, lending it a lifelike quality. It was evident that this was not a new item, but one with a storied past, crafted with remarkable precision. Although Chen Qing was not an expert in jewelry, he could discern that this was a remarkable piece, one worthy of being passed down through generations. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The middle-aged woman had returned. The young girl mustered her courage and addressed General Chen Qing. "General, Aunt Wang has returned. Could you please return the golden hairpin to me?" Chen Qing chuckled. "I rather fancy this phoenix hairpin. How much do you intend to sell it for?" "General, it's not about the money," the girl replied, biting her lip, unsure of how to express her thoughts. Did he not realize that selling items in someone else's shop could offend people? With a swift thought, she added, "My sister wishes to sell it for 30 coins, but if you like it, it can be yours for 29. The girl stamped her foot in distress. "Zhu, please refrain from speaking further. Aunt Wang will be upset." The middle-aged woman laughed. "Miss Xiao, I assure you I will not be angry. It is not Aunt Wang's intention to undervalue your item. Nowadays, jewelry is sold as pure gold, and few buy ornaments anymore. I am offering you the market price, which yields no profit for me. If you were to visit a moneylender, they would offer you no more than 15 coins. At that moment, Chen Qing understood that the girl was concerned about offending Aunt Wang. Noting her tender age, he was impressed by her worldly wisdom. "Do not misunderstand, Mississippi. I have purchased the items from Wang, intending to gift them. I truly like your hairpin and wish to keep it for myself. Would 29 coins be agreeable?" "Certainly." The little girl clapped her hands in delight and tugged at her sister's arm, pleading, "Sister, please agree. No one else is willing to buy it." The young girl recognized the rarity of this opportunity. The weight of her hairpin was precisely an ounce, with the market rate equating 1 ounce of gold to 20 coins. However, who among the common folk could afford 20 coins? They could only sell to moneylenders or pawn shops, which were notoriously unscrupulous, offering as little as 10 coins. Aunt Wang was kind-hearted, agreeing to buy it at the gold market rate of 20 coins, a cherished heirloom passed down from her grandmother, originating from the Southern Dynasty's imperial court, which her father claimed could have fetched 500 coins during the Xuanhe period. However, these were tumultuous times, and her father was hastily trying to gather funds to leave Lin'an County. The general's willingness to pay 29 coins was indeed commendable. The girl sighed inwardly, gazing longingly at the hairpin. Then, "Thank you, General." Chen Qing produced a silver ingot, handing it to her. The ingot weighed just over 6 taels, requiring no change. "Take this." The little girl extended her small hands, beaming as she accepted the silver. "Thank you, big brother." "Oh, sister, this silver is so heavy." The young girl hastily performed a deep bow of gratitude to Chen Qing and hurriedly led her sister away. Chapter 32. The wedding as night fell. The residence of the county magistrate, Wei Qing, was adorned with vibrant decorations, for this evening marked the marriage of his younger sister, Wei Su, to the groom, young Yuan Qing. Wei Su's late husband had been a scholar, who tragically perished in the second year of Jingkong in the capital, Bianliang, leaving her in mourning for 4 years. Wei Qing was determined to find a suitable match for his sister to remarry. A month prior, Yang Yuanqing had assisted Wei Qing in relocating. And it was during this time that Wei Su was immediately captivated by the tall and handsome Yang Yuanqing. He hailed from a prestigious family in Taiyuan. And under Wei Qing's encouragement, Yang Yuanqing readily agreed to wed the gentle and refined Wei Su. Due to the turmoil of war, a grand wedding was not feasible. Thus, they opted for a modest celebration with 2 banquet tables, inviting a handful of close friends and family to witness the union. As the commanding officer, Chen Qing was naturally expected to attend the wedding. Today, he donned civilian attire for a rare occasion, wearing a gauzy cap and a thick sheepskin coat, topped with a deep robe. Absent was the ferocity of a Song general, replaced instead by an air of cultured elegance. As dusk began to settle, Chen Qing arrived at Wei Qing's residence, where Wei Qing greeted him at the door with a smile. "Ah, the commander has come. I was just about to visit the barracks to fetch you." Chen Qing produced a small cloth pouch, revealing 5 taels of silver and a pair of jade bracelets purchased for 20 taels each. "This is my congratulatory gift, a token of goodwill. Please accept it." Wei Qing was taken aback by the generosity of 50 taels of silver and the exquisite jade bracelets, which appeared quite valuable. He hastily waved his hands, insisting, "This is far too much. There is no need for such expenditure. Rest assured, this silver is a reward from the pacifying envoy, Zhang Jun. It is my personal property, not confiscated spoils. The jade bracelets are simply a token of my sincerity. Please, do accept them." Unable to refuse, Wei Qing reluctantly accepted the gifts and promptly ushered Chen Qing into the inner hall. Upon entering, Chen Qing noticed a few young women of striking beauty discreetly huddled in the garden, whispering amongst themselves, seemingly discussing him. At that moment, the banquet had yet to commence. Yet nearly all of the 20 guests had arrived, comprising merely 6 families, including Wei Qing's former classmates and several well-connected local gentry, as well as 2 county officials. As Chen Qing entered the inner hall, he observed the same festive decorations with incense altars and joyful candles arranged, along with the prominently displayed character for double happiness. The guests were seated at tables laden with food and drinks sourced from local taverns. Commander Chen has arrived. The guests, engaged in light conversation, rose in unison to pay their respects. Aside from the 2 county officials, Chen Qing recognized none, but Wei Qing introduced them one by one. Among them, one individual caught Chen Qing's attention. This man, named Xiaorong, had been a fellow scholar with Wei Qing, slightly older, and previously served as the deputy magistrate of Zheng County in Huazhou. When the Jurchens invaded the Central Plains, he abandoned his post and fled to Lin'an County with his family. Chen Qing's interest was piqued when he noticed a piece of fabric sewn onto his undergarment, inscribed with the name Chen Shangyuan from Xiaohua Village, Zheng County. This name belonged to Chen Qing's previous incarnation, the lost sergeant whose family resided in Xiaohua Village. Though all memories of Chen Shangyuan had faded from his mind, Chen Qing felt compelled to learn more about the life of his former self. Xiaorong had come to the banquet accompanied by his wife and daughter, and Chen Qing took a seat beside him. "Just now, I heard Magistrate Wei mention that Mr. Xiao was originally the deputy county magistrate of Zheng County." Xiaorong nodded with a smile, affirming this. "Although I was raised in Taiyuan, my ancestral home is in Xiaohua Township of Zheng County. I have inquired about my relatives in Zheng County, but to no avail. I am curious about the current situation in Zheng County." Xiaorong stroked his beard and chuckled. "So the commander is from Xiaohua Township. The Chen family is quite prominent there, with at least 100 households, predominantly hunters. However, Xiaohua Township is located at the foot of Xiaohua Mountain in the southern part of Zheng County, a place of considerable natural fortification, and should have escaped the ravages of the Jurchens. I specifically inquired last year, and the Jurchens only passed through the county seat of Zheng and along the banks of the Wei River." Chen Qing merely asked out of curiosity. He would not dare venture to Xiaohua Township to seek kin, fearing the scene of a throng of children calling him father or the sudden appearance of a wife. The thought alone was daunting. Wang, Xiaorong's wife, expressed interest in Chen Qing, jokingly inquiring, "May I ask how old the commander is this year? Are you available for marriage? I have just turned 24 and remain unmarried." How unusual for someone of 24 to be single. Chen Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, but Xiaorong came to his rescue, stating, "In these times of turmoil, it has been 5 years since the Jingkong incident. Soldiers must defend their homes and country, and on the battlefield, one's fate is uncertain. How could General Chen possibly contemplate marriage?" Wang's inquiry stemmed from the fact that their eldest daughter had just turned 15 and was still unengaged. She noticed that Chen Qing was tall and handsome, a fine figure, and a commander of 1,000 men, which piqued her interest. However, Xiaorong understood his wife's intentions and subtly redirected the conversation, dissuading her from that notion. In times of war, one's fate is uncertain, Xiaorong hinted, implying that the risks for soldiers were too great for their daughter. Wang immediately grasped her husband's meaning. What time will the commander depart from Lin'an County? Wang changed the subject, no longer mentioning marriage. However, Chen Qing was preoccupied with other thoughts. He had never contemplated marriage, having not even had a girlfriend in his past life, and he certainly did not wish to be ensnared by marriage too early in this life. I plan to leave after the spring begins, to avoid the Jurchen's assault on Lin'an County. Xiaorong chuckled. We also intend to leave Lin'an County after spring. Oh? May I inquire where you plan to go? I wish to go to Lin'an. To be frank, my ancestral home is Hangzhou. Lin'an County is merely a temporary refuge, and I ultimately wish to return to my homeland. But how will you get there? That is precisely what troubles me. Could the commander offer me some advice? Chen Qing pondered for a moment and suggested, after spring, the Jurchens will concentrate their efforts on attacking Daisen Pass. I recommend that you take your family via the Zawudo route to Hanzhong, then proceed to Bashu, and from Bashu, take a boat to Jianyan. Xiaorong reflected. I have heard that bandits run rampant on the Zawudo and Luodang routes. I am quite concerned about my family's safety. I am unclear about the details, but the 3 bands of thieves along the Zawudo have been thoroughly dealt with by the Song army. I previously traveled along Zawudo, and the journey was remarkably safe. Furthermore, should war erupt at DS Nguyen, it is inevitable that many common folk from Guangzhou will flee towards Bashu. You might wish to consider this. The news from the commander arrived just in time, providing me with a clear direction. At that moment, the hour had arrived, and the newlyweds were to begin their vows. A group of maidens entered from the garden and took their respective seats. A girl, no more than 8 or 9 years of age, surprisingly sat next to Chen Qing, while another maiden, around 15 or 16, took her place beside Wang. She cast a furtive glance at Chen Qing, and her delicate face suddenly flushed. Where in life do we not encounter one another? We met earlier in the jewelry shop. It turns out they are the daughters of Xiaorong. The little girl mischievously winked at Chen Qing. Her sister had repeatedly cautioned her not to speak of the events from the afternoon. Though the afternoon's matters were to remain unspoken, it did not mean that Zhao's younger sister would keep her lips sealed. Sister, you were just discussing him, weren't you? The little girl blurted out, exposing the secret shared among the maidens, causing several young faces to turn crimson. Zhu, what nonsense are you spouting? The maiden exclaimed, her cheeks aflame, playfully scolding her. Chen Qing offered a gentle smile to the little sister and then inquired of Xiaorong, are these 2 your beloved daughters? Xiaorong nodded and replied with a smile, indeed, both are mine. The elder is named Xiao Xian, and the younger is Xiao Zhuer. The little girl pouted and earnestly declared to Chen Qing, I am Xiao from Xiao Hian Zhu from Ming Zhu, not little piggy. Chen Qing chuckled softly, I understand, I want to confuse it. At the auspicious time, the newlyweds made their entrance. The officiant called out loudly, as the groom, Yang Yuan Qing, adorned in wedding attire, held the embroidered ball's red ribbon, while the bride, Wei Su, grasped the other end. Together, they entered the main hall, where the ceremony was indeed quite simple. The hairpin ceremony, the sharing of cup wine, and the bowing, these were the 3 steps to follow. Just then, Chen Qing noticed Zhao Xiaoi beckoning him from outside the hall. He hurriedly stepped out. What is it? Is the commander able to return to the camp now? Zhao Xiaoi whispered urgently. What has happened? Zhao Xiaoi leaned in closer and murmured, General Wang has sent word. There is important intelligence. Chen Qing was taken aback. That was indeed significant news. At this moment, Wei Qing also emerged. Is there something urgent, Commander? Chen Qing nodded. I truly have pressing matters to attend to. I apologize. No matter. It is I who have failed to offer the commander proper hospitality. I shall visit again another day. I will take my leave. Allow me to escort you out. Chen Qing waved farewell to Xiaorong and quickly departed. Watching Chen Qing's retreating figure, Wang turned to her daughter with a smile. What do you all think of this General Chen? Li Qian and her companions held him in high regard, praising his bravery and handsomeness, claiming they felt quite safe in his presence. And you? As for me, Xiao Xian flusteredly shook her head. I have no opinion of him whatsoever. What nonsense? Xiao Zhuer murmured from the side. Who was it this afternoon lamenting about General Chen's magnanimity and gentlemanly demeanor? Xiao Xian felt a surge of embarrassment and irritation, casting a sharp glare at her younger sister. Hurry up and eat. Stop babbling nonsense. Xiao Zhuer playfully stuck out her tongue and eagerly grabbed a large, golden pear, taking a hearty bite. As the couple exchanged vows, they were led into the bridal chamber. In the central military tent, Chen Qing encountered the messenger, whom he recognized as Lu Xiang, a trusted soldier of Wang Yan. The commander is worried about your whereabouts. Not knowing where you are, Lu Xiang explained. Fortunately, the scouts have reported that you are in Lin'an County, so Commander Wang dispatched me to deliver this message. The heavy snow has likely blocked the roads. How did you manage to arrive? Lu Xiang smiled slightly. Indeed, the snow has made travel difficult for warhorses. But we switched to camels, which are not hindered by snow. My 2 companions and I rode 3 camels to reach here. He produced a thick envelope and handed it to Chen Qing. The tasks assigned by both commanders are in this letter. They all hope for your safe return. Chen Qing nodded silently, wishing fervently to return safely as soon as possible. Lu Xiang continued with a smile. Your deeds in Qilin village have spread throughout the Jin army. Both Commander Wu and Commander Wang are aware of your exploits. And the pacification envoy has spoken highly of you. 500 men defeating over 3,000 Jin soldiers and managing to retreat unscathed. The envoy intends to commend you. Unscathed is an overstatement. We lost half our brothers, Chen Qing replied, not wishing to dwell on the subject. He shifted the conversation, inquiring, when do you plan to return? Please ask the commanding officer for a reply. I shall depart early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. It would be best to leave after the holiday. Chen Qing suggested. Lu Xiang shook his head. Precisely because it is the new year that makes it safer. We are also concerned about being captured by the Jurchen scouts, which would lead to significant trouble. As he spoke, he pointed to the corner where 2 falcons were housed. Those are 2 messenger hawks, one for seizing the pass and the other for when the pass is lost. Their use is critical, and we must maintain timely communication with the main camp. Chapter 33. The mission. Although Wang Yan's letter was quite substantial, it primarily contained a map, with the task command succinctly stated, to seize the Arrowhead Pass around mid-February, thereby cutting off the aid of the Jin forces led by Wanyan Wulu. Below this directive was a seal. Chen Qing initially assumed it belonged to Commander Wang Yin or Commander Wu Jie, but upon closer inspection, he realized it bore the seal of Zhang Jun, the pacification envoy of Sichuan and Shaanxi. This was an order personally issued by Zhang Jun quickly. Chen Qing unfurled the map on the table. It depicted the distribution of military forces in the Gansu and Shaanxi regions. The markings were clear. The Jin commander, Wanyan Wulu, was leading 20,000 troops in the Longyu and Hatong areas, while the Jin forces in Fengxiang County had swelled to 20,000, with an additional 10,000 stationed in the regions of my county and Fuping County. The map illustrated 3 arrows, one directed from Longzhou towards the rear of Shanshenjiwen, another from Fengxiang County towards Shanshenjiwen, and the last from my county towards Shanshenjiwen. Together, these 3 contingents of Jin troops were poised to confront Shanshenjiwen. Chen Qing noted the arrow from Longzhou, which was marked with a red triangular symbol at its midpoint, annotated with Arrowhead Pass. This indicated that Arrowhead Pass was strategically positioned to intercept the Jin troops heading south from Longyu. And Chen Qing's mission was to lead his forces to engage the Western Jin troops at this critical juncture. Everything was still in the realm of potential. This was merely Zhang Jun's assessment of the situation, predicting that the Jin would launch a 3-pronged assault on Shanshenjiwen in the coming spring. Thus, Zhang Jun had tasked Chen Qing with capturing and securing Arrowhead Pass before the onset of spring. Of course, this was merely Chen Qing's conjecture. Perhaps Zhang Jun harbored deeper strategic intentions, such as facilitating the southward retreat of Lu Ziyu and Lu Qi's armies. Chen Qing silently calculated that he had just over a month left in Lin'an County. The following day was New Year's Eve. In celebration, Chen Qing granted his soldiers a 2-day leave, bestowing upon each a reward of 2 coins, allowing them to revel and enjoy life. The barracks and training grounds were deserted as the soldiers flocked to the county town, where the eve of the new year marked the final day of business for local merchants, creating a bustling atmosphere. However, Su Ning clearly had no intention of granting Chen Qing a reprieve. Early in the morning, he arrived at the military camp with several apprentices, driving a cart pulled by an ox. Do not bargain with me. When I was a drill instructor in Tokyo, you were still in diapers. Chen Qing could only manage a wry smile, initially believing Su Ning was merely jesting. To his astonishment, the instructor had truly come, and today was New Year's Eve. Raising his hands in surrender, Chen Qing implored, "Please, do not be angry. I will practice. I shall don my armor this instant." Having already changed into civilian attire to venture out, He now had no choice but to comply with Su Ning's unwavering gaze. Hastily re-equipping himself with armor and mounting his horse. "Master Su, how shall I train?" Chen Qing inquired. With a wave of his hand, Su Ning commanded, "Bring them forth." His apprentices carried in 2 iron cages, each filled with plump field mice, squeaking and jostling together. Furrowing his brow, Chen Qing questioned, "Are we using mice as targets?" Su Ning shot him an irritable glance, responding, "What do you understand? This method was taught to me by Zhou Tong. It will push you out of your comfort zone and compel you to achieve breakthroughs swiftly. My apprentices have exerted considerable effort to catch these field mice. So no more chatter, shoot from 50 paces." Chen Qing, feeling helpless, urged his horse to gallop to 50 paces away. Su Ning's apprentice released the first field mouse, its rotund body scurrying through the dry grass. Chen Qing hastened his steed, drawing his bow like a full moon, and released an arrow. The aim was true, yet alas, it was slightly delayed. The arrow grazed the mouse's body and embedded itself in the ground. "Again!" Su Ning shouted. Chen Qing knocked another arrow and shot again. But this time, too, he missed the darting mouse by a hair's breadth. "Stop!" Su Ning called for a halt to the mounted archery, signaling for his apprentice to retrieve the mouse. He approached Chen Qing and inquired, "What was the reason behind your missed shots? Have you identified it?" Chen Qing pondered for a moment. "I had a clear view. It should not be an issue of sight, but rather of timely judgment." Hitting upon the crux of the matter, Su Ning elaborated, "The second realm, having the arrow in one's heart, actually pertains to judgment. When you first spot the target, and then draw the bow, you must determine where the target will be next. How does it move? What is its speed? Will it suddenly change direction? Therefore, when you release the arrow, it must not be aimed at the original position. The accuracy hinges on your judgment." "Wait." Chen Qing suddenly grasped the implication. "You mean to say that I must aim, but I cannot shoot blindly. Instead, I must calculate the trajectory of the target's movement. Isn't this akin to shooting at a moving target?" Su Ning smiled gently. "Not quite. A moving target follows a pattern, whereas the field mouse's movements are erratic." Chen Qing remained somewhat perplexed. Su Ning patiently explained, "Before you draw your bow, you must have already aimed, having a clear understanding of the target's precise location. Concurrently, you should begin to estimate how the target will move, and then you draw the bow. Remember, the act of drawing the bow is not to aim, but to refine your initial judgment, accurately determining the target's trajectory." Chen Qing comprehended fully. The process of mounted archery, drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, is a continual clarification of the target's movement, leading to a final judgment. However, how can one achieve this clarity? Su Ning nodded with a smile. "Thus, you must diligently practice your vision and judgment." "But how does one practice diligently? Is there a method?" Su Ning nodded, instructing his apprentice to bring forth a small cage, inside which resided a plump field mouse. Su Ning fixed his gaze upon Chen Qing's eyes. "Tell me, what do you see?" Chen Qing hesitated but ultimately replied honestly, "A field mouse." Su Ning shook his head. "What I see are 4 sharp claws, a pointed snout adorned with 6 pairs of whiskers, a pair of tiny eyes the size of green beans, a long tail, and a plump, rotund body." Chen Qing was taken aback, suddenly recalling the furious admonitions of his shooting instructor from years past. "Fool, be specific. You are not shooting at a person, but rather at a forehead, a chest. Do you understand?" "I understand," Chen Qing exclaimed, enlightened. "It is imperative to be specific and to focus on details. Only then will the target be vividly etched in my mind. That is what it means to aim with intent. Let me try again." Once again, a field mouse dashed forth, scurrying through the dry grass. Chen Qing rode swiftly, every characteristic of the mouse vividly etched in his mind. Its sharp teeth, terrified little eyes, plump and rounded body, slender claws, and long, curled tail. He had zeroed in on this field mouse. Chen Qing swiftly nocked an arrow, accurately assessing the mouse's speed and trajectory. He adjusted the arrowhead slightly to the left and released it. With a piercing shriek, the mouse was pinned to the ground by the arrow. "What excellent archery!" Su Ning exclaimed sincerely. "I had underestimated you before. It seems your foundation is solid, and your comprehension is swift. You have already grasped the essence of it. All that remains is practice, practice, and more practice, constantly reinforcing your skills, extending your range, and increasing the difficulty. With your current level in mounted archery, I believe you will completely break through and enter the next realm within 2 months, becoming a true master of the art." As the new year approached, the Jin army retreated to the north, bringing stability to Lin'an, and the Song court officially declared the commencement of the Shaoxing era. However, The annihilation of the Song dynasty remained the paramount objective of the Jin state. On one front, they supported Liu Yu in establishing a puppet Qi in the Central Plains, utilizing its forces to exert pressure on the Song dynasty from the east. While the main strength of the Jin army focused on the west, they aimed to occupy all territories north of the Qinling Mountains and secure a route into Sichuan, capturing the region before advancing eastward from there. The conquest of Desanguin became the focal point for the Jin forces. At this time, they had stationed a formidable force of 160,000 in Guangzhou, commanded by the 4th Prince Wanyan Wushou, who was currently reporting duties in the central capital and could not return to Jingzhou in the short term. Thus, the significant task of attacking Shijianyuan fell to the commander Wanyan Meili of Fengxiang Prefecture. After the new year, the Jin army continuously transported supplies and provisions to their southern camp in Fengxiang, preparing for battle. At this time, Wanyan Meili had little time to concern himself with Chen Qing in Lin'an County. The harsh winter of February in Guangzhou had passed. Although a hint of chill lingered in the air, the warm scent of earth was unmistakably present. The ice and snow had completely melted, streams flowed gently, and flocks of birds soared through the sky while willows unfurled their new buds. In Lin'an County, the Song forces were finally ready to depart. Prior to this, the county magistrate Wei Qing and the Shao family had already set out. Should the Jin army return, Wei Qing would inevitably face repercussions. On the city walls, Chen Qing gazed into the distance at the farmers toiling in the fields. These past few months had been his most tranquil, yet alas, that tranquility was fleeting. As war loomed once more, Yang Yuanqing approached Chen Qing slowly, speaking in a deep voice. The brothers are prepared and can depart at any moment. Chen Qing glanced at him and asked with a smile, still worried about your wife? Yang Yuanqing nodded. His newlywed wife Wei Su had evacuated south with her brother. They had entered Jingzhou Prefecture from Qianzhou and would travel south along the Ziwu Road, a path rife with Jin territories. How could Yang Yuanqing not be anxious? Chen Qing reassured him. They possess a travel permit issued by the magistrate of Purin County, so there should be no issues. Moreover, the situation is not as chaotic as it was last autumn. The trade routes are relatively open now, with 20 brothers disguised as Han soldiers for protection. You need not worry. Worry is inevitable, yet there is little I can do but confront reality. Shall we set off after lunch? Chen Qing nodded, according to their plan. They must depart today. Chapter 34. The curious stone. The retreat of the Song army stirred the entire populace of Lin'an County, causing a mass exodus as thousands flocked to bid farewell to the departing soldiers. Chen Qing had repeatedly informed the townsfolk of the necessity of their departure. Their forces were inadequate to defend Lin'an County, and should the Jurchen army capture the town, a massacre would undoubtedly ensue. Only by leaving first could they spare Lin'an from utter devastation. Although the citizens understood the rationale behind their retreat on the day of parting, the wails of the multitude resonated through the air, with many kneeling in sorrow as they lamented the soldiers' departure. Dozens of elders prostrated before Chen Qing's horse, weeping uncontrollably, exclaiming that once the general was gone, they would be left defenseless, akin to sheep awaiting slaughter. Chen Qing's eyes grew moist. Rest assured, my dear compatriots, I vow to return and fight for you. Amidst the cacophony of tears, the procession gradually receded, the multitude shrinking to mere specks on the horizon, leaving Chen Qing profoundly melancholic. When would he return? If history were to unfold as it had, this departure would indeed be a final farewell. Could he alter the course of fate? After traveling several miles, the convoy halted once more as Zhao Xiaoi shouted, "It is Master Su." Chen Qing beheld Su Ning by the roadside, accompanied by a few disciples, who bowed respectfully to the soldiers in farewell. Su Ning, the newly appointed county magistrate, had been recommended by local gentry and had received the official seal from Wei Qing. Dismounting swiftly, Chen Qing approached, saying, I did not expect to see you again before our departure, Master Su. The archery hall is now closed. You shall refer to me as County Magistrate Su from henceforth. Su Ning replied with a bittersweet expression. Although I am reluctant to assume this role of a puppet magistrate, the welfare of the people of Lin'an transcends my personal honor or disgrace. I shall bear this burden and will ensure that the pacification envoy is informed of our plight. Ultimately, what matters is that I remain true to my conscience. He continued, although the cavalry archery skills of the commanding officer have barely ascended to the second realm, they still pale in comparison to renowned generals such as Lu Ziyu and Yu Fei. The key lies in practice. Familiarity breeds mastery. With your innate talent and foundational skills, persistence will undoubtedly lead to continuous improvement in archery. Chen Qing earnestly replied, "Every word from your esteemed self shall be etched in my heart." Su Ning chuckled heartily. "You shall not err in remembering my words. Come, I raise a toast to the commanding officer, wishing you further achievements." Su Ning accepted a cup of wine from a disciple and presented it to Chen Qing, who received it with both hands and drank it in one gulp. "Farewell, esteemed elder. Until we meet again." Su Ning solemnly bowed, acknowledging, "We shall meet again, commanding officer." His disciples followed suit, bidding farewell to the soldiers with clasped fists. Chen Qing mounted his horse, returning the gesture of respect, and the grand procession continued westward. In Longzhou, Qian County, the second largest county, whose terrain remained unscathed by the Jurchen forces, two men sat together in a tavern near the city gate, enjoying their drink. One individual, evidently inebriated, rambled on. "To be honest, my esteemed elder used to celebrate his birthdays with great fanfare, hosting a multitude of distinguished guests, including high-ranking officials from Longzhou and Pingliang. However, now he wishes to adopt a more subdued approach for his upcoming 70th birthday next month. With invitations sent to fewer than 100 people. Opposite him sat Zhao Xiaoi, a slender young man who currently served as the deputy commander of the scout battalion under Zheng Ping. He had come to Jianyan County on a significant mission. The drunken man was named Jiang Fu, a minor steward from the prominent Jiang family of Longzhou, and coincidentally, he hailed from the same hometown as Zhao Xiaoi. Zhao Xiaoi had deliberately sought to ingratiate himself with Jiang Fu, and within a few days, they had become quite familiar. "What hobbies does your esteemed master have?" Zhao Xiaoi inquired with a smile, refilling Jiang Fu's cup. "Hobbies? Let me think. My master has an obsession with stones. In his youth, he often traveled to Bianliang to acquire them, and our backyard is filled with his treasured stones." "Where does your elder host his birthday celebration? In Qinyuan County or Qinyang County?" "It will certainly be in the state capital of Xinjiang County, where we have a residence as well. We shall set off in a few days." Zhao Xiaoi calculated the time in his mind. It was indeed time for him to head south. The Arrow Pass is situated about 20 miles south of Qinyang County, atop the lofty Arrow Ridge, which features a lengthy gorge spanning several miles, flanked by towering mountains. This gorge serves as the essential route from Longyu to Fengxiang, with its narrowest point measuring merely 30 zhang. The Song army constructed a fortress at this narrowest point, known as the Arrow Pass. The Arrow Pass is characterized by two city walls to the north and south, separated by a distance of 1 mile, while the east and west sides are bordered by sheer cliffs. The interior of the fortress is long and narrow, occupying only about 30 acres, yet despite its modest size, it is fully equipped, housing military barracks, warehouses, and even a tavern, surrounded by a wooden fence, containing a dozen wooden houses, brothels, hotels, inns, gambling houses, grocery stores, and more. The Arrow Pass is indeed a strategically significant military stronghold that once accommodated 1,000 Song soldiers at its peak. However, during the invasion of the Jin cavalry, the commanding officer Wang Lian surrendered the fortress, handing it over to the Jin forces without a fight. Currently, the pass is garrisoned by over 300 troops, consisting of 300 Han soldiers and an additional 30 Jurchen soldiers. The role of the Jurchen soldiers is to monitor the Han troops, while the responsibility for routine patrols is left to the Han soldiers. The pass now permits merchant caravans to transit, but the number of individuals in each caravan must not exceed 10, and no weapons are allowed. Any violators are executed on the spot. Given the nature of the Jurchens, it is customary for military strongholds to disallow merchants from passing. Nevertheless, if merchants are barred, how are the Han soldiers, who do not receive salaries, to sustain themselves? Thus, 3 years ago, after the Jurchen leader Wan In Lushi began overseeing Shaanxi, regulations were established regarding merchant passage through the region, which primarily consist of 3 rules. First, a limit on the number of individuals, with caravans not exceeding 10. Second, a prohibition on weapons. And third, a restriction on nighttime passage. Certainly, there are intricate details to consider. For instance, at the border checkpoint, the gates for entering and exiting cannot be opened simultaneously. Only one may be opened at a time. Additionally, taxes must be paid to cross. As for how the soldiers extort merchants, that remains unaddressed. These regulations equally apply to the Arrow Pass, where the garrison soldiers, idling away their days, eagerly await the arrival of merchant caravans. One midday, a stout middle-aged man, riding a shaggy donkey, hastened towards the southern gate of Arrow Pass, drawing the attention of the soldiers. "Look, a portly fellow is approaching," exclaimed one soldier. Another chimed in, "By his attire, he resembles a steward from a wealthy household." He rushes as if on an urgent errand, akin to a rat dragging a wooden wedge with a big head trailing behind. The soldiers, sharp-eyed and quick-witted, speculated on the identity and background of the rotund man, clad in a black satin robe and wearing an octagonal hat. The man bore the appearance of either a prominent merchant or a chief steward, someone of moderate status, wealthy enough to afford silk, yet constrained to don black garments. "Who are you?" inquired the garrison commander from atop the wall. The perspiring man dismounted from his donkey and called out, "I am Wang, the steward representing the Jiang family from Qian County. I have a valuable item to pass through the checkpoint, and I have come to announce my arrival." The Jiang family of Qian County is well known in Longzhou, ranking as the second of the three great families, subordinate only to the Wang family of Qianyang. They own several hundred acres of land, and the former Sima of Longzhou, Jiang Huan, is the legitimate heir of the Jiang family. Upon learning that the man hailed from the Jiang family, the commander dared not be negligent and ordered the gates open to allow the steward entry. Shortly thereafter, the steward was escorted to the city tower, where the commander inquired, "What valuable item do you wish to transport?" In a hushed tone, the steward replied, "It is a treasure obtained from the capital, Bianliang, a stone belonging to the emperor." "A mere stone, yet deemed a treasure by the emperor?" The general, perplexed, remarked, "Isn't it true that the emperor enjoys such curiosities? This is a Taihu stone transported from Jiangnan to Bianliang. To be candid, my esteemed elder also appreciates such unique rocks. This purchase was made at considerable expense in Bianliang, and after much toil, it has finally arrived in the border region. Alas, were it not for the Jin army siege of Bianjing, our patriarch would not have had the chance to possess the emperor's treasures." One soldier interjected, "I am aware. It is the Flower Stone Edict, is it not?" Indeed, it is the Flower Stone Edict. Transporting a remarkable stone from Jiangnan to the capital costs tens of thousands of taels of silver." The commander, intrigued, realized that such an item could yield substantial revenue for himself. Regardless of the Jiang or Wang families, one must seize the opportunity when it arises. As long as the cargo does not involve weapons, most goods can pass through the checkpoint. However, Steward Wang should be cognizant of the regulations for crossing. "I am aware of the rules. How much tax is required?" "The maximum tax is 50 guan, based on a declared value of 5,000 guan. Additionally, there is a 20 guan fee for the crossing, which, considering the value of your goods, is exceedingly low." "That is not a fair calculation. The emperor's expenditure is in the tens of thousands, yet we only incurred 2,000 guan. Therefore, we should only be liable for 20 guan in tax." The commander shook his head. "I fear that will not suffice." The steward discreetly pulled the headman aside and whispered, "How about this? I shall offer the general 10 taels of silver, and we shall value the goods at 2,000 guan." This was a quintessential act of personal gain at the expense of the public interest. The headman nodded in agreement, declaring that this would be a one-time occurrence and not to be repeated. The steward swiftly pressed a silver ingot into his hand, which the headman weighed, confirming it was indeed nearly 10 taels. He tucked it into his bosom and proclaimed loudly to the soldiers, "First, pay the taxes. The goods are valued at 2,000 guan, thus a tax of 20 guan is required." Before long, a team of mules was seen slowly approaching the city gate, pulling a large flatbed cart. 10 assistants flanked the cart, aiding in its movement, atop which rested a massive stone weighing around 7,000 to 8,000 pounds. As the headman exited the city, he lifted the oilcloth covering the stone, scrutinizing it closely, and could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you truly jesting? Is this what you call a miraculous stone? Such stones are ubiquitous across the mountains." The steward chuckled softly. "Ah, but the general does not comprehend. This is known as the Stream and Mountain Travel Stone, identical to the renowned painting Stream and Mountain Travel by the master artist Fan Quan. This remarkable stone was sent to Tokyo in the second year of the Xuanhe era, creating a sensation both in court and among the populace, and was acclaimed as the finest miraculous stone of that year." "Oh, I see. Such interpretations elude my coarse understanding. Let us proceed." Just then, a high-ranking general arrived in haste, accompanied by dozens of soldiers. The headman, taken aback, quickly stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute. Your subordinate pays his respects to the commanding officer. Chapter 35. Seizing the pass. The southern side of the Arrowhead Pass is characterized by an extensive canyon, measuring 100 zhang in width. 100 paces away lies a sharp bend, turning at a 70-degree angle, leading the gorge to veer southwest, and then southeast after several miles, creating a serpentine path. At this moment, at the bend of the canyon, Over 1,000 soldiers of the Song army stood pressed against the cliff face. Chen Qing concealed himself behind a large rock, observing the negotiations at the city gate. Yang Yuanqing's heart sank. Why had the opposing commander arrived? This could spell disaster. Chen Qing gestured for calm, urging patience. The situation had not yet reached a critical point. He instructed the crossbowmen to stand ready. Yang Yuanqing turned back, whispering, "The crossbowmen are prepared." 300 archers, armed with military crossbows, awaited the final command. Near the pass, the commander Wang Lian pointed at the large stone with irritation, exclaiming, "What is this thing?" The officer quickly stepped forward to report, "General, this is a peculiar stone. Sent by the old master of the Jiang family from Bianliang, once owned by the emperor." Wang Lian was well aware of the elder Zhang's obsession with stones. Self-proclaimed as a stone enthusiast, but unlike the officer, he was not so naive. He retorted, "The emperor played with Taihu stones. This is a mere imitation of Taihu stone. Do you think I lack understanding?" The stout overseer, disguised as the officer Zheng Ping, came from a lineage of merchants, having been steeped in commerce from a young age. He portrayed the role of an overseer with remarkable authenticity. Zheng Ping hurriedly interjected, "General, this is not a Taihu stone. It is a Lingbai stone, resembling Fan Quan's travelers among mountains and streams. Thus it is known as the Travelers Among Mountains and Streams stone. It caused quite a stir in the second year of the Xuanhe era in Bianliang and was a prized possession of the emperor. We procured it for 2,000 guan, yet it is worth at least several tens of thousands. Next month marks the elder Zhang's 70th birthday, and this is intended as his birthday gift." This was a blatant attempt to take advantage of the soldier's lack of education and experience. How could such a hefty stone possibly be related to the esteemed travelers among mountains and streams? Wang Lian also received an invitation to the elder Zhang's birthday celebration next month. Logically, he could show some courtesy and allow the stone to pass without tax. However, as the commanding officer, he felt the weight of responsibility. He needed to secure salaries for his 300 soldiers. While other Han armies might plunder county towns for profit, his troops had no such opportunities. Merely guarding this barren pass under the watchful eyes of 30 Jurchen soldiers. The supplies in the storeroom were not to be sold either. With no means to enrich his soldiers and lacking salaries, they would surely desert. If too many soldiers fled, his own life would be forfeit. Therefore, Wang Lian could not afford to overlook any opportunity to amass wealth, even if it involved the familiar elder Jiang. Wang Lian fixed a cold gaze on the officer, demanding, "You claim this renowned stone is worth several tens of thousands of guan, yet you only propose a tax of 2,000. Do you deem that appropriate?" Sweat trickled down the officer's brow as he inwardly cursed Wang Lian's keen perception. He hastily replied, "I am but a simpleton, lacking understanding of the true value of such stones. To me, it seems worthless. Spare me your excuses. How much have you gained from this? Do you think I am unaware? I shall inform you. This stone must be taxed at its full value. Should you fail to do so, the shortfall will come from your own pocket." "I understand," the officer replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation. With beads of sweat glistening upon his brow, Do Tu hastened to Zheng Ping, exclaiming, "Master Wang, I sincerely apologize. The general insists on the payment of 50 guan in taxes. Otherwise, we cannot pass through the gates. Is it not straightforward to request the funds? My only fear lies in their reluctance to accept the money." Zheng Ping feigned great reluctance, slowly producing 30 guan in copper coins, adamant that iron coins would not suffice. Only then did Wang Lian relent, bellowing, "Proceed slowly through the gates. Take care not to damage the city walls." The porters urged the packed donkeys onward, and Zheng Ping ran ahead to lead the way, shouting, "Stay centered, be cautious, and avoid the gates." The wooden cart, burdened with several thousand pounds of stone, advanced inch by inch toward the city gate. Suddenly, a deafening crash erupted as both axles snapped almost simultaneously, the heavy stone crashing to the ground. In swift succession, 5 porters drew their daggers and mercilessly plunged them into the heads of the donkeys, slaughtering a dozen beasts, before sprinting towards the interior of the city. This series of events transpired with shocking abruptness, leaving all witnesses utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, a contingent of hundreds of Song soldiers emerged around a bend, simultaneously drawing their crossbows to unleash a volley of bolts. The densely packed arrows rained upon the gates, and the soldiers, caught unawares, fell to the ground, pierced by arrows. Wang Lian was struck in the shoulder, stumbling and collapsing to the earth. In agony, he cried out, "Quickly, shut the gates. General, the gates are blocked. We cannot close them." Wang Lian finally grasped the reality. This was no extraordinary stone, but rather a common boulder meant to obstruct the gates. Those rascals. He slammed his fist into the ground, struggling to rise and flee into the city. Suddenly, Song cavalry appeared, 300 horsemen charging like the wind, stirring up clouds of dust. Chen Qing brandished his iron spear, leading the charge, covering 100 paces in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous shout, he thrust open the gates with his spear and was the first to surge into the city, followed by the whirlwind of 300 cavalrymen racing in from either side of the boulder. Behind them, 700 infantry, armed with long spears, sprinted forward with alarming speed. Though fewer in number, they presented a formidable presence, quickly breaching the city as well. As the Song cavalry stormed into the city, dozens of arrows flew towards them, striking several riders who could not evade in time. Chen Qing deflected a few arrows aimed at him, only to discover 30 Jurchen cavalry charging directly at him. With a fierce cry, he met their advance, his spear thrusting like a tempest, toppling 4 or 5 Jurchen riders from their mounts. Unable to locate Zhang Ping and his companions, Chen Qing cast his gaze around and spotted an enemy commander leading a cadre of soldiers attempting to ascend the city wall's passageway. Zhang Ping and 5 of his subordinates, clad in civilian attire without armor, braced themselves with long spears against the oncoming assault. 2 of their companions had already fallen, struck by arrows, leaving their fates uncertain and the situation dire. "You must hold the line." Chen Qing commanded his cavalry to charge and reinforce the defense against the Jin troops. He then removed his bow, nocking an arrow with precision, and released it swiftly, the bolt racing toward the enemy commander. Wang Lian, hearing the whistling sound behind him, realized it was too late. The arrow's speed was overwhelming. Thud! An arrow pierced through his helmet, the tip emerging from his forehead, and Wang Lian fell lifelessly to the ground. Only then did the soldiers in the corridor realize that a multitude of Song troops had surged into the city, causing them to turn and flee downwards in panic. 1,000 Song soldiers stormed into the city, while all 30 Jurchen cavalry were slain, leaving the remaining Han soldiers to discard their helmets and armor, fleeing northward in desperation. However, they were quickly overtaken by cavalry, and their pleas for mercy proved futile as they were systematically executed, with over 300 defenders failing to escape. Zhang Ping lost 2 subordinates, clad in the garb of commoners, unable to withstand the enemy's arrows. Zhang Ping himself was struck by an arrow, though it did not inflict a fatal wound. After a hasty bandaging, he made his way to the warehouse. Yang Yuanqing was tasked with leading the soldiers to clear the enemy corpses, while Chen Qing brought a dozen subordinates to the warehouse. Constructed from bluestone, the warehouse comprised over 20 rooms, arranged in 2 rows, the front row serving as granaries, and the back row designated for supplies. Surrounded by a 1-meter-high wall built from logs and bricks, the warehouse's significance was evident, surpassing even that of the barracks. The soldiers opened several granary rooms in the front row, only to discover a man hiding amidst the straw. "Spare me." The captured individual knelt, his attire indicating he was a scholar. Desperately, he prostrated himself, his voice quivering with tears, for the Song troops spared no one, having slaughtered all defenders, leaving this man in sheer terror. Chen Qing scrutinized him and noted that he appeared to be around 30 years old, slender in build, with a long face typical of a learned man, his eyes brimming with fright. "Who are you?" "I am but a storekeeper, tasked with managing these warehouses and keeping accounts." "What is your name? Where are you from?" "My name is Du Min, and I hail from Jianyan County. I am not a Han soldier, nor have I surrendered to the Jurchens. The previous storekeeper was slain by them, and I was captured." The man trembled violently, on the verge of tears. Chen Qing, pointing his spear at him, coldly stated, "You would do well to speak the truth. A few inquiries will reveal your background." "I speak no lies. I was captured 10 days ago. I have a wife and children at home. I dared not resist." "Rise. I have questions for you." The man stood, trembling. Chen Qing gestured towards the warehouse. "How much grain and fodder is there?" Reporting to the general, "There are 1,200 shur of wheat, 300 shur of rice, 100,000 bundles of fodder, as well as 3,000 jin of pickled meat and several hundred bundles of pickled vegetables. 1 shur of grain suffices for a soldier's sustenance for 2 months. Thus, 1,500 shur would be adequate for 3 months, and the fodder is sufficient as well. There must be more grain in the cellar." Zhang Ping interjected, unable to contain himself, having done his homework on the city's conditions. "In the cellar, there are frozen lamb and wine. The Jurchens do not consume pickled meat. They prefer fresh lamb, and the wine belongs to them. For the Han soldiers are unworthy of such indulgence." Chen Qing realized he had overlooked a matter of utmost importance, yet his mind faltered. Unable to recall it at that moment, Chapter 36, News. Chen Qing arrived once more at the supply warehouse, where all the main doors stood ajar, revealing a chaotic assortment of various weapons and fortifications strewn haphazardly throughout each storeroom. The disorder was overwhelming, rendering it nearly impossible to discern any semblance of organization. Frowning, Chen Qing inquired, "What has caused such disarray?" Du Min, wearing a pained expression, replied, "These are all the various arms seized by the Jin soldiers in Longzhou. They were not placed in Jianyan County, but instead piled up in Guanqing. The previous warehouse keeper was killed due to the overwhelming clutter. I have just finished inventorying the grain storage, and I have yet to organize this area. I have been so busy these past few days that I haven't even had a moment to drink water." Water? Chen Qing suddenly recalled the critical matter he intended to address. "How do you resolve the issue of water here?" Du Min gestured towards the cliff behind the warehouse, indicating a cave where a trickle of spring water could be found. "Let us go take a look." The group proceeded towards the cliff, but Chen Qing halted Zhang Ping. "You are injured. Go and rest. I have already bandaged it. It's nothing serious, just a minor flesh wound," Zhang Ping replied dismissively. With a stern look from Chen Qing, Zhang Ping's calf trembled slightly, prompting him to bow respectfully before turning to leave. The cave was dimly lit and exceedingly damp, extending several yards deep, with the sound of dripping water echoing within. After walking approximately 7 or 8 paces, Du Min pointed to a corner. "There it is. But be cautious of the pool below." Chen Qing observed the irregularly shaped pool on the ground, which had been perpetually soaked by flowing water, surrounded by lush moss, making the rocks notably smooth, rather reminiscent of a natural bathtub. "How deep is the pool?" "I haven't measured it, but the soldiers say it appears to be about 4 or 5 feet deep." There was no visible gushing spring. Only moss covered the rock face. Chen Qing reached out to touch the moss, and water silently flowed down its surface, trickling into the pool below. "Commander, look here," a soldier called, pointing to a spot a yard away. Chen Qing approached and observed a stream of spring water flowing from the pool, ultimately trickling into a crevice in the stone. From this stream, one can ascertain the water volume in the rock face. "Is there any way to store the water?" Chen Qing felt a pang of regret at the thought of the spring water flowing wastefully. Du Min shook his head. "No? Are there any containers for water within Guanqing?" After a moment of contemplation, Du Min's eyes brightened. "Yes, there are several hundred empty wine jars. Thoroughly cleanse the jars and gather them all for water storage." Upon exiting the cave, Chen Qing instructed Yang Hua, assigned 2 brothers to stand guard at the cave entrance, apart from soldiers fetching water. No one else is permitted to enter. He glanced at Du Min, adding, "Pay particular attention to this individual. I suggest we release him from the city. Keeping him here poses a certain risk," Du Min proposed. Chen Qing shook his head. "At present, no one knows our true situation. We can either eliminate Du Min or retain him for our purposes. Reporting to the commander, I specifically inquired earlier, and he is the educational instructor of Jianyan County. I believe it may not be wise to kill him." After a moment of reflection, Chen Qing concluded, "Very well then." He was left behind to be responsible for writing letters home for the soldiers. He was strictly prohibited from approaching the warehouse and water sources, and no one was allowed access to them without a token. "I shall obey the order," Chen Qing exclaimed as he mounted his horse. At that moment, Yang Yuanqing rode up and, from a distance, inquired with a smile, "Commander, is the supply of provisions sufficient?" "The provisions are indeed ample, but we have an overwhelming and disordered array of weapons and materials. Organize your men to sort them out properly. I hope we may be pleasantly surprised. What shall we do with the seized copper coins and gold and silver?" "Distribute them among the brothers. We shall also slaughter a dozen donkeys to treat everyone well tonight." Regardless of whether it was Zhang Jun or Wu Jie, both committed a strategic error in assessing the distribution of enemy forces, significantly underestimating the number of surrendering soldiers from the Song army. Following the Battle of Fuping, Wanin Zongbi and Wanin Zongfu led an army of 30,000 to sweep through Guanzhong, their momentum unstoppable, as the local militia in various counties surrendered en masse. In a mere month, the number of surrendered troops from Guanzhong reached 200,000. After their surrender, they were reformed into various divisions of the Han army by the Jurchens. The Jurchen forces in Longyu and Hehuang numbered only 20,000. Yet there were an additional 80,000 Han soldiers, an unforeseen factor that Zhang Jun and Wu Jie had not accounted for. Even in the plans for attacking Shangyuan and Desanguin, these Han soldiers were not included. They were regarded merely as a labor force rather than a military unit. However, throughout the campaign, the The presence of these Han soldiers was unavoidable. On the third day following Chen Qing's capture of Arrowhead Pass, a contingent of 3,000 Han soldiers arrived in Jianyan County, escorting 20,000 shur of grain. This grand convoy consisted of 1,000 large carts. In the Tang dynasty, Arrowhead Pass held little strategic value. Merchants and transporters could easily ship goods from Jianyan County via the Qian River into the Wei River. At that time, Guangzhou enjoyed a temperate climate with abundant rainfall, making river transport quite active. However, by the end of the Tang dynasty, due to climatic changes resulting in diminished rainfall and severe soil erosion in the Lus Plateau leading to river siltation, the waterways in Guangzhou lost their navigational significance outside of summer. All goods and materials had to be transported overland by pack animals, which highlighted the strategic importance of Arrowhead Pass. In the morning, a merchant accompanied by 7 or 8 aides attempted to enter the pass from the northern city with over 100 pack donkeys, but was denied entry by the soldiers. Yang Hua, noticing that the merchant's goods seemed to be of necessity to them, promptly dispatched a soldier to summon Chen Qing. "Commander, take a look at his goods. Should we retain them?" Yang Hua inquired outside the city. Chen Qing stepped outside the city to inspect the merchandise, discovering to his surprise that the merchant was selling water jars, hundreds of large jars nested within smaller ones, indeed the very goods they required. Upon realizing his goods were detained, the merchant's face drained of color, and he hurried forward, clasping his hands in supplication. "General, this is a small business. I must support my family. I beseech you to spare me." Chen Qing chuckled softly. "Yang Dudo, did you not explain the situation to him clearly?" Yang Hua stepped forward, smiling as he patted the merchant's shoulder. "Did we frighten you? Did you think we would take your water tank without compensation?" The merchant wiped the sweat from his forehead, responding, "I would not dare. I was indeed terrified by those Han soldiers yesterday. They roamed about Jianyan County, taking what they pleased without offering a single coin, even injuring many shopkeepers and attendants. The local authorities and garrison dare not provoke them." "What Han soldiers are you speaking of?" Chen Qing immediately sensed the unusual nature of the situation, as the local garrison comprised only 200 men and their reputation was not particularly poor. Clearly, the merchant was not referring to them. "The supply soldiers who arrived yesterday afternoon are all Han soldiers." "How many are there? How much grain?" Chen Qing pressed further. "I heard there are 3,000 men, and as for the grain, possibly around 1,000 large carts, estimated to be over 20,000 stones. We shall take your water tank at market price. You shall not lose a single coin." After conveying a few instructions to Yang Hua, Chen Qing turned and ascended the city wall, gazing into the distance at the city of Jianyan. Could it truly be 3,000 Han soldiers arriving so swiftly? The commander of the grain convoying Han army was named Xia Jin. He was originally a leader in the Jinyuan army, captured and surrendered during the Battle of Fuping. Wang Yin Zongfu, recognizing his capabilities, promoted him to the rank of commander in the Han army, entrusting him with the task of assisting Wang Yin Wulu in reorganizing the Han forces. Xia Jin, acting under the orders of his superior Wang Yin Wulu, led 3,000 troops to escort 20,000 stones of grain to the Weinan camp. However, upon his arrival in Jianyan County, he received word that the Arrowhead Pass had been captured by the Song army, with the yellow dragon flag of the Song army raised atop its walls. Unfamiliar with the details of the Song forces, Xia Jin promptly dispatched an eagle message to the Jin army camp in Pingliang, seeking guidance from Commander Wulu regarding the next course of action. After all, he was a grain escort, not a combat army, and in his view, ensuring the safety of the grain was far more critical than attacking the Arrowhead Pass. He faced a choice: either retreat to Pingliang or await reinforcements in Jianyan County. By midday, Xia Jin received a response from Commander Wulu, which contained but a single directive: capture the Arrowhead Pass and continue south. Chapter 37, The First Battle, Part 1. Within the confines of Arrowhead Pass, 1,000 soldiers were diligently preparing for battle. All weapons and supplies had been meticulously organized and categorized in the storeroom. Countless spears and battle blades were stacked in bundles, while mountains of arrows lay in wait. Yet, Chen Qing placed greater emphasis on defensive armaments. There were mounted bows, infantry bows, castle bows, military crossbows, and siege crossbows, with an impressive stockpile of over 200,000 arrows. Additionally, more than 100 barrels of oil and even 20 barrels of gunpowder were secured, the latter being the strategic resources Chen Qing valued most, albeit in insufficient quantity for all but the most critical moments. Chen Qing particularly prized the siege crossbows, of which there were 48, complemented by 2,000 iron bolts. Having tasted their efficacy against the armored soldiers of the Jurchens, He recognized them as formidable weapons. However, employing them against the Han army seemed somewhat excessive, as the Han soldiers wore leather armor, rendering the castle bows and military crossbows adequate for defense. The integrity of the fortress itself remained paramount, and the heavy gate, crafted with meticulous care by Song artisans, boasted a thickness of 4 inches, rendering it resistant to most battering rams. Surrounding the fortress was a moat 3 yards wide and 1 yard deep, its bottom lined with sharp stakes, ensuring that any who fell within would meet certain death. Naturally, the presence of a moat necessitated a drawbridge, serving as an additional safeguard for the gate, thwarting the enemy's siege attempts. The walls rose to a height of 30 feet, constructed entirely from local blue stone, offering unparalleled strength. Chen Qing noted the peculiar protrusion of the wall above the gate, extending 5 feet outward, a distinctive feature. Did the commander not know of this? Yang Yuanqing gazed at him in surprise. I am aware of its existence. However, I had not delved into its study, nor was I concerned about its function. It appears the commander has never manned a fortress. Yang Yuanqing explained with a smile. This is known as a horse-face wall, resembling the elongated visage of a horse. Its primary purpose is to enable the shooting of enemy forces attacking from the flanks. Standing beside the horse-face wall, Chen Qing observed that he was indeed positioned beyond the outer walls. A thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled. We could station 20 skilled crossbowmen here, specifically to target the enemy in key positions. Yang Yuanqing raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Commander, your insight is remarkable. Such a deployment is indeed feasible. The usually reticent Yang Hua interjected, Commander, could you elaborate on our mission? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qing commanded his subordinates, summon all the captains. In total, Chen Qing appointed 10 captains, among whom Yang Hua, Zhang Ping, and Luo Gan were elevated to the rank of preparatory generals while also serving as captains. Shortly, the 10 captains assembled at the fortress's summit. Not long after the blizzard last year, I received directives from the pacification envoy Zhang Shuai and 2 commanding generals, instructing us to seize and firmly hold Arrowhead Pass. Our mission is to intercept the Jurchen forces from Pingliang Prefecture as they advance westward toward Shangyuan, thereby alleviating pressure on Shangyuan. Additionally, we have another task, to assist Generals Lu Qi and Lu Ziyu's forces as they march southward. Capturing Arrowhead Pass may be straightforward, but holding the pass will be crucial to the outcome of the entire campaign. As Chen Qing cast a glance at the crowd, he spoke slowly. I cannot ascertain the extent to which our interception mission will influence the defense of the Monk's Plain. Yet one truth remains clear. This will be an extraordinarily arduous battle of offense and defense, potentially tenfold more brutal than the conflict at Qilin Village. Therefore, I require every soldier to leave behind a letter of farewell. I solemnly pledge that for each fallen comrade, I shall do everything in my power to provide generous support to their families. The following morning, a formidable contingent of 3,000 Han troops appeared at the mouth of the gorge, establishing a large camp outside. They gradually advanced southward, and upon entering the gorge for 2 miles, the imposing and robust walls of Arrowhead Pass loomed before their eyes. The pass, though narrow, opened up ahead into a wider expanse of about a mile, yet the terrain was uneven, resembling a shallow basin. This geographical feature presented 2 significant disadvantages. Firstly, it accentuated the elevated nature of the pass, particularly the towering city walls. Secondly, heavy rains would inevitably create a pool of water, a common occurrence that would force passing merchant caravans to navigate along the edges. General Xia Jin was resolutely opposed to engaging in this defensive battle at the pass. Yet military orders were absolute, leaving him with no choice. Perched upon his horse, he surveyed the formidable pass a mile away. The slightly elevated terrain of Arrowhead Pass rendered it even more formidable and difficult to conquer. Let us test the mettle of the Han troops. Are their lives not worth anything? Xia Jin muttered in frustration before bellowing, Central forces, rear forces, assemble. Form the archery formation. 2,000 Han soldiers swiftly gathered, aligning into 4 rows of 500 each, all equipped as archers, while another 1,000 soldiers remained on standby. The Han soldiers donned bronze helmets and leather armor, wielding bows and crossbows with quivers on their backs. They were generally tall, robust, and well-trained. Advance, Xia Jin commanded with a powerful voice. And the ranks began to move forward, dust swirling about their feet, enveloping the gorge in an atmosphere of desolation and impending violence. The rhythmic sound of war drums echoed. The 2,000 Han soldiers marching in unison, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Xia Jin had indeed demonstrated his capability by training his 3,000 troops into a formidable force, Despite the deterioration of military discipline, their morale remained high. Although the Han army had hastily constructed a few siege ladders, Jin understood that initiating an immediate assault on the city would invite severe repercussions. Instead, he preferred to leverage their numerical superiority to confront the Song army, first using arrows to suppress the enemy. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and the early spring wind carried a lingering chill. A gust of northern wind swept through, causing the black dragon banner with a yellow background atop the city walls to flap vigorously. On the ramparts, 300 defenders stood ready with their crossbows, the wall spanning only 30 zhang in length and 3 zhang in width, accommodating a maximum of 300 for defense. Chen Qing observed the looming mass of 1,000 enemy soldiers in the distance, armed with siege ladders. He discerned the enemy commander's strategy to initially suppress the soldiers on the walls with arrows, paving the way for the subsequent assault by the 1,000 troops. "Prepare to fire," commanded Luo Gan, the leader of the Song troops stationed atop the walls. A former subordinate of Chen Qing and a survivor of Erlang village. He had faithfully followed Chen Qing and had now risen to the rank of commander, leading 300 soldiers while simultaneously serving as the captain of the 7th Division. Luo Gan, typically reserved, took the initiative today, leading his troops into the first round of battle. 300 soldiers crouched in formation, divided into 2 rows. The front row firing directly through the shooting holes at the enemy, while the rear row launched projectiles in an arc from above. Chen Qing hastily approached the parapet and shouted to the soldiers below, warning them of the incoming arrows and instructing them to retreat to the sides. Hundreds of soldiers swiftly withdrew to the cliffs, exposing a vast expanse of open ground. Bong, bong, bong. The sharp sound of the war drums echoed through the Han army. As 2,000 soldiers surged forward, halting 60 paces away to collectively draw their bows and unleash a volley of arrows toward the city walls. The black arrows fell thickly like raindrops upon the battlements. Some struck the wall and parapets, while the majority soared over, aimed at the interior of the fortress. Simultaneously, Luo Gan bellowed, "Fire!" The Song soldiers commenced their counterattack, launching 300 crossbow bolts at the neatly arranged Han troops. Though their numbers paled in comparison to the 2,000 adversaries, the potency of their bolts proved formidable, piercing through the Han soldiers' leather armor, causing over 100 to cry out in agony as they fell. A fierce exchange of arrows erupted, with each side retaliating vigorously. Seeing his soldiers unprotected and suffering heavy losses while the enemy sheltered behind the battlements, firing down with little consequence, Jin felt both anguish and fury, yet recognized the inherent disadvantage of the besieging forces. He promptly commanded, "Sound the charge." The deep notes of the horn resounded, and 1,000 soldiers surged forth like a tide, carrying 8 hastily constructed siege ladders. On the battlefield, soldiers brandishing spears and shields sprinted, trampling over the bodies of the fallen, and charged towards the moat. The moat beneath the city walls had been bridged by archers, allowing the rushing soldiers to cross and position the 8 siege ladders against the wall. These ladders, crafted by carpenters from Jianyan County, were produced in haste and were somewhat crude, with splinters still protruding from the sides and crossbeams. Yet, these were minor concerns. The critical aspect was that the tops of the ladders were equipped with hooks to secure them to the wall, preventing the defenders from dislodging them. Each of the 8 ladders was fitted with hooks, tightly bound with leather straps to ensure a firm grip on the battlements. Han soldiers leaped onto the ladders, beginning their ascent as arrows rained down from above. The assaulting troops held their shields overhead, gradually climbing higher. At that moment, the horse-face wall began to show its worth. 8 adept archers from the Song army crouched within, targeting the soldiers on the ladders. Their aim was precise, focusing on the foremost assailant on each ladder. Additionally, 16 Song soldiers assisted in reloading and preparing arrows, ensuring a continual barrage of fire. With each volley, 8 enemy soldiers were struck, screaming as they tumbled from the ladders, posing a significant threat to the Han troops attempting the siege. Chapter 38, The First Battle, Part 2. The arrows rained down upon the city walls like a swarm of locusts, relentlessly suppressing the soldiers stationed atop, rendering them unable to lean over and fire downwards. The assault advanced with remarkable speed, despite being ambushed from behind by Song archers and witnessing comrades fall to arrows. The sheer number of enemy troops allowed dozens to ascend the battlements and engage in fierce combat with the Song forces above. One side sought to leap onto the walls, while the other aimed to drive them back. In the ensuing melee, the Han army's archers ceased their fire and began a swift retreat, distancing themselves from the Song's range. In just a quarter of an hour, nearly 400 Han archers had perished. Yet, without their protective cover, The Han soldiers would have found it exceedingly difficult to mount a successful siege. In truth, the casualties among the archers had been a necessary sacrifice to facilitate the assault. This strategy was a testament to the extensive experience of the enemy commander, Xia, who understood well that one must pay a price to reap rewards. The battle atop the walls remained in a state of stalemate as the Song soldiers, bolstered by unwavering resolve, continued to slay their adversaries and push them off the battlements. However, the defenders were not without their own losses, as they were occasionally pierced by enemy spears, falling lifeless to the ground. The Song soldiers were predominantly fresh recruits, lacking experience in defense, including their commander, Chen Qing. He and young Yuanqing led 30 soldiers each as mobile reinforcements, ready to rush to aid wherever danger arose. The Song forces found themselves in a considerably passive position during this siege. Despite their advantageous elevation, they failed to capitalize on it. Chen Qing recognized that the crux of the matter lay with the enemy siege ladders. Unless these were destroyed, enemy soldiers would continue to pour in, ultimately overwhelming them through sheer numbers. At that moment, a soldier shouted, "Commander, the western wall has been breached." Chen Qing turned to see a collapse at the far west, where countless enemy soldiers had surged onto the battlements. With a fierce command, he bellowed, "Follow me." Gripping his iron spear, he led his 30 soldiers toward the breach. In mere moments, Chen Qing reached the site of the collapse, where dozens of enemy troops had already infiltrated the walls. The western passage was entirely open, and enemy soldiers continued to flood in. A band of 20 Song soldiers fought desperately to hold their ground, but the overwhelming numbers of the enemy forced them to retreat step by step. Among the adversaries was a fearsome commander wielding a double-headed axe, his brutish visage marked by a savage demeanor. Beneath his feet lay the corpses of 5 Song soldiers. Some decapitated, others cleaved in two, their blood and brains staining the ground in a gruesome display. "Die!" Chen Qing shouted, lunging forward with his spear aimed at the enemy commander. The thrust was as swift as lightning, imbued with tremendous force. "Come at me." The commander raised his axes to intercept the spearhead, displaying considerable strength. With a cold smirk, Chen Qing thrust upward, sending the axes flying into the air. With a sickening thud, his spear pierced the commander's chest, who let out a final cry before collapsing lifelessly. Seizing one of the falling axes, Chen Qing handed it to a soldier behind him. "Take this." With a swift flourish of his spear, he lunged at the enemy like a tempest, instantly slaying 5 or 6 foes. His 30 subordinates surged forward, collectively dispatching over 10 adversaries and effectively splitting the enemy forces in two. Chen Qing, having just thrust 3 soldiers who had scaled the walls down to the ground below, turned and shouted, "Where's the axe?" The soldiers promptly handed him the sharp axe. Leaning out from the city, Chen Qing delivered a fierce blow. With a resounding crack, the left handrail of the siege ladder was severed, causing it to tilt precariously, which incited terrified cries from the soldiers below. Without hesitation, Chen Qing raised the axe once more, cleaving the right handrail in two. He then forcefully pushed, and the siege ladder, having lost its iron hook, rapidly slid to the left, sending the soldiers atop it plummeting into the trench below. While the last remaining enemy soldiers who had reached the battlements found themselves with no escape, perishing in despair at the hands of the Song forces. Chen Qing commanded sternly, "Convey my orders. Swiftly sever the binding straps of the siege ladder." The iron hooks securing the ladder were tied with leather straps. Severing these would mean the ladder would lose its stability, allowing the defenders to topple it. The Song soldiers identified the enemy's Achilles heel, and with seamless coordination, as each strap was cut by sharp blades, within a short span of incense-burning time. The remaining 7 siege ladders lost their hooks and were consequently overturned by the Song troops, with the Han soldiers atop them falling to their doom, suffering heavy casualties. Xia observed from a distance, acutely aware that any hope of breaching the city was lost, and thus commanded, "Sound the retreat." The bells tolling for retreat echoed, and hundreds of Han soldiers withdrew like a receding tide. In this battle, the Han forces suffered over 700 casualties, while the defending Song soldiers incurred losses of over 60. Xia led the Han army slowly back to their encampment outside the canyon. Chen Qing ordered the city gates to be opened to clear the battlefield, particularly ensuring that the enemy soldiers were burned and buried deep to prevent the outbreak of disease. On the city walls, Yang Yuanqing's side, today's battle was fought from a position of disadvantage. "I never anticipated that a Han army would be so formidable." Chen Qing replied solemnly, "This siege has served as a mirror, reflecting our various inadequacies, yet it has also imparted valuable lessons and experiences, reminding us that we must never underestimate our opponents. Complacency leads to defeat." Yang Yuanqing, feeling ashamed, acknowledged, "The commander is correct. We indeed underestimated them." Chen Qing then sent for Yang Hua and 2 others, intending to seize this opportunity to summarize the lessons learned from the siege, inviting contributions from all. Calmly addressing the assembly, Chen Qing stated, Deputy Commander Yang mentioned that we fought this siege from a position of disadvantage, which is indeed true. I believe there are 3 primary reasons for this. Yang Hua, Zheng Ping, and Luo Gan listened intently, their expressions solemn as they awaited the commander's insights. One reason was that the enemy commander exhibited considerable strategic experience, utilizing archers to suppress our forces. Initially, I failed to comprehend the utility of their archers while our crossbowmen sheltered behind the parapets, but I later realized that their troops faced virtually no pressure during their assault, allowing them to advance smoothly to the battlements. Yang Yuanqing nodded, acknowledging that the opposing commander's experience was one factor. But he could not deny that their soldiers were exceptionally fierce, entirely different from the Han army he was accustomed to encountering. Chen Qing chuckled and remarked, Have you not realized that although they are referred to as the Han army, they are not actually Han people? Yang Yuanqing, taken aback, pondered for a moment and replied, Now that you mention it, I hadn't noticed before. Their features indeed differ from ours. They must be the vassal troops of the Western army, such as the Chang and Tanguts, skilled in mountainous warfare and proficient in siege tactics. Their combat prowess rivals that of the Jurchen army today. We have witnessed their formidable strength. Chen Qing glanced at Zheng Ping, Yang Hua, and Luo Gan beside him and continued. The third reason lies in our own inadequacies and defensive experience. We failed to recognize that countering the enemy's siege ladders is crucial. Although we effectively employed rolling logs at Qilin Fort, we neglected to use large stones and rolling logs during the defense. That was a grave oversight. Speaking of quarrying, Zheng Ping was the most knowledgeable, having once extracted a several thousand-pound imperial stone, which deceived the guards at Arrow Loophole Pass. He smiled and said, Commander, it is quite easy to quarry stones within the gorge, and logging is not particularly difficult either. Just 2 miles to the south lies a vast pine forest. You are correct. It is never too late to mend fences. Chen Qing immediately ordered Zheng Ping and Yang Hua to each take 200 soldiers to quarry stones and fell trees, preparing for rolling logs and large stones. After a tentative assault on the fortress, Xia Jin refrained from further attacks, having received urgent word from Wan Enwilu, instructing him to forge siege weapons in Longzhou. Xia Jin forcibly conscripted over 300 carpenters and blacksmiths in Longzhou and commanded his soldiers to log in the surrounding areas while gathering iron tools from the populace to begin constructing siege ladders. Meanwhile, Wan Enwilu led 10,000 Jurchen cavalry and 20,000 Han soldiers, along with thousands of carts, departing from Pingliang Prefecture, marching towards Arrow Loophole Pass in a grand procession. The road was darkened by the advancing Jin soldiers, stretching for miles, banners waving, drums thundering, and horns wailing. In the front were 10,000 Jurchen cavalry, each fierce in appearance and robust in stature, mounted on war horses, equipped with bows, shields, and spears, emanating an aura of bloodlust, their eyes gleaming with a predatory ferocity. Following them were 20,000 Han soldiers, who not only engaged in battle, but also provided logistical support, clad in shining armor. They were invigorated, each bearing a spear, their tips glimmering with a cold light, forming a sea of spears behind them. Behind them trailed over 3,000 carts laden with various military supplies, including siege weapons, but conspicuously lacking provisions, as the grain Xia Jin was transporting lay in Qian County, rendering further supplies unnecessary. Meanwhile, preparations within Arrow Loophole Pass had reached a fever pitch. Chapter 39. Preparations. Ding dang. Ding dang. Ding dang. Beneath a precipice, a dozen soldiers skilled in metallurgy were laboriously wielding their hammers, sweat glistening upon their brows as flames roared vigorously. Glowing red iron bars were repeatedly forged under their diligent strikes. With no cast iron available within the city, they resorted to melting down a portion of damaged weapons to procure the necessary material, subsequently reshaping it into arms required by the army. Nearby, several finely crafted weapons lay ready. However, the soldiers were not forging spears or swords, but rather V-shaped iron forks typically employed in rural areas for handling straw. These implements were destined to become formidable tools against assault ladders. Chen Qing made slight modifications, leaving 2 small horizontal spikes at the base to prevent the forks from becoming lodged in the ladders. He picked up one of the iron forks for a meticulous inspection and inquired a few questions of the leading officer in charge. Commander, Zheng Ping rushed over, clasping his fists in salute, a broad smile illuminating his face. I have selected 10 expert marksmen. Please assess their skills. In recent days, Chen Qing had encouraged the soldiers to contribute ideas, promising substantial rewards for those whose suggestions were implemented. This initiative had greatly motivated the troops, resulting in a plethora of valuable insights. For instance, the soldiers proposed an increase in the number of medics on the city walls to ensure that injured comrades could receive prompt treatment and staunch their bleeding. This was a lesson learned through the harsh reality of their experiences. Many soldiers succumbed to excessive blood loss due to delays in receiving care. If they could secure immediate treatment, even rudimentary bandaging could save numerous lives. Moreover, the soldiers suggested adding a touch of wine to their water flasks. While excessive consumption could be detrimental, a few sips could bolster courage and combat fear. Though not a novel approach, as both Khitan and Jurchen soldiers carried spirits for warmth and morale, it remained a practical consideration. Additionally, a soldier named Lu Gui proposed that severing the top 2 crossbars at a critical moment would render the enemy unable to ascend the walls. While Chen Qing had previously managed to cleave the handrails of the siege ladders due to his immense strength, the ladders' substandard construction made them vulnerable. Authentic siege ladders, however, were robust and well-constructed, making them exceedingly difficult to sever. Therefore, Lu Gui's ingenious suggestion to target the crossbars proved to be a more feasible tactic. Chen Qing personally conducted an experiment, successfully severing 2 crossbeams of the only intact siege ladder. Although the top could still be reached, it rendered the ladder unusable for climbing. This innovative strategy was recognized as the best proposal, and soldier Lu Gui was rewarded with 30 taels of silver and promoted to the rank of axe-wielding officer. However, this necessitated the fabrication of a batch of long-handled axes. The selection of expert marksmen was an idea Chen Qing had conceived. Drawing from the lessons learned during the first siege defense and his subsequent experiences in the future, establishing a sharpshooter unit, he had observed that the enemies breaching the walls were often not mere foot soldiers, but rather formidable leaders such as squad leaders or centurions. These commanders were exceptionally brave and powerful, often able to contend with 4 or 5 adversaries simultaneously, facilitating their advances. The most effective strategy is to eliminate these adversaries before the battle commences at the city walls, requiring a contingent of highly skilled archers to serve as snipers. Jiang Ping selected 10 soldiers for Chen Qing, all of whom were renowned marksmen. "I require 10 sharpshooters. Let us see if you qualify," Chen Qing declared, pointing to the divine crossbows on the ground. "This shall be your weapon. There lies a wooden target 100 paces away. Demonstrate your prowess one by one." As preparations at the arrow gate continued with fervent intensity, the Battle of the Monastery Plain also commenced. The commander of Fengxiang, Wanyan Meili, alongside the eastern commander, Wanyan Huan, led an army of 30,000 Jurchens and tens of thousands of Han troops to converge at the Weinan encampment. On the 2nd day of the 3rd month, Deputy Commander Zhi initiated a probing attack on the western front of the monastery plain with 10,000 troops, while Commander Wu Lin, leveraging the advantages of the terrain, mounted a counteroffensive with 3,000 soldiers. The two sides clashed fiercely for 2 days and nights, resulting in nearly half of the Jin troops' losses, compelling them to withdraw from the battlefield. The Jin army established their camp 10 miles away at Huangyipu, standing in opposition to the Song forces at the monastery plain. Wanyan Meili dispatched thousands of Han troops each day to launch successive assaults and implement harassment tactics against the monastery plain. Aware of the excessive losses incurred from direct assaults, Wanyan Meili recognized the necessity of a pincer movement for victory. Everything was arranged, awaiting the timely arrival of the Western forces led by Wanyan Wulu. Wu Jie stood atop the encampment, gazing towards the Jin army camp 10 miles in the distance. He solemnly inquired of Wang Yin beside him. "What do you believe Wanyan Meili is waiting for?" Wang Yin replied with a faint smile. "He awaits the arrival of the Western forces behind us. It has been proven that in a one-sided battle, they do not hold the advantage. Only when we are besieged from all sides do they harbor hope for victory." Wu Jie deeply concurred with Wang Yan's assessment and asked, "Is there any news from the Arrow Gate?" "None as of yet," Wang Yin replied. "But I suspect that a great battle has also commenced there. Chen Qing will not disappoint us." After a moment of contemplation, Wu Jie expressed his concern. "I fear they may be insufficiently reinforced. Should Wanyan Meili discover that the Western forces are impeded, he will surely dispatch troops to launch an assault from the south against the Arrow Gate. If the Arrow Gate finds itself besieged from both flanks, it may prove exceedingly difficult to defend." Wu Jie's mind was clear and focused, each element vividly presenting itself in his thoughts. If any segment faltered, he would lose this strategic game. He glanced at Wang Yan, and seeing no dissent, decisively stated, "I shall immediately dispatch troops to support the Arrow Gate." Atop the walls of the Arrow Gate, Each soldier felt as though a great weight bore down upon them. Below the fortress, a dark mass of troops lined the valley. Extending beyond sight, their raised spears forming a veritable forest, exuding a palpable aura of menace. A low horn echoed through the valley as tens of thousands raised their spears, shouting in unison, "Kill!" The deafening roar sent shivers through the soldiers on the battlements. Chen Qing squinted into the distance, where large siege weapons began to materialize. These were likely the instruments the enemy intended to employ against the Sanguine. At that moment, a cavalryman burst forth from the ranks, bow in hand, with an arrow bearing a letter hastening towards the city walls. Chen Qing took the divine crossbow from the soldier's hands and aimed it at the cavalry. Before they could approach the city gate, a swift arrow shot forth, striking the cavalryman in the throat from 200 paces away. Clutching his throat, the cavalryman fell to the ground. The soldiers atop the city wall of the Song army were all filled with solemnity. This arrow fired by the commander represented the indomitable will of the Song army, to fight to the last drop of blood, with no room for negotiation. In stark contrast, the Jin soldiers were thrown into disarray. The expression of their commander, Wan Enwulu, turned grim as he coldly declared, "If they wish for death, let us grant it." He raised his hand and commanded, "Withdraw." The 40,000 troops, having completed their show of force, began to retreat in orderly lines back to their encampment outside the valley. This retreat was not a sign of defeat. Rather, it resembled a fierce beast drawing back, preparing for a more ferocious assault. "Commander, the enemy will likely make a move tonight." Yang Hua stepped forward, pointing towards the trench below the city. Chen Qing nodded in agreement. He too had considered that the enemy's first action in an attack on the city would be to fill the trench. A trench of over 30 zhang could be filled by thousands of men in a single night. Looking up at the clear sky, Chen Qing remarked with a cold laugh, "If they truly wish to fill it, we cannot stop them. But since this is war, they must pay the price. My lord, I do not dare to defy military orders, but I only have 2,300 men. We must allocate some of our forces to protect those filling the trench. It is unlikely we can complete the task overnight. I humbly request a few days' grace," said Xia Jin, kneeling. Wan Enwulu coldly regarded him and replied, "General Xia, I recall you are a man of the Western Xia, originally surnamed Li. You changed your surname to Xia to not forget your homeland. Am I mistaken?" Xia Jin replied solemnly, "I have always reported my history truthfully, without concealment. However, to expect my men to fill the trench in one night would certainly cost them dearly. Training an army is no easy feat. I implore General Wulu to reconsider." Wanyan Wulu retorted, "What does the Emperor of the Western Xia say? Those who bargain with the commander may be executed thrice. Since you are of the Western Xia, you should be familiar with this saying. With no other choice." Xia Jin clasped his fists and said, "I shall obey your orders." Wan Wulu responded with a scoff, "If the trench is not filled by dawn, the entire army shall be executed." At the first watch of the night, Xia Jin led over 2,000 soldiers to appear a mile from the city. His expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Wan Enwulu would impose such a punishment on him simply for failing to capture the Arrow Pass, assigning his troops the task of filling the trench. How could over 2,000 men possibly complete such a deep trench before dawn, especially under the threat of enemy forces? Yet, Xia Jin felt powerless. Wan Enwulu was determined to see him punished. Chapter 40. Filling the trench. The night was serene, illuminated by a bright crescent moon hanging in the sky like a blue canvas, casting its silvery light upon the earth. Beneath Guan City, a peculiar battle was unfolding with intensity. Over 2,300 soldiers of the enemy forces were divided into two groups. 300 were tasked with digging and bagging soil, while 2,000 were split into 20 teams, sprinting with bags of earth towards a trench several hundred paces away, hurling the bags into the trench. As they ran, soldiers frequently collapsed, never to rise again. Powerful arrows flew through the night sky, targeting each running soldier. Upon the city walls, 400 soldiers of the Song army were also divided into two teams. One half was responsible for launching crossbow bolts, while the other half was tasked with reloading, significantly reducing the time required to rearm the crossbowmen. This allowed for a continuous barrage of arrows aimed at the soldiers filling the trench, exacerbating their casualties. In the southeast corner, 10 enemy soldiers sprinted with their bags of earth, still 30 paces from the trench when a volley of strong crossbow bolts shot towards them. The darkness of night greatly diminished their visibility, and only upon the arrows approaching did they notice the flickering green light of the arrowheads. A collective scream pierced the air as several soldiers fell, 4 of them struck by poisoned bolts, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. "Forget them. Run," shouted the leading soldier, urging the others to continue. With only 10 paces remaining to the trench, more arrows flew in, claiming 3 more lives. Ultimately, the last 3 hurled their bags into the trench, turned to flee, but within a few steps, they too fell to the ground, never to rise again. Thus, waves of soldiers were cut down by the arrows from the city walls. As dawn approached, the trench was still less than half filled. The air thick with the stench of blood. The number of soldiers transporting the bags had dwindled to under 1,000, while the ground before the trench was strewn with the bodies of slain enemy soldiers. The loss of over 1,000 men alone could have filled the remaining half of the trench. General, our losses are too severe. It is now dawn, and we have only filled half the trench. It seems we cannot complete the task, said Xia Jin, his voice hoarse as he glanced at the night sky. How many brothers remain? Fewer than 700. Xia Jin felt a sharp pang in his heart. In one night, they had lost 1,300 men. The thought of the ruthless and unyielding Wan Enwulu filled him with bitterness. He immediately commanded, "Order all soldiers to assemble." Before long, the exhausted soldiers regrouped. Their bodies coated in mud, faces reflecting despair, fatigue, and a numbing acceptance of death. Surrendering to the Song army was impossible, and returning to camp would surely lead to death. Resolute, Xia Jin realized he had no alternative but to lead his forces to flee to the Western Xia. Let us depart. Xia Jin led the remaining 1,000 soldiers swiftly towards the valley's mouth, but as they arrived, flames suddenly erupted on both sides, and thousands of Han soldiers encircled them from all directions. The leading general was a one-eyed commander, the renowned Han General Han Chang of the Jurchen army. Despite losing an eye in the Battle of Fuping, his martial prowess remained undiminished, and he currently served as the left deputy general on the Western Front, commanding 20,000 Han troops. With a sweeping motion of his sword, Han Chang coldly remarked, "The main camp lies to the east. Why does General Xia wish to head west?" Xia Jin felt a chill in his heart as he realized that Wan Enwulu had set an ambush to deal with him. With a heavy heart, he said, "I am a native of Xixia. Since the commander of Wan En shows me no mercy, I must return to Xixia. General, being a Han, I hope you can understand." Han Chang burst into laughter, but then his smile vanished, and he coldly replied, "The commander ordered you to seize the Arrow Pass. Yet you have merely engaged in battle and delayed our army's strategy to advance south. How could the commander possibly spare you?" "But the commander instructed me to construct siege ladders, not to continue the fight," Xia Jin protested. "That was merely to prevent you from surrendering to the Song army. A deliberate tactic to keep you in check. As a commanding officer, do you not understand that military orders are as solid as a mountain?" Realizing his fate was sealed, Xia Jin suddenly shouted, "Breakthrough!" He urged his horse towards the northwest, but Han Chang scoffed, drew his bow, and loosed an arrow. With a thud, the arrow, powerful enough to pierce iron, struck Xia Jin, emerging from his chest. He let out a scream before collapsing, lifeless. Han Chang bellowed, "Leave none alive. Annihilate the entire army." By dawn, the trench was completely filled, thanks to Han Chang's efforts. He dispatched 10,000 troops, employing a strategy where 2 men lifted shields for protection while 1 carried bags of mud, and within an hour, the trench was entirely leveled. The number of casualties from arrows was scarcely over 300. They gathered all the fallen soldiers, for Han Chang understood that should a plague arise, they would bear the brunt. He was even more cautious than the Song army in dealing with the deceased. On the city wall, the soldiers who had fought through the night descended to rest, replaced by a new batch of defenders. Although Chen Qing had participated until midnight, he felt no fatigue. His expression grave as he gazed down at the battlefield. He recognized the threat posed by the enemy's shields, noting that they wore hard armor. If they wielded shields, neither arrows from bows nor crossbows could penetrate their defenses. While the Qilin stronghold had managed to pierce similar armor with arrows from a great height, here, only 3 stories stood before him. If he were to shoot upwards, perhaps arrows might penetrate the enemy's shields. Nevertheless, with only 300 soldiers on the wall, they could at most kill 1,000, which was insignificant against an assault of thousands. The key lay in the close combat of the siege. That was the true battleground. He had previously overvalued archery, somewhat neglecting the gravity of the situation. "Order all to switch to siege bows," he commanded. As for the 40-odd ballistae, Chen Qing ultimately refrained from deploying them. They were his last resort, and he would not reveal them until the direst moment. Yang Hua led teams of soldiers to bring large stones and rolling logs to the city wall. At that moment, a deep horn sounded from afar, resonating through the valley. Chen Qing narrowed his eyes. War was about to erupt once more. "Sound the drums, prepare for battle." The city echoed with the resounding beat of war drums. 6,000 troops roared their battle cries, their morale fierce and formidable. The ranks of soldiers clad in black armor formed a phalanx, resembling a dark flag unfurled across the valley. All were mere puppet soldiers, originally part of the demoralized and undisciplined Song army. After surrendering to the Jin invaders, they learned the art of pillage and slaughter from their ruthless captors, awakening the primal instincts within them, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. 6,000 soldiers, armed with long spears and shields, marched in formation through the valley, stirring up clouds of dust. The spear tips flickered ominously in the dim light of the gorge, which was permeated with an aura of impending violence. Among the ranks were several siege ladders, expertly crafted by skilled artisans, robust and wrapped in cowhide, far superior to the makeshift ladders made by the carpenters of Jianyan County. Commanding this formidable force was the seasoned General Han Chang, trailed at a distance by 2,000 Jurchen cavalry, wielding long spears and sharp axes, serving both as overseers and protectors. In their midst were the commander Wanyan Wulu and numerous Jurchen generals. The 6,000 puppet soldiers halted a mile from the city gate, where Han Chang gazed intently at the narrow entrance, realizing it could accommodate no more than 1,000 troops for the assault. Those who breached the city wall would be rewarded with a bounty of 100 taels, and those who entered would receive 10 beautiful women and 1,000 taels of gold. The Jin soldiers were known for their unwavering promises on the battlefield. Survival guaranteed the fulfillment of such rewards, igniting fervent cheers among the puppet soldiers. With a decisive flourish of his sword, Han Chang commanded, "Beat the drums. The 1st Battalion advance." Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sound of war drums echoed suddenly as the first 1,000 puppet soldiers charged towards the city, carrying 20 siege ladders. With his extensive battlefield experience, Han Chang understood that the narrow city could accommodate only 200 to 300 defenders, and the arrows raining down would not significantly alter the outcome, particularly since his soldiers bore shields, rendering a formation of archers unnecessary. On the battlements, Chen Qing coldly observed the tidal wave of 1,000 approaching foes, turning to issue the command. Archers within the city, fire simultaneously. Chapter 41. The wolf soldiers 200 paces, 150 paces, 100 paces, 80 paces. On the city wall, 300 soldiers stood in 2 rows, their defensive bows raised at a 60-degree angle. Within the city, 500 soldiers of the Song army formed 5 lines, also poised with their bows, ready to launch arrows over the battlements and into the fray beyond. As the enemy drew within 60 paces, Chen Qing commanded, "Fire." The sound of gongs echoed, and 800 arrows soared into the air, tracing high arcs before plummeting downwards, akin to a 10-story building collapsing. Their penetrating power intensified. Wan and Alu gazed at the volley of arrows and remarked, "The defenders within the city number no more than 1,000. Raise shields," bellowed Shui Yong, the commander of the 1st Battalion, as the retreating soldiers hastily lifted their shields. Yet the fierce arrows fell with a swift whoosh, and the shields proved inadequate against their descent. A cacophony of screams erupted as over 150 soldiers were struck down, collapsing to the ground. The remaining soldiers pressed on, and the second round of arrows launched from the battlements. Chen Qing, armed with a shield and spear, assessed the impact of the arrows. The enemy's casualties appeared to be nearing 300, aligning with his estimates. The shooting angle, elevated to 60 degrees, allowed the arrows to reach a height sufficient to pierce shields, yet this came at the cost of range, resulting in fewer arrows being fired. "Prepare the axes," Yang Yuanqing shouted, and 30 soldiers wielding long-handled axes took position at the edge of the wall. At that moment, the attacking soldiers surged over the now-filled trench, flocking towards the city below. Meanwhile, Han Chang commanded, "2nd Battalion, charge." The drums beat vigorously, and another 1,000 soldiers advanced towards the city gate. Siege ladders were erected against the wall, iron hooks securing them in place as the soldiers, wielding long spears, shielded themselves while ascending. On the battlements, an axeman emerged, swinging his axe to cleave through the horizontal beams. Crack! One beam splintered, followed swiftly by the 2nd and 3rd, all severed in quick succession before the axeman retreated. The leading soldiers of the assault, having reached the top of the ladders, were stunned to find 3 horizontal beams missing, leaving them unable to proceed. Die! A furious shout from the Song soldiers atop the wall heralded the descent of a heavy log, crashing down upon the raised shield of the foremost soldier. The shield was sent flying. The soldier lost his footing, tumbling down and taking 5 or 6 others with him. Thud! The falling log rolled and struck a soldier on the head, causing a gruesome fatality. This was merely one ladder's misfortune, in truth. All siege ladders were witnessing the same grim fate. Axes swinging, beams breaking, and heavy logs raining down like hail, screams resounding throughout. The soldiers on the ladders grew wary. prompting Shui Yong to roar in anger, "Advance. Anyone who dares to retreat will face immediate execution." As his voice faded, 3 powerful crossbow bolts descended from the battlements, locking onto him simultaneously. The arrows, aimed at his vital points, his head and neck, struck with deadly precision, piercing the exposed areas beyond his shield. With the strength of the divine crossbow and the velocity of the bolts, Shui Yong realized the impending danger too late. He was struck thrice, blood splattering from his forehead, while another bolt pierced his neck, causing him to fall lifelessly to the ground. Hundreds of soldiers besieging the city retreated in panic, only to be met by a second wave of 1,000 attackers. Led by 1,000 false soldiers, the enemy launched another assault on the city walls, as logs and stones rained down like hail, knocking soldiers from the siege ladders and resulting in a gruesome scene of carnage below. At that moment, the retreat bell tolled, echoing, "Dong, dong, dong." Han Chang finally recognized the predicament. The 20 siege ladders on the battlements had become useless, and even the most valiant soldiers could not ascend. The besieging soldiers withdrew like a receding tide, while a volley of arrows rained down from the walls, causing many to fall to their demise. Just then, a Jurchen cavalryman galloped forward, calling out, "The commander wishes to know why we are retreating. Please report back to the commander that the siege ladders have been destroyed by the enemy, making it impossible to breach the walls. I must adjust our tactics." The cavalryman sped away to relay the message to Wanyan Alu, who was momentarily stunned, having seen no visible change to the ladders. Wanyan Xian, a Jurchen captain nearby, remarked, "Commander, I witnessed enemy soldiers atop the walls wielding large axes. Their target was not the besieging soldiers, but likely the destruction of the siege ladders." Wanyan Ulu pondered for a moment, suddenly enlightened. It made sense that the enemy had severed the crossbars of the ladders, preventing their soldiers from ascending. Realizing this, the group acknowledged, "The Song army has employed a most cunning strategy. We wonder how General Han will respond." Wanyan Alu instructed his soldiers, informed General Han to disregard casualties. "We must suppress the enemy with our archers." Wanyan Alu's suggestion was astute, and Han Chang recognized his previous underestimation. He promptly altered his strategy. The deep sound of the horn echoed once more as 3,000 soldiers, armed with shields and bows, formed ranks, facing the hail of enemy arrows from the battlements. Their shields proved inadequate, as many fell to the ground, struck. Chen Qing turned and shouted, "Inform General Yang that the enemy archers are approaching. Order the soldiers inside the city to disperse immediately." The 3,000 elite archers swiftly took their positions, casting aside their shields to unleash a barrage of arrows, resembling dark clouds as they soared toward the battlements, suppressing the Song soldiers' ability to raise their heads. Numerous arrows flew over the walls, raining down like a torrential downpour onto the previously occupied ground of the Song soldiers. Had they not dispersed in time, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Nevertheless, the Song soldiers on the battlements retaliated with their own arrows, launching them at a steep angle from mere feet away. Hundreds of powerful arrows soared into the dense ranks of the enemy, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries as nearly 100 false soldiers fell, struck down. Yet, Han Chang paid little heed to this meager loss. With a swift motion of his battle blade, he commanded the charge. Thud, thud, thud. The drums of assault resounded, and 2,000 Jin soldiers surged towards the city gates, bearing 30 siege ladders like a relentless tide. "Commander, allow me to lead the charge." A towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, emerged from behind, clad in heavy armor and wielding a long spear. Broad-shouldered and muscular, he bore a striking resemblance to a mighty golden ape. He was Xiao Ta, the chief of the Xianbei Black Mountain tribe, formerly a captain in the Liao army. After surrendering to the Jin dynasty, Han Chang had selected a formidable band of Xianbei warriors, known as the Wolf Soldiers, all towering over 1.9 meters. Fiercely resilient and clad in heavy armor and wolf helmets, tasked specifically with seizing the city walls. Han Chang commanded 500 Xianbei wolf soldiers. Yet more than half had perished in the Battle of Fuping, leaving him with only 80 for this southern campaign. Han Chang nodded. "If you can slay the enemy's commander, I shall reward you with 5,000 strings of cash and 100 beauties." Little did Han Chang know, the bounty for the commander within the city far surpassed 5,000 strings. Understood. Xiao Ta led his 80 wolf soldiers toward the city gates. The 2,000 Jin troops had reached the foot of the city, and the previous siege ladders had been withdrawn by the Song forces, replaced by another 30 new ladders. At that moment, thousands of arrows rained down upon every embrasure. Several axe wielders had just raised their axes when they were struck by numerous arrows, falling down from the walls amidst their cries. "Use shields to protect the axemen." Chen Qing bellowed. Instantly, several soldiers raised their shields to cover the battlements, leaving only a narrow gap through which the axemen could strike. With a resounding crack, one horizontal beam was severed. Yet, there would be no second chance. As the axemen raised their axes once more, a flurry of arrows whistled through the air, finding their mark upon the heads and chests of the soldiers, who fell lifelessly. 8 of the 30 siege ladders were cut down, but the archers' formation proved immensely effective, raining arrows upon the battlements and leaving the Song forces with no further opportunity to sever the beams. Below, dozens of tall and robust Xianbei wolf soldiers clutched their shields, their battle knives clenched in their teeth as they ascended the ladders like great apes. The rolling logs and stones from above toppled 7 or 8 wolf soldiers. Yet over 20 managed to reach the summit. At that moment, the crossbowmen released their bolts, 10 powerful projectiles striking their necks and heads, causing 8 wolf soldiers to tumble down. 50 wolf soldiers continued to swarm the walls. Many had leaped onto the battlements, fiercely attempting to breach the city. The defending soldiers, driven into a frenzy, thrust their long spears from all directions, continuously sending the enemy plummeting down. Yet more wolf soldiers charged up. A dozen had already infiltrated the battlements, engaging in brutal combat with the Song soldiers using shields and battle knives. "Maintain your positions," Chen Qing shouted, rallying 50 supporting soldiers to charge forth, thrusting his spear with precision, piercing the chest of a wolf soldier. With a swift flick, the soldier screamed, tossed over the edge. A breach had opened at another embrasure. But there was no time to rush in. Chen Qing decided to take up his bow, knocking an arrow as the faces of wild beasts flashed in his mind. He loosed 5 arrows in rapid succession, each striking true. The 5 wolf soldiers who had just scaled the battlements fell, arrows piercing their throats and faces, each one meeting a swift demise. The disordered Song forces regrouped, sealing the breach. "Be cautious, Commander," a soldier shouted urgently. Chen Qing instinctively ducked forward, only to feel a heavy blow to his back, followed by a searing pain. Turning, he beheld a fearsome wolf soldier leader, clad in a silver wolf helmet, likely a centurion, towering over 2 meters tall, wielding a battle blade, his eyes gleaming with cold brutality. With 2 swift slashes, he sent 2 rescuing Song soldiers flying. The centurion, Xiao Ta, had fixated on Chen Qing the moment he ascended the wall, ruthlessly dispatching 7 or 8 Song soldiers. Cunningly, he abandoned his conspicuous spear and, amidst the chaos, maneuvered behind Chen Qing, aiming a deadly strike at his neck. However, Chen Qing's reflexes were too swift. He evaded the fatal blow. Without hesitation, he lunged at the wolf leader, bringing him down. Xiao Ta screamed and struggled, but Chen Qing clutched his neck with unyielding strength. With his left hand freed, he drew an arrow and fiercely thrust it into Xiao Ta's face. A sickening sound accompanied the arrow as it penetrated his left eye, eliciting a howl from Xiao Ta, blood spraying forth and splattering Chen Qing's visage. Chen Qing withdrew the arrow, the eye still affixed to its shaft, and aimed again, this time piercing Xiao Ta's forehead. The wolf leader tilted his head to evade, but lost an ear in the process. His face smeared with blood as he wailed in agony. In a desperate attempt, his large, hairy hand clutched Chen Qing's throat, seeking to crush it. Chen Qing pressed his knee against Xiao Ta's neck, while his right hand snapped the fingers of the wolf leader. Yet, Xiao Ta refused to relinquish his grip. In a furious retaliation, Chen Qing drove an arrow after arrow until, with a resounding crack, the arrows broke, their tips embedding in Xiao Ta's forehead, leading him to gradually lose his life force. Chapter 42. The byway. The valiant leadership of the commander invigorated the spirit of the Song soldiers. A dozen fierce warriors who had charged the city walls were all slain, and the archers excelled in their duty, eliminating over 20 assailants on the siege ladders, thereby withstanding the initial wave of assault. Vice Commander Yang Yuanqing assumed command, proclaiming loudly that the commanding officer had only sustained minor injuries, urging everyone not to worry. His timely reassurance steadied the troops' morale as he directed the soldiers to hurl logs and stones upon the enemy's heads. The axemen seized the opportunity, relentlessly hacking away, and the majority of the 30 siege ladders had lost 2 crossbars, leaving the enemy with only 9. The boulders and logs raining down from the battlements inflicted heavy casualties upon the advancing Jurchens, and the bodies accumulated on the walls like a mountain, clearly diminishing the enemy's offensive. Commander Chen Qing leaned against the parapet, utterly drained, feeling dizzy, an ominous sign of blood loss. A medic was urgently tending to his wounds, having discovered that a blade had severed his armor, leaving a 3-inch-long, half-inch-deep gash. The medic was deeply concerned, uncertain if the injury had affected the tendons or bones. Chen Qing waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was not seriously harmed. The sound of the retreat bell echoed clang, clang, clang as the Jurchens raised their shields and slowly withdrew. This was a strategic retreat, not a rout. The Jurchens' discipline was exceedingly strict. Anyone daring to turn their back to the city walls while fleeing would be executed by the military overseers, and their families would be enslaved. On the battlements, the morale of the Song soldiers soared as they raised their spears in triumph. The order to retreat was issued by Wali Yuan, and Han Chang felt a mix of anger and shame, having lost 2,000 soldiers and a captain of the fierce warriors, Xiao Ta, without breaching the city walls. Yet, the facts were undeniable. No amount of anger would change the outcome. Han Chang spurred his horse forward, clasping his hands in salute, admitting, "I am incompetent and cannot alleviate the general's burdens." Wali Yuan waved his hand, reassuring him that this was not his fault. The enemy was too cunning. Having severed the crossbars of the siege ladders, even the bravest of his men could not ascend. "I can replace the crossbars with wrought iron rods, which would counter the enemy's tactic. For now, let us not rush the assault, but rather devise a new strategy." Wali Yuan gazed toward the mountain peak, stating calmly, "Though they hold the high ground, there exists an even loftier vantage point. The Arrow Gap Pass is situated on a treacherous spur of the Long Mountains, where the summit is densely forested and rarely trodden by human feet, except for herbalists and hunters. A contingent of over 100 Jurchen soldiers and auxiliary troops, guided by a hunter, ascended Arrow Gap Mountain. With no paths available, they navigated through thickets and rugged rocks, climbing and scrambling. And it took them 2 full hours to reach the mountain summit. A Jurchen soldier stood atop the peak, gazing down below, where the Song troops within the pass appeared as mere ants, and the fortress resembled a large block of wood wedged in the valley below. "What do you see?" inquired a centurion from a distance. The Jurchen soldier nodded, affirming that they were indeed overlooking the pass, and with sufficient stones and massive timber, an attack from above could be feasible. "What about the arrows?" The centurion approached, peering downwards with a furrowed brow, expressing concern that archery might prove somewhat challenging. However, it was not entirely unfeasible, provided there was an adequate supply. After surveying the surroundings for quite some time, the hunter glanced at the darkening sky and subtly conveyed to the Jin soldiers that it was imperative to hasten their return as nightfall approached. Yet, the centurion had no intention of retreating. His mission remained incomplete. "Is there a path leading into the fortress from the mountain?" the centurion inquired. The hunter shook his head, affirming that there was surely no path down. The only way to descend would be to rely on a rope, inching downwards. The height from here to the base of the mountain was at least 80 zhang, posing considerable danger. "Is there a more accessible route if I wish to venture towards the southern canyon?" "Indeed, there exists a path, albeit a circuitous one extending approximately 30 miles. A narrow trail leads downward into a profoundly deep and narrow valley. Exiting the valley, one finds oneself 5 miles south of the Arrow Sleeve Pass." The centurion cast a glance at the towering mountain across and inquired further, "What lies beyond that?" The hunter's head shook like a rattle. "And I had already remarked while ascending the mountain that the eastern route is far more navigable than the western one. To scale the western side, one must venture several dozen miles before discovering a path, fraught with perilous cliffs and steep precipices." The Jurchen captain had thoroughly prepared for the journey. They even summoned defected soldiers from Xinjiang County, who had originally been stationed within the city walls, to accompany them up the mountain. The captain summoned a soldier from the auxiliary troops and inquired, "Where is the water source within the city?" The soldier of the false army clasped his fists and reported, "I respectfully inform the general that the water source within the city of Guan is located in a cave behind the warehouse. It is a spring. However, the origin of this spring remains unknown. The humble servant is indeed unaware." The centurion turned to the hunter, who, with a troubled expression, replied, "There are indeed springs on the mountain, 3 in total. However, I cannot discern which one flows within the city gates. Lead us to find them one by one." During the night, the encampment of the Jurchens remained brilliantly illuminated. Within the command tent, Wanyan Walu was engaged in discussions with his generals regarding strategies for assaulting the fortress. As the commander had anticipated, the opposing forces numbered no more than approximately 1,000 soldiers. Han Chang declared loudly to the crowd, "Although their combat strength is formidable, their numbers are ultimately limited. If we commit our forces en masse and launch an unrelenting assault day and night, I firmly believe we shall capture the fortress within 3 days." Wanyan Walu waved his hand, lamenting that, when accounting for the 3,000 troops led by Xia Jin, our losses have reached 5,000 men. While the depletion of manpower is regrettable, it is the loss of our siege weaponry that truly concerns us. These are the very instruments we intended to employ in our assault on Dasa Pass, and their numbers are already limited. In the span of a mere morning, we have lost 60 siege ladders, which constitutes 30% of our total, although we still possess siege towers and battering rams. I am reluctant to exhaust them all at Arrowhead Pass. Thus, we must shift our strategy and consider alternative methods of siege. Han Chang felt a deep sense of helplessness. Just as he had begun to grasp the essence of besieging, he was forced to pause, leaving his 2,000 elite soldiers to perish in vain. Though discontent brewed within, he dared not betray it upon his countenance. After all, he was neither the commander nor of the Han lineage, and thus devoid of decision-making authority. At that moment, a soldier outside the tent reported, "My lord, the reconnaissance team has returned." Wanyan Wulu, filled with great joy, promptly exclaimed, "Allow the leader to enter." Shortly thereafter, the centurion of the mountain expedition briskly entered the main tent, kneeling on one knee in a gesture of respect, presenting a map to Wanyan Wulu. This was the day's harvest, with several points of interest marked that the commander was concerned about. Wanyan Wulu promptly took the map for a closer inspection and, pointing to the arrow indicating the descent, inquired, "Is it possible to descend from the mountaintop into the fortress?" In response, the centurion replied, "Regrettably, the only method would be to lower oneself using ropes. There is a slight ledge midway, but we would require at least 30 zhang of rope to descend, making it highly likely for the enemy to detect us. That would render us live targets. It won't do." Wanyan Wulu dismissed the notion of descending via rope and posed another question. "Is there a route to the southern city?" "Indeed, there is a path, albeit circuitous and arduous." "What of the water source within the fortress? Have any been located?" "I have discovered 3 springs, all ultimately flowing into the mountainside. But it remains uncertain which of these springs serves as the source for the Song army." At this point, Han Chang could no longer contain his thoughts, exclaiming, "Commander, the Song army must possess a water supply. A siege typically lasts several months, during which they would run out of food and water. With the imminent conflict on the plains, we may not have the luxury of time." "I am aware," Wanyan Wulu replied. "The mountain will merely serve as an auxiliary tactic. We will employ multiple strategies. I am eager to ascertain how many troops the Song army can muster against us." Meanwhile, within the fortress, the lights burned brightly. Following several bloody confrontations, Chen Qing and his generals were acutely aware of their defensive vulnerabilities. Ultimately, their forces were too scant to mount a formidable offensive. And with nearly 200 casualties, Chen Qing was deeply troubled. If the enemy resorted to a war of attrition, he feared it would not be long before they faltered. Chen Qing contemplated sending an eagle messenger to Wu Jie to request reinforcements, but Wu Jie had only provided him with 2 messenger hawks. During the capture of the fortress, one had already been dispatched, leaving only one for the eventuality of the fortress's fall, not for requesting aid. We must not rely on reinforcements, even if they were to arrive. They would take several days. Chen Qing addressed his officers. Our next course of action must focus on minimizing casualties. Of course, we cannot expect mercy from the enemy. I mean, we must strive to safeguard our soldiers, ensuring proper armor and medical care, and we must rigorously prevent any unexpected losses. Yang Yuanqing asked in confusion, "What do you mean by unexpected casualties?" "Any losses not incurred in battle are to be considered unexpected," Chen Qing explained. "For instance, a soldier might be harmed by a feigned dead comrade while clearing the battlefield, or another might fall victim to a hidden arrow from enemy scouts while on patrol. If we exercise caution, such incidents can be avoided. We must be resolute in preventing them." The others nodded in silent agreement. Zheng Ping remarked, "Earlier, the commander mentioned treating injuries. We should expedite the recovery of lightly wounded soldiers so they can rejoin the fight. Currently, we have 37 lightly injured and 14 severely wounded. The 37 should be treated with urgency." "What of the commander's injuries?" Yang Hua suddenly inquired. It was only then that the group remembered Chen Qing was also injured. Having overlooked his condition, they turned their gazes toward him in unison. Chen Qing smiled gently and remarked, "It should be merely a minor injury, with no damage to the tendons or bones. The medicinal ointment provided by Yang Daji has proven quite effective. The wound has already begun to scab, and I am simply awaiting its swift recovery. However, Commander, you must exercise caution and refrain from engaging in combat during these days. It is imperative to avoid any reopening of the wound, as that would lead to complications." Chen Qing nodded, his gaze settling upon Luogan, who appeared deep in thought yet remained silent. "Luogan, do share your thoughts." Luogan slightly inclined his body and replied, "I am contemplating whether the enemy might employ an unconventional strategy to seize the pass." Chen Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a possibility from the enemy. He urged, "Please elaborate." After a moment of reflection, Luo Gan continued, "For a pass such as ours, there are essentially two avenues for unconventional tactics, one from below and the other from above. I am concerned that the enemy may attempt to approach from the mountains." Chapter 43, The Fire Attack in the Depths of the Night. Chen Qing gazed intently at the valley entrance. Perhaps the Jin army's commanding general was also observing the fortress from afar. The commander inquired, "Do you think the Jin troops will employ any unexpected tactics?" Yang Yuanqing approached him. Chen raised his head to survey the dark, looming mountains and nodded, "I have harbored this concern since my very first day at the fortress. If the enemy were to launch an assault from above, how would we respond?" At this point, Chen turned to Yang Yuanqing and added, "Even if we can evade falling debris, my worry lies in the possibility of the enemy severing our water supply, mobilizing soldiers to search for every available container to store water. From now on, aside from drinking, cooking, and tending to the wounded, all other uses of water must cease." Chen's apprehensions proved not to be unfounded. The following afternoon, a soldier sprinted towards him, shouting from a distance, "Commander! Commander!" Chen stepped outside. "What is the matter?" "You should take a look at the cave over there," the soldier urged. Accompanied by his officers, Chen proceeded to the water storage cave. As he reached out to touch the moss-covered stone walls, he discovered that the water flow had ceased, and the spring that once trickled through the crevices had also run dry. "When was this discovered?" he inquired. "It was just now. I immediately reported it to the commander." Chen nodded and turned to Luo Gan. "It seems your assessment was correct. The enemy has indeed struck from above. I suggest we relocate the supplies. Being too close to the stone wall makes them vulnerable to attack." Luo Gan's words, though few, were always on point. However, the immediate concern was to address the water issue. Chen turned back to Yang Yuanqing. "Do the soldiers have any water stored? Since last night, all containers have been used, even helmets that are temporarily unnecessary to store water. The reservoir was nearly emptied last night." Chen felt a slight sense of relief upon seeing that the reservoir had been replenished. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, with soldiers shouting, "They are coming again." Chen and his officers hurried to the cave entrance, and as they arrived, a massive fireball, blazing fiercely and resembling a giant millstone, crashed onto the roof of the storage building before bouncing off and landing in the distance, where two more fireballs ignited. One of the fireballs exploded with a thunderous bang, sending flames soaring and a plume of black smoke billowing into the air. "It's a fire thorn!" the soldiers exclaimed in shock, for they were all too familiar with this explosive weapon. Yang Hua stepped forward, picking up a black projectile and handing it to Chen Qing. Chen grasped the heavy iron thorn, resembling a small prickly pear, but with sharper and longer spikes capable of piercing through shoe soles upon impact. "This is the iron thorn," Yang Hua declared solemnly. "It is a formidable weapon we in the Western Army use against the cavalry of the Western Xia. It is primarily designed to target horses, wrapped in paper and filled with gunpowder before being scattered. However, this iron thorn is black and lacks any poison." "What would happen if it were poisoned?" Chen inquired further. "The consequences of poisoning are dire. Being struck by one or two may not be a significant issue, but if struck by multiple, the result could range from severe injury to death," Yang Yuanqing supplemented. "It is not that the Jin soldiers are merciful, they lack the means to concoct poison, likely because they do not have any gunpowder artisans in their camp, forcing them to rely solely on the captured weapons from the Song army." At that moment, two large fireballs were hurled from above, yet this time, they were loosely bound, scattering upon impact and showering the ground with burning cloth, while the fire thorns within remained dormant. The Jin soldiers, noticing the malfunction, ceased their bombardment, cautiously advancing to collect 20 undetonated fire thorns. The commander noted that there were precisely 20 fire thorns. Each fire thorn, about the size of a fist, was crafted from paper, equipped with a slender cord for launching. Chen Qing had no time to examine them closely and instructed Zhang Ping, "Gather a dozen comrades to collect the iron thorns. Be careful not to step on them." "Understood." Zhang Ping dashed away. Chen Qing then directed Luo Gan, "We cannot afford to evacuate the supplies from the warehouse in time. Take the soldiers and barricade all the warehouse doors with stones, preventing the flames from igniting them." "I comprehend." The enemy's intent to use fire as an assault was evident, aiming to ignite and obliterate the warehouses. The iron thorns were intended to harm the soldiers attempting to extinguish the flames. However, their strategy, while seemingly astute, was fatally flawed. The warehouses were constructed of stone, and as long as the doors were not set ablaze, the enemy's fire attack would be rendered futile. Zheng Ping swiftly led his men to gather over 170 small iron thorns, along with 20 or so unignited fire thorns. He placed a bundle of cloth-wrapped iron thorns upon the table, his expression one of disdain for such weaponry. In my opinion, these fire thorns are merely a show of force, utterly ineffectual. They require the iron to be heated red-hot, which must then be inserted to ignite the powder inside before being flung away, achieving a maximum range of only 7 or 8 zhong. Each fire thorn contains merely 8 small iron thorns. How cumbersome. I might as well grab a handful of iron thorns and scatter them directly. During the Northern Song period, fuse cords had yet to be invented, making the ignition of fire weaponry a troublesome task, primarily serving a supportive role on the battlefield without directly inflicting casualties on the enemy. Despite their long history of invention, various firearms remained a rather ineffective presence. Initially, they intimidated the Liao and Western Xia forces with their explosive sounds, dense smoke, and fiery displays, but as time passed, the Song army's fire weaponry could no longer impede the advances of the Liao and Jin troops. Only a barrel of gunpowder detonating could produce a shockwave with genuine lethality. Yet the cost was prohibitive, as gunpowder was more often used for kindling than for explosions. Yang Yuanqing examined the firearms and remarked to Chen Qing, "We ought to focus more on the enemy's activities atop the mountain. They have not only severed our water supply, but might also descend the cliff under the cover of night. I am particularly concerned that the enemy may maneuver to the southern side and launch an assault on the southern city." "You are correct. We must remain vigilant." At that moment, a deep horn sound echoed from afar, causing Chen Qing's expression to shift. The enemy was preparing to launch another attack. A resounding roar echoed through the valley, and soon, a dozen robust oxen were seen dragging 5 colossal trebuchets, hastily assembled overnight by the skilled artisans of the Jin dynasty. Towering at a height of 10 feet, each trebuchet featured an arm extending 30 feet in length, capable of hurling a 50-pound projectile over 200 paces. Each machine required the manipulation of more than 20 men, accompanied by dozens of mule-drawn carts laden with various siege materials. 2,000 traitorous soldiers and 1,000 Jurchen cavalry marched in formation, led by a Jurchen captain named Wanin Chim, a trusted general of Wanin Wulu, renowned for his proficiency in siege weaponry. Before long, the 5 massive trebuchets were aligned 200 paces away, each flanked by enormous protective shields, 3 inches thick and covered with 2 layers of toughened cowhide. Even the Song army's crossbows or divine arm crossbows would struggle to penetrate such formidable defenses. A palpable tension enveloped the city of Guan, as the Song soldiers found themselves at a loss against these monstrous machines. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qing commanded, "Order the marksmen to target the binding straps of the trebuchets." Although these straps might be the machine's Achilles heel, severing them would prove to be no easy task. The trebuchets creaked ominously as they launched their projectiles with a series of resounding bangs. 5 dark shapes soared into the air, hurtling towards the battlements with a fierce roar. "Duck!" Yang Yuanqing shouted. The soldiers atop the walls quickly fell to the ground as the massive projectiles struck the city walls and battlements with a thunderous crash, releasing a cacophony of splintering wood. But something was amiss. They were not boulders. Chen Qing turned to see a large wooden barrel shatter completely, leaving only 2 iron hoops. As a torrent of thick, black oil spilled across the ground, saturating the walls and battlements with incendiary liquid. "This is bad. The enemy intends to employ fire," Chen Qing called out, just as the Jin forces initiated their second wave of assault, launching 5 enormous fireballs that blazed through the air, trailing smoke and embers towards the walls. Upon impact, the fireballs exploded into a shower of smaller flames, igniting powder-filled packets and intensifying the inferno. Boom! The battlements erupted into flames, and the soldiers scrambled for safety. Chen Qing watched as the enemy prepared their third assault, once again hurling wooden barrels. Without hesitation, he shouted, "All soldiers, retreat from the battlements." The troops hastened down the passageway, aware that the 5 barrels contained both oil and combustible powder, further fueling the raging fire that gradually consumed the walls. The soldiers within the city began to shout in alarm, realizing that the Jin forces atop the mountain were also casting down barrels filled with oil and explosive fireballs. Before long, the entire Arrow Latch Pass was engulfed in a sea of flames, with towering infernos and billowing smoke creating a terrifying spectacle. While the sounds of battle resonated loudly from outside, "Commander, we fear we cannot withstand this assault. We must retreat." Several captains' faces paled with dread. "No." Chen Qing's eyes blazed with determination, his gaze unwavering amidst the chaos of flames. He shook his head resolutely and declared, "Unless we all perish in battle, The Jurchen shall not breach the gates of Guan. Chapter 44. Surprise attack. The Jin forces launched a relentless assault throughout the night, shrouding the entire fortress in a thick veil of smoke. The soldiers, covering their mouths and noses with damp cloths, valiantly battled the flames under the command of General Chen Qing. This was the nefarious plot of Wan Enwilu, employing fire to compel the Song army to deplete their precious water supply amidst the chaos. Deprived of water, the Song troops found themselves forced to abandon the fortress and retreat southward, allowing the Jin to seize Arrow Pass without incurring any losses. However, Wan Enwilu was met with Chen Qing, a commander whose experience surpassed that of ordinary Song generals by 8 centuries. Rather than squandering valuable water to extinguish the flames, he ingeniously utilized mud and earth, an exceptional remedy for oil fires. Luo Gan led 80 soldiers in a relentless effort to bury the oil within the warehouse courtyard with soil. The initial disarray gradually transformed into a harmonious collaboration, with individuals shoveling earth, carrying burdens, and burying the flames, each fulfilling their designated roles. Worryingly, the warehouse suffered no damage, though half of the barracks were consumed by the fire, necessitating the timely evacuation of various supplies to the south. The entire city wall was blackened by smoke and flames, coated in a layer of soot. Inside the fortress, the ground mirrored this devastation, with the beams of several barracks charred and collapsed, leaving only remnants of walls. On the battlements, over 100 wooden logs that could not be relocated were reduced to charred remains. The watchtower was utterly destroyed, leaving a stark expanse of white ash. The drawbridge, too, succumbed to the flames, collapsing under its own weight, leaving only half of it dangling from the city wall like a curtain, effectively blocking the gate. The soldiers emerged from the smoke, their bodies blackened, with only their eyes visible, glistening white amidst the soot. Yet, thanks to General Chen Qing's seasoned leadership and the adept coordination of his officers, not a single soldier was lost. Even the injured were swiftly moved to the open ground to the south. As dawn broke with a gentle drizzle, the life-giving spring rain revitalized the world, and the soldiers raised their heads to relish its refreshing touch, allowing the fine droplets to wash away the grime of the night. The delicate spring rain extinguished the fears that had taken root in their hearts. Commander, the frail scholar Du Min approached Chen Qing, clutching a scroll of paper. He had been busy penning letters to the soldiers, but as he wrote, these letters morphed into poignant farewells for the soldiers' families. Each simple, yet deeply moving missive imparting to Du Min a profound understanding of the sentiments of home and nation. Mr. Du, what troubles you? Chen Qing inquired, stepping forward. While transferring documents last night, I discovered this, which I believe to be of significance. Chen Qing took the scroll and unfurled it, revealing a rudimentary map of the fortress, depicting areas previously unknown to them. This is, Chen Qing pointed to a slender line descending from the mountain peak, terminating in a semicircular opening. This was the source of the mountain spring. Chen Qing recognized the line. Commander, look at this line, Zheng Ping exclaimed, indicating another slender line at the mountaintop. This line curved significantly before extending downward into a gorge, marked with the inscription, Gorge of the Narrow Sky. Approximately 5 miles south of the fortress, near the General S. Broken Steel. Chen Qing's expression turned grave, if he was not mistaken. This might be a narrow path leading south, precisely what they feared, a potential encirclement from both the north and south. Yang Yuanqing nodded, acknowledging that it must be a concealed passage leading to a narrow gorge, with the exit situated beside the general's broken monument. Commander, allow me to lead the brothers. Zheng Ping stepped forward, seeking permission. With his agile mind, he was indeed well suited for handling such unforeseen circumstances. Chen Qing readily acquiesced. Take 50 men with you, and ensure to bring ample crossbow bolts. Also, give me 2 barrels of fire oil. If pushed to my limits, I shall burn them to ashes. Chen Qing nodded, chuckling. Do take the iron spikes along and a few pounds of arsenic as well. Manage it as you see fit. Zhang Ping set forth with 50 soldiers and a dozen horses laden with a significant supply of arrows. Just then, a low horn sounded once more from the north, heralding the approach of the enemy troops. Wan Enwilu personally led 3,000 cavalry to the gates of the fortress. The stronghold had been reduced to a charred ruin, the bridge severed in two, grotesquely dangling before the city gate, and the watchtower was nowhere to be seen. Yet, the banner of the Song army still stood resolute atop the walls, and soldiers crowded the ramparts. Wan Enwilu found this sight rather displeasing. The fortress remained upright, and the troops appeared spirited and well-equipped, showing no signs of distress whatsoever. Perhaps they are merely putting on a fade for us, murmured the centurion Wan Yen Chamak. I believe, after last night's inferno, their water supplies must be nearly exhausted. Wang Yin Wulu nodded, feeling a resonance with Wang Yin Chamuk's assessment. After witnessing the flames consume the city, could the defenders have idly watched their supplies go up in smoke? It was inconceivable. They must have sought water to extinguish the blaze. Nevertheless, Wang Yin Wulu was acutely aware that they had squandered too much time. The battle at Shenyuan should already be underway. In truth, he was indifferent to the outcome at Shenyuan. It was the Song troops that irked him, as a mere 1,000 had managed to staunch the advance of his 30,000 men, a situation that brought him considerable embarrassment. Wang Yin Wulu immediately addressed Han Chang. I shall provide you with 40 siege ladders. Ensure the fortress falls before nightfall. Approximately 50 miles south of the Arrow Pass, in Wujia town, a contingent of 2,000 Song troops marched swiftly northward, led by General Yang Zheng, a favored general of the commander Wu Lin, dispatched to support the Arrow Pass. Although his rank surpassed that of Chen Qing, Chen Qing was the appointed defender of the Arrow Pass, and Yang Zheng could not overshadow his authority. His role was merely to assist in the defense, as Wu Lin had emphasized prior to their departure. Just as they had traversed less than 2 miles past Wujia town, a sudden cloud of dust arose, accompanied by the thundering of hooves. General Yang, it is the Jurchen cavalry. A scout rushed forward, exclaiming. Yang Zheng's expression shifted, and he inquired urgently, how many? Around 500 cavalry. 500 was not an overwhelming force. They could be confronted. Yang Zheng promptly commanded, form ranks, prepare for battle. The 2,000 Song soldiers quickly assembled, while the Jurchen cavalry also halted their charge a mile away, the dust settling to reveal their figures. By a stroke of fortune, this group of Jurchen cavalry was also en route to the Arrow Pass to ascertain the situation. The Western Xia soldiers had yet to arrive, causing Wang Yin to become somewhat anxious. He dispatched a sergeant to lead 500 cavalry to investigate the circumstances at the Arrow Pass. Half an hour prior, this Jurchen cavalry had heard whispers of a Song army ahead. They hastened their pursuit and eventually caught up with the enemy at Wu family town. Sergeant Wang Yanligui squinted at the opposing Song soldiers, noting their numbers were few and comprised mostly of infantry. He raised his blade and bellowed, annihilate them. Let their heads serve as our accolades. The 500 Jurchen cavalry, armed with long spears and bows, launched into a sudden charge, their horses galloping fiercely as arrows rained down upon the enemy formation. In the valley, Zheng Ping led 50 of his comrades to the general stele, located approximately 5 miles from the military city. This stele was originally erected to commemorate General Shui Wanjuan's triumph over Liang Shidu during the early Tang dynasty and is known as the Shui General Stele. However, after the turmoil of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, only a fragment of the stele remained. There had once been a wooden pavilion nearby, but it too had succumbed to the flames set by the Jin soldiers, leaving only a crumbling wall in its wake. It was relatively easy to locate. Upon finding the general stele, Zhang Ping also discovered a narrow gorge known as Biting Valley, which stretched several miles deep. At its widest, it could accommodate 3 men side by side, yet at its narrowest, only one could pass, with the sky appearing as a thin line above. As Zhang Ping's troops reached the mouth of the gorge, they heard voices shouting from within. There was a glimmer of light ahead, presumably marking the exit. Zhang Ping was taken aback and urgently commanded, prepare the crossbows. The soldiers, disregarding any need for tidiness, hastily unstrung their military crossbows and took positions, forming several ranks. The cold, gleaming bolts were aimed into the dim recesses of the narrow gorge. The light inside was murky, obscuring the depths, but soon footsteps echoed, revealing a few enemy soldiers. First rank, fire, Zhang Ping ordered calmly. The first 5 bolts were released, and the leading soldier, upon spotting the Song forces at the gorge's entrance, let out a terrified scream, which quickly turned into a wail as he collapsed. The 3 soldiers behind him turned to flee, but only a few steps later, a dozen more bolts were loosed, striking them down one by one. There are Song soldiers lying in ambush. Someone shouted from the valley, followed by hurried footsteps retreating deeper within. About 4 or 5 men, their sounds gradually fading away, indicating they had retreated far. They seemed to be a scouting party tasked with the vanguard. Xiao Yi, quickly brew the poison, Zhang Ping commanded, rushing inside, soon emerging with an injured enemy soldier who had not yet succumbed to death. Chapter 45. The resurgence as one approaches the precipice of death. Their words oftentimes bear truth. A captured soldier of the enemy, gravely injured, divulged critical information before succumbing to his wounds. He spoke of 1,000 Jin soldiers poised to traverse the mountains and launch a surprise attack from the southern flank of Guan City. Led by a vanguard of merely 20. The sheer number astonished Chen Qing, who commanded only 50 men. A flicker of thought crossed his mind as he cursed under his breath. Damn it, a dying man has nothing to fear. Yet, despite his bravado, he dispatched a soldier to report back to the commander, requesting more oil for the flames. At this juncture, Zhao Xiao had already concocted a lethal poison in an iron pot, into which the soldiers poured hundreds of iron caltrops. Though Zheng Ping appeared stout and easygoing, he harbored a treacherous mind, adept at employing cunning tactics. He surveyed the narrow gorge, noting its poor ventilation, which sparked a cunning idea. He turned to a sergeant and commanded, "Take a few men and gather as many fresh pine branches as you can." Understood. The sergeant saluted and departed with a dozen soldiers toward the northern pine forest. Zheng Ping, meanwhile, led another group to scatter hundreds of poisoned caltrops within the gorge, while the soldiers readied their shields and crossbows, bracing for the impending onslaught. The table was set, utensils in hand. All that remained was to await the feast. After half an hour of anxious waiting, the enemy had not yet arrived, but the pine branches did. Over 100 Song soldiers, having encountered those felling trees, delivered a substantial load of fresh branches, resulting in several carts filled to the brim. Enough, enough. Brothers, return to your tasks. I shall handle matters here, Zheng Ping declared, though his heart wished to retain all the soldiers. Yet, contemplating the greater pressure on Guan City, he relinquished this selfish desire. As soon as the soldiers departed, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the gorge. Someone had stepped upon a caltrop. Quick, pile up the pine branches. The men hastily stacked branches to a height of a man at the gorge's entrance, dousing them in oil and sprinkling several handfuls of gunpowder atop. Zheng Ping glanced at the remaining poison in the iron pot and, with a swift thought, decided, pour in the rest of this poison. The pine branches ignited, sending thick smoke billowing into the gorge. The fierce battle in Wu family town raged for nearly an hour, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The Jin soldiers displayed remarkable valor, fighting 4-1, yet holding the upper hand, maintaining the initiative. Utilizing their swift cavalry and formidable archery skills, they relentlessly assailed the Song formation. Whenever the tide turned against them, they would retreat, regroup, and return to the fray, creating a cycle that left the Song army in a precarious position. In just over an hour, Song soldiers had sustained over 50% losses, while the Jin had lost nearly 200 men. A commander shouted, "General Yang, if we continue like this, we shall face total annihilation. We must retreat at once." Yang Zheng, having also been struck by an arrow, managed a bitter smile as he replied, "If we retreat now, it will spell our doom. The Jurchen cavalry will not relent. We must persevere. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope." In the distance, the Jin cavalry began to assemble once more. Yang Zheng bellowed, "Brothers, let us confront the Jin soldiers." The soldiers of the Song army responded with a unified roar, swiftly forming a phalanx with their long spears. The resounding drums of war echoed through the air as the Jin forces launched an onslaught, with Han Qiang committing 8,000 troops to besiege the city at all costs. He unleashed a torrent of arrows to suppress the enemy, while his soldiers advanced with siege ladders in hand. Learning from past failures, Han Qiang reinforced the first 4 crossbars of the ladders with tempered steel, rendering them impervious to the Song army's attempts to sever them. This tactic proved effective. The Song army's axes could no longer cleave through the crossbars, leading to the loss of several axemen who fell victim to a hail of arrows. On the city walls, logs and stones rained down like a deluge, as the attacking soldiers screamed in agony while tumbling down. Some managed to ascend the walls, engaging the defenders in fierce combat, both sides consumed by bloodlust. A burly commander of the enemy forces wielded a shield and spear, slaying 3 Song soldiers atop the walls. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt whistled from the side, striking the burly commander in the neck. He let out a harrowing cry as he faltered, giving the Song soldier facing him the opportunity to thrust a spear through his chest, sending him plummeting from the battlements. At this critical juncture, the marksman concealed behind the horsehead wall played a pivotal role. 10 marksmen were assigned to eliminate enemy commanders and valiant soldiers, proving their existence essential for the defense of the arrow gate, thwarting countless attempts by the enemy to ascend the walls. Chen Qing, nursing an injury that rendered him unable to wield weapons or a bow, could only direct his soldiers to defend the battlements. He relayed orders to Luo Du to send 50 more brothers to reinforce the east side of the city. The situation at the 10th defensive position is dire. Let the reinforcements charge forth. General Yang. Chen Qing cried out, catching Yang Yuanqing's attention. Chen Qing pointed behind him. That hulking figure seeks to breach our defenses. Strike at his lower body. Yang Yuanqing turned to see a robust figure with a massive shield desperately climbing upwards, the marksman's arrows bouncing harmlessly off his shield, while the 3 soldiers defending him struggled to hold their ground. With a fierce shout, Yang Yuanqing surged forward, slicing through the gap in the giant's shield. Crack! His strike found the vulnerability, severing the giant's right leg. The giant let out a chilling scream as 3 Song soldiers hurled him down. Yang Yuanqing turned to Chen Qing and gave him a thumbs up, to which Chen Qing responded with a smile and a thumbs up of his own. The battle grew increasingly brutal. Yet Chen Qing remained as calm as a mountain, his gaze sharp, monitoring the conditions at every defensive position. Should a crisis arise, he promptly dispatched reinforcements. It was his astute leadership that ensured the Song army maintained a firm grip on the city walls, providing no opportunity for the enemy to break through. General Han Chang observed the fierce struggle atop the battlements with a grave expression, despite the enemy's limited numbers. The narrow walls allowed a few hundred to hold their ground effectively. Yet, despite this, the morale of the opposing forces remains exceedingly high, their resilience unyielding. When did the Song army become so valorous in battle? He glanced at the sky, noting the sun's descent, and a sense of urgency surged within Han Chang. He turned and shouted, "Advance the battering ram." 200 soldiers emerged, embracing a colossal battering ram, fashioned from a tree trunk. Sharpened at one end and measuring approximately 5 zhang in length, supported by 50 men on each side, while another 100 held shields aloft for protection. From a distance, it resembled a giant centipede adorned with scales. The battering ram was promptly spotted by the soldiers atop the city walls, who rushed to inform Commander Chen Qing. Chen Qing hastily made his way to the battlements of Mian City, where a half-drawn drawbridge hung directly below, flanked by sloped terrain that posed challenges for an assault. This location remained relatively secure from enemy attacks. A few soldiers shielded the commander with their shields as he peered down to see the centipede-like formation of the battering ram advancing towards the city gate. "Commander, that is the battering ram." Yang Yuanqing joined Chen Qing at his side. They had previously deliberated on strategies to counter the enemy's battering ram, opting to use arrows or crossbows to penetrate their protective shields. However, the most effective method remained the use of rolling logs and stones, for which they had devised a comprehensive plan. Unexpectedly, the city gate had been fortified by the drawbridge, which had been severed in 2, with one half tethered by iron chains, dangling directly before the gate, creating a natural barrier. This circumstance significantly increased the difficulty for the battering ram, as it would first need to shatter the half drawbridge before proceeding with its siege. Chen Qing nodded and instructed Yang Yuanqing, "Proceed with the established plan to counter the battering ram." "As you command." Yang Yuanqing immediately ordered 10 crossbowmen, "Aim at the battering ram and fire." He then rushed to the wall, calling out to a dozen soldiers, "Prepare the rolling logs and stones." The crossbowmen, each highly skilled in archery, utilized divine crossbows, with 2 soldiers behind each to assist in reloading. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 powerful wooden arrows were launched, featuring sharp armor-piercing tips, effective against shields. Instantly, 10 soldiers from the battering ram unit fell, the ram's head sinking dangerously close to the ground, while the protective shield at the front was breached, exposing the soldiers grasping the ram. The crossbowmen quickly replaced their bows with newly loaded ones and aimed once more. Another 10 soldiers fell from the battering ram unit, causing it to lose balance and crash to the ground. Han Chang, witnessing this from a distance, was filled with fury and commanded, "Copper Shield Brigade, advance and provide cover. Continue to charge at the gate." 200 soldiers wielding copper shields surged forward, a specialized unit prepared specifically to counter the Song army's divine crossbows. Their numbers were limited, partly due to the high cost of copper, which made mass production impractical, and also because each copper shield weighed over 30 jin, making them wielded only by selected soldiers, all robust and immensely strong. Han Chang's forces included 3 specialized units: the now defeated Shizhu Wolf soldiers, the Copper Shield Brigade, and another unit known as the Firearms Corps. The enemy soldiers on the mountaintop hurling fireballs were from the Firearms Corps. 200 soldiers of the Bronze Shield Army raised their shields to deflect the arrows of the Song army. The warriors once again grasped the battering ram, charging towards the city gates under the protection of the Bronze Shield Army. Yang Yuanqing turned back and shouted sternly, "Bring a few barrels of oil." Chapter 46. Reinforcements' thick plumes of smoke billowed within the confines of Biding Valley, tainted with noxious fumes. Over 100 traitorous soldiers were coerced by the advancing Jurchen warriors. Their crossbows aimed menacingly at their backs, forcing them step by step toward the valley's mouth. The acrid smoke enveloped them, stinging their eyes and rendering them unable to see clearly, compelling them to tear strips from their undergarments to cover their mouths and noses. However, it was not long before one soldier collapsed with a thud, causing alarm among the others. Soon, more soldiers fell to the ground, convulsing violently. The commanding officer suddenly realized the peril of the toxic smoke. He turned and gestured for his men to retreat, but before they could move far, a volley of arrows whistled through the air, striking down several soldiers with anguished cries. The Jurchen warriors were merciless. Any hint of retreat from the traitorous soldiers would be met with ruthless aggression. Damn it, they don't see us as human beings. Let us crush them under a pile of stones, muttered a soldier under his breath, as they were forced to turn back toward the valley's entrance. Alas, several soldiers stumbled upon poisonous thorns, hopping about in agony. One managed to pull out a thorny iron spike, yet it was not long before he too collapsed. The cause uncertain, whether from the smoke or the poison in the thorn. No one had the luxury of determining the cause in that dire moment. At that juncture, dozens more traitorous soldiers surged forth from behind, as the Jurchen ruthlessly drove them forward to engage the enemy. Hundreds of traitorous soldiers were compelled to sprint, the cacophony of their harsh coughing echoing in the air. Ahead, arrows whizzed by with lethal intent. Even those bearing shields were unable to protect themselves, and many fell, unaware if they had been struck by arrows or had stepped on poisonous thorns. Finally, the traitorous soldiers reached the valley's mouth, only to be met with burning pine branches. Undeterred, they kicked the branches aside and charged forth. In an instant, several long spears struck, and the leading officer let out a scream as he fell backward. The soldiers behind him surged forward, each one stabbing down, and within the span of a brief tea time, over 30 traitorous soldiers lay dead, their bodies heaped at the valley's entrance. Jiang Ping paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "By heavens, I never anticipated we could seal off the valley. Let us see how they escape." "Watch out, General," cried a soldier, tackling Jiang Ping down just as several arrows whizzed overhead. Enraged, Jiang Ping sprang to his feet, bellowing, "Damn it, let loose the arrows and slay them." The soldiers of the Song dynasty rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of arrows into the valley, yet silence ensued. Suddenly, Jiang Ping realized the gravity of the situation. Emerging from the darkness, dozens of foes wielding large shields charged forth, catching the Song soldiers off guard. The archers had made a grave error, positioning themselves at the entrance. They should have placed the spear wielders at the forefront, allowing the enemy to exploit their miscalculation. 20 or so Song soldiers, armed with spears, rushed forward to engage in hand-to-hand combat, but the enemy had already seized the valley's entrance. The number of Jurchen soldiers pouring out from the valley grew, reaching around 50 or 60, each brandishing short spears and large shields, clashing with the Song soldiers. Following closely behind, over 100 traitorous soldiers emerged, with the Jin troops numbering nearly 200, while the Song soldiers could muster only 50. The disparity in forces was stark. Jiang Ping, overwhelmed with regret, bellowed, "Damn it all, let us fight them to the bitter end." He brandished his great sword and charged forward, wildly slashing in all directions, driving back a score of enemy soldiers. The archers, now armed with spears, surged forward as both sides found themselves in a desperate, do-or-die struggle, suffering heavy casualties. In just a quarter of an hour, the Song forces had lost over half their number, while nearly 50 Jin soldiers had fallen, yet the disparity in strength only widened. Jiang Ping had also sustained injuries, blood flowing profusely. As the Song troops teetered on the brink of collapse, a sudden cry erupted from the south, "Brothers, slay the barbarians." Countless Song soldiers surged in from the southern flank, a dark tide of warriors whose numbers were unfathomable, wielding an array of spears and swords, their lethal intent directed towards the Jin forces. At their forefront rode a commanding general, brandishing a gleaming golden blade, Yang Zheng. The battle in Wu family town had also concluded. With both Song and Jin suffering mutual devastation, the Jin forces retreated southward, leaving the Song with merely 500 men. Yang Zheng, wary of lingering, led the remnants of his army towards Arrowhead Pass, unaware that fate had unexpectedly aligned to rescue Jiang Ping's beleaguered troops at this critical juncture. Hundreds of fresh troops plunged into the fray, swiftly encircling and isolating the several dozen Jurchen and traitorous soldiers from the south, and the tide of battle turned dramatically. The Jin were forced into a retreat, suffering grievous losses, and the leading Jurchen centurion, sensing the dire situation, shouted frantically as the remaining Jin soldiers hastily withdrew into the gorge. Zheng Ping was taken aback. Where had these hundreds of Song soldiers come from? Could it be a ruse from the enemy, dispatching a detachment of traitors to feign assistance? As dusk approached, the fierce combat at Arrowhead Pass began to wind down. On the city walls, 300 Song soldiers continued to mount a staunch defense against the enemy's advances, as corpses piled high both inside and outside the fortress. The battlements were soaked in blood, littered with dismembered limbs and headless bodies, their necks still oozing crimson. Numerous corpses had been cleaved in two, their organs scattered upon the ground, the stench overwhelming. 30 siege ladders had been destroyed, with only 5 remaining, beneath which nearly 2,000 soldiers gathered, desperately trying to scale the heights before nightfall. Yet, all that awaited them were logs and stones drenched in blood and brains. Below the city, a massive battering ram lay abandoned, its flames still flickering, while over 30 Jin soldiers curled up on the ground, charred to cinders, alongside dozens of corpses felled by arrows, sprawled in disarray near the city gates. The assault with the ram had utterly failed. It had not even shattered a single half of the drawbridge. And before the 200 soldiers could execute their attack, they were met with a deluge of flaming barrels, engulfing them in an instant. Thus unfolded a harrowing siege, raging from dawn until dusk, with the attacking traitorous forces suffering nearly 5,000 casualties, while the defending Song army endured losses exceeding 300. General Han Chang's gaze was filled with despair. He had deployed 8,000 men, and yet had not captured the battlements. Were these truly Song soldiers? Did they really number fewer than 1,000? At that moment, a Jurchen cavalryman galloped forth, cupping his hands in salute and proclaiming loudly, "The marshal commands. The general has exerted his utmost. Please withdraw the troops at once." A wave of relief washed over Han Chang. It seemed that Wu Yuan had granted him clemency. The battle could no longer continue. The spirit of the last 2,000 soldiers had waned, their morale shattered, merely advancing like lifeless automatons, destined only for a futile demise. Sound the retreat. The resonant tolling of the retreat bell rang out, and the attacking soldiers, as though granted a reprieve, abandoned all caution, racing back with an urgency surpassing even that of a receding tide. The severely wounded, still clinging to life, were left behind, abandoned on the battlefield to await their fate. Han Chang, burdened with the sorrow of his soldiers, retreated with his contingent of thousands towards the camp beyond the valley, while cheers erupted from the city walls, accompanied by the resounding drums of victory. After a day of brutal combat, the Song army had suffered over 280 fatalities and 110 injuries, amounting to nearly 400 casualties, not accounting for those lost under Zheng Ping's defense at Biting Valley. Only 400 soldiers remained capable of immediate combat. And the situation was dire. Should the Jin forces unite their resolve and continue their relentless siege as they had today, the Arrowhead Pass would surely succumb. Outside the city, hundreds of Song soldiers were engaged in clearing the battlefield, dragging away corpses for burial, and putting down the mortally wounded enemy soldiers, who had lost so much blood that even if brought into the city, they could not be saved. It was more merciful to end their suffering swiftly. Weapons, armor, and valuables were being collected, alongside logs and stones to be transported back to the city for reuse. The workload was immense, and even working through the night might not suffice to complete it. "Commander, will the Jin forces launch another major assault tomorrow?" Yang Yuanqing asked with evident concern. Chen Qing shook his head. "I do not know, but the Jin still possess many hidden treasures yet to be unveiled, such as siege towers, catapults, and firearms. Moreover, the Jurchen soldiers have not yet participated in the offensive. Our most formidable trials still lie ahead." A heavy weight settled in Yang Yuanqing's heart. Even if some of the injured were to join the fray, they would only have half their original strength. How could they withstand the impending, even greater onslaught? Just then, a soldier rushed in to report, "Commander, Zheng Dujuan has brought a contingent of Song troops, numbering a few hundred, having arrived from Heshanjuan." Chen Qing rejoiced, "A few hundred. This is indeed a stroke of fortune." He and Yang Yuanqing hurried down to the city gates. "What is the name of their commander?" "It seems to be Yang Zheng." "Yang Zheng." Yang Yuanqing abruptly halted. Chen Qing turned to glance at him. "Do you know this person?" Yang Yuanqing, with a wry smile, replied, "How could I not know him? He is my cousin, the legitimate son of the Yang family, whereas I am a branch of the family. 5 years ago, we even quarreled over which of us would enlist in the army. In a fit of anger, I joined the Hu Qing army in Qingzhou, while he became part of the Jinyuan army. Which Yang family do you belong to?" "The Yang family of Taiyuan, descendants of the illustrious Yang Gongji." Chapter 47. Psychological Warfare. Chen Qing was suddenly filled with reverence. It turned out that Yang Yuanqing was a descendant of the illustrious Yang family. Yang Zheng was the great-great-grandson of the third-generation ancestor, Wen Guang, and had always been a direct heir of the Yang lineage. As for myself, I am not. My ancestor was the younger son of the old official, Yin Bin. Now, Yang Zheng had been promoted to commander, while I remained merely a deputy general. Not faring as well as he. Yang Yuanqing's deputy was appointed by Chen Qing, and his formal military position was merely that of a deputy general. Serving as a commander under Zhang Zhongyan, Chen Qing smiled and said, "Your contributions have been sufficiently recognized. After we conclude this battle, I will certainly recommend you for the position of deputy commander to the general." Yang Yuanqing felt a swell of gratitude in his heart and silently nodded. The two mounted their horses and urged them toward the southern city. Upon arriving, they encountered Zhang Ping, who was approaching with Yang Zheng in high spirits. Seeing Chen Qing, Zhang Ping hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, "I respectfully salute the commander. What is the situation in the valley? It is dire. The enemy is numerous and armed with massive shields. Our archers and crossbowmen are ineffective against them. Nearly 200 of their troops have surged out of the valley, and we are outnumbered, facing imminent annihilation." Fortunately, General Yang arrived just in time to turn the tide of battle. Although Yang Zheng held a higher rank as commander, he was reminded by the main general, Wu Jie, that he was to assist in the defense of Arrow Gap, and that the primary command remained with Chen Qing, thus avoiding overshadowing him. Yang Zheng stepped forward, clasped his fists in salute, and introduced himself. "I am Yang Zheng, here to pay my respects to the commander." "General Yang, you are too modest. Are you the reinforcements sent by Commander Wu?" Yang Zheng sighed, feeling quite ashamed. "Indeed, we are reinforcements. I initially led 2,000 troops to support Arrow Gap, but we encountered 500 Jurchen cavalry at Wu Family Town. After a fierce battle, they suffered significant casualties and retreated, yet we are now left with barely 500 men. I apologize for disappointing the commander. 500 is still commendable. It is sufficient for us to endure," Chen Qing replied, then turned to Zhang Ping and asked, "Who is guarding the valley?" "Xiao Yi leads 50 brothers in defense. We have blocked the gorge with 5 massive boulders weighing several thousand pounds. Unless they can shatter those boulders, they will not be able to pass. You must remind Xiao Yi to remain vigilant, for the enemy may use ladders to scale the boulders. Rest assured, I have emphasized this to him repeatedly. In truth, even with ladders, they cannot cross." At that moment, Yang Zheng stepped forward and smiled at Yang Yuanqing, saying, "Old Fifth, it has been many years since we last met." Yang Yuanqing felt somewhat embarrassed. In his youth, he had indeed acted impulsively and regretted his actions. Yang Zheng patted his shoulder with a smile, saying, "We are all brothers here. Such trivial matters should not weigh heavily on our hearts. During the Battle of Fuping, I worried greatly for your safety and feared you might surrender to the Jin army. However, upon hearing that you followed General Chen, I finally felt at ease. You worry too much, brother. We of the Yang family would rather die in battle than surrender." Within the grand encampment of the Jin army, Wan Ulu did not cast blame upon Han Chang. He was well aware of the battlefield dynamics and observed that Han Chang's various deployments of troops were executed competently. The soldiers fought valiantly in their assault on the city, yet the casualty rate was indeed dire. Under such circumstances, to accuse Han Chang of inadequate offense would likely dishearten the Han army, a prospect that Wan Ulu wished to avoid, fearing that they might refuse to fight with fervor again. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Ulu addressed Han Chang. "We have burned and attacked, yet we still cannot seize the city gates. Continuing in this manner is untenable. We risk jeopardizing the grand plans of the fourth prince. After much reflection, might we consider a strategy aimed at undermining the enemy's morale?" Han Chang's lips moved as if to speak, but he hesitated. Wan Ulu raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased. "If you have thoughts, express them directly. Do not behave like those of the southern dynasties, swallowing your words and keeping them bottled up. I believe we have traversed 800 of the 1,000 steps already. The final 200 should see us intensifying our offensive, overwhelming the enemy with our superior numbers. I surmise their forces are dwindling," Han Chang articulated. "Your reasoning is sound, yet our intelligence appears somewhat lacking. Are you unaware that reinforcements from the Song army have already arrived?" "What?" Han Chang exclaimed, taken aback. "When did this happen?" "Today in the afternoon. Our troops advancing into the southern valley encountered resistance from the Song forces. They had nearly succeeded in breaking through when suddenly a contingent from the south descended upon them, thwarting their efforts. This newly arrived army must be their reinforcements." Han Chang's heart plummeted into despair as he inquired, "How many troops do they have?" "Not many, I presume. The capacity of the Jiahu Pass is limited. A mere 1 or 2,000 would be the maximum." Han Chang bit his lip and suggested, "Shall we besiege Fengxiang for aid, requesting their forces to launch an assault on the Jiahu Pass from the south?" An immediate silence enveloped the tent, and Wanin Ulu's expression darkened, while the other Jurchen commanders regarded Han Chang with perplexed gazes, realizing he had misspoken. Han Chang recognized that the Jurchen system was rooted in tribal structures, wherein each general commanded their own tribal followers and armies. This resulted in a plethora of factions within the army: Zhonghan, Zhongfu, and Zhongbi. Wanyan Ulu, stationed in Longyu, belonged to the Zhongfu faction, while one in Malian Fengxiang was part of Zhongbi. These two factions rarely cooperated, maintained distance. And it was only through the esteemed presence of Wanin Lushi during the Battle of Fuping that they were unified. The mere suggestion of asking Wanin Ulu to solicit assistance from Wanin Mali was a foolish misstep. In haste, Han Chang shifted the conversation. Might the commander intend to employ a strategy of psychological warfare, using the surrender letters we prepared earlier? Wanyan Ulu nodded. "One batch will suffice. We previously printed 30,000 copies of the letters to the soldiers of the Song army, promising substantial rewards to entice their surrender. Initially intended for Dajian Pass. We shall now deploy them at Jiahu Pass. One batch consists of 3,000 copies, which is indeed ample." As night deepened, the primary commanders at Jiahu Pass continued to deliberate various strategies in response to the unfolding situation. Although Yang Zheng held the position of commander, he did not overshadow the authority of Chen Qing, the chief general. Instead, he participated more in an advisory capacity. If the Jin soldiers are pushed to their limits, they will indeed employ siege towers, which are formidable instruments of assault. It is said that the capital of the Liao dynasty fell to the Jin siege towers. The Jin siege towers are akin to the nesting carts of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Essentially, they are mobile staircases encased in wooden planks and cowhide. Upon reaching the city walls, soldiers within would surge forth via a bridge, overwhelming the defenders atop the walls. It is indeed a lethal contraption for besieging cities. "Is there a way to counter the siege towers?" Chen Qing inquired. Yang Zheng pondered for a moment before replying, "I have not encountered such siege towers. But I have heard from General Wu that the most effective method to counter them is through incendiary attacks." Chen Qing nodded in agreement. For he too had thought of fire, but in addition to flames, he considered the use of crossbows. "What is the situation at Sengyuan?" the usually silent Yang Yuanqing asked. Yang Zheng smiled as he responded. With the Western Jin forces attacking from behind no longer a concern, the pressure on Sengyuan has significantly lessened. The enemy has repeatedly failed in their assaults. This time, we are well prepared, and both General Wu and General Wang have executed their strategies adeptly. The crux of the matter remains that the Western Jin forces have been effectively halted. Otherwise, with our current troop strength, the outcome of the battle would be uncertain. Is it primarily due to the role of the Arrow-Key Pass? Precisely, Yang Zheng stated solemnly. The longer we can prolong the situation, the more advantageous it will be for the grand battle at Sengyuan. The burden on the commander's shoulders is indeed extraordinarily heavy. Just then, a loud bang resonated from the sky outside. The crowd paused, then hurried out of the room to witness paper fragments cascading from the heavens like snowflakes, numbering in the thousands. Chen Qing reached out to catch one, examining it closely under the light. It was a letter of surrender. To the soldiers of the Song dynasty, the tide of fortune has turned against Guanlong, and it shall inevitably belong to the Jin. Any Song soldiers from Guanlong who surrender to the Jin will receive 500 mu of land in their homeland, be exempt from taxes for 10 years, and receive a relocation allowance of 100 strings of cash. The Jin's word is as good as gold, and we shall not deceive you. The conditions were rather enticing. Chen Qing chuckled as he handed the letter to the Yang brothers, saying, "I simply cannot fathom how they offer such generous terms to our soldiers while disregarding their own puppet soldiers. They show no concern for their fallen. It is truly infuriating to see such disparity." After reading the letter, Yang Zheng asked, "What does the commander intend to do in response?" Before Chen Qing could reply, a soldier rushed in, announcing, "A Han official has arrived outside the city, claiming to be Tao Shuang, the Sima of Pingliang. And he comes bearing a message for the commander." Chen Qing smiled faintly and remarked, "Just as I was lamenting the absence of Jianyan, the Jin have delivered one to us." The others exchanged glances, puzzled by the identity of Jianyan. Chapter 48, Jianyan Tao Shuangyan, a man in his early 50s, was appointed as the military officer of Pingliang Prefecture during the Jianyan era. After the Jurchen forces captured Pingliang, He surrendered to them and was subsequently appointed as the chief clerk of the prefecture, overseeing administrative affairs. On this day, he was tasked with escorting thousands of sheep to the Jurchen camp. Wang Yinwulu, in a bold move, allowed him to enter the city to persuade the enemy's main general to surrender. Of course, had Wang Yinwulu known that the commander of the Song army was Chen Qing, the very man who had slain Wang Yinlu, he would never have sent anyone to negotiate. Though Tao Shuangyan felt an overwhelming reluctance, he had no choice but to steel himself and proceed to Arrowhead Pass. A soldier from the Song army blindfolded him with a black cloth and guided him toward the barracks. Before long, he was led into a room where the cloth was removed. A soldier informed him, "Please wait a moment. The commander is attending to some matters and will be with you shortly." Tao Shuangyan's heart raced with anxiety. Though he felt a slight relief that the commander was willing to see him and Han Ti simply ordered his execution. At that moment, a youthful soldier entered, carrying a tray with a cup of water. Tao Shuangyan was taken aback to find the cup only half filled. Confused, he inquired, "Why is there only this much water?" "You should be grateful for whatever you receive," the young soldier retorted, placing the cup before him. Tao Shuangyan hesitated to drink, sensing something amiss. It was unusual to offer such a meager amount of water to a guest, and what if it were poisoned? The soldier licked his lips timidly and said, "If you want to drink it, may I have it? Take it if you wish." The soldier snatched the cup and gulped it down eagerly, a look of ecstasy on his face. "Is this not enough water for you?" "It's hard to explain. Each of us only receives this much daily." "Why is that?" The soldier fell silent. Tao Shuangyan pressed on, "How old are you, and where are you from?" "I am 15 years old, from Chunshan County in Fengxiang Prefecture." "You are from the same hometown as my wife. She is from Huangshi Township in Chunshan County." "That's right. I live next door. I am from Fengwei Township." "I have been there. Fengwei Mountain is quite beautiful, especially the river, which is crystal clear. My home is at the foot of Fengwei Mountain. The river you mentioned is called Sangshui, flowing right past my door." "Who else is in your family?" "Both my parents are alive." "With both parents alive, why would you enlist at such a young age?" The young soldier hesitated for a moment before replying softly, "My father fell last year, leaving us with a mountain of debt. To repay it, I have followed General Chen into battle for a few coins." Suddenly, Tao Shuangyan saw an opportunity. He discreetly produced 10 taels of silver and handed them to the young soldier, saying, "Take this and help your family with the debts." No, no, no. I cannot accept this." "Take it. My wife and you share the same hometown, and they may know each other." "Thank you, sir." The young soldier clutched the silver tightly, his excitement palpable, and quietly tucked it into his bosom. Tao Shuangyan observed these details with clarity. He was well-versed in the ways of the world and understood that he had successfully won over this young soldier. "Dear brother, could you enlighten me as to why there is so little water available?" sighed the young soldier. "A few days ago, the Jin soldiers set the city ablaze, igniting the storages. In our efforts to extinguish the fire, we drew water, and only the next day did we discover that the spring had been diverted, leaving us with merely half a pool of water, sufficient for only 7 or 8 days. General Chen has been digging wells in vain. Not a drop can be found, even in the southern pine forest. He has dispatched men to Wu Family Town for water, but it is unlikely they will acquire much. To make matters worse, today another 1,000 men have arrived, exacerbating our already strained water supply, and discontent runs rampant among the troops. What is your general doing? Why has he not come to see me? Just a moment ago, many documents were thrown in by the Jin soldiers. The general has taken men to conduct a search. All documents must be surrendered, and those who dare to conceal them shall face execution." Tao Shuang understood. They were searching for surrender letters. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, and a commanding voice thundered, "I order all documents to be surrendered. Those who defy this command shall be executed." As a dignified officer, you ought to lead by example, yet you hide surrender letters. What are your intentions? Tao Shuang hurried to the door, where he beheld several soldiers brandishing torches. And on the ground knelt a Song army commander, his hands bound behind his back, his helmet knocked off. "Commander, I cannot read. I wish to know what is written therein, hence I concealed one." "Nonsense." The Song army commander retorted angrily. "Do you think I would believe you? Bring him here." A scribe was brought forth, trembling as he stood to the side. The Song army commander inquired, "Did he ask you to read the contents of the documents to him?" "Indeed." "Humph. What further words do you have?" The bound officer exclaimed, "All the brothers know that Arrow Pass will inevitably fall. Now, with no water left, everyone advises the commander to retreat, yet he stubbornly refuses, believing we are unaware of his intentions." The Song army commander, with a sinister tone, queried. What are you insinuating? It is common knowledge that you wish to ascend the ranks, yet you cannot trample upon the bodies of your brothers to achieve it. With a fierce slap, the Song army commander commanded, take him away and execute him. Several soldiers seized the fallen commander, who struggled and cried out, we all have parents who raised us. And families at home. None of us wish to die. You cannot do this. The cry was abruptly silenced. Moments later, a soldier approached bearing a platter, upon which rested a severed head, presumably that of the previously mentioned commander. General, the head of Dong who has been severed. Hang it on the city wall. Anyone who dares to speak of surrender shall meet the same fate. Tao Shuang, witnessing the gruesome scene, returned to his quarters and asked, is this your commanding general? The young soldier nodded. You came to persuade him to surrender, did you not? I advise you to abandon that thought. Why is that? Because Wan Lu Shi met his demise at the hands of my general. Do you truly believe he would surrender? Is he Chen Qing? Indeed. Tao Shuang felt an intense hatred swell within him, after so long of fighting. Wan Lu did not even know who his opponent was, and had sent him to negotiate a surrender. What a farcical situation. At that moment, a soldier outside shouted, the commander has arrived. The young soldier turned pale with fright and hurriedly slipped away. Chen Qing strode into the room, and Tao Shuang promptly paid his respects. Greetings, General. Have you surrendered to the Jin dynasty? Tao Shuang sighed. No one wishes to surrender to the Jin, but if we do not capitulate, the enemy will slaughter the city. For the sake of the common people, we must endure humiliation and bear the burden. Humph. All surrendering officials use this as an excuse. I have heard it too often. Whether you surrender or not is of no concern to me. Go tell Wan Lu to come and attack the city if he dares, and to cease these futile ploys. I will certainly convey your message. Moreover, I wish to inquire if there has been any news from Lu Qi and Jingzhou. Tao Shuar shook his head. No movement at all. Chen Qing scoffed. I doubt that. Without waiting for Tao Shuang to respond, he waved his hand. You may leave now. Inform Wan Lu that if he possesses the capability to traverse the Jingyuan path to Guanzhong, then let him try to pass through here. That is but a delusion. Within the grand tent of the Jin army, after listening to Tao Shuang's detailed account, Wan Lu was immensely pleased. The supplies within the city are nearly depleted. The morale of the soldiers is unstable, and infighting has already begun. Now do you understand why I chose to employ fire attacks against a city made of stone? It is to exhaust their water reserves. Once their water supply runs dry, they will realize it has been cut off by us. I can only imagine the look of shock on their faces. He chuckled. The assembled generals bowed in unison, praising, the commander is truly wise. Wan Lu took great pleasure in this, and continued, however, we did not anticipate that our opponent would be none other than Chen Qing. His head is worth 100,000 coins. He could even be granted the title of a 10,000 household lord. This is a bounty issued personally by the Wolf Lord. This opportunity for promotion and wealth depends on whether you can seize it. The generals within the tent erupted in excited shouts. Noticing that Han Chang remained silent and contemplative, Wan Lu remarked, General Han, what unique thoughts occupy your mind? The implication being a reproach for Han Chang's lack of alignment with his own thoughts. Han Chang quickly bowed and replied, I was pondering why Chen Qing mentioned Lu Qi. Does Lu Qi intend to take advantage of the situation to attack Pingyang Prefecture? It would be prudent for the commander to alert General Qin Hui to prevent a surprise assault by Lu Qi's forces. Wan Lu acknowledged, that is indeed a valid point. I must mention Qin Hui. However, Chen Qing's reference to Lu Qi was actually a probe to discern whether we intended to take the Jingyuan path. Eventually, he made it clear, he hopes we will traverse that route, for then he could indeed advance over the corpses of his own soldiers. What does the commander plan to do next? Wan Lu was eager for his water deprivation strategy to succeed. Since he had made a promising start, he ought to persist, ensuring that the Song forces would collapse without a fight due to the complete cessation of water. This, of course, was the essence of Chen Qing's Yonggan scheme, successfully convincing Wan Lu that the Song army was in dire straits due to a lack of water, which would lead to their ultimate downfall in a few days. Delaying the Jin forces from the west was truly Chen Qing's intent to buy time for Wu Jie. Wan Luxin, stroking his beard, remarked, since his water supply cannot last for more than a few days, let us simply wait for another 10 days. As his troops descend into disorder without a fight, and as their water runs dry, we shall continue our fiery assault, striking them relentlessly for 10 days, leaving them no moment of respite. Han Chang, taken aback, promptly cautioned, I fear the situation at Heshanjiwen cannot be prolonged for such a duration. Wan Wula responded coldly. Is it not typical for Wan Mei to stand his ground against the Song army? It is entirely normal to face off for several months. How can he not endure a mere 10 days? However, Wu Jie may not be inclined to hold his position, and furthermore, Chen Qing could easily procure water from Wuji town. A single cavalryman can carry dozens of bags, or even use a donkey cart to fetch water. How could the water source possibly be cut off? Wan Enwulua's expression suddenly darkened, and after a moment's pause, he cast a chilling glance at Han Chang and declared, I merely wish for you to grasp one point. I am the commander, and within this grand tent, my word is law. With that, he let out a heavy snort and turned to leave. Chapter 49. Offense and Defense as Dusk Descended. The Jin army launched yet another ferocious fire assault on Arrowshaft Pass. 5 colossal catapults took turns hurling an array of incendiary materials, fire oil, dry firewood, wheat straw, and timber, upon the battlements in the interior of the city, engulfing it in flames. The ramparts were ablaze, consumed by a conflagration that extended throughout the entire fortification, with flames reaching skyward and thick smoke billowing, turning everything above a foot into charred earth. The Song forces had retreated entirely to the southern side, a sanctuary beyond the reach of the raging inferno. They erected over 100 large tents, relocating supplies and some stored water to this safer area. From a high vantage point, Chen Qing gazed somberly at the inferno ravaging the city within the pass, his eyes betraying an unmistakable anxiety. The commanding officer appeared visibly troubled, a concern noted by Yang Yuanqing. Chen Qing sighed softly. At this moment, if the Jin soldiers were to employ a siege ram, the city gate would surely be breached. Yang Yuanqing, alarmed by this thought, joined in the worry. What could be done? One solution would be to completely block the city gate, Chen Qing proposed, gesturing to a massive stone they had intended to use for feigned assaults not far away. We can transport that boulder to obstruct the gate, and then use sandbags to seal it further. However, the Jin soldiers could also drag away the stone and sandbags from the outside. I have an idea as well, interjected the subordinate Luogan. What is your plan? Both Chen Qing and Yang Yuanqing inquired, turning their attention to him. I have observed that while the flames seem fierce atop the walls, there are still sections that remain unscathed. We could choose a few soldiers to wrap themselves in wet blankets and charge up the ramparts. If the enemy employs a siege ram or firearms, we can retaliate with fire oil. This plan is indeed feasible, but how shall we ascertain the enemy's movements? Chen Qing pondered. Luogan pointed to a nearby cliff. There is a cave there, adorned with numerous vines. We could select 2 skilled soldiers to scale the cliff. From the cave, they could observe the activity outside the city. Yang Yuanqing struck his palm in excitement, exclaiming, that is an excellent idea. Chen Qing concurred, finding merit in the proposal. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, we shall employ a dual approach. We must block the gate and utilize fire oil, while also preparing additional sand to create a path to the ramparts. Immediately, Chen Qing summoned all soldiers to transport sandbags to the city gate, utilizing donkey carts to convey the massive boulder weighing 7,000 to 8,000 pounds. Soon, the soldiers discovered an even larger and heavier stone outside the southern city, weighing several tens of thousands of pounds. Its dimensions were fortuitously suited to fit into the city opening, yet it lodged firmly within, making it impossible to extract without shattering it. Nevertheless, enemy soldiers could still infiltrate through the gaps, necessitating the filling of these crevices with sandbags. The Song soldiers navigated carefully along the stone wall behind the warehouse, protected from the flames, and proceeded along the wall to the city gate. The entirety of the fort was mobilized, with soldiers bustling like ants, carrying sandbags in haste, while dozens ascended the ramparts under the oppressive heat of the flames, which surged fiercely, creating an unbearable wave of heat. The soldiers covered their mouths and noses with damp towels, wielding iron shovels to lay down sand. The pathway to the city was in close proximity to the city gate, merely about 30 paces away. In no time, they had constructed a sand road, a foot wide, devoid of the fierce flames. To their astonishment, they discovered that the walls of the city were also free from the raging fire, a testament to the structure's resilience against the flammable oil. 5 soldiers, foregoing blankets, drenched their bodies with water and charged forward, crouching beneath the battlements, enveloped in thick smoke and oppressive heat, forcing them to hold their breath as beads of sweat streamed down. Beneath the battlements lay the city gate. At that moment, half of the city's drawbridge, precariously hanging before the gate, had been reduced to charred remains, yet it remained intact, its very presence shielding the gate from the onslaught of flames. As dawn approached, a second batch of 5 siege engines arrived from outside the city, replacing the previous ones that had suffered extensive damage. The relentless barrage of flaming oil barrels continued to rain down, with a conflagration still raging above and below the city walls, making it impossible for the attacking soldiers to draw near. On the rugged cliffs, two agile soldiers ascended to a cave, where they cast down a long rope to hoist various supplies upward, swiftly establishing a lookout for the Song army. At that moment, a cavalry unit galloped in from the distance, led by none other than the treacherous General Han Chang. Han Chang, a Han Chinese from Yanshan Prefecture, found himself outside the inner circles of the Jurchens and the factional struggles among them. He was acutely aware of Wan Enwulu's intentions. Reluctant to engage in the war led by the fourth prince against the Buddhist temple, he dared not defy orders but sought to delay, accepting Chen Qing's rationale of water scarcity as a convenient excuse. However, Han Chang's ambitions were singularly focused on the greater enterprise of the Jin dynasty, the eradication of the Song dynasty, and the unification of the realm. Above all, he was determined to seize the Arrow Shaft Pass, thereby opening the route to the Great Scatter Pass, prioritizing the overarching strategy, regardless of Wan Enwulu's discontent. As he lay in slumber, a thought struck him. His previous failure with the battering ram was due to the Song soldiers employing fire oil and rolling logs atop the walls. Now that the Jin forces were setting the battlements ablaze and the Song soldiers were absent, could it be that his battering ram would now unleash its full potential? Upon contemplating this, Han Chang could no longer find solace in sleep and hastily led a cavalry unit to assess the situation. A mile away, Han Chang gazed at the city walls engulfed by fierce flames and thick smoke. "General, the flames at the city gate are rather feeble," a cavalryman rode back to report. Han Chang promptly issued a command, informed the trebuchet to direct its assault away from the city gates. As dawn broke, thousands of Jurchen cavalry surged towards the city gates with remarkable speed. At that moment, the flames atop the city walls had diminished slightly, two trebuchets had suffered broken belts, and a group of artisans were frantically engaged in repairs. Wuluan of the Wan En clan felt a profound discontent, for Han Chang insisted on besieging the city. Despite his opposition, he found himself powerless. With the unpredictable Han Chang present, should the monk's forces face defeat, the Wolf Lord would seek accountability, and Han Chang might very well plunge a dagger into his back. Wan Enwulu gazed at the city gate for a moment before coldly addressing Han Chang. "Have you truly resolved to assault the city gate? I firmly believe this is an opportunity. Breaching the stronghold could be achieved in one decisive blow. But what if you fail again?" "I am willing to bear all responsibility," he replied. "Humph. Should you falter this time, I shall show you no mercy." Han Chang silently performed a bow, spurred his horse, and galloped away, shouting to the 2,000 Han soldiers, "Prepare the battering ram." This time, the battering ram was a standard siege weapon, equipped with a frame and wheels. The massive ram, suspended by iron chains, was maneuvered by dozens of soldiers. A ram stretching 6 zhang advanced first, pulled by 2 sturdy oxen. As numerous soldiers pushed from the sides, inching the weapon toward the city gate, the sentinels atop the cliff quickly detected the enemy's movements. Waving red flags and shooting a signal arrow downward, a soldier hurried to report to General Chen Qing, confirming his suspicions that the enemy had indeed discovered the vulnerability of the gate. Chen Qing immediately commanded Luo, take 100 men to assist the defenders atop the wall. Ensure the sand path remains clear. Luo clasped his fist in salute and hurried off. Chen Qing then ordered Yang Yuanqing to lead 500 soldiers to safeguard the gate's security. At this moment, 2 massive stones had already sealed the entrance, with the largest weighing 20,000 jin, resembling a reclining ox, wedged firmly within the archway. Moving it would be no small feat. And several thousand bags of sand were stacked in 3 layers to seal the gate's gaps. The Song army had made ample preparations. The defenders atop the gate had increased to 8, comprising 5 crossbowmen and 3 oil handlers, all calmly observing the approaching battering ram. The 5 crossbowmen restrained their urge to fire, knowing they could not reveal their positions prematurely. As the siege engine traversed the scorching, charred earth, it finally reached the city base. Dozens of soldiers began to prepare the ropes for pulling, when suddenly, 3 barrels of oil fell from above with a resounding crash, shattering upon the ram and spilling black oil across the ground. Immediately after, flaming sand cascaded down from the battlements, igniting the oil in a thunderous blaze that soared skyward. Spreading rapidly, the soldiers were thrown into disarray, turning to flee as a commanding officer shouted, "Do not panic." Before he could finish, 2 arrows whistled through the air, piercing his neck like harpoons, and he collapsed with a muffled cry. The soldiers felt ensnared in a trap. Dozens of enemy soldiers scrambled to escape, but 3 arrows struck down 2 burly warriors, their anguished cries amplifying the chaos, prompting a desperate retreat. The sudden turn of events left Han Chang dumbfounded, watching helplessly as the battering ram was engulfed in flames, unsure of how to respond. Wan Enwulu appeared, a cold smile gracing his lips. "What do you say?" General Han? I did not consider carefully. Please grant me another opportunity. I have already given you 3 chances, all squandered, leading us to this day without breaching the arrow gap. Your transgressions are unforgivable. Seize him. Take him away for execution. Han Chang suddenly realized that Wan Enwulu intended to place the blame for the unassailable stronghold squarely upon him. He shouted, "It is true that I have struggled in the siege, yet the failure to capture the Arrow Buckle Pass is certainly not my fault." Several Jurchen soldiers had already dragged him from his horse, pulling him backward. Han Chang cried out, "Wan Enwulu, you are clearly reluctant to lead your troops into battle. Your selfish motives have hindered the great affairs of the Wolf Lord, and you too shall not escape culpability." At this juncture, several generals stepped forward to advise caution, stating, "After all, Han Chang is the commander of the Han army. Executing him would only undermine morale. It would be wiser to spare his life for now." Another general added, "If we were to kill Han Chang, it may prove difficult to explain to Talong." The Talong mentioned refers to the Jurchen royal, Wan Yin Chang, who is currently overseeing the southern campaigns. Han Chang's backing indeed comes from Wan Yin Chang. Wan Enwulu harbored intentions to eliminate Han Chang and shift the blame for the delay in warfare onto him, yet he remained wary of Wan In Chang's influence. With a glance at the thousands of Han soldiers, Wan Enwulu snorted and declared, "While death may be averted, the consequences of his actions cannot be escaped. Let him receive 100 strokes of the military rod and be sent back to Pingliang Prefecture." Chapter 50. Breaking the enemy. The fierce battle at Shangyuan Monastery persisted for over half a month, yet there was no sign of the stalemate that Wan Enwulu had predicted. Instead, skirmishes erupted every few days. With the hindrance of the Western Jin troops removed, the Song army fortified their position at the monastery, repeatedly repelling the Jin assaults. The enemy suffered casualties exceeding 10,000, yet found it impossible to advance a single step into Shangyuan. One fateful noon, Commander Wu Jie rode swiftly to the western camp, which was currently the stronghold of Wang Yin, who led 5,000 troops of the 8-character army in resisting the Jin forces. Wang Yin was deep in discussion with his deputy, Fu Xian, regarding military matters when a soldier approached the tent to report, "Commander, Wu is here." "Has he arrived so soon?" Wang Yin exclaimed, stepping out of the tent with a smile. Wu Jie dismounted and handed the reins to his attendant. He strode into the tent and inquired, "What urgent matter brings you here?" Wang Yin replied with a slight smile, "The enemy's offensive has intensified recently, and I have devised a strategy to counter them." Wu Jie's eyes sparkled with interest as he urged, "Do share your thoughts." Approaching the map, Wang Yin pointed to a black flag marking a newly established large tent. This tent, based on its dimensions, must belong to a commander of considerable rank, certainly not Wan In Huan, but rather Wan In Meili. I believe the Jin have shifted their focus of attack to the western front. Wu Jie pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. But why has Wan In Meili redirected his efforts westward? Is he not hoping to unite with Wan Enwulu's forces to encircle us? Furrowing his brow, Wu Jie countered, "Surely Wan In Meili is aware of the situation at Jianyan? If he knew that the Western Jin troops were thwarted, he would have dispatched reinforcements by now. I boldly speculate that he remains oblivious to this fact, believing that Wan Enwulu's army will soon descend upon the western front to attack our rear, which is why he has come personally. Do you see this as an opportunity to break the enemy?" Wu Jie inquired. Wang Yin nodded. "If my troops were to feign a hasty retreat, Wan In Meili would surely assume that the Western Jin forces had breached our lines. We could lure them deeper into our territory, while our commander would cut off their escape route from behind. Their only option would be to retreat westward to Nushufu, a location that is low-lying and difficult for cavalry, rendering it strategically disadvantageous." Wu Jie understood the inherent risks of this plan. However, without the Western Jin troops, the forces were evenly matched, provided that their troops coordinated effectively. The chances of success were substantial. The critical question remained, would Wan In Meili fall for the ruse? "What is your confidence that the Jin will take the bait?" Wu Jie asked. "I estimate a 70% chance," Wang Yin replied, examining the map once more. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded, "It is worth a try." That morning, the Song forces in the western region of Shangyuan suddenly feigned a panicked retreat, prompting the Jin scouts monitoring them to race back to their camp with the news. The commander Wan In Meili indeed resided within the western camp. Burdened by immense pressure in recent days, Prince Wanyan Wuzhu had ordered him to swiftly seize the Shaoshan Plain and annihilate Wu Jie's forces. However, without the support of the Jin troops from the west, their endeavor to capture the Shaoshan Plain seemed exceedingly challenging. Wan In Meili remained in the western camp, eagerly awaiting news from the western forces. "What? Are you saying the Song army is retreating in disarray?" he exclaimed, rising abruptly. "Indeed. The The Song troops stationed at various checkpoints are hastily withdrawing, barely taking the time to dismantle their tents as if they were under siege. A multitude of soldiers, disorganized and panicked, is rushing southward. Jianyan merely slammed his fist on the table, realizing that a significant upheaval must have occurred in the Western Valley. That the Western troops had indeed arrived. "Commander, be wary of a trap," cautioned a general. Jianyan merely shook his head, aware that opportunities in warfare are fleeting. "We must seize this moment. The Western troops, no matter their pace, should have reached us by now. This is a fortuitous chance to crush the Song army. Relay my orders. The troops shall advance." Without a moment to gather their spoils, the 20,000 Jin soldiers, under Jianyan Mei's command, swiftly surged towards the western part of the Shaoshan Plain, soon occupying the former encampment of the Song army. It was evident that the Song forces had retreated in haste. Tents were left standing, and many soldiers' blankets and personal belongings were abandoned. The central command tent was in utter disarray, strewn with maps and documents. At that moment, a group of Jin soldiers captured a Song soldier and brought him before Jianyan Mei. The soldier, pale with fear, kowtowed and pleaded for mercy. "I am but a mere cook. I beseech the great commander for my life. Speak honestly, and I shall spare you." "Why are you retreating in such panic?" Jianyan Mei demanded. "I cannot say for certain, but I heard that something went awry last night in the Western Valley. The garrison there was ambushed, and the entire army was annihilated." "I do not know the details," the soldier replied. Jianyan Mei felt a surge of elation. Indeed, the Western Jin forces had struck unexpectedly, presenting an opportunity for a pincer movement against the Song army. He immediately commanded, "Relay my orders. The entire army shall pursue southward." The 20,000 Jin soldiers, with no time to collect their spoils, continued their pursuit southward. Along the way, they stumbled upon abandoned items left by the Song army, which further fueled their fervor. They chased for several miles until they entered a long valley, approximately 7 to 8 miles in length and 1 mile wide, resembling a tri-junction. Besides the northern and southern openings, there was an additional passage to the west, leading to the lowland of Nushufu. Jianyan Mei peered up at the sky, where ominous dark clouds roiled, signaling an impending storm. A sense of foreboding suddenly gripped him, as he sensed something amiss, though he could not pinpoint the source. The vanguard of 3,000 Jurchen cavalry had just reached the valley entrance when a drumbeat resonated. Hundreds of crossbows emerged before them, and a hail of arrows rained down like a tempest upon the Jurchen cavalry, resulting in chaos and despair as men and horses fell in disarray. The Jurchen cavalry, 3,000 strong, suffered devastating losses as over half of them, along with their steeds, were mercilessly struck down. From their concealed positions, the Song army emerged, causing the Jurchen riders to wail in despair, with countless casualties. The remaining few hundred Jurchen soldiers, filled with terror, turned on their heels and fled. Jianyan soon realized something was amiss. Although the Song army's encampment and a trail of abandoned supplies were abundant, there was a conspicuous absence of provisions. Strangely, they had not brought any rations with them either. At that moment, a cacophony of fearful cries erupted from the front, and chaos ensued behind them. A soldier rushed forth, shouting, "Commander, our vanguard has been ambushed by the Song army, suffering heavy losses." Another cavalryman galloped in with alarming news, "Commander, our rear has been cut off by the Song army, and our comrades are gravely wounded." Shocked by these reports, Jianyan was left speechless. Suddenly realizing he had fallen into a trap, he immediately commanded the entire army to retreat towards Nushufu. Just as they began their flight towards safety, a torrential downpour swept through the mountains, accompanied by fierce winds. The Jin soldiers, cold and famished, were on the brink of despair, while the morale of the Song army soared as they pursued relentlessly. The Jin forces were in full retreat, scrambling for their lives along a muddy, narrow path where soldiers trampled one another, resulting in countless fatalities. In this battle, the Song army successfully lured the enemy into a trap, achieving a resounding victory against the Jin forces. Out of 20,000 Jin soldiers at Nushufu, merely over 1,000 managed to escape back to their main camp, marking near total annihilation, with their commander Jianyan also perishing amid the chaos. Hearing of the devastating defeat and the death of their commander, the Eastern Army leader Jianyan Huiju hastily abandoned his camp, leading 10,000 Jurchen cavalrymen toward the direction of Jingzhou in a panic. The Wulin army swiftly seized the Wei Nen encampment, and thousands of soldiers who failed to retreat surrendered. After 20 days of assault on Shangyuan, tens of thousands of Jin soldiers ultimately faced a catastrophic defeat, losing over 100,000 stones of grain and countless supplies to the Song army. marking their first significant victory following the disastrous defeat at Fuping. On the 8th day of the fire attack on Arrow Pass, the fortress had withstood numerous assaults and remained defiantly intact, though its wooden gates were entirely consumed by flames, revealing 2 massive stones and a multitude of sandbags within. The 20 trebuchets carried by Wan and Wulu were utterly destroyed, rendering their plans to set the city ablaze impossible, ushering in a brief period of tranquility on the battlefield. In the afternoon, Chen Qing, with an air of mystery, summoned several generals. Among them was Yang Zheng, who had departed 5 days earlier to report on the state of Arrow Pass, leaving behind 500 reinforcements for Chen Qing. "Commander, what splendid news do you have that you speak so enigmatically?" The others inquired with amusement. "Come and see." Chen Qing retrieved a bundle wrapped in paper from his tent and carefully placed it upon a large stone. He unveiled the package to reveal a collection of ropes, each approximately a foot long and as thick as a little finger. "What is this?" the generals asked, puzzled. "These are the items I left under the sun to dry a few days ago, known as fuses or fire courts." The gathered commanders exchanged confused glances, still bewildered. Strips of coarse paper are cut and coated with a layer of water, upon which gunpowder is evenly sprinkled. A layer of paste is applied to the edges, and when rolled up, they transform into lengths of fuse. After sun-drying thoroughly, they are ready for use. However, what purpose do they serve? Yang Hua could not help but inquire. Chen Qing placed a piece of fuse on the ground and ignited it with a torch taken from a soldier. Sizzle, sizzle. The fuse quickly caught fire and was consumed in an instant. Chen Qing remarked, "By inserting this fuse into the gunpowder barrel, there is no need to use paper for ignition, which is not only perilous but also prone to extinguishing." The crowd suddenly understood, and Yang Hua clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "This is splendid. With this, we can finally make use of the dozen barrels of gunpowder. Shall we test one?" Chen Qing smiled gently. "I conducted a test yesterday in the pine forest. The quantity of gunpowder is limited, so no further testing is necessary. I have already inserted fuses into all the barrels. You will know how to use them when the time comes." "When should we utilize the gunpowder?" Yang Hua asked. Chen Qing shook his head. "I am uncertain. It will depend on the circumstances. It should be used in times of dire need." Chapter 51. The Final Battle, Part 1. Within the grand tent of the Jin army's commander, Wan and Ulu paced anxiously, clutching an urgent dispatch. How could he not feel the weight of anxiety? He had just received a military order relayed from Pingliang Prefecture, mandating him to reach Shigu by the end of February at the behest of the 4th Prince, Wan and Wushu. Should he fail to comply by even a single day, it would cost him his head. The severity of the situation had escalated beyond his expectations, and regret gnawed at him. Han Chang had indeed spoken the truth. If the forces at Shangyuan were to suffer defeat, the Wolf Lord would undoubtedly seek accountability, and he too would be ensnared in the web of blame. With no guarantee of protection from the 3rd Prince, Wan and Ulu came to a stark realization. In the face of overwhelming royal authority, his previous petty schemes appeared utterly foolish. With only 3 days remaining until the deadline, he was beset by a tumult of distress. At that moment, his subordinate, Qianfu Zhang Wan and Hui, offered counsel. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must capture Arrow Pass in the next 2 days. This way, the most we shall face is a delay in our advance. We cannot afford to be seen as incapable of taking even a minor pass." Wan and Ulu nodded in agreement, recognizing that he had no alternative. He could shift the blame for any delays onto Han Chang's ineffective siege tactics, but if he himself could not conquer Arrow Pass, how could he evade responsibility? Resolutely, Wan and Ulu vowed that he would seize Arrow Pass by any means necessary the following day, as dawn had yet to break. The valley outside resonated with the thunderous sound of war drums, their deep, slow rhythm echoing ominously. Chen Qing stepped out of the main tent, sensing an unusual heaviness in the drum beats. Yang Yuanqing approached swiftly, declaring, "Commander, today may not witness a fire attack." Chen Qing nodded, sharing his intuition. With over 900 soldiers currently stationed within the city, how long could the Song forces withstand a renewed full-scale assault from the Jin army? Ascending the city walls, Chen Qing peered into the dimly lit valley, where a vast multitude of troops surged forth, a formidable tide advancing into the depths. The mournful sound of the deer horn rang out continuously. The enemy drew ever closer, leading with a relentless column of Jurchen cavalry, each contingent issuing low, guttural cries, followed by an uncountable throng of infantry, dense as a swarm of ants. Their glistening spears resembled a forest suspended in the air, while enormous siege towers lumbered through the ranks like black behemoths, a palpable aura of death suffusing the valley. Half an hour later, An army of 20,000 unfurled across the open fields to the north of the city, resembling four immense maps, 10,000 foe soldiers and 10,000 Jurchen warriors. All the Jin army's siege weaponry was displayed: 120 siege ladders, 10 siege towers, 12 catapults, and 2 battering rams stood silently in the wilderness, exuding an unmistakable, chilling menace. In that moment, even the spring breeze in the valley turned frigid, as if all vitality had been drained, leaving only the breath of death. On the city walls, 300 soldiers gripped their spears tightly, their eyes filled with a tragic resolve. In the corridors on either side stood another 300 soldiers, poised to replace their fallen comrades atop the walls. Wan and Ulu gazed coldly at the fortress, and with a swift motion of his blade commanded, "Archers, prepare." The drums resounded, boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums reverberated suddenly, as 2,000 treacherous soldiers armed with bows and crossbows surged forth like a tide. Chen Qing's voice rang out, commanding, "Prepare the city bows." 300 soldiers laid down their spears, retrieving the defensive bows from their backs. They nocked out arrows, forming 2 lines with their arrowheads angled at 45 degrees towards the sky. "Fire!" Chen Qing bellowed. The defenders on the battlements unleashed their arrows first, 300 projectiles falling like rain upon the ranks of archers below, causing over 100 soldiers to cry out in agony as they fell. Yet, for the 3,000 archers, the loss of a mere 100 evoked no concern. They too drew their bows to retaliate, but from their perspective, their arrows could not reach the defenders on the walls. They either struck the battlements or soared over, landing within the city. However, the archers' true targets were not the soldiers firing arrows, but rather the troops of the Song dynasty who, during the siege, appeared at the crenellations to rain stones down upon them. At that moment, the 2,000 traitorous soldiers charged forth like a second wave of the sea, bearing 30 siege ladders, poised to rush beneath the walls. Chen Qing observed with clarity that these ladders were still made of wood, unlike the iron ones used in the second assault. What could this mean? Had the Jin forces made a grave miscalculation? Elated, Chen Qing shouted, "Axemen, prepare. Shields for cover." They had a dozen axemen who had thought their skills would go unused, but unexpectedly, the enemy had committed such a blunder. Indeed, the decision to switch to iron rungs for the siege ladders was merely Han Chang's personal idea and had not gained consensus among the Jin forces. How could the arrogant Jurchens adopt the strategies of the Han? It would only be after suffering great losses that they would learn their lesson. The 2,000 enemy troops rushed to the foot of the walls like a tempest, raising their siege ladders against the battlements. The first to emerge atop the walls were a handful of axemen, shielded on either side, who raised their axes high and struck down fiercely. The assaulting soldiers leapt onto the ladders, beginning their climb. The Song troops atop the walls ceased their firing, retrieving their spears, and began to hurl stones and logs down like a torrential downpour. Groups of treacherous soldiers were battered, bones broken, and they emitted desperate cries as they tumbled down the walls. Below, the arrows rained down thickly as though in a storm, despite the shield cover atop. Song soldiers continued to be struck, falling to the ground. The awkward situation from the first day of the siege reappeared as the attacking soldiers, braving the threat of falling debris, finally managed to ascend, yet they found themselves still at least a height away from the battlements. The rungs of the ladders had been severed, rendering further ascent impossible, while the ladders below were crowded with unsuspecting treacherous soldiers. They faced a grim choice: either leap down from the wall or be impaled by the spears of the Song, with no third option available. Of the 30 siege ladders, only 3 had soldiers engaged in fierce battle with the defenders atop the walls, while the others remained trapped, continuously being struck down by the Song's projectiles. Wan and Wulu also took note of this scene, his brow furrowing in concentration as he commanded, "Deploy the siege towers." The deep horn sounded across the battlefield, the drums beating rhythmically as the Jin's most formidable siege towers finally advanced. 2,000 Jurchen soldiers followed 5 massive siege towers, wielding shields and short spears. This time, the Jurchen warriors were the ones besieging the city, and Wuluan of the Wan clan was determined to succeed. Chen Qing gazed sternly at the approaching towers, marveling at their exquisite craftsmanship and sturdy materials. Each tower was enveloped in thick cowhide, with the front constructed from interlocking logs, rendering them impervious to even the most formidable crossbows. Their Achilles heel lay in the base, yet the defenders atop the city walls could not reach it. According to previous discussions between Chen Qing and his fellow commanders, the only effective means of countering the towers was through fire. However, the towers were brimming with Jurchen warriors brandishing shields, making a fiery assault challenging. What then of the crossbows? Can the crossbow demonstrate its formidable prowess and shatter the enemy's siege tower? Over 1,000 soldiers of the false army retreated like a tidal wave, the archers following suit. It seemed as though only 5 monstrous siege towers remained in the vast expanse, advancing with a thunderous rumble. "Prepare the crossbows," Chen Qing shouted. One by one, the crossbows were pushed forward, aimed at the approaching armored vehicles. "Fire the crossbows." 40 crossbows simultaneously released their chilling raven arrows, launching them with tremendous force towards the siege tower. Thud, thud, thud. 500 iron arrows struck the siege tower with formidable force, embedding themselves in the wood. Yet, they failed to pierce through the stout logs, their tails ensnared upon them. A dozen chilling crow arrows struck the upper protective bridge. But the bridge was encased in iron chains, causing the arrows to emit sparks upon impact, yet still unable to penetrate. Only a heavy catapult could hope to demolish such a defense. Chen Qing's heart sank at this realization. If even the crossbows could not breach the barriers, would they be left with no choice but to resort to fire? He lacked confidence in the use of fire as a weapon, yet at this moment, Chen Qing had no alternative. Prepare for the fiery assault. Bundles of wheat straw were brought forth, doused in oil. The first building pressed against the city wall, and the bridge panel crashed down with a thunderous roar, striking the battlements with a resounding impact, sending shards of stone flying and waves of force rushing forth, startling the surrounding Song soldiers into retreat. From within emerged Jurchen warriors clad in iron armor, their heads adorned with iron helmets, wielding short spears and shields. There were at least 30 of them, their imposing figures and fierce visages resembling a pack of gathered wolves. As the bridge panel descended, Yang Hua bellowed, "Throw it in." The Song soldiers hurled dozens of ignited bundles of wheat straw into the siege tower, accompanied by several canisters of oil, igniting a rapid conflagration. A dozen Jurchen soldiers were doused in flames, their bodies ablaze as they screamed and leapt from the city walls. However, the sheer number of Jurchen warriors rendered the flames inconsequential to most. They continued to charge up the battlements, shouting fiercely as they engaged the Song troops. The Song soldiers bellowed back, and in an instant, the two sides were embroiled in a fierce clash. An unrelenting tide of Jurchen soldiers surged forth, each one robust and clad in impenetrable armor, fearless in the face of death. The Song forces found themselves in a precarious position, as the Jurchen soldiers multiplied atop the walls. With the long and short spears proving ineffective, both factions resorted to wielding their sabers, resulting in escalating casualties on both sides. The injured collapsed, unable to rise again, ultimately trampled to death amidst the chaos. Yang Hua found himself targeted by the Jurchens, who were besieged by 5 Jurchen commanders. With a swift motion, he severed the heads of 2 of them, yet an unseen blade pierced his abdomen. Meanwhile, 3 siege towers had already ascended the city walls, and nearly 200 Jurchen soldiers were scaling the fortifications. Chen Qing, having recovered from his injuries, wielded his sword and spear with deadly precision, dispatching over 20 foes. His eyes glazed with a bloodlust. What troubled Chen Qing was that their attempts at arson had not yielded the desired results. Although several siege towers had ignited as per their strategy, their inexperience led them to underestimate the situation. The sturdy wooden structures were too robust to be consumed by flames in less than half a day. Even if engulfed by fire, they would not hinder the enemy soldiers' use of them. Should they fail to destroy these siege towers, the city would inevitably fall. What to do? General Yang, no? A soldier shouted desperately. Chen Qing turned, his heart sinking at the sight before him. Yang Hua was drenched in blood, his right arm severed, intestines trailing outside his body. Clutching a nearly burnt-out barrel of gunpowder, he charged towards the siege tower and leaped inside. Boom! The barrel exploded violently, the shockwave tearing the siege tower in two. Chen Qing, overwhelmed with anguish, shut his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide, shouting, "Use the gunpowder barrels to destroy them." He seized a barrel of gunpowder, ignited the fuse with a torch, and as the flame neared its end, he sprinted a few paces and hurled it with all his might into the entrance of a siege tower 3 yards away. Inside, dozens of Jurchen soldiers gasped in unison, followed by a thunderous explosion that engulfed the area in black smoke, obliterating half of the siege tower. The Song army replicated the tactic, as the 3rd and 4th siege towers met the same fate. Chapter 52, The Final Battle, Part 2, At the Cost of His Life. Yang Hua revealed to the Song army a method to counter the siege towers, thus halting the advance of the Jurchen soldiers up the city walls. However, a significant number of Jurchen warriors had already ascended the battlements, engaging the Song soldiers in a brutal melee. Below, over 1,000 Jurchen soldiers were also storming the city. Wan Wulu, observing the scene with clarity, immediately commanded, "Send support for 20 siege ladders." Hundreds of auxiliary soldiers rushed forward, bearing the ladders, which were quickly positioned against the walls. The Jurchen warriors began to scale the city. Suddenly, several barrels of ignited gunpowder were hurled from the battlements, landing amid the throng below. The barrels detonated in rapid succession, shattering several siege ladders and toppling hundreds of soldiers to the ground. The intense shockwave and fiery explosions resulted in casualties numbering nearly 100. Yet, a mere few barrels of gunpowder could not alter the course of the siege. Ever more Jurchen soldiers surged to the top of the walls, overwhelming the Song forces, whose numbers dwindled to less than 100. In a moment of desperation, Chen Qing shattered an oil jar with a kick, causing oil to splatter everywhere. He then hurled a torch into the flammable liquid. With a thunderous roar, flames rapidly engulfed the battlements. Luo Gan, suddenly enlightened, rallied his fellow soldiers to smash nearly 100 oil jars, unleashing torrents of black oil that flowed across the walls. The flames spread instantaneously, igniting hundreds of bundles of straw, transforming the battlements into an inferno. "Retreat! Retreat!" Chen Qing shouted, carving a bloody path as he led a handful of soldiers back to the passageway. The 400 Song soldiers at the two entrances, under the command of Yang Yuanqing, steadfastly resisted the Jurchen assault into the city. The battlements were filled with the anguished cries of burning soldiers, while countless Jurchen warriors, unable to withstand the inferno, were engulfed in flames, scrambling down the ladders in a desperate bid for escape. At that moment, a flaming Song soldier burst forth, crying out towards the northeast corner. "Captain Luo is still up there!" Chen Qing bellowed and plunged into the raging fire, pressing forward with determination. The flames were less fierce in the northeast direction, where he found Luo Gan, bloodied and shielding several injured Song soldiers as they retreated. Through the thick smoke, a dozen Jurchen soldiers, wielding their blades, stalked him like a pack of wolves. Chen Qing charged in, wielding his spear with lethal precision, dispatching several foes. The remaining Jurchen warriors, witnessing his valor, began to retreat. Luo Gan was gravely wounded. Chen Qing hoisted him and dashed towards the passageway. Upon reaching the foot of the wall, he gently laid Luo Gan down. The latter bore numerous wounds, blood flowing profusely, and severe burns had rendered him nearly unrecognizable, his hair singed away, and his chest heaving violently as death loomed near. With his last ounce of strength, he grasped Chen Qing's hand, struggling to utter, "No matter what, we must hold the line." As he released his grip, he succumbed to the void. Tears streamed down Chen Qing's face as he gently closed Luo Gan's unblinking eyes, a cascade of sorrow flowing down his cheeks. "Rest assured, I shall not allow the enemy to pass over my corpse." Rising to his feet, he wiped away his tears and commanded, "Deputy Yang, throw all the remaining oil onto the walls." The flames soared high above the arrow fort, with no living soldiers remaining. Over 1,000 Jurchen soldiers retreated several hundred paces, staring blankly at the 5 destroyed siege towers and the inferno lighting up the battlements, thick smoke billowing into the sky. Wanyan Wulu gazed in shock at the raging fire atop the walls, his eyes soon drawn to the charred city gate, hanging in tatters. "Is the gate assailable?" Wanyan Wulu inquired, turning back. "Commander," replied Qianfuzhang Wanyan Hui hastily, "I must inform you that a boulder weighing tens of thousands of pounds is stuck at the gate, unable to be moved. There is also another large stone blocking the gap, along with thousands of sandbags. I ask you, can we mount an attack?" Wanyan Wulu interrupted, his voice rising in anger. "Commander, it is impossible to assault." Wanyan Wulu clenched his fists and let out a heavy grunt. Observing the twilight, he addressed the assembly. "I believe the enemy's oil has been exhausted. After dark, we shall continue the siege with torches. By noon tomorrow, we must breach the fort." 5 soldiers of the Song army drew the short straw. Chen Qing concluded that the enemy would likely engage in night combat, and they could use the cover of darkness to destroy the enemy's siege towers. The threat posed by these towers was immense. Getting close to the walls to detonate them might not be successful, so it was best to destroy them beforehand. Chen Qing spoke to the 5 brave soldiers. "Night battles can be chaotic. Remain vigilant, and your chances of survival will increase significantly. Regardless of whether you survive, I promise you rich rewards." The 5 soldiers nodded silently. Facing 5 small barrels of gunpowder, each holding only 5 pounds, manageable enough to carry on their backs. "We will set out after nightfall." As night fell, over 10,000 Jurchen soldiers raised torches, illuminating the arrow fort as if it were day. The thunderous sound of war drums echoed, and the horns wailed. The Jurchen and their allied soldiers surged like a relentless tide, while Wanyan Wulu committed the final 60 siege ladders, with 5 siege towers on standby, ready to assault the city. The flames on the battlements had long since extinguished, and the charred corpses had been cleared. Yang Yuanqing led 300 soldiers back into battle, while the commanding officer Chen Qing orchestrated the overall combat, delegating Zheng Ping to lead a relief team of 50. The rolling logs and stones rained down from the battlements like hail, as soldiers screamed in agony, falling from the walls. Jurchen soldiers surged up the battlements, only to be valiantly repelled by the Song army. 10 skilled archers lay in ambush upon the wall, continuously firing their powerful crossbows at the robust enemy commanders and soldiers. "Commander, we require assistance at the 3rd defensive position on the east," cried a frail soldier, stumbling forward. Chen Qing recognized him as Du Min, the scholar who wrote letters for the soldiers. Now clad in armor and wielding a short spear, he was visibly injured, his face pale and bloodied. "Assist him in staunching the bleeding." Chen Qing commanded the medics to take Du Min away. He turned back, his voice hoarse, shouting, "Old Zheng, reinforce the 3rd defensive position on the east." After battling since dawn, Chen Qing's voice had grown hoarse. Zheng Ping led 50 valiant soldiers towards the 3rd defensive position in the east, where the Jurchens launched their assault. A dozen fierce Jurchen warriors had already stormed the battlements, and the defending Song soldiers had perished, leaving only 7 or 8 survivors who were rapidly retreating, their situation dire. With a thunderous shout, Zheng Ping charged forward with his 50 men, rallying their spirits to cast down another group of Jurchen soldiers from the walls. Meanwhile, the 15th defensive position in the west faced its own crisis. A heavily armored Jurchen captain stood atop the battlements like a colossal black bear, wielding a spiked club that crushed the skulls of several Song soldiers. 3 archers managed to strike him, yet he remained oblivious, as though the arrows had not found their mark. In a moment of desperation, Chen Qing seized a short spear and hurled it with all his might. The spear whistled through the air, piercing the captain's helmet and skull. With a bellowing cry, the captain fell backward, lifeless. However, his remaining troops, dozens of fierce Jurchen soldiers, surged onto the battlements. "Follow me," Chen Qing commanded, brandishing a shield and seizing a mighty axe as he charged forward, followed closely by his men. The breach had been created by the Jurchens, and an unrelenting tide of enemies was surging up the walls. Chen Qing's foremost task was to sever their path of ascent. He reached the ladder, delivering a powerful blow with his shield, sending a newly ascended Jurchen soldier tumbling down with a scream. "Cover me," Chen Qing bellowed hoarsely. His men surged forward, bracing against the counterattack of the Jurchen soldiers on the battlements. Chen Qing pressed his shield against the climbing foes. Noticing that the ladder's rungs had been replaced with iron, he could only contend with the handrails. With a fierce determination, he swung his axe, cleaving through the rails 3 times, crack. The handrail splintered, and the ladder bucked violently, causing several Jurchen soldiers to lose their balance and plummet down. He swiftly severed the opposite handrail, pulling and pushing with all his strength, causing the ladder to tip sideways. And a group of Jurchen soldiers shrieked as they leapt from the battlements. Suddenly, an agonizing pain shot through Chen Qing's left shoulder. He had been struck by a crossbow bolt. Almost instantly, a second arrow pierced his lower back. Despite the searing agony of the 2 wounds, he gritted his teeth and picked up a long spear, roaring as he charged toward the throng of Jurchen soldiers atop the wall. Then, an explosive sound reverberated across the battlefield as a siege tower toppled from 500 paces away. Before the Jurchens could react, several other siege towers erupted in a series of explosions, either obliterated or severed in 2. This unexpected turn of events caught the Jurchens completely off guard. The Song generals had dispatched men to sabotage the siege equipment. Infuriated, Wu of the Jin ordered the immediate deployment of all remaining siege ladders and an additional 3,000 troops, declaring that the Arrowhead Pass must be taken by noon, or the attacking soldiers would face execution. Boom, boom, boom. The war drums resounded relentlessly throughout the night, as waves of attacking Jurchens pressed forward, fighting desperately to breach the gates. On the battlements, the Song soldiers fought with blood and valor, 600 warriors standing resolute, vowing not to retreat a single step until their last breath. The fierce siege raged from the first watch of the night until dawn, continuing from daylight until noon. The Jin army deployed 3,000 Jurchen soldiers and an additional 3,000 traitorous troops, suffering over 4,000 casualties. The battlefield was a grim tableau, with corpses piled high and blood flowing like rivers. 600 Song soldiers valiantly defended the fortress, sacrificing their lives to uphold its integrity. More than half of them perished, leaving fewer than 200, all wounded, yet the Arrow Pass remained steadfast, the banner of the Grand Song still fluttering amidst the bloodshed and turmoil. Wan Enwulu's command to capture Arrow Pass by noon shattered once again, driving him into a frenzy. He bellowed, "Deploy another 5,000 Jurchen soldiers. Force your way into the city. Commander, the siege ladders have been nearly depleted." Wan Enwulu, in a fit of rage, gazed upon the 5 damaged siege towers and roared. "Recruit 2,000 craftsmen from Qian County. Construct 200 siege ladders before nightfall. Delay by even a moment, and I shall have you executed." The surrounding generals could no longer contain themselves. One Jurchen general embraced him, urging, "Commander, calm yourself. Even if we seize the fortress tonight, we will not reach Daxin Pass in time, and it will only lead to the needless loss of our brothers' lives." Wan Enwulu, enraged, drew his sword, exclaiming, "You dare defy my orders." Just then, a cavalryman galloped forth, brandishing an urgent letter and shouting, "Urgent report from Pingliang Prefecture." Wan Enwulu took the letter, scrutinizing it, and was immediately struck dumb by its contents, letting it slip from his grasp. It bore but a single line: "The Jin troops at Heshanjiwen suffered a catastrophic defeat. Commander Wan Enmei has fallen." Chapter 53. The retreat. Wan Enwulu has finally retreated to Pingliang Prefecture, having suffered nearly 20,000 casualties without breaching the Arrow Loophole Pass. The absence of reinforcements from the Jin forces in the Western Front ultimately led to the catastrophic defeat of the Jin dynasty in their first expedition into Sichuan. In the battle at Arrow Loophole Pass, the Song army deployed 1,500 soldiers, yet only 180 emerged unscathed, with the rest perishing in the fray. This battle stands as a significant chapter in history. General Chen Qing and his valiant 1,500 soldiers exhibited extraordinary bravery, unwavering resolve, and a steadfast determination to resist the Jin invaders, ultimately securing a hard-fought victory and upholding the dignity of the Song military. A messenger eagle soared into the sky, winging its way toward the distant Heshang plain while bearing news of victory to the Song military camp. After 3 days of recuperation, Chen Qing's injuries had improved, allowing him to rise and walk. With the assistance of a soldier, he limped through the camp. He spotted Du Min, who was writing letters to several soldiers. Du Min had also been injured during the defense of the city, but timely first aid had spared him from serious harm. Chen Qing recognized one of the letter-writing soldiers as a brave warrior who had been dispatched to detonate siege towers. Remarkably, all 5 of these warriors had survived by feigning death beneath the city walls, their lives overlooked by the Jurchens. Chen Qing then noticed Zheng Ping, who had suffered a grievous wound from a long spear, yet Zhao Xiaoi had heroically carried him to safety. Though his injury appeared severe, it turned out that no vital organs had been damaged, merely a minor wound. At that moment, Zheng Ping lay on a carpet, boasting to other soldiers, "Let me tell you, being stout has its advantages. My belly is full of fat, so even a spear can't take me down." Chen Qing chuckled softly, choosing not to interrupt his bravado, and continued on his way. "Commander." Chen Qing heard Yang Yuanqing calling him. He halted, and Yang Yuanqing approached briskly, saying, "I went to the main tent to find you, but the soldiers informed me you were here in the infirmary. Is there any new information?" "The envoy from the Pacification Commissioner is waiting for you in the main tent." The Pacification Commissioner was none other than Zhang Jun, who had evidently received Chen Qing's message via Eagle. Chen Qing hurried back to his tent. Upon his arrival, he saw a general in his 30s pacing back and forth. At once, Chen Qing recognized him as Zhu Baijin, a personal guard of Zhang Jun, whom he had encountered previously at Zawugu. "My apologies for keeping General Zhu waiting." Zhu Baijin smiled slightly, saying, "Congratulations to the commander on achieving another remarkable feat." Chen Qing waved his hand dismissively. "The accolades belong to the soldiers who sacrificed their lives. I played a minor role." At that moment, Chen Qing felt a deep sense of unease at the thought of others attributing the glory to him. The memories of Yang Hua, Luo Gan, and the many fallen soldiers weighed heavily on his heart. Zhu Baijin smiled, choosing not to dwell on the topic, and continued. "The battle at Heshang Plain has concluded, with the Jin forces suffering a significant defeat. Wan Enmei has fallen in battle. The Pacification Commissioner will commend the resistance at Arrow Loophole Pass, ranking it second only to the strategic deception executed by Commander Wang Yan. The Pacification Commissioner will bestow rewards. But you still have one more mission ahead. Once that is complete, you may abandon Arrow Loophole Pass and withdraw your troops back to Dasa Pass." "Please, General Zhu, elaborate." "The forces of General Lu Qi were ordered to withdraw to Hanzhong. Why retreat now, when the Jin army has just suffered a setback? Is this not the perfect opportunity for a counterattack?" Chen Qing inquired, puzzled. "The 10,000-strong army, led by Wanyan Wuzhu, is advancing towards Guangzhou. We must evacuate promptly," came the response. After a moment of silence, Chen Qing questioned. With fewer than 200 soldiers remaining, how can we assist? There is no need for you to venture out. Simply hold Arrow Sleeve Pass. They will soon retreat, as the pacification envoy has already issued the withdrawal command. General Lu Ziyu's forces are retreating south from Fengzhou to Sichuan, so you need not concern yourself with that. Just prepare to assist General Lu Qi as he heads south. 2 days later, General Lu Qi arrived at Arrow Sleeve Pass with 3,000 troops. In his early 30s, Lu Qi was tall and imposing, hailing from a distinguished military lineage, renowned alongside Yu Fei and Han Shizhong for his resistance against the Jin. Originally the deputy commander of the Jingyuan army, he retreated to Jingzhou after the defeat at Fuping, gathering scattered soldiers until his rank swelled to 8,000 at one point. However, as supplies dwindled and soldiers deserted, his forces were ultimately reduced to 3,000. Had it not been for Chen Qing's control of Arrow Sleeve Pass. In the retreat of Wan'an Ulu's army back to Pingliang, Lu Qi would have had no escape and would have faced annihilation. Chen Qing commanded the slaughter of several hundred sheep captured from the enemy to reward the arriving troops of Lu Qi. I feel ashamed, Lu Qi said apologetically, that I could not come to aid you at Arrow Sleeve Pass during the difficult times in Jingzhou. Chen Qing smiled gently. There is no need for the general to bear guilt. I understand your plight. We shall have opportunities to fight side by side in the future. Lu Qi felt a sense of relief and laughed heartily. To fight alongside Commander Chen is an honor for me. The following morning, as Lu Qi's forces prepared to withdraw south, Chen Qing completed his mission and prepared to march south with them. Commander, it is time to leave, urged Zheng Ping in a low voice. Chen Qing turned back for a final glance at the battered pass, the resting place of over 1,000 soldiers. And he gazed silently for a moment before mounting his horse and hastening towards the southern gorge. 2 days later, the troops arrived at Daisen Pass from the Western Valley, where they were greeted with great enthusiasm. Wu Jia and Wang Yin personally emerged from the pass to welcome Chen Qing back. Wu Jia promptly ordered the slaughter of pigs and sheep to reward the defenders of Arrow Sleeve Pass for their significant contributions to the victory at Heshanjiwen. As the festivities continued, laughter and cheer could still be heard from the soldiers. Beneath the moonlight, Wang Yin and Chen Qing stood atop Daisen Pass, gazing into the distant mountains cloaked in night. Tomorrow, you must visit Xingzhou. The pacification envoy has specifically requested to see you. It is clear that he holds you in high regard, Wang Yin remarked. Chen Qing fell silent for a moment. Wang Yin continued, this is indeed a good opportunity. My future prospects are limited, but with the envoy's favor, you will surely rise to become a general alongside me. Chen Qing, gazing towards Arrow Sleeve Pass, replied softly. Regardless of the circumstances, I am always a member of the Batzi army. Wang Yin, moved, patted Chen Qing on the shoulder, and said, speak your mind. What desires do you still harbor? I shall fulfill them for you. I possess but a singular wish, that the fallen soldiers receive their due compensation, and that the surviving warriors are granted promotion. Wang Yin nodded. This time, our 8 characters army shall claim half of the rewards, and I shall ensure your wish is realized. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qing added, furthermore, I propose Yang Yuanqing for the position of Deputy Commander of the 8 Characters Army's Reconnaissance Battalion. Like myself, he hails from the Huanqing Army. Yet his talents and bravery render him more than capable. Should I fail to return, I hope he will assume my command. I am confident he will not disappoint the commander. Wang Yin smiled faintly. With your endorsement, I need not worry about old Wu usurping young Yuanqing. Commander, is it truly possible that I may not return? Chen Qing inquired once more. Wang Yin shook his head, uncertain. I cannot say for certain. I can only acknowledge the possibility. With the recent defeat of the Jin army, the Battle of Fuping has reached a definitive conclusion. Even if Wan'an Wushou were to assault Daisen Pass again, he would require at least 1 or 2 years for preparation, needing time to solidify his hold on Guangzhou. During this interval, numerous personnel changes will occur within the Song army. Thus, as we part, I offer you this piece of advice: maintain humility in your conduct, yet strive for excellence in your endeavors. Upon returning to the military camp, I found Zheng Ping waiting at the entrance of my tent. Old Zheng, what troubles you? Zheng Ping replied with a perplexed expression. It is quite strange. I have unexpectedly received a letter from home. Is it unusual to receive correspondence from home? No. Zheng Ping shook his head vigorously. The letter is from Lin'an, penned by my father, urging me to visit the Lin'an prefecture. This missive was brought by an official dispatched from Lin'an to convey the imperial edict. I am utterly bewildered. How could my parents be in Lin'an? And how did they learn of my presence and survival in Guangzhou? Chen Qing chuckled. Does your father not know you are serving in Guangzhou? Zheng Ping shook his head. I left in a fit of temper, sneaking away to join the 8 characters army in Xiangzhou, and later made my way to Guangzhou. They should have no news of me. Regardless, it is a fortunate circumstance to reunite with family. As fate would have it, I am heading to Xingzhou tomorrow. You should accompany me. Let us invite Xiaoyi as well. He wishes to visit Lin'an too. Chen Qing nodded in agreement. If he desires to go, then let him. Zhao Xiaoyi's greatest aspiration is to behold the capital of Bianliang. While Bianliang may be out of reach, Lin'an will suffice. Although it has not yet been officially designated as the capital by the court, to the eyes of the world, it is indeed the capital. Chapter 54, quote, as Zhang Jun was appointed as the commissioner for the Sichuan and Shaanxi regions, with his temporary office located in the southern part of Xingzhou County, soon to be relocated to Chengdu. Despite the catastrophic defeat in Fuping leading to Zhang Jun being impeached by the censorate, and the Prime Minister Fan Zhongning's insistence on holding Zhang accountable for the loss of Guangdong, the head of Wan'an Lushi brought great delight to the emperor. The emperor dismissed the impeachment, reasoning that victory and defeat are common in warfare, thus Zhang Jun narrowly escaped a dire consequence. Following the resounding victory at the Battle of Xishan, Zhang Jun promptly sent a carrier pigeon to Lin'an to convey the joyous news, soon receiving a response from the emperor requesting his return to the capital for a performance review. That morning, Chen Qing had just arrived in Xingzhou County and had not yet settled in when he was summoned by Commander Zhang Jun at the commissioner's office. Your subordinate pays respect to the commissioner. Chen Qing knelt on one knee to pay his respects. Zhang Jun smiled warmly and said, General Chen, we meet again. Please, rise. Thank you, Commissioner. Chen Qing stood up and noticed a middle-aged gentleman beside him, who appeared refined and cultured, likely one of Zhang Jun's aides. Zhang Jun introduced him, saying, This is my aide, Wang Mu, who has just arrived from Lin'an. I invite Mr. Wang to provide you with a brief overview of the new official positions in the Song dynasty. As the three took their seats, Chen Qing maintained a straight posture, his expression serious and resolute. Wang Mu secretly praised him, noting that he truly embodied the essence of a soldier and at such a young age. It was no wonder the high-ranking official valued him. Wang Mu smiled gently and began, General Chen. You should be aware that officials in the Song dynasty generally hold 2 positions. One is known as the Jilu official, and the other as the dispatch official. The Jilu official, also referred to as the rank official, determines your status and salary, while the dispatch official pertains to the specific duties you undertake. For instance, your position as the chief commander is the dispatch official. The commissioner has the authority to appoint dispatch officials but lacks the power to appoint rank officials, as such appointments must be made by the Ministry of Personnel. The issue at hand is that you have a dispatch official position yet lack a rank official position. I specifically went to the Ministry of Personnel to search for your records, but could not find any documentation regarding you in the Huanqing army. Chen Qing understood all too well that it would be surprising if they found anything. He quickly explained, I enlisted during the Jianyan years and have not yet had the chance to register my name with the Ministry of Personnel. I suspect that is the reason. Wang Mu continued, Moreover, the records at the ministry are currently quite disorganized, still based on the archives from the 3rd year of the Xuanhe era. It is not unusual for your records to be missing. Fortunately, the commissioner has connections within the ministry and has arranged for you to be granted a rank official position anew. With that, Wang Mu handed Chen Qing a bronze plaque, the front inscribed with Deputy Official of the horizontal class and the back engraved with Zhongwei Lang, beneath which were the characters indicating the 7th rank. Chen Qing took the plaque and examined it. Puzzled, he inquired, What does Deputy Official of the horizontal class mean? Wang Mu smiled as he explained, in the Song dynasty, military rank officials are divided into 8 grades and 60 ranks. The Deputy Official of the horizontal class falls within the 4th grade, which encompasses ranks from 23 to 34, placing you at the 29th rank, the 7th grade Zhongwei Lang, which is typically the rank for commanders. Is this my latest Jilu official position? Chen Qing asked. No. Wang Mu quickly shook his head. This is merely your rank official position prior to the Battle of Xishan. Hold on, Wang Mu interjected. In January of this year, the court reinstated the Martial Arts Academy, admitting 100 students for a 1-year program. The military forces from Sichuan and Shaanxi were granted 3 recommendation slots, and the pacification envoy has decided to allocate one of these to you. Chen Qing promptly rose to bow to Zhang Jun, expressing his gratitude for the patronage of the pacification envoy. Zhang Jun smiled slightly, saying, This opportunity was earned through your own efforts. Without the achievements at Arrow Pass, this chance would not have come to you. In the recent battle at Arrow Pass, you made one of the most significant contributions, and I am prepared to petition the Ministry of War to appoint you as a commander. However, The court has stringent regulations. A commander must either have 10 years of military experience or be a graduate of the Imperial Martial Arts Academy. Local martial arts credentials are insufficient, unless appointed through special exception by the court. Fortunately, the reopening of the Martial Arts Academy presents your opportunity. Strive to graduate successfully by next spring, and I will formally recommend you to the Ministry of Personnel as a commander. Chen Qing, after a moment of silence, replied, "Whether or not I become a commander is of little concern to me. My primary focus is on ensuring that the fallen soldiers receive proper compensation and that the surviving soldiers are duly rewarded." This sentiment distinguished Chen Qing from other generals. He did not wish to ascend by stepping on the sacrifices of his comrades. Though such ambition was common, Chen Qing could not reconcile this with his own conscience. Zhang Jun felt a flicker of displeasure, but nonetheless addressed Chen Qing with solemnity. "Regardless of your position or that of your subordinates, as the commander, I will ensure that you receive what is rightfully due." Upon exiting the official building, Chen Qing's mind was still in a haze. He could hardly recall any of the official titles Wang Mu had mentioned, yet one thing remained clear in his mind. He was to go to the capital to study. After the Jinqing incident, King Kong Zhao Gou fled southeast, and during a tumultuous journey, he first ascended the throne in Yingtian Prefecture, renaming the era to Jianyan. After 2 years of relocation, it was not until the 3rd year of Jianyan that he crossed the Yangtze River to Jiangning, officially renaming it Jiankong and establishing it as the eastern capital. This indicated that the court had initially decided to settle the capital in Jiankong following their southward move. Regrettably, within less than 6 months, the formidable Wuzhu of the Jin dynasty, leading an army of 100,000, began searching the mountains and seas, forcing the court to retreat further south. They established a temporary palace in Hangzhou, upgrading it to Lin'an Prefecture, termed Xingzai, meaning a temporary residence until they could return after reclaiming the central plains. However, this temporary stay became permanent. In the 8th year of Shaoxing, a successful peace agreement was reached between the Song and Jin, and Zhao Gou no longer harbored intentions of a northern expedition, officially designating Lin'an as the capital. At this moment, it was still the 1st year of Shaoxing, and Lin'an's governance over Qian'an County and Rinhe County was merely a temporary arrangement. The resolute Zhao Gou aimed to resist the Jin, aspiring for a northern campaign, although the common folk regarded Lin'an as the capital. April in Lin'an was the most splendid season of the year. The weather was warm but not yet hot, with the banks of West Lake adorned with lush greenery, clear mountains, and picturesque scenery. On this particular morning, at the outer dock of Yuhang Gate in Lin'an, a passenger ship was slowly approaching the shore. Standing at the bow was a young scholar named Chen Qing, clad in a black gauze cap and a fine blue linen robe, cinched at the waist with a leather belt and adorned with a treasured sword. His tall stature and dignified demeanor made him stand out as a remarkable talent. Upon arriving in Lin'an, he entrusted his long spear and steed to Wang Yan, carrying only his bow, neatly stowed in a wicker box. Along with a few pieces of clothing and some loose silver, this constituted his entire luggage. The stout figure behind him was the captain Zhang Ping. Accompanied by his deputy Zhao Xiaoi, they had taken leave to visit family in Lin'an and would return in 2 months. Zhang Ping surveyed the county town and remarked, "I had presumed Lin'an to be a mere small county, yet it appears quite substantial." Chen Qing replied nonchalantly, "To the south lies Qian'an County, and to the north, Rinhe County. It was once the capital of the Wuiwei Kingdom during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, thriving in prosperity. Though it suffered destruction during Fang La's rebellion and was plundered by the Jin soldiers, the city is now populated with affluent families who fled from the north. It should recover swiftly." "Old Zhang, do you know where your parents reside?" Zhao Xiaoi inquired. Zhao Xiaoi wished to present himself as a scholar, but his lack of poise and diminutive stature rendered him more akin to a mere bookish boy, while Zhang Ping, portly and adorned in gold and silver, resembled a newly wealthy merchant. Zhang Ping scratched his head, recalling the address from the letter. "It seems to be in Beohang. Let us inquire further." By coincidence, Beohang was not far from Yuhang Gate. To their astonishment, they discovered several severed heads hanging from the city gate. Zhao Xiaoi noticed a row of wooden cages atop the gate, and upon closer inspection, he found them filled with grotesque heads, each visage contorted in terror. Chen Qing cast a glance and remarked, "They must be notorious bandits, displayed as a cautionary spectacle to pacify the populace." The trio entered the county town, which was bustling with activity, teeming with merchants and nobles who had fled from the north, causing the population to rapidly surpass 1 million, leading to a dramatic surge in land prices. Various trades flourished, with new taverns and shops emerging, each more opulent and exquisite than the last, adorned with countless banners and signs. After some inquiries, they soon arrived at Baohang, where Zhang Ping stood in front of a grand residence, lost in thought. The address his father had provided was indeed here, clearly marked, Zhang Residence. Above the main entrance hung a plaque inscribed with 5 prominent characters, Hejian County Public Office. "Old Zhang, your family is quite esteemed," Zhao Xiao exclaimed. Zhang Ping, bewildered, shook his head. "I know not. My father is merely a herbal merchant from Hejian. When did he become the county official? I am equally perplexed." At that moment, an elderly steward emerged, and Zhang Ping recognized him instantly, calling out in excitement, "Uncle Wang." "Ah, San Lang has returned." The steward embraced Zhang Ping with fervor. "It has been 5 years. You have finally come back." "Uncle Wang, what is the meaning of this?" Zhang Ping asked, pointing at the plaque. "It is a long story. Come inside and I shall explain everything. Your parents have been quite concerned about you." Zhang Ping then introduced Chen Qing and Zhao Xiaoi, and upon learning they were his superiors, the steward immediately showed them respect, clasping his hands in salute. "General Chen, please enter." Chen Qing smiled at Zhang Ping. "I must hurry to report in. Xiaoi will accompany you. We shall meet again another day." Zhang Ping nodded. "Very well. Let me settle in first, and I shall bring Xiaoi to find you." The 3 parted ways, and Chen Qing, carrying a wooden box, swiftly arrived at the Imperial Academy. Established last year, the academy sprawls over approximately 80 acres, and a few months prior, a martial arts school had claimed a corner of its grounds. Inquiring about the school, Chen Qing learned that it was located at the eastern entrance. He circled around to the east gate, where he noticed a notice affixed to the door, which read, "Martial Arts School Registration Office. Proceed straight for 30 paces to the main hall of Qingyang Tower. All aspiring martial artists must bring their own bows and steeds. Only those who pass the examination will be eligible for enrollment." Chen Qing was taken aback. There was to be an examination? Chapter 55. The examination, dear sir. Might you kindly step aside? Chen Qing hastily moved aside, only to find a throng of individuals approaching. The one requesting passage appeared to be a servant, who respectfully opened the side door and stood to the side. Subsequently, 4 young men dismounted from their steeds, casually tossing the reins to their attendants. These 4 young gentlemen, seemingly in their 20s, possessed tall and imposing physiques, their appearances striking. Clad in warrior attire and adorned with warrior hats, their garments were crafted from exquisite silk from Suhu, embroidered with intricate designs of qilin, colorful phoenixes, and floral motifs, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. The bows on their backs and the swords at their waist were embellished with gold and jade, radiating opulence. Evidently, they hailed from affluent and powerful families. However, Chen Qing pondered. As he himself entered martial studies for the sake of obtaining an official position, how could others be any different? The 4 young nobles, exuding an air of arrogance, did not spare Chen Qing a glance, engaging in laughter as they entered through the side door, followed by a contingent of servants. Such a group of frivolous youths. Do they think this is Bianliang? Someone behind muttered in discontent. Turning around, Chen Qing discovered a young man of similar age standing behind him, attired in fine linen martial attire, leading a horse equipped with a bow and long knife. "Are you also here to register for martial studies?" Chen Qing inquired with a warm smile. "Indeed." The young man scrutinized Chen Qing and asked, "Might I ask your esteemed name?" Chen Qing nodded with a smile. The young man brightened, clasped his fists, and introduced himself. "I am Huyen Tong, a subordinate general under the command of General Han of the Divine Martial Army. May I inquire about your name, esteemed sir?" "So you are one of General Han's subordinates," Chen Qing replied, clasping his fists in return. "I am a subordinate of General Wang Yin of the Sichuan Shanxi Army. My name is Chen Qing." "Ah, so you are from the renowned 8th Army," Huyen Tong exclaimed, quickly glancing at Chen Qing's forehead. Chen Qing smiled faintly, remarking that some things need not be inscribed upon one's face. They can reside within the heart just as well. Huyen Tong laughed heartily, acknowledging, "You are quite right. My perspective was indeed narrow." As they entered through the side door, Chen Qing hesitated and inquired, "What does the notice at the entrance mean? Why is there to be an examination?" With a cold chuckle, Huyen Tong replied, "It is rather absurd, to say the least." The news of the Ministry of War reopening martial studies caused quite a stir. Various individuals have been sending gifts, seeking connections, and exploiting all means to gain favor. The threshold of Deputy Minister Wang's residence has nearly been worn down. There are only 100 spots available. Yet at least 1 or 2,000 individuals aspire to enter. This is martial studies, not the Imperial Academy. Why such a frenzy? Chen Qing, aware of the Song dynasty's tendency to favor civil pursuits over military ones, found it bewildering that martial studies could incite such enthusiasm. "You do not understand," Huyen Tong explained. Graduates of the Imperial Academy can only become professors at local academies, holding lowly positions with meager salaries and little hope for promotion. However, martial studies are different. Especially the first cohort, which has been explicitly designated to manage the local military forces across various prefectures. Starting at an 8th rank position, a lucrative opportunity that the powerful are eager to seize. I wonder how many spots your Sichuan Shanxi army has secured. 3. Chen Qing replied. Indeed. The illustrious Sichuan Shanxi army has but 3 spots. Other regions cannot even dream of such opportunities. Our commander has only 2 spots as well, in the remaining spots. Sai, you witnessed it yourself. Make haste, both of you, and report here. An official beckoned them. The 2 swiftly proceeded towards the Qingyang Tower. At this moment, it was merely a preliminary report to verify their identities, followed by an examination. Only upon passing the test could they officially register. The examination was held at the martial arena of the Taixue, a shared space for both the Taixue and Wuxue, covering an area of approximately 10 acres. A head official announced loudly, "Everyone, please pay attention. The examination consists of archery and weightlifting. There are no specific requirements for the archery. You may use either our bows or your own. The goal is to hit a wooden target from 80 paces, with a minimum of 2 out of 3 arrows striking the target. For weightlifting, the requirement is to lift 60 pounds overhead to pass. If you fail the examination, I regret to inform you that you must return whence you came." A total of 21 warriors were participating in the examination, and Chen Qing drew the 9th position. The first to step forward was Wang Bo, a man who appeared to be the leader of 4 noble scions. Hu Yintong lowered his voice to Chen Qing, saying, "This man was originally a palace guard, the son of Wang Ju, the deputy commander before the throne. Look at how splendidly he is dressed. Did the calamity of Jinggang not touch him?" Hu Yintong sneered. "After the Jin army's first siege of Dongjing, do you know how many noble families fled the city? Many had already transferred their wealth to places like Yangzhou and Suzhou, and their family was no exception." Chen Qing found himself intrigued, although Wang Bo's attire was extravagant. His strong arms and agile posture suggested that he was no mere dandy. The bow he wielded was at least a one-stone bow, and coming from a family of warriors, he likely possessed genuine skills. Wang Bo strode confidently to the shooting line, drew an arrow from his quiver, and released it with precision, striking the wooden target in the throat, which earned him a round of applause. Chen Qing privately nodded, impressed by his archery skills and steady hands. He was not the sort to merely amuse himself with frivolities. Wang Bo shot 2 more arrows, both finding their mark in the throat of the target. As for the 60-pound weight, it was something even an ordinary person could lift, let alone these warriors. Wang Bo was the first to pass the examination, returning with an air of self-satisfaction. One after another, the subsequent warriors also succeeded. Hu Yintong was the 8th to step forward, hitting the target's central area with all 3 arrows, garnering cheers from the crowd. He bowed to a commander in the distance before returning to the ranks. Chen Qing cast a curious glance at the commander, who appeared to be in his 40s, with a square face, sharp eyebrows, and tiger-like eyes, sporting a streak of stubble that added to his imposing presence. Although seated among a group of officials, it was evident that he was not involved in the examination. He was merely a spectator. Surely, he must be a senior relative of Hu Yintong. Chen Qing had intended to inquire further, but the referee was already calling for him. The 9th participant, Chen Qing. Upon hearing Chen Qing's name, the middle-aged general's eyes brightened, fixating on every movement Chen Qing made. With bow in hand, Chen Qing approached, borrowing a quiver of arrows from the table. The referee cast a glance at his bow, questioning why he did not use a foot bow. Chen Qing was, of course, using his Diyuan bow meant for mounted shooting. However, utilizing it for foot archery would put him at a slight disadvantage. Chen Qing noticed that he was not being discouraged, so he smiled and stepped to the shooting line, where murmurs arose among the group of warriors. This fellow actually uses a mounted bow. What does that mean? Does he consider himself superior? He must think that others cannot shoot from horseback and is deliberately showing off. Lao Wang, what do you think? Several young nobles glanced at Wang Bo, who curled his lip, estimating that this person had just arrived from a small place and had not seen much of the world. Eager to display his skills, they could merely regard it as a spectacle. Everyone burst into laughter, agreeing that this monkey show was indeed rather amusing. However, despite the jest, Wang Bo fixed his gaze upon Chen Qing. Although it was stated that today's examination was merely a formality, he had received word that this test was, in fact, of great significance. The results would be presented directly to the officials, and the importance of securing first place was self-evident. They were the last group to take the test, and the results from the earlier batches had been rather mediocre. He had struck all 3 arrows through the throat, currently the best score. While Hu Yintong had hit the face with 3 arrows, yet one of his shots was not a vital strike, making Wang Bo feel superior in this regard. He was determined to secure first place in this entrance examination. He knew all the warriors participating in the test, except for this one unknown individual, which stirred a sense of caution within him. Chen Qing drew a white-feathered arrow. He glanced at the wooden target, scarcely aimed, and with a swift motion, released the arrow, which flew like lightning, striking the left shoulder of the target with a resounding crack, eliciting a chorus of knowing laughter. He was taking the examination seriously with a mounted bow, yet only managed to hit the left shoulder, completely missing the vital areas. Hu Yin, where is he from? Inquired a young noble named Qi Yun. This group of young nobles knew Hu Yintong well, having grown up together, but they were not of the same ilk and did not associate closely. Hu Yintong initially wished to ignore the question, but recalling that their families were old acquaintances, he replied vaguely, I'm not quite sure. He should be sent by the Western Army. The crowd suddenly understood, so he was from the Western Army. Indeed, someone from the countryside. The Western Army held a low status, a long-standing tradition in the Song dynasty, as evidenced by the fates of Di Qing and Zhong Shidao. This was also due to the remote location and communication difficulties. For instance, when the Western Army achieved significant victories, they were merely numbers to most. And aside from the emperor, few paid attention, as the lives of these people felt so far removed. The most telling example was the 4 renowned generals of the southern Song who resisted the Jin, Han Shizong, Yu Fei, Zhang Jun, and Lu Guangshi, none of whom were from the Western Army. Although the Jin people trembled at Wu Jie's name, whose reputation was on par with Yu Fei, he was overlooked by the court, along with other notable Western generals like Wu Lin, Wang Yin, Lu Ziyu, Lu Qi, and Li Yanxian, who ultimately faded into the annals of history. Even figures like Wang Yin and Lu Ziyu remained largely unknown, let alone someone as minor as Chen Qing, a mere commander of the Western Army. Wang Bo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This individual had only struck the shoulder, far inferior to himself, and the first place in this examination was undoubtedly his. At that moment, Chen Qing drew a second arrow and released it, which again struck the left shoulder. And soon after, his third arrow also found its mark on the left shoulder, prompting uproarious laughter around them. It seemed this fellow had a peculiar affinity for the left shoulder. Could he be the king of the left shoulder? Outside the city, the general detected a subtle hint, and his expression grew solemn. Once the examination concluded, all 21 candidates passed and proceeded to complete their formal registration. The several examiners at the martial arts arena continued to debate who would claim the top score today. Although Wang Bo had struck all 3 arrows at the throat, it was commonly accepted that the face was a more critical target. Thus, the first place should belong to number 8, Hu Yintong. Nonsense, exclaimed another. A shot to the face does not guarantee death. Hu Yintong's second arrow was slightly off target, but why not try hitting the throat? Hitting the throat thrice without fail certainly secures Wang Bo the top position, while Hu Yintong may settle for second. At that moment, Wang Hao, the deputy minister of war, approached with a smile, addressing the nearby general. General Han, your subordinate performed admirably today, hitting the face thrice. The middle-aged man was none other than the renowned General Han Shizong, who happened to be in Lin'an for duty. Today was the day his trusted lieutenant Hu Yintong participated in the examination, and he was intrigued enough to come and observe. Han Shizong shook his head, remarking, Hu Yintong's archery is merely average. Even Wang Bo cannot claim first place. Number 9, Chen Qing, far surpasses them. The officials exchanged glances, and one officer asked in astonishment, but Chen Qing only hit the left shoulder with all 3 arrows. How can he be the strongest? Just take a look at the wooden target, Han Shizong replied. Moments later, a soldier brought forth the wooden target and placed it on the table. Han Shizong pointed to the left shoulder, stating, only he managed to hit the left shoulder today, with 3 arrows striking it. There should be 3 holes. But in reality, how many do you see? The crowd gathered closely to examine, and to their surprise, there was only a single arrow hole on the left shoulder. How peculiar. He clearly hit the left shoulder 3 times, yet there is but 1 hole. What could be the explanation? Han Shizong replied calmly, can you not deduce it? All 3 of his arrows struck within the same hole. The surrounding soldiers and officials erupted in astonishment, completely taken aback. Wang Hao gasped in shock, pondering who this Chen Qing was, possessing such remarkable archery skills. Han Shizong felt even more intrigued, if his suspicions were correct. This Chen Qing was the one who had beheaded Wan and Lu Shi. Indeed, he maintained a low profile and demeanor, yet his actions were anything but ambiguous. Chapter 56, The Flies. After registering, The next step was the arrangement of accommodations. Chen Qi was among the third batch of registrants, and the court provided them with reasonable provisions. Food, lodging, and clothing were all complimentary. Chen Qing felt a nostalgic sense of returning to his days at the Special Police Academy. Of course, should one wish to indulge in drinks or tea outside, to visit entertainment venues, to adorn oneself in more splendid attire, or to secure more comfortable lodgings, one would have to spend their own money. The accommodations consisted of 3 individuals sharing a room, which was quite spacious, approximately 50 square meters. Within it lay 3 beds, each accompanied by a chest and a desk, with various toiletries placed atop the chests. Chen Qing and Hu Yuantong were assigned to the same dormitory, alongside a local martial arts student who had arrived a day earlier. This student had claimed the best spot by the window, along with the finest bed, chest, and desk, and had even erected a screen around his area, creating a semblance of a private sanctuary. Chen Qing graciously offered the window seat to Hu Yuantong and chose a corner by the door for himself. While the typical martial arts training period lasted 3 years, given the current extraordinary circumstances, they were allotted only 1 year. That fellow has taken my chest as well. Hu Yuantong scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at their roommate, who was presumably out drinking. Chen Qing made his bed and smiled. I believe they are all quite similar, rather worn, I do say. Perhaps you think so, but others may not share your sentiment. My chest bears 7 cracks, while he has only 3. That's a difference of 4. Chen Qing chuckled in response. Hu Yuantong, are you heading home today? Hu Yuantong's family also resided in Lin'an, and his illustrious ancestor was the renowned General Hu Yinzan from the founding of the Song dynasty. With a sigh, Hu Yuantong replied, my mother wishes for my return, but my father forbids it. He insists I cannot set foot in the Hu family home unless I attain the rank of commander. You are destined to become a commander upon your completion of martial studies, are you not? Just then, a man in his 30s entered, his presence announced before he arrived. He was a short-statured warrior with a round face, delicate brows and eyes, and a broad smile. Greetings, I am Ding Tao, a few years your senior. You may call me Old Ding. Hearing his accent, Chen Qing inquired with a smile, you are also from Bianliang, I presume? Indeed. A significant portion of Lin'an is comprised of Bianliang natives, so it's no surprise. You must be Chen, my young friend. I have heard much about you and your registration. Hu Yuantong, I have long known of your esteemed reputation. Before he could finish, Hu Yuantong interrupted, his displeasure evident. Let us not speak of past grievances from our youth. Quite right. The past can be painful. It is best to look forward. Ding Tao exclaimed. May I invite you both for a drink of water and wine? Your kindness is appreciated, but I have sworn off alcohol. Hu Yuantong promptly declined. Chen Qing smiled. We have just arrived, and there are many matters to attend to. We shall partake in a hearty drink another time. Ding Tao was not offended. He chuckled amiably. We shall gather again when the opportunity arises. He retrieved a few pieces of silver from his chest and hurriedly took his leave. Hu Yuantong gazed coldly at the figure before him and remarked, I have indeed heard of this person. He is a descendant of the renowned Prime Minister Ding Wei. His father ingratiated himself with Gao Qiao to attain a high position in the Imperial Guard, and he himself has entered the palace as a personal guard. This individual is exceedingly adept at navigating social situations, possessing a silver tongue. Do you truly believe he wishes to invite us for a drink? While drinking may be acceptable, rest assured, he shall not be the one to bear the expense. Does he possess no merits at all? Chen Qing inquired with a smile. Of course. He has his merits, he is well informed. If you wish to inquire about something, he is undoubtedly the right person to approach. However, he will not divulge information freely. Remember this, he will not rise early without a benefit in sight. In this day and age, who works for free? An acerbic voice suddenly permeated the air from the doorway. Chen Qing turned to see 4 attendants of Wang Bo standing at his threshold. Wang Bo leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, his gaze a mixture of amusement and mockery directed at Chen Qing. Chen Qing held no animosity towards the 4, yet neither did he harbor any fondness. Their lives were devoid of intersection with his, and thus, he maintained a respectful distance. Do you have business with us? Commander Chen, you have concealed yourself quite well. We have only just learned that you were the top scorer in the examination. Did you think us unworthy of competing with you in archery, and thus chose to hide your prowess, humiliating us in another fashion? Chen Qing sighed internally. There are individuals who, even if you do not provoke them, will seek to provoke you. I had no intention of humiliating anyone with my archery. I am unfamiliar with you. Even your names elude me. To suggest I am targeting you is to overthink matters. But we feel humiliated. Wang Bo retorted. What do you intend to do? Hu Yuantong approached with a face full of ire. Hu Yin, this does not concern you. One of the attendants interjected. What do you mean it does not concern me? Hu Yintong shot back, his eyes narrowing. You come to my quarters to stir trouble and claim it has no bearing on me? Hu Yan, let me handle this. Chen Qing interposed, addressing Wang Bo with calm resolve. How about this? Allow me to treat you all to a drink, and we can clarify this misunderstanding. We shall all be classmates henceforth, and I believe we can coexist amicably. Wang Bo shook his head dismissively. You invite us for drinks? A mere camp commander like you does not hold the stature for such an invitation. Even though Chen Qing wished to avoid conflict, he was incensed by Wang Bo's provocation. Narrowing his eyes, he replied coldly, What do you propose instead? Quite simply, the Ministry of War has designated you as the top scorer, yet we contest this. Who knows if you bribed the examiners behind the scenes? We wish to challenge you to a contest of martial skill. Unless you can best us, you shall have to explain yourself to the Ministry of War. At that moment, a few flies buzzed around Chen Qing's bedside, creating a cacophony. In an instant, he struck out, his hand moving with the swiftness of lightning, capturing one fly. Examining the two flies in his grasp, he crushed them effortlessly, stating nonchalantly, The weather has yet to warm, and already these flies come to annoy. How truly repugnant. The three attendants grew furious, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. But Wang Bo restrained them. He had observed keenly, Chen Qing's swift capture of the fly was not merely a matter of speed, but rather an exhibition of keen eyesight and dexterity that left him astounded. To challenge such an individual would only invite humiliation. Wang Bo cast a deep glance at Chen Qing, saying, The future is long, we shall see. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Let us depart. The other three glared at Chen Qing before following Wang Bo, Hu Yintong shook his head, commenting, These young lords in Dongjing Bianliang are always like this, considering themselves superior and looking down upon others. I too was once like them, but after enduring hardships, I transformed. Yet they remain unchanged, still displaying the same disposition. Henceforth, you need not concern yourself with them. Chen Qing smiled and nodded, replying, I have no energy to bother with them. Let us find a small tavern for a drink. It is my treat. Hu Yintong raised an eyebrow, questioning, What do you mean by that? As the landlord, it is only right that I treat you. Chen Qing was no stranger to the taverns of the Song dynasty, having visited several in Lin'an County, though one was in Guangzhou and the other in Jianyan. Their styles and layouts were remarkably similar, dimly lit, greasy tables, and sour, murky wine. Despite being a scion of a prominent family in Dongjing, Hu Yintong had adapted to various harsh environments during his 3 years of military service, and such unpleasant wine no longer fazed him. What is your courtesy name, Chen Xian? Hu Yintong inquired. Chen Qing had no courtesy name, but in the Song dynasty, friends typically referred to one another by their courtesy names, which he found inconvenient. He had long considered adopting Shang Yuan as his courtesy name, a nod to the name of his previous incarnation. My courtesy name is Shang Yuan. You may call me Chen Shang Yuan. That is a fine name, unlike mine, which is Jinu, a rather unpleasant one. You may continue to call me Hu Yan. Hu Yintong expressed with a hint of dissatisfaction regarding his courtesy name. It is not unpleasant, but as you dislike it, I shall call you Hu Yin from now on. By the way, I wish to inquire about something. Hu Yintong chuckled. You should consult that roommate of yours for inquiries. Just kidding. What do you wish to know? I would like to know how we are to receive our salaries. Chen Qing had donated several hundred taels of silver to the families of fallen soldiers, leaving himself with only 20 taels after paying for his journey, and just 8 taels of loose silver remained. Although the martial academy included room and board, it was still insufficient to sustain him for a year in Lin'an. Fortunately, he had secured a position as a Zhangwei Lang, which would afford him a salary within the official ranks. Hu Yintong's eyes brightened as he quickly asked, What is your official rank? I believe it is Zhangwei Lang. Zhangwei Lang. Hu Yintong smacked his lips, his tone tinged with envy. You are already at the 29th rank, while I am merely at the 45th rank as at Songyi Lang. Alas, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. I suppose I am just a bit fortunate. Do not be modest. I am no fool. Without a noble background, achieving the 29th rank is a testament to your hard work, unlike Wang Bo and his ilk, who rely entirely on their ancestral privileges to reach the 30s. They probably have never even seen a jerchin. Chen Qing rapped the table in dissatisfaction. I am asking you something serious. How do we receive our salaries? That is easy. Obtain a certificate from the Martial Academy. Do you not possess a martial rank official bronze plaque? Take it with you to the Ministry of Personnel. There is an external window for the ministry and the 3 departments over by the Chaotian Gate, where you can handle the formalities. Once completed, you will be able to collect your funds there each month. How much can you collect monthly? I am uncertain. You will know when the time comes. The two of them indulged in a few drinks, and at that moment, the tavern was bustling with patrons, predominantly martial students who, while unfamiliar with one another, gathered in groups according to their dormitories. Alas, I never anticipated that the land prices in Lin'an would soar to such heights. An acre now demands several thousand guan, whereas last summer it was merely 1,000 guan. In just half a year, prices have surged 4 to 5 times, making it seem impossible to purchase a residence in Lin'an. 1,000 guan is not exorbitant. During last year's invasion by the Jin forces, land prices in Lin'an plummeted to their nadir, with each acre falling to a mere 100 guan. I have heard of a shrewd merchant who seized the opportunity and purchased several hundred acres, reaping a fortune in just a year. Such opportunities for immense wealth are unlikely to present themselves again. You are woefully uninformed. There remains another chance to amass great riches. Suddenly, the tavern fell silent, and all eyes turned toward the martial student. With a triumphant air, he proclaimed, "Are you aware of Wanyan Lushi? The Grand Marshal of the Jin Kingdom was executed by a Song general in Jingzhou City. It is said that the Jin ruler has placed a bounty of 100,000 guan for the capture of this Song general, 100,000 guan." The tavern erupted in uproar. While everyone knew of Wanyan Lushi's demise at the hands of Zhang Jun's forces, the details were murky. The patrons began to chatter animatedly. Someone called out loudly, "What is the name of that Song general?" "I do not know. I only heard he was the leader of the 8 characters army." The revelation that he was a commander intensified the discussion. Hu Yuantong widened his eyes, staring at Chen Qing. "Could it be you?" Chen Qing smiled nonchalantly. "Do you truly believe that I, a mere left-shoulder king, possess the prowess to slay Wanyan Lushi?" "Indeed. Wanyan Lushi is hailed as the foremost general of the Jin kingdom. I am curious as to what kind of divine figure could have vanquished him." Hu Yuantong gazed at him with admiration, his eyes sparkling with aspiration. In truth, it is not surprising that the name Chen Qing remains relatively obscure. Wanyan Wushu had issued a bounty for him across the Guangzhou region, prior to the death of Wanyan Lushi, due to his elimination of nearly 200 roaming cavalrymen at Erlang's High. The second bounty was merely because Wanyan had not yet issued a warrant for 500 Song cavalry, offering 3,000 guan in reward. The death of Wanyan Lushi has been shrouded in secrecy among the Jurchens, with only a select few in high circles aware that it was Chen Qing responsible for the act. Su Ning deduced it was Chen Qing's doing through the Dingyuan Bao. As for the Song forces, only high-ranking officials like Zhang Jun and Wu Jia were privy to this knowledge. Even in the dove message reports sent by Zhang Jun to the emperor, Chen Qing's name was omitted. Han Shizhong was aware due to his close relationship with Zhang Jun, whose aide Wang Mu had informed him. Chen Qing felt it was time to return to the martial academy before the hour of the pig. He waved to the tavern keeper, "Bring me the bill." After a brief dispute, Chen Qing insisted on paying, and to his surprise, the total for a pot of wine and 3 dishes was merely 41. This is murky wine, inherently inexpensive. It pales in comparison to the refined sake one might consider trying, costing at least 100 coins for a pot. Moreover, in the Jianyan region, the abundance of seafood and mountain delicacies is remarkable. We ordered a plate of Salt Ed River shrimp, a dish of West Lake vinegar fish, and a pot of stewed chicken with mountain mushrooms. These are the most affordable offerings in the local taverns. Next time, I shall treat you to the Hukou restaurant for steak and lamb. That will truly be a delight." Chen Qing smirked, suggesting that it seemed as though I had taken advantage of you tonight. "Next time, it shall be my treat." Hu Yuantong chuckled, expressing his eagerness for such an occasion. Upon their return to the martial arts dormitory, they were met with an uproar from a throng of students, fervently surrounding the martial arts students' quarters, passionately chanting slogans, leaving them bewildered about the unfolding events. Chapter 57. Turmoil. A county official, accompanied by a group of officers, hurriedly rushed in, brandishing their clubs. With merely 20 or 30 men, how could they possibly resolve the situation? A panting attendant from the martial arts dormitory approached, breathless, and urged, "Please do not return just yet. Wait until the situation calms down." Hu Yuantong seized him and inquired, "What exactly has transpired?" The attendant, with a distressed expression, replied, "The martial students and the higher students have engaged in a brawl. One of the higher students was injured, and upon hearing the news, the others began to stir unrest. It was not unusual for the martial students and the higher students, who resided together, to have conflicts, but the rapid escalation was unforeseen." Chen Qing, probing further, soon learned that the trouble was instigated by Wang Bo and his associates. This year's martial academy was the inaugural session, with strict regulations in place prohibiting martial students from renting outside accommodations. However, Wang Bo and his fellow officials were unwilling to share cramped quarters and thus set their sights on the higher student dormitory. Within the higher student dormitory, there were several separate quarters meant for upper-level students. Each quarter accommodated 3 individuals, each with their own room, yet there were not enough upper-level students to fill them all. Wang Bo and his companions forcibly occupied 3 of these vacant quarters. The other higher students were envious of these single quarters, but alas, they lacked the qualifications to reside there. Unable to accept this situation, a group of a dozen higher students confronted them, leading to a physical altercation. The higher students, lacking the strength of the martial students, suffered significant defeat. As word spread, 3,000 higher students, incensed, surrounded the martial student dormitory, demanding an apology and the expulsion of the martial students from the academy. Chen Qing and Huyen Tong exchanged glances, realizing that on the very first day of reporting, and with classes not commencing until the day after tomorrow, such chaos had erupted. By the time the first watch had passed, the situation remained unresolved. The dormitory management provided several blankets for them to sleep on the floor of Qingyang Tower. However, Chen Qing found himself unable to sleep. He requested that the officials retrieve his bow and borrowed a quiver of arrows to practice archery at the small training field. During the past month, Chen Qing had not been idle. He had diligently practiced daily. Even during the boat journey to Lin'an, he would disembark each evening to hone his archery skills. While his mounted archery was now proficient, his fundamental skills were still lacking, particularly in terms of eyesight. The method to enhance eyesight was straightforward: shoot at the sunlit coins during the day, or at the fragrant incense at night. Chen Qing opted for the latter. Lighting a stick of incense each evening and shooting at its flame from a distance of 100 paces, the surroundings were exceptionally quiet, save for the chirping of insects. While disputes continued at the dormitory, Chen Qing practiced archery alone. For an ordinary person, the flame of the incense would be nearly invisible at 100 paces. Yet Chen Qing perceived it with remarkable clarity. With his lips pressed tightly together, he nocked an arrow and, sprinting laterally, released it, extinguishing the flame in an instant. Not far behind a great tree, Huyen Tong watched in awe, exclaiming, "My goodness! Chen's archery skills are astonishing." As dawn broke, Huyen Tong dashed over like the wind. "Old Chen, the situation has escalated." Chen Qing shook his head, dispelling his drowsiness, and sitting up, asked, "What has happened?" Huyen Tong glanced around, astonished to find Chen Qing had spent the night sleeping in the corridor outside. "You truly can sleep," he remarked, eyes wide. "This is cold. Hard bluestone. Without even a blanket, how could you possibly doze off? One gets accustomed to it. But let us discuss the matter at hand. Those students from the Taixue are demanding an apology. Who are Wang Bo and his ilk to apologize? The officials have gone to great lengths to quell the situation. But as soon as they departed, a group of Taixue students returned to protest, resulting in another violent clash. Several students were left bloodied and bruised, with 2 suffering broken arms. And then, this has incited the students further. They have all rushed to the palace to stage a sit-in protest. The situation has escalated dramatically. Chen Qing felt a wave of frustration. Are these students so idle? For a few dilapidated houses, they take to the palace to demonstrate? With such energy, they ought to be supporting the front lines. Though Wang Bo was detestable, the Taixue students were targeting all martial students, including Chen Qing himself. Naturally, he harbored discontent toward them. The roots of this conflict stretched back to earlier in the year when the decision was made to carve out a branch from the Taixue for the establishment of a martial academy. Met with fierce opposition from the Taixue students, the Ministry of War had repeatedly assured them that their interests would not be compromised, enabling the creation of the academy. Yet, with yesterday's events unfolding, the Taixue students erupted in fury, holding both old and new grievances against them. With a cold smirk, Chen Qing observed, "It seems they are resolute in their desire to drive us away." "Indeed," Huyen Tong sighed. "Given the current circumstances, I fear the martial academy will not commence anytime soon." The situation had indeed spiraled out of control, as the Taixue students' protest had drawn the attention of the imperial court, particularly Zhao Gou, who at that moment was in the Zhaigong Hall, receiving a report from Han Shizhong regarding the situation in Jianbei. Zhao Gou, still young and of similar age to Chen Qing, had an average stature, a fair complexion, and a notably handsome appearance. He had no desire for warfare. Having been taken hostage by the Jin troops in his youth, the harrowing experience of living among them had instilled a deep-seated fear of the Jurchens within him. However, faced with the relentless aggression of the Jin forces intent on annihilating the Song dynasty, he found himself with no choice but to resist with gritted teeth. At that moment, Prime Minister Hua hurried into the imperial study. Noticing the presence of others, he hesitated before attempting to withdraw. "What brings you here, Prime Minister L?" Zhao Gou called to him. "Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report." "Speak freely." Hua glanced briefly at Han Shizhong before continuing, "Your Majesty. The Taishues students are staging a sit-in protest before the Donghua Gate." Zhao Gou felt a wave of dread wash over him. During the years of the Jingkong disaster, the Taishui movement had been a constant presence, their protests and demonstrations proving effective, gradually consolidating into a political force. Zhao Gou was determined to prevent a resurgence of the Taishui movement under his reign. "What is the cause of this?" "Your Majesty. It is the same as before. Conflict between the Taishues students and the martial students has led to this." Hua proceeded to recount the events of the previous night in detail, concluding, "This time, the martial students were rather arrogant, occupying the dormitories and provoking the clash. I believe, Your Majesty, that you should quell this demonstration by reprimanding the martial students." Zhao Gou furrowed his brow, expressing his deep dissatisfaction. "My intention in establishing the martial academy is to select talent, not to cultivate these arrogant scoundrels who abuse their power." Such an incident occurring at the very first session of the academy raises grave concerns about the future of this initiative. Han Shizhong, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Your Majesty, may I speak a few words?" "Please do, Minister Han." Han replied, "Your Majesty, I too regard this martial academy with utmost importance. As you have rightly stated, it serves to nurture talent for the Song dynasty's military. To that end, I visited the academy yesterday and uncovered some deeply troubling issues." "What issues?" Zhao Gou inquired. "Your Majesty, I discovered that only 30% of the students come from the military, while the remaining 70% are admitted through various connections, predominantly comprised of the offspring of eunuchs and powerful officials, many of whom were former guards. They clearly come merely to earn the title of martial student, subsequently securing official positions. Your Majesty, such a method of operation contradicts the original intent behind the establishment of the academy and betrays your expectations." A flush crept onto Zhao Gou's face. He had indeed consented to favoring the offspring of meritorious families, but he had not anticipated that such a large proportion would be filled by these privileged individuals. "In your esteemed opinion, is there a way to rectify this unfavorable situation?" "There are solutions, too, in fact," Han replied, "which I have dubbed the sharp blade method and the blunt blade method." Hua, intrigued, asked with a smile, "Could you elaborate on what constitutes the sharp blade and the blunt blade?" Han Shizhong smiled faintly. "The sharp blade method is straightforward. Eliminate the 70% of the official offspring from the academy. That is the essence of the sharp blade method." "Unacceptable," Hua immediately countered, addressing Zhao Gou. "Your Majesty, having already enrolled them, expelling them now would only dishearten numerous officials. I understand. This method is indeed impractical, and I do not endorse it." Han Shizhong, aware of their resistance, continued with a smile. "If the sharp blade method is inappropriate, then let us consider the blunt blade method. Reinforce training and continually temper their resolve, transforming these pampered offspring into competent soldiers. This approach is commendable and acceptable." Zhao Gou readily embraced the blunt blade method. However, the immediate concern remained unresolved: how to address the students' protests. "What are the students' demands?" Zhao Gou inquired. "Your Majesty, the students have but one demand, that the martial students vacate the academy immediately." Zhao Gou paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. This issue had arisen earlier in the year, prompting the court to decide on constructing a martial academy outside the city, as the mingling of civil and military students indeed posed potential conflicts. "When will the martial academy be completed outside the southern city?" "Your Majesty, it will take at least another 2 months. Then inform the students that the martial students will relocate in 2 months." Hua sighed, "Your Majesty, I fear that is unfeasible. They demand the martial students vacate today. Their resentment is profound, and they insist the martial students must leave immediately. Do I truly wish for the civil and military to coexist in the academy?" Zhao Gou, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "If there were suitable premises, the martial arts would not be mingled with the imperial academy. Lin'an is in dire need of reconstruction. Where shall we find vacant spaces now? Should I temporarily suspend the martial arts academy and allow them to return?" Han Shizhong replied with a smile, "Your Majesty, since you have consented to my proposal of the blunt sword method, why not implement it forthwith? Let us assign the martial students some challenging tasks, so they need not remain within the confines of the Imperial Academy. This will not only test their capabilities but also fortify their resolve. By the time they complete these tasks, the new martial arts academy should be ready, and the talents required by your majesty will surely emerge from among them. Zhao Gou and Li Hui exchanged glances. The idea of assigning tasks to the martial students was indeed a viable solution. Chapter 58. The Burden of Valor. Within the Martial Arts Academy of Qingyang Tower, 100 martial students stood in perfect alignment, attentively listening to the admonitions of Minister Wang Hao from the Ministry of War. The events of yesterday were not entirely their fault. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that our martial arts school lacked its own premises, existing in a shared space with the Imperial Academy, making conflicts rather commonplace. Wang Hao felt a profound sense of frustration. He had been summoned by the court for a reprimand and assigned an additional task. The Ministry of War occupied a rather awkward position within the court. During the early Song dynasty, its powers had been seized by the Privy Council, with personnel authority delegated to the Ministry of Personnel. The Ministry of War was often regarded as a superfluous department, until the reforms of Yuan Feng allowed it to reclaim some authority, albeit still considerably weakened, with the crucial personnel powers remaining firmly in the hands of the Ministry of Personnel. The martial examination, under the purview of the Ministry of War, had already faced discontent from the emperor due to the incidents of the previous night during its inaugural session. However, Wang Hao concurred with Han Shizhong's suggestion to assign tasks to this unruly group, providing them with an opportunity to hone their resolve. With the new school building expected to take 2 months for completion before the official commencement of classes, it was uncertain how they might interact with the students of the Imperial Academy in the meantime. The martial students erupted in an uproar at the notion of a delay. Did this imply their dissolution and return home? Silence. A martial officer commanded, restoring order to the hall. Wang Hao gestured for calm and continued, "Rest assured, you shall not be sent home. The court has decided that over the next 2 months, you will be assigned various tasks. Minister L, in collaboration with the Privy Council and other departments, has devised 20 tasks, categorized into 3 tiers, A, B, and C. Successful completion will yield rewards, while failure will not bear severe consequences, though your evaluations may suffer slightly." With a wave of his hand, Wang Hao instructed for the tasks to be posted on the wall. The students murmured amongst themselves, and Hu Yuanong nudged Chen Qing with his elbow, chuckling softly. The minister speaks so lightly. A poor evaluation could spell a bleak future. The initial step would place one at a disadvantage, with lower ranks and less favorable assignments. While failure to complete tasks warranted penalties, Hu Yuantong was more concerned about the distribution of these tasks. How could 20 tasks be allocated among 100 students? This indeed was a pressing question. He promptly raised his hand, inquiring, "Minister Wang, how shall 100 martial students be assigned to 20 tasks?" This inquiry resonated with the assembly, and the hall fell silent once more. Wang Hao replied with a smile, "The tasks are not meant for individual completion. Each task requires a team effort." "Do you grasp my meaning?" Chen Qing suddenly understood. They were to form their own groups, which added an intriguing twist, reminiscent of later team-based challenges. At that moment, attendants affixed 3 large notices to the wall, detailing the 20 tasks. The students surged forward, surrounding the notices with fervor, akin to the excitement surrounding the announcement of imperial examination results. Wang Hao stood aside, pleased, stroking his beard with a quiet chuckle. Han Shizhong's proposal was indeed astute. If these pampered youths were not rigorously challenged, who could foresee the troubles they might cause in the future? The tasks are categorized into 3 tiers. Tier A involves the eradication of bandits, Tier B focuses on military training, and Tier C encompasses escort duties, land reclamation, and other miscellaneous tasks, with the majority being centered around military training. However, it became apparent to all that the crucial rewards were conspicuously absent from the documentation. One individual inquired, "Master Wang, why is the rewards section entirely blank?" Wang Hao replied with a smile, "The rewards are determined by the emperor. Due to the urgency of the situation, they have yet to be finalized. Rest assured, rewards will be commensurate with effort. The emperor will not shortchange anyone nor permit feelings of injustice to arise." Understanding that the tasks are divided into 3 tiers, everyone recognized that Tier A is undoubtedly the most challenging, yet it also promises the highest rewards. Almost all gazes were drawn to the A task. There is but one A task, to lead a force of 2,000 soldiers to eliminate the bandit Zhang Kui, who has been causing turmoil in Muzhou. The mere mention of Zhang Kui's name elicited gasps. He was no common bandit, but rather a remnant of the Lu Miao rebellion. After the rebellion was suppressed the previous year, the fierce general Zhang Kui, under the command of Miao Fu, fled into the depths of the mountains with a few hundred followers, their whereabouts unknown. Earlier this year, Zhang Kui resurfaced in Muzhou. the stronghold of the former Fong La uprising, where he conspired with remnants of the defeated forces, quickly gathering thousands to establish his dominion over the mountains, persistently terrorizing the surrounding prefectures. In recent months, he has become a significant threat to the court. In a hushed tone, Qian remarked to Wang Bo, "Should we seize the A task and make a name for ourselves?" Wang Bo shot him a glare. "Are you foolish? The court intends to dispatch Han Shizhong with 10,000 troops to suppress him. Sending us with only 2,000 is clearly a test of our capabilities. Have you forgotten how Lu Xia and Yao Jun met their demise? Lu Xia, the Sima of Wanzhou, led 2,000 men to eliminate Zhang Kuei and his hundreds of henchmen hidden in the Yan'an Mountains, only to be slain by Zhang Kuei, resulting in a devastating defeat for his forces. Zhang Kuei subsequently acquired countless pieces of armor and continued his campaign in Muzhou, where Yao Jun, the military commander, also fell to Zhang Kuei's sword. Were it not for the steadfast defense of Hejian and Chunning County, Muzhou might have been entirely overtaken by Zhang Kuei. The deaths of Lu Xia and Yao Jun were known not only to Wang Bo but to the vast majority of martial students. In an instant, the A task section was devoid of contenders, as everyone turned their attention to the B and C tasks. The students entered the martial academy with aspirations of officialdom, not with the intent of courting death. Chen Qing did not rush to compete with the others. He remained at the back, waiting until all had departed from the A task section before leisurely advancing to inspect it closely. He held little regard for the tasks in the other two sections, yet found a flicker of interest in the A task. Huyan Tong noticed Chen Qing lingering beneath the A task board, and just as he intended to caution him against making a rash decision, Chen Qing stepped forward and boldly tore down the notice for the A task. Huyan Tong's eyes widened in shock, his scalp nearly bursting with astonishment. He was a moment too late. The hall fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on Chen Qing. The onlookers exchanged glances, some stifling laughter. Indeed, there was a fool among them. Did he truly believe he could confront a band of uncivilized mountain bandits? Wang Bo, preoccupied with matters in the dormitory, had not anticipated Chen Qing's audacity in tearing down the A task notice. This unexpected act only served to amuse Wang Bo, who realized that dealing with him could lead to trouble for Huyan Tong. Utilizing this opportunity to eliminate Chen Qing with Zhang Kuei's blade seemed a masterstroke. Ignoring the peculiar gazes of the crowd, Huyan Tong pulled Chen Qing aside and whispered, "You do not comprehend the situation. They are not mere mountain bandits, but the remnants of Lu Miao's rebellious forces, highly formidable. They spare no one, and a grave incident will surely ensue." Chen Qing chuckled lightly, retorting, "How could they possibly rival the might of the Wan'an family? I have faced tens of thousands of Jurchens without fear, let alone a mere band of defeated soldiers." With a nonchalant smile, he added, "Fortune favors the bold. How can one aspire to rise in rank without taking risks?" Approaching Wang Hao, he clasped his fists and bowed. Presenting the proclamation, "I shall undertake this task." "You are?" Wang Hao inquired, unfamiliar with him. "I am Chen Qing, subordinate to General Wang Yin of the Western Army." "Ah, so you are the famed Chen Qing." Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, recognizing him as the top candidate in the recent examinations. It was no wonder he dared to take on this task. Yet Wang Hao pondered the implications of his journey from Shaanxi, uncertain of the situation at hand. Is Zhang Kuei someone easily dealt with merely by skill with a bow? With whom do you intend to undertake this mission? Chen Qing glanced back at Huyan Tong, who felt a chill run down his spine. "You reckless lad. Revealing the proclamation without consulting me first, now I am entangled in this as well." "Very well. Count me in," Huyan Tong relented, his lineage as a descendant of Hu Yinzhan leaving him little choice. "I shall join as well," another young officer declared, named Lu Qiang, a nephew of General Lu Ziyu, currently serving under Wu Lin. For Zhang Jun's 3 martial arts assignments, one was allocated to Chen Qing, one to Wu Jie, who in turn passed it on to his brother Wu Lin, ultimately landing with Lu Qiang. The last assignment was designated for the son of the governor of Chengdu, remaining unrelated to Chen Qing. The task of the proclamation originated from Han Shizhong and had received the emperor's direct approval. Wang Hao, uncertain how to proceed, welcomed Chen Qing's initiative with enthusiasm. "All right, you 3 shall report to the Privy Council tomorrow morning." On their way back to the dormitory, Huyan Tong grumbled incessantly, "Old Chen, you should have consulted me first. Look how everyone has distanced themselves. There must be a reason." Zhang Kuei was originally the commander of the imperial infantry, a masterful warrior skilled in leading troops. He is no rabble. He has defeated government forces twice and slain 2 high-ranking officials, posing a serious threat to the court. Had you inquired, you might have refrained from taking on this task. Lu Qiang could not help but laugh. "Brother Hu Yin, General Chen single-handedly held 1,000 soldiers against 30,000 Jurchens at Arrowhead Pass, inflicting massive casualties upon them while they failed to breach the city. His reputation has soared throughout the Western Army. You were not aware of this, were you? Hu Yintong's mouth fell agape. Astonished at the thought of 1,000 men facing 30,000 Jurchens, could such a feat truly exist? He stood, dumbfounded. Chen Qing, placing a hand on his shoulder, smiled. As a descendant of the Hu family warriors, join me in eradicating bandits, and I shall ensure your name resonates throughout Lin'an. Hu Yintong's face flushed. The Hu family warriors, the Yang family warriors, those are mere tales spun by street storytellers. One cannot take them literally. Then strive to turn those tales into reality. Upon returning to the dormitory, they noticed that the screen beside Ding Tao's bed had vanished. Ding Tao was busy packing his belongings, seemingly preparing to relocate. Brother Ding, what brings you here? Chen Qing gazed at him with curiosity. He chuckled. A fellow townsman urged me to move in with him, but I declined. Alas, the bond of our hometown is hard to sever. My dear brothers, I sincerely apologize. Not at all. I was actually worried that my snoring at night might disturb your rest, Brother Ding. He added with a light-hearted laugh. Please, continue with your tasks. I shall take my leave now. Ding Tao awkwardly chuckled as he hefted his suitcase and parcels, hastily departing. Hu Yintong observed him with a cold stare until Ding Tao vanished from sight, at which point he huffed. He fears being implicated by you. Hence he is eager to distance himself. How could I possibly drag him down? Was the retort. Should you face defeat, your martial prowess would garner a poor reputation. Sharing a dormitory with you would not bode well for him, and naturally, he would wish to keep his distance. Suddenly, Lu Qiong interjected, since there is an available space. Perhaps I should move in. Living with the two from Bashu and Jingzhou, who incessantly discuss women, is truly uncomfortable. Chen Qing waved his hand, urging him to gather his belongings quickly. Oh. Lu Qiong responded with delight and hurried away. With a smile, Chen Qing remarked to Hu Yanong. Do not be deceived by his youth. At merely 19, he possesses formidable skills in archery and spear techniques, rivaling those of the Hu family's weaponry. Indeed, I look forward to a friendly competition with him in the future, he added with a grin. Chapter 59, The Mission in the Room. Wang Bo's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness. According to custom, the top scorer in martial arts evaluations would be appointed as the deputy envoy of the horizontal class, and with a stroke of fortune, might even be conferred the title of Martial Wing Doctor. Currently, he held the rank of level 30 Yue Lang, just a notch below Chen Qing, who not only possessed exceptional martial skills but also demonstrated remarkable courage. He dared to secure the dawning Jia list, which others shied away from. Wang Bo had come to the realization that his most formidable rival in the quest for first place in martial arts was not Hu Yintong, but rather Chen Qing. No, he could not relinquish the opportunity for the title of Martial Wing Doctor so easily. With Chen Qing heading to eliminate Zhang Kuei, he resolved to use Zhang Kuei to deal with Chen Qing. Even if he could not kill him, he would ensure that Chen Qing returned in disgrace, thoroughly humiliated. With this thought in mind, he beckoned to Qi Yun, who approached with a smile, inquiring, Brother, what is the matter? Is your father still at the Privy Council? He has just been reassigned, but it's of no concern. My father has several trusted aides at the Privy Council. If you have any requests, I can arrange them. Indeed, Chen Qing is set to lead 2,000 troops to eradicate bandits. I would appreciate it if you could leverage some connections regarding these 2,000 troops. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, Chen Qing and his companions hired an ox cart and made their way to the southern palace. The students who had staged a sit-in protest the previous day had already returned. The court had promised the students that in 3 days, martial students would be allowed to train outside and would not reappear within the academy. Although this response still fell short of the students' demands, it represented the utmost the court could offer. The students also put forth additional conditions, such as improving their meals, which the court agreed to, leading the thousands of students to return to campus. Upon arriving at the Privy Council, they found it could not be compared to the one in the capital of Bianliang. It was merely a modest courtyard with several small rooms. Conditions were rather austere. An official welcomed them in the leftmost small room, holding a dossier. He extracted several documents and smiled. The decree was only approved yesterday. Who among you is Chen Qing? Chen Qing raised his hand, declaring, I am. The official scrutinized him briefly and replied with a smile, the decree states you are the commanding officer for this operation against the bandits, with Hu Yintong and Lu Qiong as your deputies. The court will allocate 2,000 soldiers to you, along with provisions for 2 months and standard military equipment. Do you have any special requests? I would like to inquire about the standard military equipment, Chen Qing asked. The configuration for the auxiliary troops allows for chainmail armor for captains and above. By the way, what is your position in the military? The official inquired further. I am the chief commanding officer. Chen Qing handed him his military insignia. That's excellent. No need for further complications. You will continue as the commanding officer, while Hu Yintong and Lu Qiong will serve as your deputies. Hu Yintong and Lu Qiong exchanged a glance, their excitement barely concealed. Both had held positions as captains in the military, and to their surprise, they were now elevated to the status of deputy commanders. Although they understood this was merely a temporary appointment, it still felt gratifying. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qing added, I would like to request some war horses and weaponry. Would that be possible? Please provide a list, and we will do our utmost to accommodate your requests. The list had long been prepared. 300 war horses, 1,000 crossbows, 1,000 city guard bows, 200 divine arm crossbows, 50 siege crossbows, 1,000 various flags, as well as firearms, incendiary oil, siege ladders, and other supplies. The official glanced at the list, swiftly crossing out the line for war horses, and remarked indifferently, there are indeed plenty of flags. We shall do our utmost to arrange the rest. Chen Qing felt a twitch in the corner of his eye, as he had anticipated. There were no horses available in Jianyan. Next came the endeavor of handling various formalities, the Privy Council for troop deployment, the Ministry of Personnel for temporary commander appointments, the Military Equipment Bureau for weapon requisitions, the Grand Secretariat for provisions, and the Crafts Bureau for tints and carts, among numerous forms and stamps, keeping them busy until noon before they completed the tedious procedures. Stepping out of the Privy Council, the midday sun was blinding. Chen Qing felt dizzy and faint. Having eaten little for breakfast, his stomach pressed against his back. At that moment, Hu Yintong approached, his face wrought with tension, accompanied by a general whom he introduced, Old Chen. This is our commander Han. He wishes to meet you. It was indeed the middle-aged general he had seen during the martial arts competition 2 days prior. Chen Qing had initially thought him to be Hu Yintong's elder, only to realize he was the renowned Han Shizhong. Chen Qing hastily clasped his fist in a salute, saying, I am Chen Qing, a general under the 8 Characters Army, and I pay my respects to Commander Han. Han Shizhong stroked his beard and smiled slightly. I have long heard of General Chen's illustrious reputation. Today, upon meeting you, I find you indeed to be a dragon among men, living up to the expectations. Confused, Chen Qing wondered how Han Shizhong had heard of him, yet he refrained from probing further. Han Shizhong continued with a smile, as it happens, it is noon. Allow me to treat the 3 of you to a drink and discuss your mission. Han Shizhong led them to a nearby tavern named Tiger's Mouth Tavern, where, akin to the shops of the Song dynasty in later periods, they favored dramatic names to attract attention. Inside Tiger's Mouth Tavern, patrons filled the space. Han Shizhong had reserved a table in advance, and the waiter guided them to a seat by the window on the 2nd floor. Chen Qing surveyed the surroundings, noticing it was packed, with many officials gathered together. Feel at ease, there is no need for formality. In the military, we have ranks, but once we step outside, we are all commoners. Let us consider this a gathering of elders and juniors, Han Shizhong reassured them. He then smiled at Lu Qiong, saying, by the way, I was a subordinate of your grandfather, and I share a long-standing friendship with your father and uncle. You needn't hold back. Lu Qiong nodded, feeling a bit shy. Moments later, 2 waiters brought forth an abundance of food and drinks, setting a lavish spread before them. Han Shizhong filled Chen Qing's cup and remarked, doesn't this feel quite sudden? One comes for martial arts training, only to find oneself heading to battle. Chen Qing nodded, admitting it was indeed a bit unexpected. Han Shizhong chuckled. In truth, there was never a task to eliminate bandits. How could martial students lead troops into battle? At most, you would practice military drills and oversee agriculture. I personally suggested to the authorities to add the bandit suppression task. General Chen, this mission has been tailor-made for you. Chen Qing was taken aback, and Han Shizhong raised his cup with a smile. To your expedition and its endeavors, let us toast. The crowd drained their cups in unison as Lu Qiong seized the wine jug, pouring for everyone. Chen Qing, perplexed, inquired, pray tell, General Han, how is this task tailored specifically for me? Would it not be a waste to leave it for another if I decline? Han Shizhong replied with a faint smile. I am well aware. This mission is exceedingly perilous and apart from you. No one else dares to accept it, not even your 2 deputy generals beside you. Am I mistaken? Chen Qing forced a bitter smile. I am unaware of who Zhang Kui is, nor of the task's dangers. My ignorance breeds my audacity. Han Shizhong gazed intently at Chen Qing, saying, General Chen, you are fully cognizant of the risks posed by Jingzhou City, yet you bravely led 500 solitary troops there. I knew you would be the one to take on this challenge. Chen Qing felt as though his cards had been laid bare at a gambling table. He wished to avoid discussing Jingzhao and diverted the conversation. General Han, could you provide me with a hint on how to eradicate the bandits? Han Shizhong shook his head. Though this task was initially assigned to me, I too possess no knowledge and cannot offer you any guidance. However, I must caution you that He Zhizhou has already sought aid from the court. You must depart post-haste. As Chen Qing and his companions returned to the academy to gather their belongings, he caught sight of Zhang Ping and Zhao Xiaoi peering apprehensively at the side entrance. You too, Chen Qing called out, and upon seeing him, they leaped with joy. Zhang Ping laughed. I was fretting about how to enter and find the commander. Xiaoi is utterly useless, more timid than a chicken. Zhao Xiaoi retorted, you are no different. You also dared not enter. After days apart from his old comrades, Chen Qing felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He introduced his two subordinates, Hu Yintong and Lu Qiong, to them, and as they were all soldiers, there was no need for formality. Zhang Ping declared, tonight, I shall treat you all. Let us gather and celebrate. Chen Qing smiled faintly. It appears you have indeed prospered. Speaking so boldly, I would relish the chance to best you, but alas, the opportunity does not align. What is the matter? Is something happening tonight? Tomorrow would suffice. Chen Qing pondered for a moment and replied, Old Zhang, it is not that I wish to disregard your invitation, but I must lead troops to confront the bandits. We may depart this evening. Zhang Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. Commander, does that mean you are not returning? Not at all. It is merely a temporary mission. Then, may we accompany you? Zhang Ping discreetly kicked Zhao Xiaoi. Zhao Xiaoi, eager, chimed in, Commander, we have both fought in battles. We possess experience. Chen Qing chuckled, of course, I can bring you along, but old Zhang, is your attire suitable for the task? Zhang Ping was clad in an exquisite moon-white silk robe, adorned with a feathered cap, a jade pendant at his waist, and wielding a folding fan, truly a sight to behold. To hell with these wretched clothes, Zhang Ping exclaimed, yanking off his hat and attempting to remove his robe, grumbling about the discomfort of such attire. Chen Qing quickly intervened. Hold on. Let us discuss this inside first. As the crowd returned to the room, Hu Yintong and Lu Qiong began to tidy up their belongings. Chen Qing invited Zhang Ping and Zhao Xiaoi to take a seat, poured them some water, and inquired with a smile, Old Zhang, what is the situation at your home? Never mind, an extraordinary event has transpired at home. My father, who is a herbal merchant from Hejian Prefecture, has encountered something remarkable. 2 years ago, he ventured to Liaodong to procure ginseng and fortuitously encountered an auction of Han slaves, all of whom had been captured from Bianliang. Upon witnessing a mother and daughter duo in a pitiable state, sharing his surname, he could not bear the thought of them being sold into a brothel. Consequently, he purchased them and, through his connections, facilitated their return to Hejian Prefecture. Do you know their identities? Surely, they cannot belong to the royal lineage. Chen Qing jested. Indeed, they are none other than the late emperor's consort, Queen Zheng, and the esteemed Princess Zhao Shaner of Qingda. The entire room fell silent. Zhang Ping continued, my father, fearing that his actions would be exposed, boldly acknowledged Empress Zheng as his elder sister. He then expended a considerable fortune to charter a merchant vessel, transporting the mother and daughter to Lin'an. The emperor was exceedingly pleased and conferred upon my father the title of Duke of Hejian, in addition to granting him a residence. My father, in turn, brought the entire family to Lin'an, where he established a grand restaurant and a pharmacy. The palace's medicinal supplies were all sourced from my father's pharmacy, and both my elder and younger brothers were appointed to official positions, basking in great glory. Chen Qing listened in disbelief. This seemed at odds with the historical accounts he was familiar with, yet it was of no concern to him. What was happening? Could it be that Zhang Ping, old man, has also traversed through time? Since your family is faring quite well, it is likely that you will soon attain an official position. Why then? Must you continue to take risks alongside me? Risks? Zhang Ping's eyes widened in fury, causing the flesh on his face to quiver. I joined you in the fight against the Jin, not for reckless adventure. My grandfather was once a wealthy man in the Hejian Prefecture and was acquainted with Wan Enaguda. However, I hold his ties with the Jurchens in disdain. I would rather forsake riches and nobility to join the Bazi army in Xiangzhou to resist the Jin dynasty. I, Zhang Ping, a man of integrity, will forge my own destiny. Even if I were to perish on the battlefield, it would be my honor. Chen Qing laughed and urged him on. Enough. Enough. Cease your idle chatter and promptly return to gather your belongings. Meet me in an hour's time. Chapter 60. Reporting achievements. The 2,000 troops allocated to Chen Qing by the Privy Council constituted a temporary army, stationed in a makeshift camp in the southern part of the city. Their routine duties included guarding the city gates, patrolling for security, and transporting supplies. This contingent was part of a larger force of 6,000, from which the council had drawn 2,000 soldiers for Chen Qing's command. Notably, there were no higher-ranking officers among them, and once the bandit suppression was concluded, all would return to their respective units. The barracks comprised 5 rows of brick houses, totaling nearly 200 rooms, surrounded by a wall and featuring a training ground approximately the size of a football field. Upon arrival at the military camp, accompanied by his 4 subordinates, including Hu Yandong, Chen Qing found the entrance bustling with vendors peddling their wares, setting up small tables to cook and serve warm wine. Numerous soldiers occupied the small stalls, engaged in drinking and games of chance, while a few vessels catering to less savory pursuits bobbed along the nearby river, with soldiers queuing in front of each. As Chen Qing navigated through the throngs of vendors on horseback, his steed borrowed from Han Shizhong. Though not as magnificent as his own, it was difficult to reconcile this disorder with the notion of an army. In the Western forces, such lax discipline would warrant a public execution of the commanding officer. Hu Yintong, possessing a broader perspective, elucidated to the others that this was typical of a temporary army: low pay, diminished morale, and a general attitude of merely passing time. In stark contrast to the well-compensated Imperial Guard, which enjoyed superior conditions and slightly better discipline. Should we call them all in? Zhang Ping whispered. Chen Qing shook his head, suggesting they first survey the situation. The camp entrance was unguarded, allowing them to enter without hindrance. Inside, however, the atmosphere was eerily quiet, devoid of any soldiers. As they passed several rows of empty buildings, a sudden boisterous shout erupted from one of the rooms. Big, 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 give me a big one, followed by raucous laughter. Curiosity piqued, Chen Qing approached, only to discover a room filled to capacity with people, crowded in layers around a small table where several officers were casting dice. Surrounded by piles of coins, Chen Qing's irritation grew. Was this truly the army he was expected to lead against the bandits? To the drums. Rally the troops. Zhang Ping dashed to the large drum, raising the mallet to strike. Boom, 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 boom. The resonant beats rang out. 108 strikes summoning all soldiers to assemble. Those who deliberately failed to attend or arrived late would face punishment or even execution. The thunderous sound echoed for miles, momentarily stunning the soldiers, who then erupted into chaos as they scrambled to the training ground. Those lingering by the flower boats dispersed. And soon, flush-faced gamblers emerged from the room, astonished at the sight of Chen Qing and his companions. I am Chen Qing, the commander of the Western Army's Reconnaissance Battalion. He introduced himself to the gathered 2,000 soldiers. To his satisfaction, all had reported for duty, albeit with some tardiness, which he chose to overlook for the moment. From this day forth, I shall assume the role of your commanding officer. Our mission is to eradicate the forces of Zhang Kuei in Muzhou. As soon as Chen Qing's voice fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the soldiers. They were actually being ordered to confront Zhang Kuei. Could they possibly survive? General Chen, you must be joking. A captain asked nervously. Do you think I jest? Chen Qing's tone turned stern as he addressed the 2,000 troops. Many of you assume that attacking Zhang Kuei is tantamount to marching to your doom. Is he truly more fearsome than the Jurchens? I, Chen Qing, have led 1,000 soldiers in the regions of Guangzhou and Longzhou, resisting tens of thousands of Jin troops, achieving victory after victory, and slaying countless enemies. How can a mere Zhang Kuei instill such terror in you? We are all part of the Song army. Why is there such a vast disparity in courage? In this time of national peril, do you intend to indulge in debauchery? Have you lost even the most basic soldierly spirit? Several captains lowered their heads in shame, and a profound silence enveloped the 2,000 soldiers. Chen Qing continued, I will never coerce anyone. If you are unwilling to join me in attacking Zhang Kuei, you may depart at this moment. However, for those willing to accompany me, I promise that after we vanquish Zhang Kuei, all his wealth will be distributed among you. And I, Chen Qing, will take not a single coin. With a blend of both authority and kindness, not a single soldier chose to leave. Chen Qing then divided the 2,000 soldiers into 4 battalions, personally leading one, while Hu Yintong, Lu Qiong, and Zhang Ping commanded the others. He selected 50 astute and capable soldiers to form a scout unit, led by Zhao Xiaoyi. At that moment, emissaries from the armory and the artisan bureau arrived, delivering weapons and supplies, alongside 300 large carts to assist with transportation. Although Chen Qing had mentally prepared himself, he was still disappointed upon seeing the supplies. There were no crossbows or divine arm crossbows, and no siege weaponry. Instead, he found 500 half-worn military crossbows, 500 sets of defensive bows, 500 half-worn shields, 2,000 various banners, tens of thousands of arrows, and 1,000 stone measures of rice flour, salt, and some dried meat, as well as several hundred coins. Additionally, there were 2,000 sets of old leather armor, a few dozen sets of chainmail, and copper helmets. The soldiers were currently clad in cloth armor, wearing straw hats, armed with long spears and battle knives. The cloth armor was inadequate, incapable of even withstanding regular arrows. They needed to don leather armor. Though the leather armor could not resist military crossbows, it would at least offer protection against ordinary arrows. After donning their armor, night had fallen. There was no need to unload the supplies from the carts, so after resting for 2 hours, Chen Qing led the 2,000 troops and the 300 carts on a night march towards Muzhou in the southwest. On the very next day after Chen Qing set out, news of a significant victory reached Lin'an. The Western army had achieved a resounding triumph at Dasa Pass, annihilating tens of thousands of Jin troops, and the Jin commander, Wan Mei, had been slain. The soldiers and civilians of the Song dynasty desperately needed such uplifting news. And even in the distant Guangzhou, the city erupted in jubilant celebration, with firecrackers echoing throughout. In reality, Zhang Jun had already reported the situation at Shangyuan to the emperor via carrier pigeon, this being the official military dispatch. Zhang Jun himself had also arrived in Lin'an, prepared to report to the emperor. Having navigated the political arena for many years, Zhang Jun was well versed in its myriad rules and adept at the subtle art of maneuvering outside these conventions. Rather than sending someone separately with the formal report, he opted to accompany it himself, leveraging the news of the great victory at Shangyuan to bolster his own account. Otherwise, when the time comes for one to present their duties, the fervor of victory may have already waned, thereby diminishing the impact of the report. Upon hearing of Zhang Jun's arrival, Emperor Zhao Gou immediately summoned him to the imperial study. Accompanying the emperor were Prime Minister Li Hao, along with the 2 vice prime ministers, Minister of State Qin Hui, and the Right Minister of the Interior Fan Zongyin, as well as the Director of the Privy Council, Li Hui. After exchanging courtesies, Zhao Gou graciously offered a seat and, with a smile, remarked, during the initial defeat at Fuping, I stated that victories and defeats are commonplace in warfare. The Jin army, in its sharpness, suffered a loss, which is not unexpected. However, my dear minister, your resilience thereafter has been commendable. You executed Wanyan Lushur and achieved a significant victory at Shanghai-Yuan, resulting in the death of the enemy commander. Although the contributions of Generals Wu Jie and Wang Yin were indeed noteworthy, it is equally important to acknowledge your competence as the commander, adeptly managing the troops. This affirms that my decision to appoint you to oversee the affairs in Sichuan and Shaanxi was not misplaced. The entire Western army resonates with this sentiment. This grand victory owes much to your Majesty's benevolence. Without your determination to rejuvenate the great song, the morale would not have soared so high. And even the most talented generals would struggle to succeed. We too have benefited from your ascendant momentum. Such flattery was well placed, ultimately attributing the success to the emperor himself. Zhao Gou was genuinely pleased, realizing that even from the southeast, he could influence the far-off western regions. At this moment, Prime Minister Li Hao inquired, I have reviewed the military merit records of the pacification envoy. The first is Commander Wu Jie, the second is Commander Wang Yin, these I understand, as they are the principal commanders who naturally bear the foremost accolades. However, I find some confusion regarding the third notable merit awarded to the commanding officer Chen Qing. What remarkable achievement could a mere camp commander have accomplished to merit such a high ranking? Suddenly, Privy Councillor Li Hui interjected. Is this Chen Qing the one who killed Wan Lushur? Zhao Gou's expression shifted to one of realization. The name indeed rang a bell, as he recalled the valiant warrior who had slain Wan Lushur. Was it this act that secured him the third position on the merit list? Zhang Jun bowed and responded, Your Majesty, his merit does not solely stem from the slaying of Wan Lushur, but rather from what I recorded in the military report. He led 1,500 Song soldiers at Arrowhead Pass against 30,000 Jin troops from the Western Army, although they ultimately faced near-total annihilation. They valiantly held their ground at Arrowhead Pass, preventing the Jin forces from advancing southward, thus creating conditions for the main Song army to achieve a resounding victory at Shanghai-Yuan. Had the Western Jin troops descended southward, the outcome would have remained uncertain. Therefore, despite being merely a humble camp commander, we unanimously regard him as the true architect of our success. The assembly nodded in silent agreement, and Zhao Gou, genuinely moved, remarked, It is indeed due to such loyal and patriotic soldiers that the great Song can endure beneath the iron hooves of wolves and tigers. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly, saying, The name Chen Qing seems somewhat familiar to me. I feel I have encountered it recently, not in relation to the one in Lusher incident, but perhaps something else. Zhang Jun smiled gently. You should be in Lin'an now. I recommended him for studies in martial arts. Zhao Gou suddenly enlightened. I see now. Chapter 61. The rescue. Zhao Gou retrieved a report from the cabinet beside him and smiled at the assembly. This is the result of the martial arts entrance examination. And the top scorer is none other than Chen Qing. At the time, I thought the name sounded somewhat familiar. Zhang Jun quickly chimed in with a smile. Your Majesty. Since he was able to slay the formidable one in Lusher, the renowned general of the Jin state, it is only fitting that he ranks first in martial arts. Indeed, it appears his reputation is well-deserved. Where is he now? I wish to meet this valiant warrior, the emperor expressed. Li Hui, who was privy to the secret affairs, remarked with a grin, Your Majesty, I just recalled that Chen Qing has been assigned to lead troops to Muzhou to eliminate the bandit Zhang Kui. This revelation piqued not only Emperor Zhao Gou's interest, but also that of several ministers who were eager to meet this legendary general of the Western Army. Muzhou, situated in what is now the region of Qiandao Lake in Zhejiang's Chunnan County, did not yet exist in the Song dynasty's time. After marching for 2 days, Chen Qing's forces were approximately 10 miles from the county city at midday. He ordered his soldiers to rest and dispatched Zhao Xiaoyi with a team of scouts to assess the situation. Given that Han Shizhong had informed him of He Zhizhou's appeal for assistance from the court, it was likely that Zhang Kui had descended from the mountain, and he could not afford to be careless. Within the pine forest, the soldiers lay exhausted on the ground, many snoring loudly. Although they had been granted rest along the way and had slept the previous night, they were still utterly fatigued, barely able to continue. Chen Qing shook his head in disappointment. This army was woefully untrained and physically unfit. With such a state, engaging the enemy would surely lead to defeat. To eradicate bandits, one must first possess a capable fighting force. Before long, Zhao Xiaoyi returned at full gallop, shouting, The bandits are attacking the county city, numbering around 4,000 to 5,000. The faces of the nearby soldiers turned pale. Facing an enemy of such numbers with their mere 2,000 seemed insurmountable. Yet, Chen Qing did not hesitate. He had prepared for this eventuality. He promptly instructed Hu Yintong and Lu Qiang, execute the prearranged plan. At once, Hu Yintong and Lu Qiang shouted to the soldiers, Get up, follow me to gather branches. Soon, the soldiers had collected countless pine branches. Chen Qing ordered the drivers to unbridle their mules, binding several branches to each mule's back, and commanded 300 drivers to don cloth armor and wield long spears, mounting the mules to feign cavalry. Simultaneously, he instructed 1,000 soldiers to raise 2 banners each. The principal banner bore a large character for Han, adorned with golden edges, while the reverse displayed the words Commander-in-Chief. This banner was specifically requested from Han Shizhong to execute his ruse, a strategy Chen Qing had devised long ago, prompting him to request 2,000 large banners from the Privy Council. Let us sound the horns together. Chen Qing gestured to 50 soldiers, signaling, On my command. 1, 2, 3, blow. The 50 soldiers blew the horns in unison, producing a deep and resonant sound that echoed clearly to the county city. Let us depart. 2,000 soldiers set forth, their banners fluttering in the wind, creating a magnificent spectacle reminiscent of billowing clouds of flags. Behind them trailed 300 mules, brushing against the ground with pine branches, stirring up a whirlwind of dust that formed an awe-inspiring scene of yellow haze. The resounding beat of colossal war drums reverberated, echoing like thunder. From a distance, one could easily mistake this gathering for a force of 10,000 rather than just 2,000. At that moment, Zhang Kui, who was assaulting the county town, suddenly heard the sound of a horn, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. He was taken aback and immediately commanded his subordinates to investigate the situation. Soon, a scout galloped back with news, reporting that over 10,000 troops were approaching from the northeast, approximately 7 or 8 miles away. Did you discern which army it is? Zhang Kui inquired. It appears to be the forces of Han Shizhong. I recognized his standard. Are you certain it is a standard? Absolutely. Zhang Kui found himself reluctant to retreat. He was on the verge of capturing the county town, and at this critical juncture, reinforcements had arrived, and they were none other than Han Shizhong. It was worth noting that his superiors, Miao Fu and Lu Jingyan, had been slain by Han Shizhong, and he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the man. Yet he felt an innate fear towards him. Convey my orders. The army shall form ranks and prepare for battle. The 4,000 bandits, abandoning their assault on the county town, began to regroup swiftly. Zhang Kui, filled with suspicion, yearned to witness with his own eyes whether it was truly Han Shizhong. At that moment, Chen Qing, leading his troops, had already advanced to 6 miles away, where they could see the county town and the gathering army. "Commander, the enemy has formed ranks and is preparing for a decisive battle," Zhao Xiaoyi shouted as he rushed forward. Several captains trembled in fear, whispering to Chen Qing, "Commander, the enemy has likely seen through our disguise. Perhaps we should halt our advance." Chen Qing, coldly commanding, retorted, "Do not stop. Mules and drivers to the front. Accelerate our pace." The soldiers, pale with fright, contemplated escape strategies for the imminent battle. Before long, the enemy forces had reached within 5 miles, revealing a cavalry brandishing long spears, enveloped in swirling dust, with a multitude of battle flags creating an imposing sight. Zhang Kuei discerned the large standard. Indeed, it was the personal banner of Han Shizong, who was amidst the ranks. The bandits, overwhelmed by the opposing forces' intimidation, cried out, "Commander, let us flee. We cannot outrun the cavalry. Retreat." Zhang Kuei commanded, and the 4,000 bandits, already quaking in fear, bolted toward the southern expanse of Qianli Ridge, gradually putting distance between themselves and the enemy. A jubilant cheer erupted from the 1,000 defenders atop the city walls. The 2,000 soldiers had managed to run 3 miles before finally halting, each one trembling with terror, their legs cramping from exhaustion. The 300 drivers were equally pale, unable to steady their spears, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Fortunately, the clouds of dust stirred up by the branches concealed the mules and drivers from the enemy's sight, preventing them from being recognized. Had Zhang Kuei later discovered that the so-called cavalry was merely mounted on mules, he would likely have choked on his rage. Hu Yintong laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up, proclaiming, "What a brilliant tactic by the commander. A mere herd of mules has indeed frightened off 4,000 fierce bandits." Chen Qing smiled and remarked, "The essence of this strategy of feigned weakness lies in the absence of any hint of capitulation. Since we have already staked our chips, we might as well boldly go all in. Ultimately, it is the one who falters who shall lose." Indeed. No wonder our commander Han praises your remarkable courage. But what does going all in truly mean? Chen Qing replied nonchalantly, "To go all in means to wager everything you possess, including your family, or in more refined terms. It signifies burning one's boats and fighting with one's back against the wall, embracing life or death." The city of Chun'an had once been reconstructed by Feng La, its walls towering and formidable. Governor He Jian mobilized 1,000 local militia and the entire populace to fortify the city, ensuring its defense against any assault. Accompanying Chen Qing on a tour of the ramparts, He Jian expressed, "Zhang Kuei is exceedingly brutal. Many citizens hesitate to rebel against him, for he annihilates entire families. In Muzhou alone, he has wiped out hundreds of households. As for those with any semblance of wealth, he plunders them mercilessly, seizing women to serve as captives in his stronghold, demanding ransom for their release. Should they fail to pay, they are left to suffer until they are sold to distant brothels." Chen Qing nodded, recognizing that it was precisely this unrestrained violence and plunder that compelled his subordinates to fight for him. Indeed, his followers were fierce and undaunted in battle. Fortunately, they had brought few siege ladders, or otherwise, had they been fully prepared, the county would have succumbed long ago. At this point, He Jian expressed his concerns to Chen Qing. "Forgive my candor, but your forces are woefully insufficient and seem inadequately trained. I fear you may not truly stand a chance against Zhang Kuei." He Jian's words were measured, for upon entering the city, the 2,000 soldiers appeared utterly exhausted, barely able to walk, supporting one another as they gasped for breath and dragged their weary limbs. Their armor lay discarded on the ground, revealing them to be nothing more than ragtag soldiers, a disheartening sight for the citizens and military alike. Chen Qing smiled faintly and replied, "Thus, I am not in haste to quell the bandits. Sharpening the blade does not impede the woodcutter. Let us first hone our skills before taking action against Zhang Kuei." He Jian sighed, "Whatever the commander requires, do not hesitate to voice it." Chapter 62. Sharpening the blade in the early dawn of the following day. Before the sun had graced the horizon, the resounding drums of the military camp reverberated through the air. Exhausted soldiers were abruptly roused from their slumber. Having endured yesterday's arduous march and fierce combat, they had, to some extent, shed their previous lethargy, embracing a modicum of martial awareness. Despite their overwhelming fatigue, the soldiers begrudgingly cursed as they rose, hastily donning their armor without even the luxury of washing their faces, rushing towards the training ground. Chen Qing had assembled a capable force, consisting of 50 elite scouts led by Zhao Xiaoyi. These scouts were meticulously selected for their physical prowess and robust constitutions. Despite their numerous flaws, with a touch of guidance, they could transform into Chen Qing's makeshift gendarmerie. Otherwise, any form of punishment would require the intervention of Lu Qiong and Zheng Ping. Before long, the 2,000 soldiers had gathered, and Chen Qing observed the final few stragglers arriving. The sky remained shrouded in darkness as the soldiers brandished torches. Chen Qing proclaimed in a commanding voice, "Let us first address the matter of morning assembly. During our inaugural gathering, 37 individuals were late. Today, the number has decreased to 16. In any army, tardiness at roll call is a grave offense. This shall be my final act of leniency. However, starting tomorrow, any latecomer shall receive 30 lashes for a single instance, and for 3 instances, execution will be publicly administered." A profound silence enveloped the 2,000 soldiers, each acutely aware of their commander's sternness. Chen Qing continued, "I have brought you here to eradicate bandits, not to lead you to your doom. Yet, with your current stamina, you stand no chance in battle, nor even in the pursuit of escape. Henceforth, I shall forge you into a true army, even with merely 2,000 men. We shall send those marauders fleeing in terror." Chen Qing erected a tall bamboo pole in the training ground and addressed the crowd. "Commence running. Circle the city, starting from this pole and returning here. The first 10 to finish will each receive a reward of 1 guan, while the last 10 shall not face monetary penalties, but their names will be inscribed on the dishonor roll for all to see." The race began, and the 2,000 soldiers, regardless of their desires, found themselves swept along with the main body towards the northern city gate. A few cavalry officers patrolled, ensuring no one attempted to shirk their duties, meting out merciless lashes to any caught in idleness. The circumference of Chunan County was approximately 18 li, translating to a run of about 20 li for the soldiers. Compared to the hundreds of li endured by the Western Army, this distance was trivial. Nevertheless, even this seemingly short course left the 2,000 soldiers utterly exhausted, with many collapsing by the moat to vomit. Numerous others, unable to continue, transformed into tortoises, crawling slowly along the ground, drawing laughter and applause from children, while women stifled their giggles behind their hands, a spectacle of sheer embarrassment. Chen Qing had allotted half an hour for the completion of the run, approximately 10 kilometers within an hour, but it was not until 3/4 of an hour had passed that the first soldier finally returned, taking a full hour and a half. Gradually, the soldiers trickled back, all collapsing onto the ground, utterly spent, with the last soldier taking a full 2 hours to arrive. I shall now enumerate the names of the top 10 individuals. Upon completion of their training, each will receive a monetary reward at the military treasury. First, Su Sheng. Second, Wang Ping, a resident of Wulingman. Third, Ma Xiao. Having listed the top 10, Chen Qing then sneered coldly, "Where there are top 10, naturally there are bottom 10. In the 10th place from the bottom, we have Wang Zhanjiang. 9th from the bottom, Li Baylor. 8th from the bottom, Zhu Xiaobao. And in last place, Jin Qian. Each of you shall receive a snail as a token of your performance. And your name shall also be posted at the city gate for the entire county to behold. Should you wish to avoid such humiliation, you must strive to run with all your might tomorrow and prevent your names from being affixed to your doorsteps." Chen Qing's tactic was exceedingly ruthless, as he boldly inscribed the names of the bottom 10 soldiers in large characters and displayed them at the city gate, attracting a throng of onlookers. If running inflicted torment and suffering upon the soldiers, the afternoon's horse stance training was akin to a hellish ordeal. The instructor for this exercise was Zheng Ping. Despite his corpulent appearance, his horse stance was exemplary, earning him unreserved praise even from Su Ning. More crucially, he was known for his mercilessness, wielding a stick to fiercely punish any soldier attempting to shirk their duties. Training under him would make one long for the gentler hand of the commanding officer. Yet Zheng Ping's harshness served to preserve their lives in the face of enemy encounters. As he spoke, Zheng Ping's stick came crashing down upon the soldiers' legs. Within less than half an hour, many were in tears, unable to endure the punishment. Practice hard. Who dares to slack off? Let them face the wrath of the corpulent master. In the distance, on a high platform, Hu Yuantong observed the fearsome Zheng Ping and chuckled at Chen Qing. To commence training so rigorously, do you not think a gradual approach might be more prudent? Chen Qing replied coolly, "I too would prefer a gradual method. But time is not on our side. It will not be long before Zhang Kui learns the truth and returns with renewed vigor." We must effect a significant improvement in the shortest possible time. But what if they flee in battle? Hu Yuantong inquired. That is one of the aims of my training, Chen Qing explained. Previously untrained, they acted on whims, lacking confidence and physical capability, and when faced with combat, their first instinct was to flee. Now, under stringent discipline and through arduous physical training, they will grow stronger and gain confidence. A confident soldier does not abandon their post in the face of adversity. Thus, the night training is also aimed at fortifying their abilities? Hu Yuanong asked. Indeed, the night training is to cultivate skills for nocturnal combat. The Western Army possesses proficiency in night operations, achieving remarkable success and remaining undefeated in nighttime engagements. At that moment, many soldiers practicing the horse stance could no longer endure and collapsed. Chen Qing ordered, "Go inform General Zhang that the soldiers may rest for a quarter of an hour." The soldier hurried off, and after a moment of contemplation, Hu Yuanong inquired, "Earlier, you mentioned that Zhang Kuei would soon discover the truth. Are you suggesting they have informants within the county?" "Humph," Chen Qing scoffed. "It would be strange if they did not." "In that case, I have a suggestion," Hu Yuantong said. "Speak." "I express my concern that the soldiers may fall prey to bandit ambushes during their morning runs. It would be prudent to allow them to exercise atop the city walls, thereby remaining within the confines of the city." Chen Qing nodded in agreement. Recognizing the merit of this suggestion, as managing their training atop the walls would indeed be more feasible. Thus, commencing tomorrow, the soldiers shall conduct their runs upon the ramparts. After enduring a day of grueling training, each soldier succumbed to a deep slumber, only to have their dreams abruptly shattered at the break of dawn by the resounding war drums. The thundering beats reverberated through the air, jolting the weary soldiers from their sleep. Despite their profound exhaustion, the ominous warning from their commander spurred them to don their armor with utmost haste. Many still clad in their gear from the previous day, stumbling half awake towards the training grounds. Chen Qing stood resolutely in the courtyard, casting a stern gaze upon the soldiers as they rushed towards him. The relentless drumming ceased, yet 5 or 6 soldiers continued to sprint in a state of disarray, only to be intercepted by the law enforcement officers. Casting a cold glance at the tardy individuals, Chen Qing remarked, "I have made my expectations clear, yet still, some arrive late. Therefore, we shall adhere to military regulations, take them away, and each shall receive 30 strokes." One soldier, struggling against restraint, cried out, "General, I did not intend to be late, but I could not find my shoes. You may assemble barefoot, drag him away." The 6 soldiers were seized and held down for punishment, the sound of the rods cracking against flesh mingling with their anguished cries, causing the onlookers to flinch. "Continue running. Commence." With heavy, aching legs, 2,000 soldiers surged forth from the barracks, heading towards the northern city, today opting to circle the walls rather than venture outside. Thus began another day of torment. In the southern part of the city, near the gates, there stood a butcher shop known as Wang Yangji. Though the sign bore a sheep, the establishment primarily sold game, receiving daily deliveries from hunters and occasionally dealt in furs, proving to be quite prosperous. On the 4th day of the official's arrival, a hunter in his 30s brought a deer to the butcher shop. He placed the deer upon the counter and bellowed, "Shopkeeper, I have brought meat." Wang Long, the shopkeeper, hurriedly emerged, startled by the hunter's presence. He glanced around nervously, signaling discreetly to the hunter, and led him to the back courtyard. "General, what brings you here in person?" The hunter was none other than Zhang Kuei, the notorious bandit leader whom Chen Qing had come to eradicate. Disguised in a hunter's garb, with his hair partially obscuring his face, he remained unrecognized. Zhang Kuei, in his 30s, possessed a long face, dark skin, and a prominent scar etched across his visage, rendering him fearsome in appearance. Once a commander of the Imperial Guard infantry, he was a skilled warrior who had faced the Jurchens in battle. He played a pivotal role in the Lu Miao incident 2 years prior and was among the 7 ultimately condemned by Emperor Zhao Gou, with the other 6 executed while he managed to escape. Zhang Kuei commanded a core group of 300 Imperial Guards, and with this force, he had continuously recruited, amassing a band of 4,500 marauders under his command. Recently, due to a shortage of food supplies, he set his sights on the state-controlled Quin County. On one hand, he sought to acquire provisions. On the other, he aspired to establish Quin County as a stronghold. The towering and robust city walls of Quin County perfectly aligned with his ambitions. Zhang Kuei lifted a bowl of water and drank it in one gulp. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he inquired, "I wish to know about the newly arrived officials and soldiers." The day he hastily retreated southward. A sense of unease began to gnaw at him. Despite the presence of cavalry, they had not pursued them, which struck him as peculiar. Zhang Kuei's suspicions deepened, prompting him to personally seek out the truth. Chapter 63. Weapons what? Zhang Kuei sprang to his feet, his face a portrait of astonishment as he gazed incredulously at the shopkeeper, Wang Long. You cannot be deceiving me, can you? Why would I deceive the general? The entire county witnessed it. They led mules and dragged armor into the city. Even the soldiers who have faced defeat appear more dignified than that disheveled spectacle. They were indeed leading mules. At last, Zhang Kuei's confusion dissipated. He realized why they had not pursued him. They were mounted on mules, not war horses. A surge of rage coursed through him, and he slammed his fist onto the table, causing a bowl to clatter to the ground and shatter into two pieces. At that moment, a distant rumble echoed like thunder. Wang Long hastily remarked, "General, they are approaching." Zhang Kuei swiftly exited the shop, finding a throng gathered in the street, all eyes fixed upon the city walls. Following their gaze, he beheld a vast, dark mass of soldiers advancing from the west. Though he could only see their heads, it was evident that they ran slowly, their faces etched with anguish, many of them leaning against the city wall as they hurried. "How far have they run?" Zhang Kuei inquired, puzzled. Wang Long sneered. "They circle the city every morning. They have only completed half the wall, roughly 10 miles. What? Exhausted after just 10 miles? Zhang Kuei's disbelief transformed into conviction. The troops sent to eradicate them were nothing more than a ragtag assemblage, mere idle soldiers. How could the court dispatch such an army to besiege him? The threat was minimal, but the insult was profound. A wave of murderous intent surged within Zhang Kuei. Today marked the 3rd day of their running regimen, and the results were already manifesting. The top 10 had completed the course in under an hour, and there were no longer any turtles crawling along the path. No matter how fatigued they became, they managed to keep pace with the main body of troops. What brought Chen Qing the greatest solace was the constant rotation of names among the last 10 finishers. Those who had placed poorly on the first day had vanished from the list, with several even advancing to mid-tier positions. This indicated that the soldiers were concerned about their reputations. None wished to see their names tarnished. After just 3 days, the soldiers' stamina was evidently improving, likely due to the horse stance exercises. If they could maintain their dedication, this army would undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. The day was still young. After breakfast, the soldiers would practice the Hujia spear technique under the guidance of Hu Yuan Tong, a practical and straightforward method well suited for the battlefield, before commencing their horse stance drills in the afternoon. "Commander," someone called out to him. Chen Qing turned to find the prefect, Jianyan, accompanied by several attendants, standing at the edge of the training grounds. Chen Qing promptly approached with a smile. "Is there something you need, Prefect He?" Jianyan nodded with a grin. "The commander has requested my assistance in gathering some shields. I have managed to collect several hundred over the past few days. Most are somewhat worn, but still serviceable, with only 500 shields among his supplies." Chen Qing felt it insufficient and had contemplated gathering more in Muzhou. To his delight, Jianyan had indeed amassed several hundred, filling him with great joy. "Thank you, Prefect He. I shall dispatch someone immediately to transport them." "No need. I will arrange for the local soldiers to bring it over later. My meeting with the commander is a separate matter. I have found a weapon for the commander. Let us see if it pleases him." Jianyan waved his hand, signaling for it to be brought forth. A retainer approached, carrying a long iron weapon. Chen Qing had left his large iron spear and warhorse with Wang Yan, not anticipating that he would need to engage in battle upon arriving in Lin'an. As such, he found himself without a suitable weapon, relying instead on a standard long spear, which felt quite unwieldy for one accustomed to a long spear's heft. He had requested Jianyan to find a shield and also to assist him in procuring a significant weapon, and he was pleasantly surprised at how swiftly one had been located. Upon seeing the weapon in the retainer's hands, Chen Qing's eyes brightened. He quickly stepped forward to receive it, discovering it to be a Qinglong halberd. Unlike the double-edged Feng Tianhua halberd, the Qinglong halberd was single-edged. It measured the same length as his large iron spear, approximately 10 feet and 8 inches, and weighed around 50 pounds. While its material did not match the quality of his Bing iron spear, which was crafted from superior materials, its weight was just right. Chen Qing felt that his large iron spear was slightly lighter. It lacked that oppressive sensation, while this 50-pound halberd felt perfectly balanced. Jianyan chuckled beside him, explaining that this weapon had originally served as a support beam in a house, purchased by the local government and restored from rust, with the hope that the commander would find it satisfactory. "It feels just right. I am very grateful, Yuzhijo." Chen Qing replied with appreciation. No need for thanks. It was but a trivial effort on my part. Additionally, I would like to discuss with the commander how to bolster the city's defenses. He Zhizhou expressed concern that Zhang Kuei, the bandit, might return. He Jian nodded. I am familiar with their operations. They have spies within the city. And they will undoubtedly return. The implication was clear. If the bandits discovered that the forces sent to quell them were inept, they would not rest easy. Understood. I will make some arrangements. This afternoon I will bring a few men to see you, He Zhizhou. As He Jian returned to organize the delivery of the shield. Chen Qing took the long halberd back to the training ground. He mounted his horse and swung the halberd a few times, suddenly enlightened. The commander seemed quite fond of this type of weapon. Hu Yuantong approached with a smile. Chen Qing nodded. I had always felt that my Bing iron spear lacked something indefinable, though I could not articulate what it was until I wielded this Qing long halberd. He swept the halberd horizontally, realizing that it was the absence of a cleaving function. Previously, when using his spear, he had relied on the spear tip to pierce the enemy's throat or to smash their skulls with the spearhead. Now, with the addition of the halberd blade, he could easily cleave through foes in the midst of battle. Hu Yuantong took the halberd and weighed it in his hands, exclaiming, this weapon must weigh around 50 pounds. 52 pounds. Chen Qing corrected him. Your arm strength is remarkable, Commander, but this halberd is not yet perfect. You understand halberds as well? Chen Qing asked with a smile. Hu Yuantong nodded, recalling that his grandfather was quite proficient in the use of the halberd, a weapon that has become increasingly rare, primarily reserved for ceremonial displays in the royal court. However, those were typically crafted from wood. If you wish to wield a halberd, I would recommend the Faktian, which allows for both slashing and thrusting. My grandfather once mentioned that the Qing long halberd is weighty and unbalanced, potentially compromising its lethality. In contrast, the Faktian boasts a more balanced design, enabling a harmonious blend of swordplay and spear techniques, albeit with its own drawbacks. What drawbacks? I inquired. My grandfather explained that using the Faktian is akin to walking in iron shoes. It provides stability but sacrifices the nimbleness inherent to spear techniques, thus diminishing their versatility. Chen Qing, however, was intrigued, as his martial style emphasized simplicity, speed, and ferocity, focusing on sheer power and precision. It seemed that the Faktian would indeed suit him well. Noticing the eagerness in Chen Qing's eyes, Hu Yuantong chuckled, I'll mention it when I return, perhaps my grandfather, in a moment of enthusiasm, might gift you one of his cherished Faktian, a treasure he once refused to sell even to Gao Qiu on 3 separate occasions. Later that afternoon, Chen Qing, accompanied by Zhang Ping and Zhao Xiaoi, sought out He Jian. Having garnered ample experience and lessons in defense and city fortification, Chen Qing understood how to effectively deploy troops. Although the bandits approached from the south, where the terrain was predominantly strewn with rocks, ill-suited for a large-scale siege, the north boasted open land, advantageous for an assault. The west was covered in forest, while the east featured shallow riverbanks. Thus, if I were Zhang Kuei, I would undoubtedly prioritize an attack from the north, making it the focal point of defense, where heavy troops should be stationed. He Jian nodded in agreement. The commander makes a valid point. Just days ago, the bandits targeted the northern wall. Should I mobilize the populace again? I fear relying solely on the soldiers may prove insufficient. Zhang Ping and Zhao Xiaoi were immediately incensed. The governor's disregard for them was palpable. Zhang Ping retorted, do they truly have tens of thousands of troops? They are merely a motley crew of a few thousand. Can 2,000 soldiers not contend with them? He Jian is underestimating us. Chen Qing shot Zhang Ping a stern glance, prompting him to sulkily avert his gaze and refrain from further comment. He Jian hastily clarified, General Zhang has misunderstood. My intention was to convey that the wall is too lengthy, and deploying 2,000 troops would lead to excessive dispersal. Augmenting the numbers with some sturdy men would also serve to guard against surprise attacks. Upon hearing He Jian mention surprise attacks, Chen Qing felt a spark of inspiration. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled gently. In truth, I believe our discussion on defensive arrangements is somewhat unnecessary. He Jian paused, perplexed, and asked, what do you mean by that, Commander? Chapter 64. The ambush. Chen Qing smiled faintly and remarked, the reasoning is quite simple. What means does the enemy possess to besiege the city? His words enlightened He Jian, who suddenly realized the truth. The commander was correct. During their retreat, they had left behind several siege ladders, and in just a few days, the enemy could not possibly have constructed new ones. It would take at least a month to manufacture a batch of siege ladders. Thus it seemed he had been overly concerned. Chen Qing shook his head. asserting that Zhizhou had not been overly cautious. I believe they will indeed make a move in the next couple of days, he stated. Jianyan, momentarily bewildered, replied, Commander, I am somewhat confused at this moment. Chen Qing smiled gently and explained, there are myriad methods for besieging a city. One need not always charge with ladders to lay siege. An ambush can also be a form of siege. Are you suggesting that the enemy intends to launch a night raid against us? Chen Qing nodded, then turned to Zheng Ping with a smile, asking, if you were to ambush Chun'an County, how would you proceed? Zheng Ping, still irked by He Jian's earlier dismissal, replied vehemently, if it were me, I would first send in people to infiltrate and lie in ambush within the city. Then, under the cover of night, we would coordinate an assault to seize the city, slaughtering and pillaging, and turning those officials into minced meat for dumplings. Zhao Shaoi couldn't help but burst into laughter, quickly turning his head away. Noticing He Jian's discomfort, Chen Qing chuckled and clarified, my brother speaks rather coarsely. Do not take offense, He Zhizhou. He Jian could only manage a wry smile, conceding, it was I who spoke out of turn. However, General Zheng's assessment holds merit. They might indeed coordinate an internal and external attack. Should I close the city gates to prevent outsiders from entering or exiting? Chen Qing pondered for a moment before responding with a grin. Perhaps we should prepare a pot and boil some water. Let us make a clear broth of turtle. As the northern city gate of Chun'an County was closed, the southern gate swung open. In the afternoon, a group of hunters drove in large carts laden with game deer, roe deer, wild boar, bamboo chicken, wild ducks, and other fowl, causing a stir at Wang Yangji meat shop. Before long, another group of mountain folk arrived, delivering medicinal herbs. Together, these two groups numbered over 30 individuals. Upon entering the city gates, they were watched closely by Zhao Shaoi and his subordinates. Zhao Shaoi hurried to the military camp to report to Chen Qing. The camp was unusually quiet, with soldiers resting for the first time, refraining from further training. A fierce battle was anticipated in the coming days, and Chen Qing wished to conserve the soldiers' strength. In the room, after listening to Zhao Shaoyi's report, Chen Qing inquired, were they only headed to Wang Yangji meat shop and Xing He Tang medicine shop? Indeed, they went to those two shops, which are quite close, diagonally across from each other. Once they entered, they did not come out again. Are there soldiers monitoring them? Zhao Shaoi replied, my subordinates are keeping an eye on both shops. Zheng Ping added, I am somewhat familiar with such shops that procure game and herbs. Typically, they settle their accounts and must return the same day. If they linger overnight, they would either visit brothels or taverns or seek a cheap inn for a good night's sleep. It is highly unlikely for them to enter a meat shop and not emerge. The same applies to the medicine shop. There must be something amiss. Chen Qing contemplated and instructed Zhao Shaoi, go inform He Zhizhou to arrange for capable officers to assist us in apprehending them. We shall decide on the specific timing of our operation later. Understood. Zhao Shaoi hurriedly departed. Chen Qing addressed Hu Yin, instructing him to rouse the soldiers for a hearty meal before embarking on their mission under the cover of night. As darkness enveloped the town, the resounding drum signaled the closure of the city gates, and the south gate slowly descended. The streets grew increasingly deserted, with butcher shops and apothecaries shuttering their doors early. Zheng Ping and Hu Yin each commanded 300 men, encircling the two establishments. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage approached, followed by several constables. Halting at the entrance of the apothecary, one constable pounded on the door, demanding entry. What is the matter? Came the response. The county lord is unwell. Summon Master Jiang at once. The apothecary is closed for consultations today, was the firm reply from within. How outrageous. The county lord is ill. And you still maintain your pretense? Left with no choice, the occupants informed Master Jiang, who soon emerged, accompanied by a young lad carrying a medicine box. Since the county lord is unwell, let us proceed swiftly. Master Jiang boarded the carriage with visible reluctance, and it set off towards the county office. In a brief moment, Chen Qing extracted a confession from Master Jiang, revealing that 16 warriors were concealed in the eastern wing, prepared to act at the second watch of the night. With a glint in his eye, Chen Qing smiled at Zhao Shaoi, instructing him to inform Master Jiang to provide each warrior with a dose of a sedative tonic, promising that he would spare Master Jiang's family. Similarly, the butcher shop was subjected to a parallel scheme, as the magistrate was hosting a banquet the following day and required fine game. Master Wang Long dispatched 2 assistants to deliver some fresh venison. Intelligence from the butcher shop indicated a total of 24 individuals, including 4 assistants. Half an hour later, the 16 individuals from the apothecary were swiftly subdued after consuming Master Zhang's invigorating broth, collapsing effortlessly into custody. The next objective was to apprehend the 24 from the butcher shop. To prevent any escape, the authorities had prepared several large nets around the premises, ensuring no one could evade capture. Zhang Ping, armed with a shield and a combat knife, entered through the front door, followed by over 100 soldiers wielding shields, spears, and crossbows. They soon reached the backyard, where the left side room was locked. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Ping commanded dozens of shield-bearing soldiers to form a circle, behind which stood 100 crossbowmen. Aimed at the windows and the door, the soldiers unleashed a volley of crossbow bolts into the room through the rear windows, resulting in a chorus of anguished cries. The ruffians within reacted like disturbed hornets, bursting forth from the front door and windows, only to be met with a hail of crossbow fire. Several were struck down, and a second volley of bolts followed, eliciting more screams. Zhang Ping kicked open the front door and charged inside, where the last 3 ruffians attempted to resist but were swiftly dispatched by his blade. The room was strewn with the bodies of the fallen and the wounded, and Zhang Ping allowed only 2 captives to survive, ordering the soldiers to execute the rest. Meanwhile, Master Wang Long and the 4 assistants were also apprehended and bound. Chen Qing and Magistrate He Jian arrived shortly thereafter, and Zhang Ping reported, "Sir, all the internal accomplices have been captured. None have escaped. Have they been interrogated?" After conducting separate interrogations at the stroke of the second watch, the southern city gate was opened, with 2 torches raised as a signal. He Jian, filled with curiosity, inquired about the next steps the commander intended to take. Chen Qing replied with a slight smile, "Naturally, we shall prepare a boiling pot for the tortoises. Have the earth bags I requested from the magistrate been completed? They are ready. Shall I have them delivered now? Please send them to the city gate." Soon, 1,000 local soldiers delivered 5,000 bags of earth. Chen Qing used them to construct 3 sides of an earthen wall within the city gate, as Chenan County lacked a proper moat. They had to artificially create one with these earth bags, ensuring that even if the enemy breached the city, they would be ensnared within. The cauldron was set, and the water was boiling. Now, they awaited the enemy to unwittingly enter. As time progressed toward the second watch, Zhang Kui, leading 4,000 men, appeared a li away from the southern city gate. A thin veil of clouds draped the sky, with the moon traversing through, casting a half-lit glow upon the earth. Zhang Kui, brimming with excitement, fixated on the southern city wall, having witnessed firsthand the ineffectiveness of the 2,000 soldiers. Recalling the humiliation suffered at their hands previously, he was determined to exact a brutal revenge upon these officials, a catharsis for his pent-up fury. His men were equally impatient, their thoughts consumed by visions of women and wealth. The midnight hour was prime for such endeavors, and they felt an insatiable restlessness akin to a cat scratch. "General, look!" a soldier shouted, pointing at the city wall. "The torches have been ignited." Zhang Kui observed clearly as the 2 torches waved, the drawbridge was lowered, and the city gate swung open. "Charge!" Zhang Kui commanded, and thousands of fierce brigands surged toward the open gate, their fervor palpable as they shouted in exhilaration. Despite the uneven ground, such minor obstacles could not quell their eager spirits. On the city wall, 1,000 local soldiers and 1,000 officials crouched with bows and arrows at the parapets. Meanwhile, around the earthen wall below, Chen Qing personally led 1,000 troops armed with crossbows, ready for confrontation. After days of rigorous training, the soldiers had transformed. Their enhanced physiques bolstered their confidence and morale. No longer cowering at the thought of battle, but rather eager to confront the brigands. Filled with anticipation, they had laid ambushes to counter the marauders, and in that moment, the soldiers' spirits soared high. Chapter 65, Connections. Chen Qing gazed calmly at the distant band of fierce marauders outside the city. They were not mounted, but were racing towards the city gates in a frenzy, reminiscent of the Foqi army he had encountered in Guangzhou, driven by greed and folly towards their demise. Over 4,000 ruffians clamored loudly, with hundreds at the forefront surging onto the drawbridge and into the city gates. At that very moment, Chen Qing bellowed, "Release the arrows." The sharp sounds of striking gongs resonated through the air as soldiers on both the walls and below unleashed a volley of arrows. The first wave struck the more than 100 marauders who had just breached the gates, causing them to fall, shrieking in agony. Simultaneously, 2,000 soldiers atop the wall unleashed their arrows, a torrential downpour that rained down upon the marauders below. In particular, the 500 soldiers positioned at the front, wielding their sturdy bows, loosed 500 hefty arrows into the dense crowd. This initial barrage caught the marauders off guard, resulting in hundreds being struck down, writhing in pain on the ground. Many, perhaps due to the cover of night, failed to grasp the peril, continuing their assault on the city. At this juncture, a second volley was released. While the first wave had been somewhat haphazard, The second was executed with remarkable composure. 1,000 crossbow bolts hurtled like a tempest towards the hundreds of marauders who had infiltrated the city, and amidst their wails, countless fell to the ground. Just then, the urgent sound of a retreat gong echoed from outside. Dong! 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 The gongs hastened the marauders to retreat immediately. Zhang Kui, realizing they had been ensnared in a trap, shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" The marauders, now aware of their peril, turned in a panicked flight, their earlier excitement replaced by utter disarray. Another volley was released, arrows falling like rain, striking 100 or 200 fleeing marauders in the back, causing them to collapse. As the ruffians fled in terror, Chen Qing signaled, "Change weapons, follow me." 1,000 soldiers armed with long spears and battle blades followed their commander out of the city. When Chen Qing used his Qi long halberd to viciously dispatch an injured bandit, the soldiers rallied, drawing their blades to finish off those who were wounded yet still alive. Chen Qing's heart was as unyielding as iron. He showed no mercy to the injured marauders. Even as they pleaded for their lives, he pierced them without hesitation. Fully aware that their desperate rush into the city was a threat to innocent lives. To show them mercy would be akin to cruelty towards the innocent. Before long, over 200 wounded bandits lay slain, and the spoils of war were collected. Chen Qing commanded the soldiers to return to the city, raising the drawbridge and sealing the gates. The bodies of over 1,000 fallen would be dealt with the following day. This battle had a profound impact on the 2,000 soldiers, marking their first combat experience, resulting in a resounding victory with the complete annihilation of over 1,000 foes while sustaining no casualties themselves, a miraculous feat. The morale of the soldiers soared, and they fervently petitioned to pursue Zhang Kui's marauders. Even the astute Hu Yintang was swayed, urging Chen Qing to capitalize on their triumph and press the attack to eradicate the bandit threat entirely. However, Chen Qing remained unmoved, commanding his soldiers to sever more than 1,200 heads and display them atop the city walls as a warning to the entire region of Muzhou. Any who dared to follow Zhang Kui from the bandits would face merciless execution. As for the 2,000 soldiers, they resumed their rigorous training at dawn the following day, practicing marksmanship and archery in the morning, squatting in horse stance during the afternoon, and engaging in night combat drills in the evening. Each day, the soldiers underwent grueling training. As May approached, the weather grew increasingly warm. Chen Qing had been in Muzhou for a month, aside from the ambush that had led to a significant defeat of the bandits. He had not launched any further offensives against Zhang Kui, instead focusing entirely on military training. However, this did not signify a lack of vigilance regarding Zhang Kui's movements. On the contrary, he meticulously monitored every action of Zhang Kui through various channels, patiently awaiting the opportunity to eradicate the bandits. In Lin'an, that afternoon, a guest arrived at the residence of Qin Hui, the Minister of State. It was the martial student Wang Bo. Unlike other officials, Wang Bo did not require an introduction or an appointment to visit the Prime Minister's residence, for his aunt was Wang Hui's wife. Wang Bo's entry into martial studies had been facilitated by Qin Hui's recommendation. His assignment was also to train the troops, yet his mind was far from military discipline. He had scarcely entered the barracks over the past month, instead indulging in various revelries with a group of young nobles, living a life of leisure. Nonetheless, Wang Bo was also attentive to Chen Qing's situation in Muzhou, and recently he had heard news of the bandit suppression forces executing over 1,000 war prisoners and using their heads to construct a grim display, which had ignited considerable debate within the court. Wang Bo perceived this as a golden opportunity to strike. At that moment, the sound of delicate jingling from a bracelet echoed from the inner hall, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. His aunt had arrived, prompting Wang Bo to rise swiftly. Soon, a throng of maidservants escorted a noblewoman from the inner hall, filling the room with an enchanting fragrance. The noblewoman was none other than Qin Hui's wife, Wang Shi. In her 40s, she possessed high cheekbones, thin lips, and elongated eyes. Though she may have been fairly attractive in her youth, age had accentuated her harsh features. Wang Bo quickly knelt and paid his respects. Nephew pays his regards to aunt. As Wang Shi's younger brother's youngest son, Wang Bo had always been charming and adept at winning hearts, earning Wang Shi's affection. With a smile, she remarked, "You little monkey, having entered martial studies, you must be quite busy. How is it that you find the time to visit me?" "Indeed, I am quite occupied, but I could never forget my dear aunt. I have brought you some delicacies from Shijin Hall, and I trust you will enjoy the lotus-flavored pastries inside." He presented a beautifully crafted brocade box to her. Such was Wang Bo's emotional intelligence. He knew his aunt favored sweet and savory treats, having once relished Shijin Hall's confections in Bianliang. After years of hardship in the Jin Kingdom, she must surely long for those days. Shijin Hall had recently reopened in Lin'an, and he was confident she remained unaware of this delightful news. The gift was modest, yet Wang Bo understood it would undoubtedly touch his aunt's heart. Wan Shi accepted the box of pastries, her emotions swirling as she was momentarily transported back to her youth. After a pause, she sighed deeply. "You are so thoughtful, Bo-er. Please, take a seat." "Thank you, Aunt." Wang Bo responded, settling down as Wang Shi inquired, "How are your parents faring?" In response to my esteemed aunt, I convey that my parents are in good health. My father will soon be transferred to Xianzhou to assume the role of the defense general there. Wang Bo's parents serve in distant locales, and he resides in Lin'an with his grandfather, who dotes upon him greatly. Madame Wang nodded with a smile, saying, "You have always been this way, seeking to please your aunt whenever there is a matter at hand. Pray tell, what brings you here today? Is it that you find yourself in need of funds once more?" Wang Bo cast a glance at the maidservant beside him, to which Madame Wang remarked, "They are all my trusted confidants. You need not hold back." "Indeed, esteemed aunt. Your nephew aspires to excel in martial arts, yearning to claim the title of the foremost scholar in the field. It has been proven that I possess the capability, yet I find myself beset by a rival who, emboldened by his minor achievements, has sought to undermine me. Last month, I finally secured a mission to quell the rebellion in Muzhou, only to have it snatched away by him through his connections, leaving me to engage in mere military drills. Alas, I shan't dwell on these trifles. I have heard he has committed an offense in Muzhou, and the censorate intends to investigate. He will undoubtedly attempt to bribe his way out of it. I cannot help but feel a deep sense of indignation. What backing does he possess?" Madame Wang inquired coldly. "He boasts of being a confidant of Zhang Jun, and all the officials in martial arts are eager to curry favor with him." "Zhang Jun?" She scoffed. "He is merely a local dignitary, hardly a high-ranking official. The crux of the matter lies in Zhang Jun's connections in Lin'an. What do you imply? Your nephew contemplates that, since the censorate is involved. Perhaps my cousin Wang Huan could be sent, for at least he would not be so easily swayed." Madame Wang understood the intention behind her nephew's words and nodded. "I see. I shall speak with your uncle about this matter." As night fell, Qin Hui, having listened to his wife's whispers, chuckled, "Your nephew is quite the astute individual. I suspect that the rumors circulating in the court are merely fabrications he has disseminated through various connections." Madame Wang retorted, "Is it not commendable that Bo possesses such cunning and intellect? Did you not intend for him to join the martial arts academy in hopes of him becoming your ally? Must he appear foolish for you to be pleased?" "Ah, that is not my intention. It is indeed advantageous for Bo to have such acumen. Yet this affair in Muzhou is personally overseen by Fan Zhongyin. It would be prudent for him to remain at a distance to avoid being ensnared, lest I also be implicated." Madame Wang nodded. "Understood. I shall advise Bo to refrain from further involvement. Moreover, I have noticed that the sovereign seems to harbor some interest in this Chen Qing. Why is that? Is it not due to Zhang Jun's extravagant praises of Chen Qing's abilities, which have captured the sovereign's attention? The court now places great importance on capable young generals. Previously, he made an exception for Yu Fei, and I suspect he harbors intentions to cultivate Chen Qing as well. Could Bo's opposition to Chen Qing prove detrimental to him?" Madame Wang expressed her concern. "That is not a matter of great significance. Conflicts among students are ubiquitous, often stemming from trivial matters. In truth, such experiences serve as a form of training for Bo. Thus, it is best to let them unfold as they will. Moreover, the young leaders who capture the emperor's attention extend beyond merely Chen Qing. Previously, Zhang Jun had also put forth Yang Zhang, while Lu Guangshi recommended Chao Da, and Han Shizhong endorsed Hu Yintong. Consequently, Chen Qing is but one of many emerging talents, and it is uncertain whether he will attain success, which is, after all, a rarity, with the majority remaining in obscurity. As for the affairs in Muzhou, does my husband still wish to intervene? It hardly qualifies as intervention. Wang Huan is inherently an inspector of the imperial court, and sending him to Muzhou is merely a trifling task. Furthermore, who truly knows the intricacies of the relationship between Wang Huan and Chen Qing? Qin Hui gazed at the tense ceiling. Yet his thoughts were consumed by a secret letter sent to him by Wan and Chang, in which the name Chen Qing was unexpectedly mentioned. Chapter 66. The envoy. On that morning, a procession emerged from the eastern official road, led by two mounted individuals, followed closely by several attendants. The riders were both men. The elder, a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s, possessed a medium stature and a lean countenance, exuding the demeanor of a well-read scholar. The younger man, approximately 30, also had a medium build, but his fair complexion and handsome features were marred by a hint of darkness in his eyes, detracting from his otherwise bright and sunny appearance. Both men hailed from Lin'an, the elder known as Su Yun, serving as a left assistant in the censorate, tasked with understanding the local customs and conditions. His current mission was to visit Muzhou to gauge its societal sentiments. The younger man, Wang Huan, held the position of supervising censor, dispatched by the censorate to investigate the Jingguan incident in Muzhou. A month prior, Chen Qing had annihilated over 1,000 bandits, displaying their severed heads atop the city walls as a grim spectacle. While this event had little impact within Muzhou, its news reached the imperial court, igniting a considerable uproar. However, the report had been distorted. By the time it reached the court, it had transformed into a tale of Chen Qing slaughtering thousands of surrendered soldiers and using their heads to construct the Jingguan, provoking intense outrage from the chancellor, Fan Zhongyin, who demanded an inquiry from the censorate. In the shadows, Qin Hui, the vice minister of state, covertly alerted the censor, Shen Wanqiu, designating Wang Huan to proceed to Muzhou. Su Yun's journey to Muzhou was merely coincidental, as he intended to assess the local customs and later divert to Yanzhou, preparing for the potential amalgamation of Muzhou and Yanzhou. As they approached Chunnan County, Su Yun advised, "Censor Wang, I implore you to refrain from jumping to conclusions based solely on hearsay. Even if the Jingguan is factual, we must evaluate its existence within the context of reality, questioning its legitimacy rather than hastily condemning it without regard for truth." Wang Huan coldly retorted, "The Jingguan represents a brutal act of the Jurchens against the Han people. Its presence in Lin'an is a bloody affront. Should we condone such savagery? What becomes of the foundational principles of governance in our great song? Ritual, righteousness, benevolence, and virtue. But these are merely rumors." Su Yun countered. "That is why the censorate has dispatched me to investigate the matter. There is no need for your exhortations. I, Wang Huan, uphold justice with impartiality, ensuring that no innocent is wronged while also holding wrongdoers accountable." Su Yun sighed inwardly, recognizing that Wang Huan's moral dichotomy was inherently flawed. How could his investigation ever be deemed just? At that moment, a sudden military formation appeared behind them, startling the two men. They quickly sidestepped as the troops, numbering around 2,000, surged past them, not directed at them, but merely moving through. The soldiers displayed remarkable vigor and high spirits, clad in armor and wielding long spears and shields, with bows and arrows slung across their backs, accompanied by provisions and military blankets. Each soldier bore a weight of at least 30 to 40 pounds. They ran with impressive speed, their faces drenched in sweat, yet maintaining a vigorous stride and organized formation. Su Yun silently praised their excellence. Indeed, this was a formidable force. From whence did they originate? Su Xinbei. Suddenly, a voice called out to Su Yun. He turned to see a familiar mounted commander approaching. "You are." Su Yun struggled to recall the individual's identity. "It is I, the junior, Huyen Tong." The young commander beamed. "Ah, are you the notorious Huyen Wulong, the one who causes chaos everywhere?" Huyen Tong dismounted and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "The younger generation no longer stirs up trouble." "Ah, splendid. That means you are spared from your father's punishment. I hear you are under the command of General Han?" Huyen Tong nodded affirmatively. Su Yun pointed towards the troops and inquired with a smile, "Is this the army of General Han?" "No. This is the official army we brought to quell the bandits. They were formerly the Ximenxiang army." Su Yun's eyes widened. "This is the Ximenxiang army?" "It used to be, but they have undergone a complete transformation through training." Noticing the soldiers had moved far away, Huyen Tong hastily said, "I must take my leave now and will visit you again, senior." He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, mounted his horse, and urged it onward. Wang Huan watched as Huyen Tong disappeared into the distance, curiously asking, "Are you familiar with Su Shi and this person?" Su Yun chuckled lightly and explained, "Not particularly well. I've had a few dealings with his father, so we are somewhat acquainted. Huyen Tong was once known as the demon blade in Bianliang, constantly causing trouble. During my tenure at Jingzhou Prefecture, I frequently went to his residence to lodge complaints. His uncle, Huyen Da, once served as the deputy minister of the court of imperial censors. You must have heard of him." "I have heard of him. But what did Su Shi mean by the Ximenxiang army?" Su Yun laughed. "The Ximenxiang army is notoriously regarded as a ragtag force in Lin'an, consistently ranking at the bottom in military evaluations. I never expected the troops we just saw to be from the Ximenxiang army. Quite interesting. I genuinely wish to meet this Chen Qing." However, Wang Huan was contemplating another scheme, pondering whether to win over Huyen Tong through Su Yun. Su Yun and Wang Huan first encountered He Jian, the magistrate of Muzhou, as a government official dispatched by the court. He Jian dared not be negligent and arranged for them to stay at a guest house, subsequently meeting with them at the state office. Su Yun stated he was merely here to investigate local customs and societal conditions, emphasizing that the investigation by the court of imperial censors had no connection to him. He sat quietly sipping tea, refraining from participating in the conversation between He Jian and Wang Huan. Are you investigating the Muzhou prisoner massacre? He Jian's brow furrowed in confusion. I'm not quite clear. When did this occur? Are you sure it was the Muzhou captives and not from elsewhere? Indeed, it was Muzhou. The incident took place a month ago when Chen Qing, in his campaign against bandits, killed over 1,000 surrendered soldiers and displayed their severed heads as a warning. Wang Huan replied. Wait. He Jian interrupted Wang Huan. I understand what you mean, Lord Censor. The court has not received the truth. Instead, it has been misinformed. The reality is not as it seems. Su Yun interjected with a smile. What, then, is the truth? A month ago, Zhao Gou led a night raid on Chunnan County. But Commander Chen anticipated this and turned the tables, killing over 1,000 fierce bandits and displaying their heads on the city walls to pacify the citizens. There was no construction of any monument. After 3 days, I ordered my men to gather the heads and burn them, along with the bodies. It is likely that someone saw the piled heads and mistakenly believed it was a monument being erected. Wang Huan, feeling frustrated, punched the air and reluctantly asked, why burn them instead of giving them a proper burial? Wang Yushi was unaware that the climate in Muzhou was damp, with lofty mountains and dense forests teeming with wild beasts. If these corpses were not cremated, they could easily be dragged out by predators, exposing the remains to the wilderness and potentially triggering an epidemic. It was imperative to reduce them to ashes and bury them deeply. Su Yun chuckled, realizing the truth. It seemed that rumors could indeed lead to dire consequences. Wang Huan snorted, asserting that the veracity of the matter could only be ascertained through thorough investigation. He Jian felt a pang of discomfort, as this inspector clearly harbored doubts about his words. Meanwhile, Huyan Tong's army had just completed a grueling march of 150 miles, and the soldiers were resting and having lunch. Huyan Tong remarked that this army had undergone a complete transformation, a statement that was no exaggeration. After a month of rigorous training akin to that of demons, not only were the soldiers' physical capacities abundant, but their martial skills had also significantly improved, exhibiting remarkable proficiency in both spear and archery techniques, particularly excelling in nocturnal combat. Huyan Tong was greatly impressed by this army and had no desire to return them to the forces of Lin'an. It would be preferable for General Han to accept them, subsequently placing them under his command. Chen Qing invited Huyan Tong to sit and inquired with a smile. Did not He Zhizhou mention that the court dispatched an inspector named Wang Huan, the very elder you encountered on your journey? Huyan Tong hastily shook his head. The elder I spoke of is surnamed Su. He is a member of the left shirt E of the Censorship Institute. The inspector must be the younger one. What is his purpose for inspection? Chen Qing shrugged. I am uncertain, but it may pertain to me. Huyan Tong was further perplexed, pondering how the commandant had not allowed any troops to disturb the populace, maintaining strict military discipline. Was it possible they thought your campaign against the bandits was taking too long and had come to hasten it? No, he dismissed. The Privy Council granted me 2 months' time, and we have only reached the halfway mark. Did they request to see the commandant? Not at all. It seems they do not wish to see me for the time being. However, I may not have the opportunity to meet them anyway. Huyan Tong's spirits lifted at the mention of news regarding Zhao Gou. Chen Qing nodded. Having just received intel that Zhao Gou intended to raid Suan County before shifting towards Suzhou, signaling that the moment of confrontation was imminent. A month prior, Chen Qing had annihilated over 1,000 bandits, displaying their severed heads on the city walls as a warning, which sent tremors through Muzhou. No one dared to collude with the outlaws. Many families even urged their relatives to descend from the mountains, and 2 bandit leaders secretly sent envoys to deliver surrender letters, becoming Chen Qing's informants, thereby enabling him to monitor Zhao Gou's every move. Zhao Gou's greatest predicament was his dwindling food supplies. He could no longer sustain his forces, and coupled with his inability to win the hearts of the Muzhou populace, his retreat southward had become an impending reality. Huyan Tong eagerly rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating the long-awaited moment. When shall we depart? He inquired. Chen Qing pondered for a moment before responding. I plan to set out tonight, to reach Suan County ahead of time and lay traps in wait for Zhao Gou's arrival. Chen Qing dismissed any concern regarding Su Yun and Wang Huan, Since they did not intend to meet him for the time being, he too had no time to address them. He then sought out He Jian. "Are we leaving tonight?" He Jian asked. Chen Qing nodded, recognizing that the opposing forces were on the brink of collapse. If they were to act hastily, Suiyang County would face dire consequences. Nevertheless, he decided to retain a strategic reserve to guard against any deceptive maneuvers by Zhang Gou. From today onward, the city gates shall remain closed, and the 1,000 local militia must bolster their defenses. Should Zhang Gou attempt an incursion, the magistrate can promptly dispatch a messenger to inform me. How can I locate the commanding officer? I shall leave behind a detailed march map. In this critical situation, it will serve as a guide to find me. He Jian silently nodded, initially intending to discuss the matter of the censor with Chen Qing, but ultimately deciding against distracting him. He would compose a comprehensive report for the court to elucidate the situation. As for the bandits, if they were to surrender, we should spare them from execution whenever possible. Chen Qing chuckled. I am not one who revels in bloodshed. The display of severed heads was merely a tactic to instill fear in the other bandits. Should they surrender, I will discern the severity of their crimes. The most heinous shall face death, while those who have committed no murders or acts of violation may be granted mercy. He Jian responded with a smile. That is the best course of action. May General, your banner fly victorious, and may you capture Zhang Gou. That very night, Chen Qing led 2,000 soldiers away from Lin'an County, advancing along the official road towards Suiyang County in the southwest direction.